PR. For all the black and indigenous women, girls, and gender nonconforming people. And all the women, girls, and gender nonconforming people of color who have survived and resisted police violence. For all who haven't, their families, and loved ones. For all who have struggled in the shadows to ensure they would not be forgotten. And for all who have resisted in their names. Forward. Invisible No More, Police Violence Against Black Women and Women of Color is a very important 21st century document. It reminds us how little in the way of material progress has been made during the last century in purging our societies of officially condoned racist violence. At the same time, Andrea Ritchie's multifaceted and unrelenting anti-violence practice over the last decade, to which her book bears witness, reveals extraordinary progress in the way we conceptualize state violence and anti-violence strategies. She does not urge us simply to add women of color to the list of targets of police violence, a list that is already longer than anyone would wish. She asks us to consider what the vast problem of state violence looks like if we acknowledge how gender and sexuality, disability, and nation are intermeshed with race and class. In other words, Ritchie's feminist approach reminds us that the job of purging our worlds of racist violence is far more complicated than advocates of simple police reform would have us believe. It is not only black women and women of color who are invisible no more, but also the immensity and complexity of the problem of rooting out the nexus of racist violence. Reading Ritchie's text, I was immediately reminded of We Charge Genocide, the petition presented to the United Nations in 1951 by William L. Patterson and Paul Robeson. We Charge Genocide also documented hundreds of cases of racist violence, both legal and extra-legal, in order to solidify the argument that if one took seriously the UN definition of genocide, then people of African descent in the United States would certainly be considered the targets of a genocidal strategy. This petition against genocide reflected a broader approach forged by the Civil Rights Congress and anchored in the development of international solidarities against U.S. racism. Ritchie's work also calls forth Ida B. Wells's 1895 The Red Record, which documented countless descriptions of lynchings in the aftermath of slavery. In each of these efforts, the unifying theme is the impossibility of eradicating racist violence without radical transformation of the social, economic, political, and cultural contexts that produce it. Like its antecedents, this is a difficult book to read. Because we encounter case after case of excessive, traumatic force, including systemic sexual violence, this is a book that dares us not to turn away. It challenges us to acknowledge the human dimension of this violence, which should not be effaced in abstract statistical accounts. A close-up account from the person who litigated many of these cases, has engaged in activist work with various anti-violence organizations and agencies, and authored or co-authored central policy reports. This book is testimony of a life devoted to collective struggle and radical social transformation. Angela Y. Davis, Distinguished Professor Emerita of History of Consciousness and Feminist Studies, University of California, Santa Cruz. Forward. And I am going to keep writing it down. How they carried her body out of the house. Dress torn up around her waist. Uncovered. Past tenants and the neighborhood children. A mountain of black woman. Audre Lorde, for the record. Eleanor Bumpers's 1984 killing by Officer Stephen Sullivan didn't make a strong impression on me as a 13-year-old black girl growing up in New York City. I know that there was press coverage and some local organizing seeking justice for her death, and that when I was 15, Stephen Sullivan was tried and acquitted for killing Bumpers. The more things stay the same, the more they stay the same. As I was becoming politicized in my teenage years and began to pay attention to the violence of policing, I understood and interpreted oppressive policing primarily through a black masculinist lens. All the victims who shaped my consciousness were men, specifically, black men like Michael Stewart, Edmund Peary, and Mark Davidson, to name a few. At the time, I didn't realize policing also disproportionately negatively impacted black women. It wasn't until I began working with survivors of rape and domestic violence that I gained a greater understanding of racialized gendered violence, both interpersonal and institutional. Though my personal consciousness was raised over the course of organizing and work, I'm sad to say that more than 30 years since Bumpers was shot and killed, police violence against black women remains underexamined and too often invisible in public discourse. I spent more than 2 decades living and organizing in Chicago, a city known for one of the most brutal and corrupt police forces in the country. Chicago is, after all, the city where Commander John Burge and his fellow officers tortured at least 120 black people from 1972 to 1991. It is also, as I learned while doing research for a zine, the city where Jessie Mae Robinson, owner of the New South Park record store, recounted a story of violence at the hands of Chicago police from her hospital bed in 1959. Mrs. Robinson was arrested, along with nearly 50 others, during a warrantless police raid of a party at a private home. The partygoers were taken to the Englewood police station. The officers helped themselves to some beer during the raid and started drinking when they arrived at the station. Mrs. Robinson said that the 8 women among those arrested were subjected to indignities including racial epithets and physical assaults, in Mrs. Robinson's case, severe enough to cause her to be hospitalized. None of the officers who assaulted her and the other partygoers were disciplined. This is by now a familiar outcome to 21st century readers. What historian Sarah Haley has termed the absence of a normative gendered subject position for black women explains, in part, how Chicago police could so cavalierly brutalize Mrs. Robinson. In Chicago, I spent time organizing with and on behalf of girls and young women of color. Their stories of being catcalled and hassled by cops on the street, being sexually harassed by police stationed in their middle and high schools, and living in fear that their brothers, fathers, boyfriends, and friends would be shot or killed by law enforcement are seared in my memory. When narratives about police violence are written, though, most often these young women's voices are still missing. Yet young women of color have been and are speaking out to pierce the silences around the impact, of state violence on their lives. Invisible No More mentions, for example, the Young Women's Empowerment Project, an organization that Andrea Ritchie and I both spent several years supporting as a board members, donors, and allies. YWEP documented, through participatory action research, girls' and gender nonconforming young people's encounters with the police in their Bad Encounter Line report and in zines. In Bell Zine number 3, YWEP researchers share the following story. I was walking to the bus when a police officer called out and said, "Hey, you come here girl with all of that S." I ignored the comment, unaware of where it was coming from, until he pulled up on the curb to block my path in his undercover cop car. He jumps out and yells, "Didn't you hear me calling you girl?" I replied by simply saying, "No, my name isn't I girl with all that S." He got really mad and slapped me, saying that I was very disrespectful and do I know who he is and what he can do to me. The incident escalated, with the officer sexually assaulting the young woman, then arresting and jailing her when she tried to report him. Collecting and sharing such stories is a critical form of resistance led by marginalized young women of color. We need more such efforts, grounded in our communities, to document police violence against women and girls of color. In 2011, as Ritchie briefly recounts, I supported a young woman named Tyawanda Moore. Tyawanda, who was 20 at the time, reported that she had been sexually assaulted by a police officer and was then herself charged with 2 counts of eavesdropping on police after she recorded internal affairs officers discouraging her from filing a complaint. If she had been found guilty at trial, she would have faced up to 15 years in prison. After she was thankfully acquitted, she filed a lawsuit against the city of Chicago. The fact that Tyawanda was sexually assaulted by a police officer in her own apartment and then found herself on trial and facing prison while the officer was not even reprimanded was a terrible injustice. I'm grateful that more people will learn about Tyawanda's bravery in standing up to the officer who assaulted her, to the Chicago Police Department, and ultimately to Cook County. To read about how Tyawanda refused to be intimidated and pressed forward to lodge her complaint is to draw strength from her courageous actions for our own fights. We need more people to center women of color targeted by police in their freedom campaigns. There are countless stories of other women of color and of gender nonconforming people who have suffered police violence up to and including death. Yet, writing in the mid-1990s in Resisting State Violence, Dr. Joy James explained, the death of women in police custody by means of law enforcement's measures to discipline and punish is an issue rarely raised in feminist explorations of women and violence or masculinist explorations of racism and policing. Invisible No More is a long overdue corrective to this neglect and erasure, comprehensively documenting, for the first time, a long history of police violence against women of color. By centering the experiences of girls and young women of color, Invisible No More extends and enlarges the carceral landscape, insisting that we consider the streets, the schools, and the home as sites of oppressive policing. Previously obscured, sexual and reproductive violence also come into view. Invisible No More argues that paying attention to these issues expands and transforms how we consider policing. As more people address the ever-expanding prison industrial complex, PIC, this book finds itself in dialogue with others addressing the history and impacts of mass incarceration on women of color, particularly black women and girls. After all, the police are the gatekeepers of the PIC. Racialized gender violence doesn't stop with police but extends to other forms of state violence, including the violence of prisons, the medical industrial complex, and economic violence, all of which require our attention and organizing. This book doesn't just document police violence against women of color, nor does it simply offer policy prescriptions to reduce the harms of oppressive policing. Invisible No More is also an invitation to resistance to each of us and will serve as a long overdue and invaluable resource to anchor and inform the efforts of young people organizing today against state violence in all its forms. I've been protesting police since I was a teenager. Back then, I called it anti-police brutality activism. 30 years later, I've retired the term police brutality. It is meaningless, as violence is inherent to policing. Invisible No More underscores that black women like Jessie Mae Robinson, as well as women and gender nonconforming people of color like those whose experiences were documented by YWEP, have never had the benefit of protection by and from the state. In fact, one of the projects I currently play a leadership role in, Survived and Punished, challenges the ways women and gender nonconforming people are punished for survival and self-defense. Today, my organizing work is focused on abolishing police, prisons, and surveillance. It took a long time for me to embrace abolition as praxis. I bought into the idea that more training, more transparency, better community oversight, and prosecuting killer cops would lead to a more just system of policing. I was wrong. The origin story of modern American policing is slave patrols and union busting. A system created to contain and control me as a black woman cannot be reformed. Invisible No More provides ample evidence about the endemic violence of policing against women of color, particularly those who are black and indigenous. Abolitionists can use this information in our campaigns to build new life-giving and life-affirming institutions. For me, abolition is the way forward. This book has been years in the making, and I know that Andrea Ritchie has lived with many ghosts and spirits during that time. That takes an emotional toll. But I can imagine the ghost of Eleanor Bumpurs watching over her as she wrote this important and critical book, giving her fortitude and maybe some comfort, whispering the names of Yulia, Ayana, Duana, Rikia, Hattie, and so many more in her ear, saying, "Don't forget us. Tell our stories. Say our names." And because Audrey taught her well, Andrea kept writing it all down. We are all the beneficiaries. Mariami Kaba, founder, Project NIA, and co-organizer, Survived and Punished. Introduction. Pulled over in a traffic stop and beaten by the side of the road. Placed in a banned chokehold by a New York City police officer. Violently taken into police custody, never to come out alive. Shot first, questions asked later. The stories and images that immediately leap to mind in connection with these scenes are those of black men Rodney King, Eric Garner, Freddie Gray, Philando Castile. But these are also the stories of black women. Women like Sandra Antier, pulled over and brutalized on Interstate 95 in 1996 by a South Carolina state trooper in an incident captured on video 5 years after images of Rodney King's beating sparked a national uprising. Women like Roseanne Miller, placed in a chokehold in 2014 by a New York City police officer when she was 7 months pregnant, just weeks after police choked Eric Garner to death on camera using one. Women like Elijah Thomas, repeatedly kicked and beaten by a Los Angeles police officer in 2012 while handcuffed in the back of a police cruiser. Like Freddie Gray's, the injuries she sustained in police custody proved fatal. Women like Maya Hall, a black trans woman shot dead by police after making a wrong turn onto National Security Agency property outside of Baltimore, just weeks before Freddie Gray's case rocked the city and the nation. 1. Yet black women's experiences of profiling and often deadly force remain largely invisible in ongoing conversations about the epidemic of racial profiling, police violence, and mass incarceration in the United States. Since the Ferguson uprising of 2014, the Black Lives Matter movement and the call to lift up black women's stories of police violence under the rubric of Say Her Name have forced increased attention to these experiences. In the words of Black Lives Matter co-founder Alicia Garza, Black Lives Matter affirms the lives of black queer and trans folks, disabled folks, black undocumented folks, folks with records, women, and all black lives along the gender spectrum. It centers those that have been marginalized within black liberation movements. 2. In this context, black women, long the backbone of efforts to resist state violence, are insisting that we will no longer only play the role of aggrieved mother, girlfriend, partner, sister, daughter, or invisible organizer, and demanding recognition that we, too, are targets of police violence. Nevertheless, black women's experiences of racial profiling, the use of deadly and excessive force, sexual violence at the hands of police, and mass incarceration remain largely uncharted territory. In some ways, the experiences of Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian, Amamsa, women are even further off the map. Invisible No More brings them all to the center, placing individual women's stories into broader contexts, and identifying commonalities and distinctions between experiences of black women and other women of color, and with those of black men and men of color. It also explores the ways in which women's experiences of policing take forms short of fatal force, and how they are uniquely informed by race, nation, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, poverty, disability, and mental health. 3 Drawing on individual stories and existing research, Invisible No More identifies broader patterns and paradigms of policing that drive police violence against black women and women of color, unmasks the continuing operation of controlling narratives of black women and women of color rooted in colonialism and slavery in police interactions for, and asks what these experiences teach us about manifestations of structural racism. Finally, it pushes us to consider what it would mean for women to no longer be invisible in the discourses of racial profiling, police brutality, mass incarceration, violence, and safety. Invisible No More is also the story of the evolution of my own understanding of policing and criminalization of black women, indigenous women, and women of color over the past 20 years, as well as the evolution of a movement. Scene I am 14 or 15, walking down a deserted street of a strange city alone, when a group of young men start catcalling. "Hey baby, hey baby, hey baby," they yell out, increasingly insistent, describing what they would like to do with, and to, me as I speed up without responding. I breathe a sigh of relief when a pair of police officers come into view ahead at the corner. I hurry in their direction, as the young men's commentary becomes more graphic and more angry, as it so often does if your initial response is not to their liking. Somewhat out of breath, I tell the officers, "I need help, those guys are harassing me." The officers laugh, leer, and start their own stream of ribald commentary as they slowly surround me. Panicking, I slip out from between them and walk away briskly, frantic now that it is clear that those who are supposed to protect me are in on the game. Scene 2. I am 15 or 16, wandering the streets of another strange city late at night. I have just escaped the clutches of a young man who thought that the dinner he bought me entitled him to more than I was prepared to give that night. I discover that the train station I had planned to sleep in is closed. I walk to another station and see lights on in a small office, the railway police station. I walk in, tell the officers I am on the first train out in the morning, and ask if I can sit in the office until then. They pause, then slowly point me to a room, cautioning that I cannot sleep there. I gratefully agree, enter the room, close the door, pull out a book and begin reading, prepared to while the night away in a novel, as I often did at that time of my life. Within an hour, one of the officers opens the door, closes it behind him, strikes up a casual conversation, works his way closer to me, and, eventually, sexually assaults me. I got the message. The police are not here to protect me. They are just as likely as anyone else to commit violence against me. I am a light-skinned black woman, with curly hair and green eyes, and features more reminiscent of my Scottish ancestors than my African Jamaican ones, making it possible for me to pass as white. I am often recognizable to members of my community as black, and it is clear to most that I am at least an indeterminate woman of color. For police officers, that was apparently enough to also read me as sexually available and unworthy of protection. This reality is exponentially starker for my darker-skinned sisters. There were other moments, even when I was older and more privileged. As an undergraduate at a protest encampment calling for divestment of university holdings from apartheid South Africa, we heard that campus police had pictures of women protesters on their lockers who were regularly the subject of sexual commentary. After law school, I was assigned to a ride along with a police officer in Los Angeles during research for a human rights report on police misconduct. He drove me to a deserted spot in Griffith Park where he brings his girlfriend, he said, and his questions began to take a distinctly personal turn as he moved closer. Here we go again, I thought, feeling powerless to stop what I felt increasingly certain was about to happen, panic rising as I saw no escape or rescue in sight. Just as he put his hands on me, he got a call for a robbery in progress, and we careened through the streets of LA to respond, his adrenaline pumping, my relief palpable. These are stories I have never told, even as I spent the past 2 decades researching, documenting, agitating, advocating, litigating, and organizing around police violence against black women, women of color, and lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people of color. I recognize that I have been able to do this work from a place of privilege of skin color/passing privilege, cisgender privilege, educational privilege, global north privilege, and fluctuating economic privilege. 5 Simultaneously, I have been called to this work as a black woman, a survivor of police and interpersonal violence, a lesbian, an immigrant, albeit from Canada, and a woman living with invisible disabilities. My intention in writing this book is to amplify the experiences, voices, work, and perspectives of Indigenous women, black women, and women of color, not to take the place of or to supplant the voices of my darker-skinned sisters, my trans and gender non-conforming siblings, the indigenous peoples whose land I am complicit in settling, or immigrants who have been subject to much harsher enforcement of the nation's borders. I write as an act of love, of mourning, of honoring, of commemoration, of liberation, as a contribution to our shared struggles, wrestling with the meanings of blackness, privilege, solidarity, and co-struggling, of survivor and ally. Ironically, it was not my personal experiences that sparked my passion to shine light on women's experiences of policing. Like many black women and women of color, I had been engaged in struggles against racial profiling and police brutality for years, yet I had never seen my own experiences, or experiences of sexual violence by police, for that matter, as part of the conversation. My initial awareness of police violence against women of color came when I was 21, In the summer of 1990 during the Oka Crisis, a siege laid by the Canadian Army just outside Montreal against the Kanien'kehá:ka, referred to by settlers as Mohawk, community of Kanesatake, who were fighting to protect their ancestral lands and burial grounds from development into a golf course. As events unfolded, I learned with horror about verbal, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse by police and army officers against women leading blockades and fighting for their land throughout the siege. I later learned, from Andrea Smith's Conquest, Sexual Violence and American Indian Genocide, that women of Chicago's Women of All Red Nations were arrested as they attempted to videotape the crisis, held for 11 hours in a location covered with pornography, and denied access to the bathroom unless male officers could watch them. 6 My immediate response at the time was to join efforts to get food and supplies behind army lines to the community, and to join the camp acting as a human shield. Outside the perimeter and bearing witness to those trapped inside by tanks, soldiers armed to the teeth, and choppers flying incessantly overhead. These events rammed home for me, a settler who grew up just across the river from Kanesatake, on what is clearly also Kanien'kehá:ka land, the continuing violence of colonialism and the central role of police and military violence against Native women and their communities in maintenance of the settler state. This reality was again laid bare as I was completing this book, as police repeatedly attacked Native women on the front lines of the struggle to stop the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline on unceded land of the Standing Rock Lakota, a pipeline that would destroy ancestral burial grounds and potentially contaminate the water supply of the Standing Rock Sioux Nation and millions beyond. Native women water protectors, including a 17-year-old pregnant woman and a 78-year-old elder, were repeatedly subjected to pepper spray, batons, water cannons, concussion grenades, long-range acoustic devices, LRADs, dogs, fists, and tasers by police, private security personnel, and the National Guard with tanks and riot gear. They were singled out for arrest on the front lines, and subjected to humiliating strip searches during which they were forced to bend over and expose themselves, cough, and jump up and down, held in dog kennels, and denied water, food, and medication while in police custody. 7 On November 20, 2016, a Morton County Sheriff's officer intentionally shot Vanessa Dundon, a Dine Warrior woman, in the eye with a tear gas canister, causing her to suffer a number of injuries, including a detached retina. See photo insert. Vanessa, also known as Susie, is unlikely to regain full sight in that eye. She later said of the incident, They knew they were directing that towards my head. There were 7 other women, including a 13-year-old girl, that got shots to the head that night. They were just picking on the women. Later that night, authorities turned water hoses on others in the area, as temperatures hovered in the mid-20s. 8 The water protectors at Standing Rock are not alone. State violence against indigenous land defenders is an everyday occurrence across the United States. 1 year after the Oka crisis of 1990, I watched in horror as the video of Los Angeles Police Department officers beating Rodney King filled my television screen, and the following year, when the officers responsible were acquitted, I took to the streets with the thousands whose outrage I shared. But it was not until 1993, when I first learned of the late-night street corner strip search of a Jamaican woman named Audrey Smith, that I embarked on a mission to document women's experiences of policing and bring them to the center of movements for police accountability. I read, horrified, about how 2 Toronto Police Service officers approached Audrey, who was visiting relatives in Toronto where I was living at the time, as she stood on a busy corner late one night. They demanded to know her name and where she was hiding the drugs. Shocked, she told them she had no drugs and asked why they thought she did. They told her she looked like a drug dealer and proceeded to strip search her right there on the street, in full view of protesting passers-by. The officers found no drugs. The Special Investigations Unit found no wrongdoing. Later, I learned the name of Sophia Cook, a 23-year-old black Jamaican single mother who one day in October of 1989 had caught a ride after missing her bus in a car that was subsequently alleged to be stolen. A Toronto police officer shot her in the back while she was sitting, seatbelt on, unarmed, in the passenger seat. She was paralyzed by her injury. The officer responsible was charged with careless use of a firearm but was acquitted. Both of these women, Jamaican like my mother, could have been my sister, aunt, or cousin. Yet, while many of the black women and women of color I knew recognized all of these incidents as police violence, the rest of the world spoke only of Rodney King. Police and military violence against indigenous women and black women, as well as sexual violence by police, remained invisible. In 1997, I was serving on the board of directors of Nelly's, a shelter for homeless women and survivors of violence in Toronto, when I was asked to join an advisory board of anti-violence advocates who would guide the City of Toronto's auditor in a review of the police department's responses to sexual assault. The audit had been ordered as part of the settlement of a suit brought by a woman known as Jane Doe, who essentially had been used as bait by police to catch a serial rapist. 9 As we reached out to sexual assault survivors to better understand their experiences of police responses to sexual assault, another story began to surface, one of police as perpetrators of sexual assault, whether through strip searches, such as the one Audrey Smith was subjected to, extortion of sexual services from women engaged in the sex trades, or rape or sexual assault using the power of the badge. In the end, it was stories of the women who came forward and the reality that very few people were paying attention to them, much less expanding their analysis of policing issues to make room for their realities that drove what has become a lifelong journey. Since then I have been moved to search out and unearth the largely invisible experiences of profiling, police brutality, and criminalization of black women and women of color and, later, LGBTQ people of color, and to insert them into debates about racial profiling, police brutality, criminalization, and mass incarceration, as well as discussions about violence against women and LGBTQ people. The journey to this moment and to this book has been a long one, collectively and personally. Over the past 2 decades, I have done this work in many capacities, primarily as a researcher, writer, litigator, and policy advocate, supporting organizing efforts behind the scenes with fact sheets, legal information, legislative analysis, legal observation at protests, criminal defense for protesters, and continuing support for community cop watch teams. Until 2009, the vast majority of my work on policing of women of color was unpaid, a labor of love and struggle. For much of that time, Insight both housed and deeply informed my evolving analysis. My tenure on Insight's national collective culminated in the release of the Insight Law Enforcement Violence Against Women of Color and Transgender People of Color, Organizers Resource and Toolkit at the Critical Resistance 10th Anniversary Conference in 2008. In the years following 9/11, when domestic discourse on policing was deeply suppressed, I engaged in international advocacy before the United Nations, co-authoring In the Shadows of the War on Terror, Persistent Police Brutality and Abuse in the United States, a report endorsed by more than 100 national, state, and grassroots organizations working toward police accountability, for racial justice, and against gender-based violence. My research and writing has also focused on the experiences of queer and trans people of color, both as an expert consultant and co-author of Amnesty International's 2005 report Stonewalled, Police Abuse and Misconduct Against LGBT People in the United States, and as co-author of Queer, in Justice, the Criminalization of LGBT People in the United States. In 2015, I co-authored, with Kimberly Crenshaw, the African American Policy Forum report Say Her Name, Resisting Police Brutality Against Black Women. Ultimately, Invisible No More is the culmination of this life's work, drawing deeply on the work of many black women, indigenous women, and women of color who came before me, and of the survivors, organizers, and visionaries I have had the privilege of learning from and struggling alongside. In July 2015, the dashcam video of the stop and verbal and physical abuse of Sandra Bland, coupled with lingering questions about her death in police custody, catapulted one black woman's experience of profiling and police brutality into national headlines and public consciousness, at the height of a summer of protest against police violence across the country. Doubtless there are many reasons Sandra's story gained national traction when so many other women's had not. Prior to her death, she recorded a series of Facebook videos, Sandy Speaks, in which she talked about white privilege, racial profiling, police brutality, in particular the killing of Walter Scott, and our responsibility to resist. Sandra was a member of a black sorority, leading her story to be lifted up by a powerful network of organizations that have historically played a pivotal role in civil rights struggles. In many ways, Sandra Bland came to stand for every black woman who has ever changed lanes without using a turn signal, expressed frustration at getting a traffic ticket, or experienced depression so much so that the hashtag Ifidi ein Policecustody, under which black women of all backgrounds expressed their fears of, and resistance to, sharing Bland's fate, trended on social media. For all these reasons and more, Sandra Bland's name and story became an integral part of the broader movement challenging racial profiling and police violence sparked by the August 2014 killing of Michael Brown by Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson. But she is not alone. Sandra's traffic stop was not an isolated incident, an unusual case of driving while black that happened to snag a black woman instead of the usual, male target. Racial profiling studies analyzing the experiences of women of color separately from those of men of color conclude that there is an identical pattern of racial disparities in police stops for both men and women. 10 In New York City, one of the jurisdictions with the most extensive data collection, racial disparities in stops and arrests among women are the same as they are among men. 11 The year before Brown was killed, black women in Ferguson were subjected to traffic stops more frequently than any other category of motorist. 12 They also reported similar experiences of arrest and police violence as black men. 13 Black women are not immune to the perceptions of black people that drive these policing practices. In June 2015, just a month before Sandra Bland was stopped in Plainview, Texas, elementary school teacher Breanne King was pulled over 400 miles south in Austin. Dashcam video shows officers repeatedly throwing Breanne to the ground and then onto the hood of their patrol car, see photo insert. Although she was stopped for speeding, the officers justified their behavior by saying they believed she might have a weapon, she was unarmed, and claiming that she had an uncooperative attitude. Illustrating what really drove the abuse, one of the officers later told Breanne as she sat in the back of the police car on the way to the precinct that people are afraid of black people because of their violent tendencies. As evidenced by Breanne's experience, such perceptions drive officers' interactions with black women as much as they do those with black men. 14 Indeed, black women, and their responses to white male authority, have been policed in brutal and deadly ways ever since the formation of slave patrols in the mid-18th century, which were among the first police departments in the United States. The war on drugs is the context in which black women's experiences of policing have been most widely discussed. For instance, racial profiling and unlawful strip and cavity searches of black women at airports were the subject of a well-known 2000 study by the General Accounting Office. 15 Yet this was just the tip of the iceberg. Pervasive profiling of women of color as drug users, couriers, and purveyors persists and extends into highways, streets, and communities across the country. 16 It's also well known that enforcement of drug laws has driven an 800% increase in the population of predominantly black, indigenous, and Latinx women in U.S. prisons since the 1980s. 17 Yet existing research, discourse, and debate about women's experiences of the criminal legal system have primarily focused on the impacts of mandatory minimum sentences imposed in the war on drugs, the criminalization of drug use among pregnant women, and women's gendered experiences of prison, from sexual assault to shackled childbirth. Strikingly, the police interactions that kick off the chain reactions that land women in court to face a stiff drug sentence, or in prison to be raped, or to give birth in chains have garnered very little attention, erased within broader discourses surrounding the drug war, racial profiling, police violence, and mass incarceration. Invisible no more seeks to undo this erasure, to deepen, broaden, and provide context to the discussion of Black women's experiences of policing and criminalization, to expand the frame to bring the experiences of Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and Amamsa women into view, and to illuminate the historic and present-day role of policing of gender and sexuality in the criminalization of communities of color. It begins with and centers the experiences of Black women, because that is the community I am a part of, and to contribute to the current conversation and movements challenging anti-Black racism, state violence, and Black liberation. It also highlights the experiences of my Indigenous sisters and Two-Spirit siblings as an act of solidarity and accountability for my complicity in the continuing colonization of this land. 18 Although this book touches on experiences of non-Black and non-Indigenous women of color, it offers a limited examination of the unique historical and present-day contexts informing the experiences of distinct groups of women of color. While emphatically inclusive of transgender women in the discussion of women's experiences of policing, it does not fully address the experiences of transgender men and gender non-conforming people of color, many of whom are read as feminine by law enforcement officers. Trans men's experiences of policing are largely absent from both mainstream discourses of police violence focused on men, and from efforts to lift up the experiences of women trans and non-trans in broader debates around policing. This book attempts to strike a balance between addressing these realities and respecting the gender self-determination of trans men by not attempting to shoehorn their experiences into a discussion explicitly focused on women, taking full responsibility for the resultant contribution to the invisibility of trans men's experiences of policing and reification of the gender binary. These and other areas require more attention, research, and organizing. This is by no means intended to be a definitive, exhaustive, or comprehensive treatment of the issue of police violence against women and gender non-conforming people, but simply one of many to be written. The term woman of color is inclusive of Black women and Indigenous women, yet I also speak of Black women, Indigenous women, and other racialized women separately in an effort to avoid erasing or sublimating anti-Black racism, the unique relationship of Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people to this land and its colonizing forces, or the unique historical relations of each group of immigrants to the U.S. nation-state. 19 When using women of color, I do so in the hopes of gesturing toward common ground and sites of shared struggle, while simultaneously honoring difference. For instance, the same month Sandra Bland died in police custody, Sarah Lee Circle-Bear, a 24-year-old Indigenous mother of two, also died in police custody hundreds of miles north of Plainview, Texas, in South Dakota. Although the trajectories that brought the two women into contact with police were strikingly different, as were the stated reasons for their deaths, both women were casualties of a criminal legal system that responds to minor traffic infractions by locking people behind bars, and then exhibits, at best, callous indifference to their well-being. In the end, both deaths were the product of coming into contact with police in the first place, and of the subsequent denial of the women's humanity and medical needs while in police custody. In Sandra Bland's case, officials denied her medication and lied about performing required regular welfare checks at 15-minute intervals. In Sarah Lee Circle-Bear's case, her complaints of excruciating pain were met with demands that she quit complaining. In both cases, the women were dehumanized by their jailers, their pain ignored, their lives treated as if they were of no value. For Bland and Circle-Bear, death came inside a cell. However, Invisible No More focuses primarily on the police encounters that brought them and other women to those cells, stopping short for the most part of tackling the violence visited on Black and Indigenous women and women of color in jails, courts, and prisons, as well as when they are on probation and parole, which has been the subject of greater inquiry and discussion. Constraints of time and space also preclude an in-depth examination of other forms of state violence, including economic, reproductive, and environmental violence, although, where possible, their intersections with police violence are explored. Nevertheless, Invisible No More takes a broad approach to policing, exploring the widespread, systemic, and structural nature of police violence against Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color by local, state, and federal law enforcement agents, including immigration enforcement and customs and border patrol, school resource officers, and private security officers nationwide, throughout the country's history. In Chapter 1, we begin at the beginning with the notion that physical, sexual, cultural, and spiritual violence against indigenous women and gender nonconforming people at the hands of military authorities and law enforcement agents, and the control of their movements on and off reservations, is a central mechanism of the continuing colonization of this land. The slave trade, plantation justice, and the evolution of slave patrols produced brutal violence against women of African descent, as well as continuing police violence and violation of black women through the Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and civil rights eras to the present. Through successive waves of migration, the borders of the settler state have been enforced on the bodies of Asian, Latinx, Amamsa, and African immigrant women through exclusion and physical and sexual violence. Laws and policing practices evolved to explicitly police the lines of gender and gender identity and to control women's behavior, sexuality, and agency. Such practices include the enforcement of sumptuary laws, designed to control gender expression, and common night walker laws, used to control women's movements and sexual transactions. Simultaneously, deeply entrenched controlling narratives, archetypal stories shaping how the actions and existence of indigenous women, black women, and women of color are perceived evolved in service to colonization, slavery, and the establishment and enforcement of the nation's borders, and continue to operate in everyday police interactions. Shifting to the present, Chapter 2 examines current policing paradigms such as the war on drugs, broken windows policing, the aggressive enforcement of low-level offenses, immigration enforcement, and the war on terror through the lens of women's experiences, both bolstering and expanding the case against them. Chapter 3 uncovers the role of police in driving the push-out of young black women, indigenous women, and women of color from public schools and public spaces, deepening our understanding of the school-to-prison pipeline and the surveillance, abuse, and criminalization of young people. Chapter 4 focuses on police interactions with people with mental and physical disabilities, which frequently prove deadly, and explores the ways in which, as theorized by law professor Camille Nelson, disability is racialized and race is destabilized in these encounters. Expanding our analysis of policing along the axis of gender and sexuality brings into view gender-specific forms of police abuse such as sexual harassment, assault, and rape by law enforcement agents, which are explored in Chapter 5. It also elucidates the continuing role police play in enforcing the gender binary in day-to-day police interactions taking place within the broader context of policing race and poverty, as discussed in Chapter 6. Additionally, it illuminates gender-specific contexts of policing, such as policing of prostitution, covered in Chapter 7. In this context, images of the monstrous and licentious Jezebel, the drunk and promiscuous native woman, the hot-blooded Latinx, and the highly sexualized and degraded Asian woman elaborated in service of the establishment and maintenance of the settler state, chattel slavery, and national borders continue to produce surveillance and punishment by police as enforcers of white supremacy disguised as morality. Often invisible forms of police violence against, and criminalization of, pregnant and parenting women are described in Chapter 8, highlighting a central contradiction: police officers commit violence against mothers of color with impunity, while simultaneously criminalizing them for the slightest actual or perceived harm to their fetus or child. 20 The harmful consequences for women of color of reliance on police to respond to domestic violence and sexual assault are discussed in Chapter 9. These gender-specific forms and sites of police violence are neither anomalies nor aberrations. They are central weapons in the arsenal of police brutality, integral to systems of policing and instrumental to establishing and maintaining structures of power along axes of race, gender, sexuality, class, and nation. Expanding our understanding of the forms and contexts of police violence experienced by women and gender nonconforming people of color enables us to better understand the full shape and reach of state violence in ways essential to countering it. Additionally, confronting systemic violence against women of color at the hands of a system that so frequently justifies its existence by taking on the mantle of protecting women also brings racial profiling and police violence against women of color squarely and directly within the frame of movements against gender and sexuality-based violence. In so doing, it calls into question our approaches to violence and safety, and demands that we radically reimagine them. There is a great deal of violence of all kinds described in the pages that follow. I have struggled, both in writing this book and whenever I speak about these issues, with striking a balance between countering the invisibility of police interactions with women of color and the violence they reflect, but not reproducing it. I attempt to include enough information to incontrovertibly undo the illusion of these experiences, emphatically assert their systemic nature, illustrate the many forms they take, and push through erasure and silencing to affirmatively insert women's stories into a conversation they keep sliding out of because its narrative paths have been so well worn around them. In a tradition of radical honesty, I seek to honor our truths by showing the full range, breadth, and depth of our experiences, without euphemizing or sugarcoating them. At the same time, I strive to avoid reproducing and normalizing violations through what essentially amounts to a parade of Black, Indigenous, and other death and a pornography of abuse. I have not always gotten it right, and I continue to grapple with how to speak these truths in the least harmful and most generative and honoring ways. Where possible, given how little information is available about these cases and the women at their center, I have made every effort to breathe life into women's stories beyond the moment of their violation, using their own words or those of their loved ones. Each chapter, and the book itself, concludes by exploring what's next, beyond simply including the names and stories of women in the roll call of victims of police violence. Invisible No More not only gathers what we know about police violence against women of color, it also tells the story of a movement that has been building for decades, largely in the shadows of mainstream movements for racial justice and police accountability, and only recently gaining visibility. This evolution is chronicled in the conclusion. Angela Y. Davis, whose visionary theorizing and praxis drive and inform so much of this work, squarely places these movements in their historical context in her foreword. Mariame Kaba, director of Project NIA and a long-standing and visionary activist against state violence against women of color, and Charlene Carruthers, the national director of Black Youth Project 100, an organization that has played a leadership role in grassroots organizing around Black women's experiences of policing, shine a light on the way forward in their foreword and afterword, respectively. It is not only the experiences of women of color with racial profiling and police violence that must be invisible no more but also our long-standing resistance. This book is ultimately a celebration of the roles that Indigenous women, Black women, and women of color have played in movements to resist racial profiling and police violence against communities of color, and in challenging anti-violence movements' investment in criminal legal systems to demand safety on our terms. At the same time, Invisible No More interrogates dynamics that have contributed to the erasure of our experiences of police violence in spite of our leadership in both movements. It confronts the reality that existing resistance and accountability measures are not designed to detect or address gender-specific forms of law enforcement violence, and explores how placing Black women and women of color at the center of the conversation shifts demands, analysis, and approaches. Thanks in large part to the invisible labor, radical imaginations, and creative doggedness of Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color-led movements, as we approached the end of 2016 we found ourselves at a crossroads in our nation's approach to policing, safety, and the criminal legal system. In 2017, the terrain shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, as we continue to challenge and resist police violence and mass incarceration under an explicitly more violent regime, and to grapple with visions of safety in the context of this latest iteration of the long history of white supremacy in the United States, the stories of Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color deserve to be at the center of the conversation. As we contemplate the future, there are a number of questions we must ask ourselves, particularly as we enter a period of heightened policing, immigration enforcement, surveillance and militarization, in which manifestations of anti-black racism, the targeting and exclusion of Muslim and Latinx immigrants, and violations of the sovereignty and spirituality of indigenous peoples are dramatically increasing. How does centering women's experiences of racial profiling and police violence shape, shift, and expand our understanding of the operation of white supremacy? How does it inform our understanding of gender-based violence and its relationship to state violence? How does it fuel our struggles for reproductive justice? What does it mean for the organizing strategies we employ and the systemic changes we pursue? What are the meanings of and requirements for sanctuary and safety for Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color? Perhaps the greatest challenge of all lies in asking how our reliance on police, prosecution, and prison to prevent and respond to violence has contributed to the experiences of police violence described in these pages, and what it would mean to build structures and strategies beyond police that will produce genuine safety for women of color, especially in hostile terrain. The road ahead is uncertain. But this book represents my commitment to my sisters and gender non-conforming siblings that our lives, our violations at the hands of police, and our experiences of punishment rather than protection will be invisible no more. As used throughout this book, the terms woman and women are emphatically inclusive of transgender women. The term Latinx, pronounced Latinx, is a gender-neutral alternative to Latino/A that moves beyond gender binaries to make room for the infinite possibilities of gender in a gendered language. The term gender identity is used to refer to a person's understanding of that person's own gender. The term gender expression is used to refer to the ways in which people represent or present gender identity to others, through clothing, hairstyles, or other characteristics. Throughout the book I use women's first names in order to restore some of the humanity stolen from them in accounts of violence perpetrated against them, intending the utmost care and respect. Chapter 1. Enduring Legacies. The history I learned in school rarely mentioned Indigenous women's experiences of colonial violence, Black women's encounters with slave patrols and Jim Crow policing, or immigrant women's experiences with policing at and beyond the border. These stories must be searched out between the lines of a historical record in which men are the main protagonists on all sides of the equation. Indigenous and Black feminist historians have made significant inroads in undermining this framework, highlighting the instrumental role of state-sponsored violence, particularly sexual violence, against women and gender non-conforming people through colonial genocide, chattel slavery, and the continuing enforcement of racially drawn boundaries of gender, sexuality, motherhood, and nation. I am not a historian, and what follows is by no means an exhaustive examination of this literature. Rather, it represents an initial effort to understand how policing has manifested with respect to women of color throughout U.S. history, and how persistent historical patterns and perceptions permeate present-day police interactions with Indigenous women, Black women, and women of color. Colonial violence. The earliest manifestations of policing in the United States took the form of military violence, as European colonizers seized and stole land by exterminating or relocating many of the 10 to 12 million indigenous inhabitants of this land. 1 Relatively little information exists about the specific experiences of Native women during the Indian Wars, but there is no doubt that colonization required the slaughter, rape, maiming, kidnapping, policing, and imprisonment of indigenous women, gender non-conforming people, and children alongside men, and that Native women and Two-Spirit people were central to indigenous resistance. 2. Colonial armies and settlers did not distinguish between male and female, nor even discriminate as to age in their genocidal practices. 3 Women and children were often taken as hostages and killed when resisting indigenous peoples refused to meet settlers' demands. As Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz describes in An Indigenous People's History of the United States, in the beginning, Anglo settlers organized irregular units to brutally attack and destroy unarmed indigenous women, children, and old people using unlimited violence in unrelenting attacks aimed at displacing and removing indigenous peoples from their lands. Far from the peaceful image portrayed in depictions of Thanksgiving, Puritans waged a hideous war of annihilation against the Pequot people for their territory in Connecticut, routinely entering indigenous villages, killing women and children or taking them hostage. As the Continental Congress met to draft the Declaration of Independence proclaiming all men to be equal, Rangers, members of settler militias roused to take and defend land for settler armies, tortured, killed, and scalped women and children of the Delaware and Cherokee nations, sparing no one in their blood-drenched raids on indigenous villages. State-sponsored and condoned violence against indigenous women by militias continued well into the next century. In 1864, 105 captive Cheyenne and Arapaho women and children at the Sand Creek Military Reservation in southeast Colorado were massacred by Colorado volunteers, who then butchered, scalped, and mutilated the corpses, decorating their weapons and caps with body parts, fetuses, penises, breasts, and vulvas. For according to Native Studies scholars Andrea Smith and Luana Ross, the history of mutilation of Indian bodies, both living and dead, makes it clear to Indian people that they are not entitled to bodily integrity. Desecration was an attempt not only to defeat Indian people, but also to eradicate their very identity and humanity. To transform Indian people from human beings into tobacco pouches, bridle reins, or souvenirs, an object for the consumption of white people. 5 militias engaged in such war crimes had the full endorsement of the state, and throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, the murder of indigenous people, deemed subhuman bucks and squaws, was not a crime at law. 6. Regular army forces committed similar atrocities. For instance, George Armstrong Custer, the infamous commander of the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, waged an attack in November 1868 on the Washita Reservation, in what is now known as Oklahoma, murdering more than 100 Cheyenne women and children, whose bodies were also mutilated for goulash trophies. 12 years later, the 7th Cavalry struck again, this time at Wounded Knee, attacking a group of 350 surrendering Lakota, including 230 women and children, and slaughtering 300.8. These are but a few explicit mentions of indigenous women's experiences of colonial violence in the historical record, no doubt representing just a fraction of the instances in which women were among those slaughtered, maimed, and tortured in the name of establishing the United States on stolen land. Even though there were no doubt myriad moments of individual and collective resistance by indigenous women throughout U.S. history, few were recorded. Among the few that were was one instance in which the last person captured in a battle against indigenous resistors was described by conquistador Nuno de Guzman as a man in the habit of a woman and as having fought most courageously. 9. Another involved Lawson, a member of the Mescalero Apache Nation, who accompanied her brother into battle against the U.S. Army. He described her as strong as a man, braver than most, and cunning in strategy. Lawson is a shield to her people. 10. Many more stories of indigenous women's resistance to colonial violence remain to be uncovered. As Andrea Smith argues in Conquest, issues of colonial, race, and gender oppression cannot be separated, and sexual violence is an instrumental tool of colonization. 11. Sexual violations of Native women during massacres not only signified that both the land and the bodies of indigenous women were invadable, they also represented efforts to control Native women's sexuality and prevent Native women from continuing to reproduce indigenous people designated for extermination. 12. Such violations were not limited to the battlefield. In 18th-century California, priests often complained that soldiers seduced and raped neophyte women at missions. 13. Along the Trail of Tears, the forced relocation of the Cherokee Nation to Oklahoma in the 1830s, soldiers similarly targeted Cherokee women for sexual violence. 14. Another historian notes, in 1856, the San Francisco Bulletin carried a story of a reserve where some of the agents, and nearly all of the employees, were daily and nightly kidnapping the younger portion of the females, for the vilest purposes. 15. Criminologist Cindy Banks describes interactions between Alaska Natives and missionaries and government officers. For the military, the civilizing mission was often treated as an opportunity to promote alcohol abuse among the natives, sexually exploit Native women, and practice immorality and depravity. Thus, while the administration and the army officially attacked Native customs they deemed depraved and uncivilized, they permitted Native women to be preyed upon, abused, and vilified. 16. the construction of gender hierarchies, and their violent, sexualized enforcement, was also instrumental to the colonization of this continent. 17 Andrea Smith, citing two-spirit scholar Paula Gunn Allen, submits that violent imposition of a binary gender system was essential to establishment of the U.S. nation-state on indigenous land, rather than a mere side effect of the importation, imposition, and evolution of European cultures and moralities. Rigid and immutable gender categories were required to establish the hierarchies necessary to colonial logics. 18 Sociologist Maria Lugones points out that, much like the invention of the concept of race was central to colonialism, creating an entrenched and seemingly intractable axis of domination, gender, far from being biologically determined, is constituted by and constituting of colonial relations of power, establishing binarily opposed and hierarchical social categories. 19. Colonialism thus established and enforced a binary, oppositional, and hierarchical gender system, dividing people into two rigidly defined genders, privileging one over the other, and engaging in deeply gendered violence to punish any digression. 20. It also created persistent notions of white femininity and masculinity, which in turn were based on and required oppositional narratives of Black, Native, Latinx, and Asian masculinities and femininities. Only white women could access true womanhood, characterized by piousness, purity, submissiveness, and domesticity. 21. Conversely, women of color were denied access to these same perceptions and privileges. 22. Simultaneously, as we described in greater detail in Queer, in Justice, colonizers projected deviant sexualities onto indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, and immigrants of color as a tool of dehumanization, effectively criminalizing and condemning entire populations on the basis of actual or perceived deviation from normative sexualities. As Andrea Smith puts it, the U.S. empire has always been reified by enforced heterosexuality and binary gender systems. 23. Policing and punishment of perceived sexual and gender deviance among indigenous peoples was often explicit and harsh. Deborah Miranda describes Spanish conquistadors' practice of literally throwing gender and sexually nonconforming indigenous people to their hunting dogs as part of what she terms gendercide, the intentional eradication of anyone who departed from European conventions of gender and sexuality, and a tool to terrorize entire indigenous populations. 24. Through corporal punishment and regendering practices at state-sponsored missions, churches played an active role in punishing actual or perceived gender and sexual nonconformity among indigenous peoples well into the early 20th century. 25. In the early 19th century, the U.S. government created additional locations of gender-based violence by mandating forced attendance for Native youth at state-run or state-sponsored residential schools aimed at assimilation. Mothers who tried to resist their children's kidnapping were subjected to violence, first at the hands of soldiers and later at the hands of Indian agents and police. 26. The theft of Native children by child welfare authorities was similarly often achieved through police violence, specifically against indigenous women. 27. Over time, policing of indigenous peoples shifted from armies and militias to regular police forces with the explicit goal of targeting indigenous people. For instance, the St. Louis, Missouri, police force was founded in 1808 to protect residents from Native Americans. 28. In the 19th century, special regulations to control the movements of Native people off reservations, including a pass system, were implemented. 29. Laws specifically targeting alleged vagrancy among Native people allowed police to arrest any Indian found loitering or strolling about to be hired out to the highest bidder for up to 4 months. 30. Over time, writes Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, Natives joined African Americans, Mexican Americans, and Chinese immigrants as targets of individual racial discrimination between the end of the Reconstruction in the South in the 1880s to the mid-20th century. The virulent and organized racism of the 1920s spilled over to other peoples of darker hue. 31. The ongoing operation of the confluence of these forces, which Luana Ross describes as neocolonial racism, shapes present-day policing of indigenous women and two-spirit people. 32. Dunbar Ortiz elaborates that for indigenous women, presumed absence or invisibility is the norm. In order to render invisible the continuing colonial violence required to establish and sustain the United States, indigenous peoples must simply tragically disappear in our collective imaginations. Under this logic, the continued presence of indigenous peoples is an inherent breach of the natural order of things, a dirty and unwanted blemish on the otherwise pristine fiction of this country's history. 33 Through the myth of absence, native women have been reduced to the depraved squaw or the Indian princess. The princess is noble, virginal, the squaw is savage, whorish. 34 The princess has vanished, and the squaw is to be punished. Any indigenous people who remain are framed as savage, divested of any pretense of nobility, deviant, irresponsible, backward, and in need of civilization. 35 As a result, in the late 19th century, all indigenous individuals and groups living outside designated federal reservations were deemed fomenters of disturbance by the U.S. War Department. 36 The imperative to disappear thus creates the context for violence against indigenous women, producing controlling narratives framing them as inherently dangerous and violent, heartless, promiscuous, unclean, drunk, and disorderly, inherently rapeable, incapable of feeling pain, and irresponsible. 37 As Salish sociologist Luana Ross writes, good Indians, the silent ones, know their place, winky face, bad Indians are shiftless, savage, drunk, immoral, dumb, criminal. 38 Such logics inform the perception of threat and complete disregard for the lives of Native women in police interactions and in custody, slavery and beyond. African-descended women have been subject to and have resisted brutality by state-sponsored police forces and state-condoned extra-legal violence throughout American history. In Ain't I a Woman, Black Women and Feminism, Bell Hooks describes rape as a common form of torture in the Middle Passage, the horrific conditions under which enslaved women gave birth on slave ships, and slavers' torture and ridicule of enslaved mothers through abuse of their children. 39 African women who resisted being stripped naked for branding were subjected to torturous punishments, and those who engaged in more sustained overt forms of resistance were even more severely punished. For instance, one woman who incited a mutiny on board a slave ship was hung by her thumbs, whipped and slashed with knives by the ship's captain until she died. 40 Once on U.S. soil, African women were subject to a system of plantation justice. According to the historian David Baker, slave law enforcement mostly took place on plantations since it was relatively expensive and time-consuming to prosecute slaves publicly. Planters often branded, stabbed, tarred, and feathered, burned, shackled, tortured, maimed, mutilated, crippled, whipped, hanged, beat and castrated slaves. 41 Additionally, in most southern states, slave codes were enacted to strictly control the movements and behaviors of the enslaved population in an effort to prevent rebellion. They permitted any white to punish a slave who stepped out of line, without fear of criminal sanction. 42 William Craft, who escaped slavery with his wife, Ellen, in 1848, wrote, "The lowest villain in the county, should he be a white man, has the legal power to arrest, and question, in the most inquisitorial and insulting manner, any colored person, male or female, that he may find at large, particularly at night and on Sundays, without a written pass, signed by the master or someone in authority, or stamped free papers, certifying that the person is the rightful owner of himself." 43 In the 1930s, the Federal Writers Project of the Works Progress Administration gathered more than 2,300 first-person accounts from people born into slavery. Many of these accounts were replete with references to plantation-based policing of enslaved African women and girls. Elizabeth Sparks, a formerly enslaved woman, recounted that slave owners beat women just like men. 44 Linda Brandt tells of her mother, who worked as a cook, being whipped or having her cooking forced down her throat when their master, or even their master's dog, didn't like it. 45 Elizabeth Keckley witnessed her mother's beating at her master's hands for grieving the loss of her son, who had been sold away. 46 Often, punishment came for no reason at all. 47 Annie Hawkins describes their slaveholder beating her grandmother to death for no particular reason. 48 Enslaved African women perceived to be resisting in any fashion were summarily and brutally punished. For instance, Elizabeth Keckley's mistress hired the local schoolmaster to subdue what he called her stubborn pride through sexual violence. 49 Sylvia Dubois describes severe floggings from one of her slave holders for being a little obstinate, 50, and being severely whipped on numerous other occasions for being saucy. 51. Enslaved women also experienced unique forms of plantation justice. For instance, the modesty afforded white women was denied to African-descended women, who were routinely stripped naked when at auction or as part of punishment. 52 Additionally, as historian Gerda Lerner notes, in general, the lot of black women under slavery was in every respect more arduous, difficult, and restricted than that of the men. Their work and duties were the same as that of the men, while childbearing and rearing fell upon them as an added burden. Punishment was meted out to them regardless of motherhood, pregnancy, or physical infirmity. Their affection for their children was used as a deliberate means of tying them to their masters. Additionally, the sexual exploitation and abuse of black women by white men was a routine practice. 53. Black women's motherhood in particular served as an instrument of punishment. One narrative of a formerly enslaved person provides a graphic image of the treatment of pregnant enslaved women. A woman who gives offense in the field, and is large in a family way, is compelled to lie down over a hole made to receive her corpulency, and is flogged with a whip or beat with a paddle, which has holes in it. At every stroke comes a blister. Overseer, Mr. Brooks, killed in this manner a girl named Mary. 54. Another account describes the treatment of nursing mothers. On the estate I am speaking of, those women who had sucking children suffered much from their breasts becoming full of milk, the infants being left at home. They therefore could not keep up with the other hands. I have seen the overseer beat them with rawhide, so that the blood and milk flew mingled from their breasts. 55 Linda Brandt recalls her mother being locked away from her nursing baby for a day as punishment. 56 And the threat of selling a child was a powerful instrument of punishment, employed against Linda herself to force her sexual submission to her master. 57. Angela Y. Davis emphasizes that sexual abuse of black women during slavery was a systemic instrument of repression. Slavery relied as much on routine sexual abuse as it relied on the whip and the lash. Excessive sex urges, whether they existed among individual white men or not, had nothing to do with this virtual institutionalization of rape. Sexual coercion was, rather, an essential dimension of the social relations between slave master and slave. In other words, the right claimed by slave owners and their agents over the bodies of female slaves was a direct expression of their presumed property rights over black people as a whole. 58. Accordingly, the rape of a black woman was not a crime under most slave codes. 59 Or at common law. 60 Linda Brandt recounts her experience of sexual abuse by her slaveholder within this legal context. He told me I was his property, that I must be subject to his will in all things. No matter whether the slave girl be as black as ebony or as fair as her mistress, in either case there is no shadow of law to protect her from insult, violence, or even from death. The mistress, who ought to protect the helpless victim, has no other feelings towards her but those of jealousy and rage. 61. At the same time, black women's exercise of sexual and emotional autonomy were heavily policed. For instance, Mary Prince describes being horsewhipped for intending to marry a freedman. Linda Brandt was beaten and abused by her slaveholder for meeting her lover, a free man, in a public street. 62. By the mid-18th century, all Southern states had enacted statutes expressly establishing slave patrols, which were among the first state-sponsored police forces in the United States. 63 The new police were given power to break into black people's homes, punish enslaved people or runaways, whip enslaved people who challenged their authority, and apprehend any enslaved person suspected of a crime. 64 Patrol members, appointed by justices of the peace, were required to carry a pistol. While on duty and arrest all slaves found outside their master's domain without a pass, and were empowered to search for offensive weapons and fugitive slaves. 65 Lizzie Williams, a formerly enslaved woman, described, "De niggas hap to get a pass from massa or de missus if dey go anywhere. De paddy rollers jes like police. Bout dozen of dem ride long together. Fust thing dey say, war yo pass. Den if en yo have one day lets you go, but if en you don have one day strips yo to de waist and dey lambs yo good till de blood comes. 66. In addition to physical abuse, black women routinely experienced sexual violence at the hands of slave patrols, in the community and during searches of their homes. 67 Ida Henry described an assault by a slave patrol against his mother. The patrollers wouldn't allow the slave to hold night services, and one night they caught me mother out praying. They stripped her naked and tied her hands together and they pulled her up so that her toes could barely touch the ground and whipped her. 68. African-descended women resisted enslavement at every turn, from work slowdowns to arson to poisoning and killing those who would enslave them, to outright rebellions and active leadership in the movement to abolish slavery. 69. The end of chattel slavery did not bring an end to violations of black women. In fact, emancipation was characterized by violence and rape of black women, including those snatched up, robbed, and jailed by Union troops during the 1865 occupation of Richmond, Virginia. 70 During the Reconstruction era, black codes replaced slave codes. Like their predecessors, the black codes controlled the movements of formerly enslaved black people, severely restricted liberty in employment and conduct, and continued to empower state police forces and the white population at large to enforce them. Black codes in several states prohibited formerly enslaved African women employed as domestic workers from leaving their employer's property. Those who left their employment while under contract were arrested and returned. 71 Under Mississippi law, any free black woman over 18 years of age without lawful employment or business could be declared a vagrant and subject to a fine of up to $50 and imprisonment for up to 10 days. Those unable to pay would be hired out by the sheriff to anyone willing to pay the fine. 72 Historian Talitha Ellie Floweria attributes these provisions in part to planters' reaction to newly freed black women's decisions to withdraw their labor in order to care for their families. 73. According to historian Sarah Haley, police arrested hundreds of black women annually in Atlanta after the Civil War. 74 by 1888. Black women were 5.8 times more likely to be arrested than white women and were disproportionately charged with public quarreling and using profane language and drunk and disorderly conduct and occupying/keeping a house of ill repute. Black women were also arrested for vagrancy, though not as often as their male counterparts. Sometimes these charges actually referred to prostitution. In these ways, black women's perceived unruliness, propensity to fight, inability to control their children, and general vulgarity were policed as an infringement on their ability to perform their natural duties as washerwomen and domestic servants. Haley further theorizes that the sight of black women on the streets, in black neighborhoods, perhaps with their voices raised, was an assault on the model of a docile black woman in the white domestic sphere, and therefore subject to punishment. Records reveal that in Atlanta, in each year between 1893 and 1900, more black girls and young women between the ages of 15 and 20 were arrested than white boys and white girls in the same age group combined. In 1893, black women were 6.4 times as likely as white women and black girls 19 times as likely as white girls to be arrested. In comparison, black men were 1.4 times as likely to be arrested as white men, and black boys were 3 times as likely to be arrested as white boys. Haley describes one black girl's arrest during this period. 12-year-old Lucinda Stevens had recently lost her mother when, passing a rail yard in Atlanta, she picked up a few pieces of coal. She was immediately arrested by police and held in the city stockade, despite her father's petitions on her behalf. Before and after the black codes were struck down by the Civil Rights Act of 1866, black women were also subject to arrest for any actual or perceived transgression reported by their employers. 75 At times, black women supplemented their meager salaries by taking food, clothing, money, or other basic necessities. Police called by employers broadly interpreted theft to include taking leftover food scraps or using an employer's table and chair, interpretations that provided unmitigated support of whites' complete control over the lives of black women. 76 As a result, Ellie Floweria notes, larceny was the most prevalent offense committed by freed women in the post-emancipation South. 77 Upon conviction, the 13th Amendment allowed black women duly convicted of a crime to be subject to forced labor in state prison camps, on chain gangs, and in indentured servitude. 78 One woman employed as a Negro nurse in Atlanta described her employment situation as bad as, if not worse than, it was during the days of slavery, but the alternative arrest, jailing, and free labor on the state farm was even worse. 79 During this period, anxiety around Negro crime was constructed to promote and rationalize the mass incarceration of ex-slaves and their progeny after the Civil War. Late 19th century scientific racism framed black women, at best, as prostitutes and, at worst, as savage beasts or true monsters genetically inclined to barbaric acts of cruelty. 81 Newspapers promoted stories of crazy negresses prone to attacking white men, women, and children, acting in immoral, deranged, and atrocious ways, luring young white girls into sex work and stealing and brutally whipping blue-eyed white babies. In addition, more frequent allegations of black female deviance involved their inclination to kill their own children. 82 These images fueled the arrest, incarceration, and lynching of black women, and the constitution of black women as subjects outside of the protected category woman. 83 Moreover, within this framework, their excessive reproduction of nefarious black children was a threat, a divergence from their primary function, maintaining the white domestic sphere and the sanctity of the white home. 84 Accordingly, Haley concludes, beneath the vague charges was the goal of making them good domestics but dissociating them from femininity by presenting them as bad mothers and aggressive beings who were dangerous because they might produce more of their kind. 85 From the early 1900s to the late 1960s, Jim Crow segregation laws. 86 effectively replaced the slave codes and black codes. 87 In 1951, the Civil Rights Congress, an organization formed to challenge the House Un-American Activities Committee and to support unionizing workers in the South, filed a historic petition with the newly formed United Nations. It charged the United States with genocide against African Americans as a people under the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 88 The petition presented voluminous evidence of acts falling within the Convention's definition of genocide, gleaned from newspaper articles in the black press and from reports of civil rights groups, labor organizations, and occasional hearings by city, state, and federal government agencies. Even though the drafters of the petition limited themselves to incidents that occurred between January 1, 1945, and June 1951, the document is replete with examples of police brutality against black women. The petition describes how, in many cases, police officers abused black women for failure to display what they considered appropriate deference. For instance, when Mrs. Lena Fawcett inadvertently bumped into a policewoman on the streets of Jamaica, New York, the policewoman responded by beating her. Police officers were also called upon by whites to intervene in disputes with black women. In February 1947, Mrs. Billy Moten Holmes ordered her landlord from her home in Flint, Michigan. The landlord returned with a police officer, who served a summons on Mrs. Holmes, struck her in the face, and dragged her down a stairway to his police car. When Mrs. Lena Thomas got into an argument with a food checker at a supermarket in Harlem, the store manager called the police. They resolved the dispute by beating Mrs. Thomas. The incident prompted outrage in the predominantly black community, in response to which hundreds of police were rushed into the area. Mrs. Thomas sued the New York Police Department for $10,000 in damages. The petition also documented the brutal enforcement of anti-miscegenation laws. On May 4, 1950, Mrs. Charles Turner, the well-known owner of Mom's Restaurant in New York City, left her restaurant after closing with a very fair-complected Negro man. Police officers who noticed the couple beat Mrs. Turner, believing her companion to be white. As under the slave codes and black codes, police officers continued to serve as instruments of enforced employment. In 1946, Margaret de Graffenried, a mother of 4 children, joined other workers in striking against a North Carolina tobacco company for a wage of 65 cents an hour. She was brutally beaten by police and sentenced to 3 months on a road gang. Police officers also used their authority to sexually abuse black women on a regular basis. Danielle McGuire's groundbreaking At the Dark End of the Street, Black Women, Rape, and Resistance documents a number of cases. In 1945, a committee initially organized around a gang rape of Ritchie Taylor by a group of white men in Abbeville, Alabama, later issued a flyer announcing that 2 Negro girls were forced into a police car, taken for a ride in the country, and criminally assaulted by 2 uniformed policemen. In 1946, Nanny Strayhorn, a 32-year-old mother, accepted a ride home with 2 officers in Richmond, Virginia, who instead drove to an isolated area outside town and took turns raping her at gunpoint. 89. Even when police officers' sexual predations against black women came to light, they often went unpunished, based on the continued presumption that black women were unrapeable. For example, on August 3, 1945, in Memphis, Tennessee, 2 young Negro women were raped by uniformed police officers. They were waiting for a streetcar to take them home from work, when the officers took them into custody. They were then driven to an isolated spot where the officers raped them. The officers warned them that they would be killed if they reported the incident. A complaint to the chief of police from the mother of one of the young women brought the advice that she keep her mouth shut. The 2 officers were acquitted by an all-white jury. 90. Women who challenged Jim Crow segregation laws were singled out for particularly violent police abuse. In one case, documented in We Charge Genocide, from July 9, 1945, PFC Private First Class Helen Smith, PVT Private Tommy Smith, and PFC Georgia Boson, all members of the U.S. Women's Army Corps, were brutally beaten in the Elizabethtown, Kentucky bus terminal for sitting in the white section when the colored section was full. They were certainly not alone. 91. According to Danielle McGuire, there were plenty of stories about black women who had been arrested and beaten by policemen after protesting mistreatment on buses. For instance, one day in 1942 in Montgomery, Alabama, 13 years before Rosa Parks's legendary stand on the same bus route, Ellery Jones refused to give up her seat to a white man on a segregated bus. 2 police officers pulled her out of her seat at the behest of a bus driver, who said, "I'm going to teach you to do what the white man tells you to do." The officers twisted her arms until she screamed, threatened to kill her when she resisted, and then beat her with a pipe behind City Hall until she was unable to get up, kicked her as she attempted to do so, slammed her head into a brick wall, and then picked her up off the ground by the hair and threw her in a jail cell. She was charged with suspicion. After spending the day reading about Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth, 15-year-old Claudette Colvin protested when ordered to give up her seat on the bus, citing a finer point of law that allowed her to keep it. The arresting officer, calling her that thing and black whore, yanked her out of her seat and kicked her down the aisle as she sobbed in protest. When one of the officers summoned to the scene joked about her breasts and bra size, Claudette said, "I was afraid they might rape me." 92. As resistance grew, so did police violence against black women. On Bloody Sunday, during the historic march from Selma to Montgomery, images of policemen clubbing women as they struggled to stand and mounted officers flattening children sent a powerful message about the brutality of Jim Crow. 93. Police also engaged in harassment of women civil rights activists, such as following women who cooked for Montgomery bus boycott participants and giving them traffic tickets, and pouring acid on boycott mastermind and leader Joanne Robinson's car. Additionally, sexual violence continued to be wielded by police against black women protesters. Angela Y. Davis cites reports from civil rights organizers that Southern white policemen raped black women activists arrested during the civil rights struggle. 94. And Danielle McGuire chronicles efforts by Dorothy Height, the National Council of Negro Women, and the Delta Sigma Theta sorority to document and organize around rape, sexual abuse, and assaults of female freedom fighters in southern jails. 95 Fannie Lou Hamer and several other women were severely beaten and sexually assaulted while under arrest for daring to defy Jim Crow laws and customs. See arrest photo in insert. One officer yelled at Fannie Lou, "You bitch, we going to make you wish you was dead," as others beat her, felt under her clothes, and pulled her dress over her head, leaving her naked in front of 5 men. June Johnson, a 16-year-old arrested with Fannie Lou, was also brutally beaten and stripped naked. Even though Fannie Lou told her story on national television during the 1964 Democratic National Convention, the sexual nature of police violence against black women in the civil rights movement has largely been erased from public discourse. 96. Much as present-day perceptions of indigenous women are rooted in colonial legacies, according to the sociologist Patricia Hill Collins, society continues to view black women through a series of controlling narratives constructed during slavery, Reconstruction, and Jim Crow, shaping conscious and unconscious reactions and understandings of black women's personhood, conduct, and experiences of violence, as well as police responses to black women. 97 For instance, during slavery, black women were expected to reproduce and expand the population of enslaved people and care for white families. Slavery was predicated on the notion that black women experience no pain and can thus be worked beyond exhaustion, give birth in the fields and return to work immediately, have their children taken from them without compunction, and undergo surgeries without anesthesia, despite its availability to white women. 98 The system of constructed categorizations of black women's behavior and possibilities for existence persists to the present day. The ideal black woman conforms to the image of the mammy, submissive, maternal, domestic, religious, and devoted to both her family and the white people for whom she works, and tolerant, if not deserving, of all forms of imposition, violation, pain, and abuse. 99 Such narratives inform police perceptions of what conduct is appropriate and permissible toward black women. Black women who deviate from the mammy role are framed through 2 other controlling narratives. The first, the Jezebel narrative, is the myth of the black woman whose out-of-control sexuality seduced white men, justifying systematic rape during slavery and the continued presumption of universal sexual access to black women's bodies. 100 Additionally, as Kathy Cohen argues, black women, excluded from the dominant norms of white womanhood, are thus queered through projection of non-normative and deviant sexualities in service of institutional racism, patriarchy, and class exploitation, which drives the criminalization of black women of all sexual orientations. 101 Patricia Hill Collins points out that over time, the Jezebel image has framed black women as the freak on the border demarking heterosexuality from homosexuality. On this border, the hoochie participates in a cluster of deviant female sexualities, some associated with the materialistic ambitions where she sells sex for money, others associated with so-called deviant sexual practices such as sleeping with other women, and still others attached to freaky sexual practices such as engaging in oral and anal sex. 102. Collins goes on to suggest that the projection of over-sexualization onto black women also contributes to masculinizing them, thereby removing them from protective spheres. 103. Alternately, black women become sapphires, the image of the domineering, emasculating black woman that emerged in the century following slavery when black women entering the workforce were perceived to be usurping men's roles. 104 Author Bell Hooks describes sapphires as black women depicted as evil, treacherous, bitchy, stubborn, and hateful, in short all that the mammy figure was not. 105 Black women perceived as sapphires are conceived of as superwomen, aggressive and prone to violence, requiring swift and forceful submission. Under both Jezebel and sapphire stereotypes, black women are perceived as subhuman, animalistic, to be violated, feared, and punished. 106 Any departure from the mammy role in a police interaction therefore becomes dangerous for a black woman, her stance presumed to be unacceptably aggressive, the physical threat she poses drastically overblown, her sexuality automatically deviant, her body devoid of feeling, her personhood undeserving of protection. 107 The criminalization of black women through such imagery served to re-establish hierarchies of bodies after slavery and Reconstruction, writes Sarah Haley. Depictions as excessive, disfigured, and incorrigible and monstrous meant not only that black women's political and economic power would be limited, but also that they would be subject to disproportionate arrest and imprisonment. 108. Borders and beyond. As successive waves of immigrant women arrived in the United States, they too became subjects of policing at the border and beyond. Noting that women's bodies historically serve as the iconic sites for sexual intervention by state and nation-making projects, 109 historian Ethne Lewib-Haight chronicles the operation of the immigration control apparatus as a key site for the regulation of sexual norms, identities, and behaviors. 110 According to Lewib-Haight, in addition to constructing the U.S. nation-state along racial lines, immigration laws and procedures differentiated women into categories such as wife, prostitute, and lesbian. Regulating admission based on sexuality, preferring the former, and excluding the latter. 111 Beyond the explicit ban on entry of individuals considered homosexuals, immigration officials also used prohibitions on entry for lewd and immoral purposes, as well as a prohibition of individuals labeled with psychiatric conditions, deemed likely to become public charges, or arriving in a state of pregnancy to exclude women at the border. 112 Lewib-Haight emphasizes that immigration authorities not only were charged with discovering such identities but also contributed to constructing them in ways that reconstructed racialized, class-differentiated forms of patriarchy. 113 In so doing, they evaluated women immigrants both as individual bodies to be disciplined and on their suitability to contribute to the larger national identity, including by giving birth to large numbers of children or intermarrying with Americans. 114. Among the regulations governing immigration to the United States were Chinese exclusion laws and laws barring prostitutes. Both targeted Asian women, who were presumed to be both. Lewib-Haight submits that the Page Act of 1875, which prohibited the importation to the United States of women for the purposes of prostitution, 115 was intended to exclude and applied primarily to Chinese and Asian women because their intersecting gender, class, ethnic and racial identities led to suspicion that they were likely to engage in prostitution, offering a paradigmatic example of how racialized gender identities were treated as presupposing particular sexual acts. Even when these acts had not actually taken place, the fear that they might occur was the grounds for exclusion. 116 The law not only significantly interfered with Chinese women's ability to cross the border, but also set a precedent for gender and sexuality-based exclusions aimed at preventing certain groups of immigrants of color from settling in the United States. Lewib-Haight proposes that attitudes toward Chinese women laid the groundwork for the subsequent delineation and surveillance of a whole host of other dangerous peripheral sexual figures, including the racialized prostitute, the amoral and despotic pimp, the fecund woman whose reproduction was uncontrolled, the gold-digging hussy intent on snaring an American husband, and the foreigner who threatened miscegenation. Lewib-Haight emphasizes the centrality of sexuality as an axis of power through which immigration admission and exclusion have been organized, describing how categories of lesbian, prostitute, and immoral women who fail to conform to the heterosexual imperative, emerge as figures that particularly threaten the nation and have to be disciplined by being refused entry. This was the case for Sarah Harb Quiroz, a Mexican mother, domestic worker, and lawful U.S. permanent resident who in 1960 was stopped at the US-Mexico border. A U.S. immigration officer with a reputation for detecting sexual deviates perceived Quiroz, who wore trousers and a shirt with hair cut shorter than some other women's, to be a lesbian. Ultimately, Quiroz was deported despite her status as an authorized immigrant. In subsequent appeals, her condition of being an alleged lesbian was pathologized and conflated with a disorder of the personality which has brought her in conflict with the prevailing culture, confirming that immigration enforcement was to operate as if there was no place in the United States for gender or sexual nonconformity, as gender and sexual norms were defined by whiteness. Indeed, Cross-dressing and gender nonconformity served as an unofficial independent basis of exclusion, regardless of whether they were read to signify non-heteronormative sexuality. In another example documented by Luibhate, Alejandra Vélez, a woman described as boyish in appearance and dressed in men's clothes, was threatened with arrest for her defiance of the rules, presumably the rules of gender, and was released by immigration officials only on condition that she leave the country immediately. Other pathologized bodies have been excluded under laws denying entry to idiots and lunatics, and later to individuals infected with loathsome and contagious diseases, such as tuberculosis, syphilis, gonorrhea, and, later, HIV. Individuals deemed to have engaged in crimes of moral turpitude, extending beyond prostitution to any sexual offense, have been banned since 1891. Pregnant women, married or not, have also been excluded on the grounds that they were likely to become public charges, demonstrating that childbearing by immigrant women, even in the context of marriage, has continually been framed as problematic. In the wake of World War I, Japanese women's childbearing, characterized by too many children and inappropriate mothering, was framed as a threat of Japanese conquest of the United States, leading to a 1920 agreement barring Japanese women, including those who were wives of Japanese men in the United States, from entry. Within borders, criminal and immigration law were similarly deployed to police perceived deviance and citizenship. Historian Claire Sears details how perceived gender nonconformity in both appearance and behavior among Asian women and men rendered them problem bodies requiring surveillance within the United States, when not excluded outright. 117 As a result, prostitution-based policing of Chinese women, framed as threats to white families and as purveyors of disease and immorality, was rampant within the nation's borders. Even before prostitution was generally prohibited, police targeted Chinese prostitution as a public nuisance, and brothel laws in San Francisco were enforced, mainly against Chinese and Mexican brothels. As of 1907, any woman who began practicing prostitution within 3 years of entry was subject to deportation. 118. Through exclusion, policing, and deportation of immigrant women, a heteronormative, gender-conforming, and intrinsically white national identity was constructed and enforced. At the same time, controlling narratives of immigrant women as importers of vice, disease, and uncontrolled reproduction were mobilized to justify state violence. Because immigrant women are largely not supposed to be here, it therefore becomes permissible for law enforcement agents to violently exclude them or to eradicate them through killing, rape, or deportation. 119. Within this context, racialized perceptions of immigrant women have developed to justify their continued exclusion and subordination in the United States. For instance, Asian women continue to be profiled as being engaged in prostitution and as immoral, dishonest, tricky, and sneaky, and ultimately unassimilable. Asian women have also been stereotyped alternately as the servile, oversexed Asian female, as superfeminine, the China doll, or as castrating, the dragon lady. 120 They are therefore imagined to be sexually available, subservient, and devoted, and if they deviate from this image, they are framed as scheming, duplicitous, tyrannical, and dangerous. Latinx have been portrayed as hot-blooded and as wetbacks, junkies, knife-wielding Puerto Ricans, promiscuous Latinos, revolutionaries, terrorists, and Mexican thieves. The latest among these images is the Latina gang member living her vida loca and that Latin American mule transporting drugs into the United States and Europe. Combined, these images depict Latinos as immoral, criminal, and violent. 121 Additionally, immigrant Latinx sexuality and motherhood are portrayed as a threat to the nation's safety net. 122 In recent years, Haitian, Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian immigrants have also increasingly been framed as threats in economic, health, and terrorist terms. For each of these groups, these archetypal representations play out in police interactions. Gender policing. Actual or perceived deviation from gender and sexual norms has served as a basis of criminalization since the colonial period. The first recorded law targeting gender nonconformity was a 1696 Massachusetts statute banning cross-dressing to curb the possibility of same-sex sexual encounters. 123 Historian Claire Sears traces the evolution of cross-dressing laws in 45 cities in more than 21 states during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. According to Sears, such laws were explicitly intended to regulate racialized boundaries of gender, construct a gender-normative nation, and impose a moral order in municipalities in order to make them safe for good white middle and upper-class citizens by excluding gender outlaws from public spaces. Prohibitions against cross-dressing were often found within broader indecency laws targeting lewd conduct and prostitution, one part of a broader legal matrix centrally concerned with the boundaries of race, sex, citizenship, and city space. 124. The post-World War II era is perhaps the most well-known period in which sodomy and anti-cross-dressing laws, in conjunction with laws prohibiting vagrancy, sedition, lewd conduct, and prostitution, were deployed to criminalize gender and sexually nonconforming women. Nan Alamilla Boyd chronicles the ways in which military police, liquor control authorities, and local law enforcement collaborated to mark places and people for routine raids, arrests, convictions, and court-martial across the country, increasingly cracking down on lesbian bars and gathering places, and charging lesbians under anti-prostitution laws, regardless of whether they were trading sex at the time. Both Joan Nessel and Boyd describe the conflation of cross-dressing among women with prostitution, and the shared experiences of policing and survival within often overlapping lesbian and sex-working communities. 125. As discussed in greater detail in subsequent chapters, the existence of laws against cross-dressing through the late 20th century branded gender nonconforming individuals, particularly people of color and low-income people, as embodiments of disorder and fraud, leading to continuing criminalization by other means, such as broken windows policing and policing of prostitution. Enduring legacies. Far from being mere echoes of a distant past, the historical context of state violence against women and gender nonconforming people of color in the United States deeply informs present-day interactions with police and systems of law enforcement. Beyond individual acts of violence at the hands of colonial soldiers, whites, slave patrols, immigration officers, and urban police forces, patterns of law enforcement violence across time have served to structure and reinforce present-day perceptions of indigenous women, black women, and women of color, and have fossilized into what Patricia Hill Collins terms controlling narratives. 126. These racially gendered and sexualized myths conjured to justify the brutal social control used to maintain racially gendered hierarchies persist to this day, having transformed, solidified, and mutated over time to fit shifting realities. They pervade daily law enforcement interactions with women and transgender people of color, structuring police and public perceptions of women's appearance and behavior, and dictating the terms of policing and police violence against women's bodies in the context of present-day policing paradigms. This chapter is based in part on my 2002 unpublished law review article, Invisible Crimes, Inadequate Remedies, Chapter 1, Setting the Historical Stage, Colonial Legacies, in Joey L. Mogul, Andrea J. Ritchie, and K. Whitlock, eds, Queer, in, Justice, The Criminalization of LGBT People in the United States, Boston, Beacon Press, 2011, and a forthcoming essay, Criminalization and Legalization, co-authored with K. Whitlock, in the Routledge History of Queer America. Chapter 2. Policing Paradigms and Criminalizing Webs. There are multiple wars being waged within the United States that serve as both backdrop and driving forces for present-day racial profiling, police violence, and mass incarceration. Volumes have been written about each of them: the war on drugs, broken windows policing, heightened immigration enforcement, the war on terror. Yet there has been relatively little analysis of women's experiences of policing under any of these paradigms, and few connections have been made between individual incidents of police violence against women of color and their relationship to these larger frameworks of profiling and policing. Over the past 2 decades, as each of these paradigms has evolved, I have found myself searching for women's stories and asking myself, fellow organizers, researchers, advocates, and policymakers, how does this affect women of color? What do we learn about the operation of these policies from women's experiences? What would it take to make their experiences more visible within this broader discussion? These questions, often met with uncomfortable silences, largely remain unanswered. Since the mid-1970s, several strands of criminal legal policy have woven a net that has increasingly ensnared women of color in systems of surveillance, control, and punishment, producing, in 2008, the highest rates of incarceration of women in history. 1 Between 1980 and 2014, the number of women in federal, state, and local prisons and jails in the United States increased by more than 700%. 2 Half of all women incarcerated are in a city or county jail, generally held because they previously failed to appear, are not afforded, or cannot afford to post bail. And more than half of these women are imprisoned in small county jails, such as those where Sandra Bland and Sarah Lee Circlebear died. 3 Although women still represent a relatively small fraction, 10% of the more than 2 million people incarcerated in the United States, the rate at which the number of women in prison has grown has outpaced men's by 50%. 4 Since 1970, the number of women in jail has increased 14-fold. As a result, the number of women in jail nationwide is growing at a faster rate than any other incarcerated population. 5 Another million-plus women are under the supervision of the criminal legal system, on probation, or on parole. 6 The vast majority of women impacted by mass incarceration and criminalization are Black, Indigenous, and Latinx, though the shape of racial disparities has shifted somewhat over the past decades. Between 1986 and 1991, the number of Black women in state prison for drug offenses nationwide increased by more than 800%. This was nearly double the increase for Black men and more than triple that of white women, making Black women the fastest growing population of prisoners during this period. 7 By 2003, Indigenous women were being incarcerated at 6.7 times the rate of white women. 8 Although the rate of incarceration for Black women declined between 2000 and 2014, Black women continue to be incarcerated at twice the rate of white women on average, and at rates vastly disproportionate to their representation in the general population. 9 Meanwhile, the incarceration of Latinx women has increased by 7% over the same period. Additionally, 2/3 of women in local jails are women of color, 44% Black, 15% Latinx, and 5% other women of color. 10 Of course, women don't just show up in jail or prison, someone puts them there. The path to punishment usually begins with a police encounter. More than 2.2 million women were arrested in 2014, making up a quarter of all arrests. 11 According to criminologists, arrest rates are more related to public attitudes and police practices than actual behaviors. 12 For women, most relevant are attitudes toward and increased policing of poverty, violence, and drug and alcohol use. In 2014, the majority of women's arrests were for theft and other property crimes, followed by assaults and drug and alcohol-related offenses. 13 Though it is well known that the enforcement of drug laws is one of the top 3 pathways to prison for women, crimes of poverty and public order offenses targeted by broken windows policing have also driven women's mass incarceration. 28% of women in state prisons across the nation have been convicted of property offenses, including larceny, theft, and fraud, including welfare fraud, and 9% have been locked up for public order offenses such as disorderly conduct. 14 Together, drug, property, and public order offenses are responsible for 60% of the women in state prisons. The remaining 38% have been convicted of violent offenses, often committed in self-defense in the context of family or gender-based violence. 15 Meanwhile, in local jails across the country, 32% of women are being held for property offenses, 29% for drug offenses, and 21% for public order offenses. 16 Barbara Bloom and Meta Chesney-Lind describe the latter as deportment offenses, which are increasingly the subject of broken windows policing, Under current punishment philosophies and practices, women are also increasingly subject to criminalization of non-criminal actions and behaviors. For example, large numbers of poor and homeless women are subject to criminalization as cities across the nation pass ordinances prohibiting begging and sleeping in public places. 17. Black women and women of color are disproportionately impacted by the policing of poverty simply by virtue of making up a significant proportion of the population of low-income and homeless people of color. The national poverty rate for African American women is 28.6%, compared to 10.8% among white women, and 21% among working-age black men. 18. It jumps to 46% for black families with children headed by single black women. 19. Poverty rates are similarly high for Latinx women, at 24.8%, and at 48.6% for Latina-headed household with children. 20. Of households headed by Native women, 42% live in poverty. 21. Presence in public spaces, reliance on public benefits or health care, and general elision of privacy rights of poor people combine to increase criminalization of low-income women. 22. As law professor Priscilla Osen puts it, poor black women are vulnerable to surveillance as a result of the presumed criminality that flows from the intersection of race, gender, and poverty. 23. Heightened border and interior enforcement of immigration laws, often in collaboration with local law enforcement, have similarly contributed to increased rates of arrest, incarceration, and deportation for immigrant women. The war on terror, commonly understood to specifically target Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian men, has had devastating effects on women from the same communities, whether they have been profiled on the basis of religious or culturally specific attire or subject to coercion to get them to inform on men in their communities. An in-depth exploration of each of these phenomena warrants a volume of its own. What follows is a brief introduction to the ways in which predominant present-day paradigms frame the policing and criminalization of women of color. The war on drugs. Drug laws and their enforcement in the United States have always been a deeply racialized project. In 1875, San Francisco passed the country's first drug law criminalizing opium dens associated with Chinese immigrants, though opium was otherwise widely available and was used by white Americans in a variety of forms. 24. Cocaine regulation at the turn of the 20th century was colored by racial insecurities manifesting in myths that cocaine made black people shoot better, rendered them impervious to bullets, and increased the likelihood that black men would attack white women. 25. Increasing criminalization of marijuana use during the early 20th century was similarly premised on racialized stereotypes targeting Mexican immigrants, fears of racial mixing, and suppression of political dissent. 26. The war on drugs, officially declared by President Richard Nixon in 1971, has come to refer to police practices that involve stopping and searching people who fit the profile of drug users or couriers on the nation's highways, buses, trains, and planes. Saturation of particular neighborhoods, almost entirely low-income communities of color, with law enforcement officers charged with finding drugs in any quantity through widespread stop and frisk activities, no-knock warrants, surveillance, undercover operations, and highly militarized drug raids conducted by SWAT teams. It also includes harsh mandatory minimum sentences for drug convictions, which contribute to mass incarceration, and a range of punitive measures aimed at individuals with drug convictions. 27. Feminist criminologists assert, the war on drugs has become a largely unannounced war on women, particularly women of color. 28. According to the Drug Policy Alliance, drug use and drug selling occur at similar rates across racial and ethnic groups, yet Black and Latina women are far more likely to be criminalized for drug law violations than white women. 29. Black, Latinx, and Indigenous women make up a grossly disproportionate share of women incarcerated for drug offenses, even though whites are nearly 5 times as likely as blacks to use marijuana and 3 times as likely as blacks to have used crack. 30. According to sociologist Luana Ross, although Native Americans make up 6% of the total population of Montana, they are approximately 25% of the female prison population. These disparities are partially explained by incarceration for drug offenses. 31 These statistics are not just products of targeting Black, Latinx, and indigenous communities, they are consequences of focusing on women of color in particular. From 2010 to 2014, women's drug arrests increased by 9% while men's decreased by 7.5%. 32 These disparities were even starker at the height of the drug war. Between 1986 and 1995, arrests of adult women for drug abuse violations increased by 91.1% compared to 53.8% for men. 33. However, there continues to be very little information about the everyday police encounters that lead to drug arrests and produce racial disparities in women's prisons. 34 For instance, less well known in Sandra Bland's case is the fact that before her fateful July 2015 traffic stop, she was twice arrested and charged for possession of small amounts of marijuana. After her first arrest, a $500 fine was imposed. After the second, she served 30 days in Harris County Jail, a facility criticized by the Department of Justice, DOJ, for its unconstitutional conditions of confinement. 35. One notable exception to the lack of information with respect to women's experiences of drug law policing was a General Accounting Office investigation, which found that Black women were more likely to be subject to searches of their bodies and personal effects by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents than any other group. In fact, Black women were 9 times as likely as white women to be X-rayed after being frisked or patted down, and 2 to 3 times as likely to be strip-searched, even though they were less than half as likely as white women to be found to be carrying contraband. Black women were also searched at a rate 1.5 times that of Black men and Latinx people, and were less likely to be found with contraband than any other group. 36 The report also found that Asian and Latinx women were strip-searched 3 times as often as men of the same race, and were 20% less likely than white women to be caught with contraband. 37 Amanda Buritica, a 52-year-old school crossing guard born in Colombia, landed in San Francisco in 1994 on her way back from Hong Kong. She was strip-searched, forced to drink laxatives, repeatedly kicked by a U.S. Customs officer, and held more than 24 hours before she was returned to the airport, sick and dehydrated from her ordeal. 38 Across the country, shortly after landing in Fort Lauderdale following a trip to Jamaica, Jan Errol Denson found herself handcuffed to a bed at Miami-Jackson Memorial Hospital by U.S. Customs inspectors. She was forced to drink laxatives, her bowel movements were monitored, and she was held without contact with the outside world for 2 days, all because she allegedly fit the profile of a drug courier. 39 She was 7 months pregnant and experienced severe diarrhea and vaginal bleeding upon release. 1 week later, she delivered by C-section a 3.5-pound baby who required prenatal intensive care for a month. These stories are just a few of the many behind the statistics that reflect pervasive stereotyping of Black and Latinx women as drug couriers. 40. In the late 1990s, these violations came to a head through litigation and congressional hearings. In both contexts, Black women described abusive frisks during which inspectors yelled at them, kicked their legs apart, and touched their breasts and vaginas through their clothes. They were subjected to strip searches and visual body cavity searches during which inspectors insisted that women, including menstruating women, bend over and spread their buttocks, and, at times, inserted their fingers into women's vaginas and anuses. No contraband was found on any of the women who came forward. 41 The women described their experiences as humiliating, sexually degrading, and like slavery. 42 Indeed, the sociologist Yvonne Newsom links these experiences of the war on drugs to the enforcement of slave codes, black codes, Jim Crow laws, and other historic forms of policing of Black women's movements and social mobility. She submits that like the slave patrols of the past, customs officers serve as gatekeepers who contain African American women's freedom of movement. 43 And elaborates. African American women who exit and re-enter the United States cross 2 types of boundaries, a geographic boundary that marks the territorial limit of the nation-state and social boundaries that demarcate the power relations between race, gender, and social class group. International travel by African American women challenges normative expectations about the appropriate social and spatial locations for their race-gender group. Thus, customs agents may perceive them as transgressors who, because they are out of their place, require scrutiny or other reprisals. Point 44. Newsom links the highly subjective criteria used by customs agents in surmounting the relatively low legal bar to conducting searches at the border to specific aspects of controlling narratives shaping how black women's movements and actions, however innocent, are perceived. Point 45. Newsom goes on to connect customs agents' perceptions of black women to controlling images that depict them as masculine, crafty, promiscuous, sexually inviolable, pathological, and criminally inclined. In so doing, she relies heavily on the revelations made by Kathy Harris, a black U.S. Customs inspector turned whistleblower who shared both the official and unwritten rules used to determine which passengers to target for searches. Point 46. Newsom concludes that the drug courier profile seems to have been constructed primarily around stereotypical notions of African American women and other people of color. This profile seems to assume that the only reason African American women travel internationally is to engage in criminal misconduct. 47. Sadly, attention to women's experiences of profiling and discriminatory and abusive searches motivated by the war on drugs largely subsided into the annals of history after the initial outcry. Yet, profiling at the border is just the tip of the iceberg. Pervasive profiling of women of color as drug users, couriers, and purveyors extends into highways, streets, and communities across the country, motivating ongoing strip searches and visual and physical body cavity searches. In just one example, in 2007, a 27-year-old black woman social worker was pulled over on an Arizona highway for making an improper right turn and was strip searched in full view of male officers on suspicion that she was concealing drugs. She told the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, of Arizona, "I was visually raped, unconstitutionally violated, and racially profiled." 48. Yet black women's continuing experiences of violation in the context of drug law enforcement rarely make national headlines, nor are they highlighted in analyses of the drug war's impacts. The same is true of Latinx. According to sociologist Juanita Diaz-Cotto, the community-wide surveillance of Chicanas/O barrios intensified under the war on drugs and made it virtually impossible for Chicanas/OS to escape police harassment and brutality. This was regardless of Chicanas/OS gender, age, sexual orientation, where they lived or socialized, and whether or not they engaged in illegal activities. She notes that many Chicanx she interviewed experienced routine surveillance, harassment, arrests and excessive use of force in the streets, at police stations, and/or during raids of their homes. Almost half were brutally beaten at least once, and sometimes by more than one officer. One woman interviewed by Diaz-Cotto, Linda, described, "Wherever you got arrested, you could hear words like fucking Mexicans, dirty Mexicans, fucking whore, bitch, slut. That was routine." Another said, "They put us on the street, face down, spread eagles. They didn't care if you had a dress. They didn't care if you were pregnant. That's just the way they're gonna treat you." Searches conducted for the ostensible purpose of locating weapons or drugs were also frequently part of a pattern of sexual harassment and intimidation to which women suspects were routinely subjected by male officers. Regardless of who conducted the searches and where, they were always invasive and humiliating. 49. Despite disproportionate rates of incarceration, Native women are even less frequently recognized as targets of the war on drugs and police profiling. Yet, Lori Penner, a Native woman living in Oklahoma, testified at a 2003 Amnesty International hearing about a raid on her house by law enforcement officers claiming to be searching for drugs. According to Lori, police pulled her 15-year-old daughter out of the shower and forced her to stand naked in front of 3 male officers. One police officer had the audacity to tell my daughter she cleaned up nice and looks good for a 15-year-old girl. 50. Like colonial wars, the war on drugs clearly features gendered degradation of Native women. Women's experiences of policing in the war on drugs are thus highly gendered and sexualized. As explored in other chapters, the war on drugs also drives gendered forms of police violence, such as extortion of sexual favors under the threat of a drug arrest that could lead to the loss of a job, a home, or children to child welfare authorities, or to a long mandatory minimum sentence, or to policing of pregnancy and motherhood. In just one case that came to light in 2016, 2 Los Angeles police officers were found to have coerced or extorted sex from at least 4 women arrested on drug-related charges. 51. The war on drugs can also prove deadly, as it did for Frankie Perkins, Terrika Wilson, Alberta Spruill, Katherine Johnston, and Annette Daniels. The roll call of female casualties of the war on drugs is both hidden and long. 52. Racial disparities in rates of arrests and convictions, and the incarceration of women of color, are connected to the considerable discretion exercised by law enforcement agents waging the war on drugs when they decide who to stop and who to search. 53. Law enforcement interactions with women of color are informed by perceptions of their bodies as vessels for drugs ingested, swallowed, or concealed, and of women of color as out of control, unfit mothers, community members dependent on drugs, and men, or cold-hearted gangsta bitches prone to inhuman violence. 54. They are also informed by profound notions of the disposability of black women, indigenous women, and women of color. This was evident, for instance, in the case of Treasure, a black trans woman brutally killed and dismembered after Detroit police, who had arrested her for prostitution, set her up as an informant in a drug transaction without any protection whatsoever. 55. Additionally, occupational hierarchies within the drug economy serve to reproduce the gender, race, and class relations that structure social relations on a more general level. 56. Because police focus enforcement on street-based drug markets in low-income communities of color, women of color, relegated to these lower rungs of the trade, are therefore at greater risk of arrest than users and sellers operating in private spaces such as penthouses, fraternity houses, suburban basements, and boardrooms. 57. While at one time the perception was that women were less likely to be stopped or searched by police on the streets, officers' tactics shifted over time to proactively engaging in public strip searches. According to one black woman interviewed by Rebecca Marr, "Now these cops around here starting to unzip girls' pants and go in their panties." 58. Once caught in the maw of the system, women are subject to criminal sanctions far greater than their actual role in the drug trade. 59. While rates of arrest and incarceration of women of color in the context of the war on drugs have abated somewhat over the past decade from the levels in the 1980s and 1990s, the drug war continues to shape policing practices and devastate the lives and families of women of color and is poised to intensify once again. It also serves as the backdrop against which broken windows policing and the policing of prostitution, poverty, and motherhood are superimposed. 60. The ways the drug war is waged in day-to-day police interactions with women of color and its role in the violation, incarceration, and deaths of women of color therefore continue to demand our attention. Broken windows policing. Federal drug enforcement policies of the 1980s were premised on the concept of zero tolerance, which promoted allocating additional law enforcement resources to areas where crime was said to be endemic, and mandated immediate and harsh responses to the most minor violations with little or no consideration for individual circumstances. 61. Zero tolerance, particularly of possession of guns and drugs, is most frequently practiced in school settings, as discussed in greater depth in the next chapter. It also informed the simultaneous evolution of broken windows policing. The broken windows theory of policing was outlined by neoconservatives George Kelling and James Q. Wilson in a 1982 Atlantic Monthly article. It goes something like this: if signs of disorder, like broken windows, and minor offenses, like loitering, panhandling, and graffiti, are left unchecked, then it's only a matter of time before a community descends into chaos and violence. 62. According to Kelling and Wilson, the only effective form of crime prevention is aggressive enforcement and prosecution of minor offenses, in other words, zero tolerance. The theory evolved to incorporate the premise that individuals who commit minor offenses such as fare evasion on public transit will, if not caught and punished, eventually commit more serious offenses, a sort of slippery slope of criminality. 63 As with earlier vagrancy and indecency laws, broken windows policing focuses not so much on behaviors as on what Claire Sears terms problem bodies and their racially gendered presence in the public sphere. Indeed, the article presenting the theory explicitly names particular types of people: youth, homeless people, people perceived to be engaged in prostitution as embodied signs of disorder. 64 Precursors to Kelling and Wilson's 1982 article were much more explicit about the racial and gender makeup of signs of neighborhood disorder: young black men, young women in short shorts hanging out on corners, interracial couples, and gay folks. 65. Even Kelling and Wilson acknowledged in 1982 that it is not inevitable that serious crime will flourish or violent attacks on strangers will occur if signs of disorder are left unchecked. Indeed, the two wrote that their entire premise is drawn from what they themselves call folk wisdom rather than objective data, based on a belief that perceived disorder somehow renders an area more vulnerable to criminal invasion, such that drugs will change hands, prostitutes will solicit, and cars will be stripped. 66 In a comprehensive review of the literature and summary of his own research, Columbia law professor Bernard Harcourt concludes, taken together, the wealth of research provides no support for a simple disorder-crime relationship as hypothesized by Wilson and Kelling in their broken windows theory. What I have come to believe is that the broken windows theory is really window dressing, and it masks or hides more profound processes of real estate development and wealth redistribution. 67. Key to implementation of broken windows policing is the proliferation of quality of life regulations criminalizing an ever-expanding range of activities in public spaces, including standing or walking, recast as loitering, sitting, lying down, sleeping, eating, drinking, urinating, making noise, and approaching strangers, as well as a number of vaguer offenses such as engaging in disorderly or lewd conduct. This broad range of potential offenses gives police almost unlimited license to stop, ticket, and arrest, and facilitates targeting homeless people and others who exist largely in public spaces. A 2014 study by the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty found that over half of cities in the United States ban sitting or lying down in particular public places, and 18% of cities completely ban sleeping in public. In 43% of cities it is illegal to sleep in a car. A quarter of cities ban begging citywide, and 76% ban soliciting for money in certain public places. 33% of U.S. cities ban loitering anywhere, while 65% ban it in particular places. 68 According to one researcher, enforcement of such low-level offenses has become the most common point of contact between the public and the criminal justice system. 69 In New York City alone, the NYPD issued almost 2 million summonses for quality of life offenses between 2010 and 2015, not including arrests for such offenses. 70. What is deemed disorderly or lewd is often in the eye of the beholder, an eye that is informed by deeply racialized and gendered perceptions. When I speak at universities or conferences about broken windows policing, I often ask how many members of the audience have ever fallen asleep on a train or in a park at some point in their lives. Dozens of hands shoot up. When I ask how many have ever been ticketed or arrested for it, almost all hands come down. If I am at a drop-in center for homeless youth or adults, or in a low-income black neighborhood, and ask the same question, many hands remain in the air. For instance, Giselle, a 20-year-old Latinx lesbian from New York City, was taking a nap on the train as she was going home with her girlfriend. An officer woke her up and ordered her off the train, frisked her, demanded her ID, and then roughly arrested her. Giselle felt that she was targeted based on her race and sexual orientation, and not for the first time. Nevertheless, she says, I refuse to be victimized. 71. Police officers are afforded almost unlimited discretion when determining who and what conduct is deemed disorderly or unlawful. 72 More specific regulations, such as those criminalizing sleeping, consuming food or alcohol, or urinating in public spaces, criminalize activities so common they can't be enforced at all times against all people. As a result, both vague and specific quality of life offenses are selectively enforced in particular neighborhoods and communities, or against particular people, including people who, due to poverty and homelessness, have no choice but to engage in such activities in public spaces. Scratching the surface of broken windows policing reveals that, ultimately, the paradigm is nothing more than a repackaged and sanitized version of enforcement of age-old vagrancy laws and municipal codes criminalizing cross-dressing, common night walkers, and lewd conduct that were explicitly created to criminalize and control the movements of people deemed undesirable throughout U.S. history. In a defense of broken windows policing published in 2015, a year after Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson by an officer who was engaged in it, Kelling acknowledged the lineage directly. Given the subject of our article, the Black Code's vague loitering and vagrancy laws passed in the South immediately after the Civil War were of special concern for us. Under these laws, police arrested African Americans for minor offenses and, when they could not pay the fines, courts committed them to involuntary labor on farms, in a sense, extending slavery for many into the 20th century. Without offering a means of distinguishing broken windows policing from enforcement of black codes, Kelling submitted that he and Wilson were simply arguing for doing a better job at maintaining Order 73. Yet in their 1982 article, Kelling and Wilson acknowledge that there are no universal standards to settle arguments over disorder, and that charges of being a suspicious person or vagrancy have scarcely any legal meaning. 74. Yet, disorder has economic and racial meanings. Broken windows policing advances the interests of corporations, businesses, and wealthy residents, and disorderly people has come to mean low-income and homeless people displaced into public spaces by a lack of affordable housing and cuts to social programs. The community broken windows policing purports to protect became the wealthier, white professionals and businesses moving into urban neighborhoods previously occupied by low-income people and people of color, who fear the presence and existence of the people they are displacing. Indeed, fear is the undercurrent of broken windows policing: fear of disorderly people, addicts, people living with mental illness, and aggressive panhandling, squeegee cleaners, street prostitution, boombox cars, public drunkenness, reckless bicyclists, and graffiti, all of which allegedly contribute to the sense that the entire public environment is a threatening place. 75. Anti-blackness, including its specific manifestations with respect to black women, is embedded within this fear of disorder. A 1994 internal police memorandum entitled "Reclaiming the Public Spaces of New York," by Republican Mayor Rudolph Giuliani and Police Commissioner William Bratton, cited both Kelling and Wilson's Atlantic article and Daniel Patrick Moynihan's controversial report, "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," which blamed social dysfunction on black families, in particular, black mothers. Sapphire-like matriarchs. 76. Broken windows policing has always self-consciously been about promoting a particular type of community. A desirable community is one of families who care for their homes, mind each other's children, and confidently frown on intruders. 77. According to Kelling and Wilson, society wants an officer to have the legal tools to remove undesirable persons from a neighborhood. 78. Broken windows policing is thus posited as the last bulwark against a frightening jungle, a term fraught with racial meaning, in which unattached adults, that is, adults operating outside of heteropatriarchal families, replace traditional families. Teenagers gather in front of the corner store, litter abounds, and panhandlers stalk pedestrians. 79. Ultimately, broken windows policing isn't about reducing crime, it's about assuaging white fears, however irrational or racist, of poor and homeless people, black people, people of color, and queer and gender non-conforming people. The result: dramatically increased frequency and intensity of police interactions with black and Latinx youth, low-income, and homeless people, public housing residents, people who are perceived to be engaged in street-based prostitution, street vendors, many of whom are immigrants, and anyone else who is hypervisible in public spaces. This includes, as highlighted by the Audre Lorde Project's ALP, Working Group Against Police Violence, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and gender non-conforming youth and adults. 80 Quality of life provisions that are associated with congregating in and using public spaces or with living on the streets disproportionately impact homeless, precariously housed, and low-income women and trans people of color, as well as those providing vital outreach services to those communities. 81 Broken windows. Policing not only increases the number of law enforcement officers on the streets, it also increases the likelihood that women and trans people of color will be approached by police, sometimes with deadly consequences. This was the case for Margaret Mitchell, a homeless, 102-pound, 54-year-old black woman described by authorities as mentally ill. In 1999, she was confronted by two LAPD officers enforcing a quality of life law allowing them to ticket people using shopping carts without a store's permission and to confiscate the carts, a law almost exclusively enforced against homeless people. Margaret tried to walk away from the police, with her shopping cart full of her possessions. When someone driving by recognized her, they pulled over to try to talk the cops out of hassling her. Margaret began to run, pulling the cart behind her as the cops chased her. The next minute, the police shot her dead. 82. Even when not fatal, broken windows policing can escalate to the brutal use of force in the most mundane of police encounters. For instance, the year after Margaret Mitchell was killed, in 2000, a police officer in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, violently arrested Sharon Gullickson, a homeless Native woman, for disorderly conduct, panhandling at a grocery store, and trespassing. Witnesses describe the officer approaching Sharon, grabbing her, and slamming her to the ground. Sharon says, "The next thing I knew, I was face down. My glasses broke, and my head hit the pavement. He kneeled on my kidney. A lot of homeless people are scared of him." 83 Broken windows policing was the excuse for officers to stop Stephanie Maldonado in New York City's West Village for jaywalking and then slam her to the ground, injuring her face, just days before Michael Brown was killed in August 2014 following a similar stop. 84 Some months earlier, in June 2014, another jaywalking incident escalated into physical violence when a police officer stopped Arizona State University English professor Ursula Orr as she walked in the street to avoid construction. When she questioned why she was being singled out, noting that she had never seen anyone else stopped for walking in the street on a university campus, the officer responded by handcuffing her and threatening to slam her. In the end, that is exactly what he did, causing her skirt to ride up as she hit the ground, exposing her. 85 On video, Ursula can be heard telling the officer, "This entire thing has been about your lack of respect for me." Broken windows policing also facilitates racialized policing of gender and sexuality. 86 According to Tanya Erzen, broken windows policing enables officers to act upon racial and gender biases they may have when they enter the police department under the guise of enforcement of lewd or disorderly conduct laws. 87 All too often, as discussed in Chapter 6, officers read actual or perceived gender disjuncture as disorderliness, resulting in stops, harassment, and arrests of transgender, gender nonconforming, and queer people of color for disorderly conduct. 88. Broken windows policing is also a driving force behind aggressive policing of street-based prostitution, leading to documented racially disparate impacts on women of color, trans and not trans, as discussed in Chapter 7. Street vendors, many of whom are immigrant women, are also marked as signs of disorder and harbingers of crime under broken windows policing. Veronica Garcia of Esperanza del Barrio of New York City testified at a 2003 Amnesty International hearing. "Most of the street vendors in the barrio, we are women, we are immigrants, and we are mothers, and we are victims of abuse and harassment on behalf of the police. They tell us that we are illegal, that we have to go back to Mexico, and that we don't have rights. They also threaten us to take away our children. They have used excessive force. They throw away food and merchandise." 89. Immigrant women thus find themselves drawn into the criminal legal system through arbitrary arrests for minor violations, which in turn can lead to deportation. More than 30 years after Kelling and Wilson's article, this unproven theory remains a dominant policing paradigm in urban areas. This reality requires that we pay particular attention to how controlling narratives inform broad exercises of police discretion and fuel police stops, harassment, violence, extortion, and arrests of women of color in the context of broken windows policing across the country. Immigration enforcement. Since the turn of the 21st century, the United States has dramatically increased spending on immigration enforcement, which, as of 2016, totaled nearly $18 billion per year, $3.5 billion more than the cost of all other federal law enforcement combined, and 15 times as much as in 1986. President Barack Obama, in addition to making history as the country's first black president, was also its deporter-in-chief, deporting the greatest number of immigrants in the nation's history. 91. The tactics used to achieve this milestone included militarization of the US-Mexico border, now patrolled by more than 21,000 Border Patrol agents, up from 4,000 in the 1990s, making Border Patrol the second largest law enforcement agency in the United States after the New York City Police Department, heightened interior enforcement through raids, and increased collaboration between federal immigration enforcement and local police agencies. 92 All have dramatically increased immigrant women's vulnerability to policing, criminalization, and deportation. 93 Women living in the US-Mexico borderlands suffer constant harassment, stops, and threats of violence from Border Patrol agents in what the Border Action Network describes as low-intensity warfare. Grandmothers step out of their homes to find rifles pointed at them by officers, and women cannot drive to and from work without being stopped and harassed, regardless of their citizenship status. 94 Border Patrol and other law enforcement agents also engage in widespread sexual violence, discussed in greater detail in Chapter 4. Policing of immigrants at the border includes policing of indigenous peoples whose ancestral lands have been bisected by an artificial border, and whose movements across it are routinely punished. In one instance documented by Tucson's Coalition de Derechos Humanos, in June 2004, a grandmother, mother, and son who are members of Tohono O'odham Nation, which straddles the US-Mexico border, were traveling within their federally recognized reservation when they were stopped by two Border Patrol officers who held them at gunpoint and threatened to call ground and air forces to detain and deport them. 95 Also, according to journalist Roberto Rodriguez, Border Patrol officers specifically target Spanish-speaking people with indigenous features such as brown skin, brown/black hair and brown/black eyes, people who are racialized as brown, unwanted, enemy others. Immigration enforcement, in effect, amounts to modern-day Indian removal. 96. Additionally, since passage of the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, IRRA, in 1996, the U.S. government has engaged in a comprehensive interior enforcement strategy to identify and deport individuals violating immigration laws in non-border areas through raids at schools, shopping centers, and workplaces, sweeping for undocumented immigrants and creating additional opportunities for profiling and abuse. 97 Although the majority of immigrants removed under this strategy so far have been men, women, and children are increasingly being swept into the net. 98 In 2016, immigration raids in Georgia, Texas, and North Carolina resulted in 121 arrests and deportations, all of women and children, subjecting them to terrifying and unnecessary police encounters. 99 In her 2001 paper Whose Safety? Women of Color and the Violence of Law Enforcement, Ananya Bhattacharjee describes several violent immigration raids in the 1990s in Washington state and Texas, in which immigrant women were subject to abuse and threats of separation from their children. In one 1993 case, an agent told a mother that he would rape her 13-year-old daughter unless she signed voluntary departure papers, while calling her a fucking bitch and daughter of a whore. He also threatened to physically harm the mother if the daughter didn't convince her to sign. 100. Heightened interior enforcement has also involved increased collaboration with local law enforcement. Since the mid-2000s, the federal government has entered into what are known as 287(g) agreements, after the section of the federal statute that authorizes them, whereby local law enforcement officers are deputized to enforce federal immigration laws. 101 Additionally, in 2014, the federal government adopted the Priority Enforcement Program, PEP, which requires local law enforcement agencies to notify immigration authorities if fingerprints of individuals in their custody match those of individuals flagged as deportable in immigration databases. 102 Funding for these programs increased from $23 million to $690 million between 2004 and 2011. 103 States also began to enact their own legislation encouraging local law enforcement officers to enforce immigration laws, such as Arizona's infamous SB 1070 law. Enforcement of immigration law by local law enforcement agents both promotes and exacerbates the consequences of racial profiling and discriminatory enforcement. Within this context, undocumented black immigrants are detained and deported at higher rates than their non-black immigrant counterparts. 104 Collaboration with federal immigration authorities by local law enforcement also disproportionately targets Latinx people who are driving while brown. For instance, a 2012 U.S. DOJ report found that deputies in one North Carolina county pulled Latinx people over 4 times as often as non-Latinx people, consistently stopped Latinx people at checkpoints, and arrested Latinx people for minor traffic violations, thereby placing undocumented people at risk of detection through PEP while issuing citations or warnings to non-Latinx people. 105 South Asian immigrants also come within the crosshairs of police collaborating with immigration enforcement. For instance, Terwinder, a Sikh mother of 2 Usborne children, was arrested and subject to deportation after police officers helping her with a flat tire ran her information and found out, thanks to information sharing programs, she had an outstanding deportation order. She had lived in the United States for 12 years with her family, running a small business. 106 Collaboration with immigration authorities can extend to officers stationed in schools, hospitals, and other community-based institutions. In one such case, a school-based police officer arrested 18-year-old Karina Acosta, who was 5 months pregnant, in her high school classroom and held her until ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, agents came to take her away. She had been cited for a parking violation and not having a driver's license 3 days earlier. 107 Such collaboration has not only led to violence and deportation, it also has increased people's fear of seeking help from police or social services, as discussed in greater detail in Chapter 9.108. Additionally, the criminalization of immigrants contributes to perceptions of immigrant women as threats, thus creating additional contexts and opportunities for violations of women of color. Such perceptions and realities inform police violence against Latinx women such as Alicia Sotero Vasquez, whose roadside beating by police was televised in 1996, 5 years after the Rodney King incident. Alicia was traveling in a pickup truck with 19 other undocumented immigrants in Southern California when Immigration and Naturalization Service, later ICE, officers began following the truck. Once the truck crossed county lines, Riverside County sheriffs took over. When they eventually stopped the truck, officers grabbed Alicia by the hair, although she was completely compliant, dragged her out of the truck, smashed her face against the hood of the car, threw her on the ground, and continued beating her on her back and legs. Televised across the nation, this image immediately traveled around the world. Alicia later said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I merely came here to find work. They beat me. I thought they were going to kill me." The beating, accompanied by racial slurs, was described by one officer at the scene as wailing on. Professor Rita Urquijo Ruiz concluded, Sotero Vasquez, as a brown Mexican woman, was brutalized because her body represented that of a dangerous and unwanted Mexican criminal, the other who cannot be seen as a desired or needed worker or potential citizen. 109 The same could be said of many Latinx, whose stories are described throughout this book. Ultimately, as Martha Escobar puts it, migrant women's violability is cemented through their assumed violation of the nation-state, constructing them as a public enemy who needs to be disciplined, and, in some cases, killed. 110. The War on Terror. The September 11, 2001, attacks marked the official start of the War on Terror, when more than 1,200 Muslim, Arab, and South Asian men were rounded up by local and federal law enforcement agents and detained indefinitely, although not one was ultimately found to be connected to any terrorist-related activity. 111 The ripple effects were felt by many more than those detained. In the following months, the FBI visited and interviewed up to 11,000 men and women of Muslim, Arab, and South Asian descent. 112 According to Tram Nguyen, former director of Color Lines, FBI agents began showing up at their early morning visits bearing extra headscarves for the women of the house, to save them time as they got ready to be questioned and searched. 113. As in other contexts, women's experiences as targets of the War on Terror are hidden within the broader discourse. In 2005, Tashnuba Haider, a 16-year-old Bangladeshi Muslim youth in Queens, New York, was the subject of the first terrorism investigation to involve a minor. FBI agents monitored her visits to an internet chat room where sermons by a London-based Islamic cleric believed to encourage suicide bombings were posted. They then showed up at her home without a search warrant or other legal basis, one posing as a youth counselor pretending to follow up on a missing persons report filed 5 months earlier when Tashnuba briefly left home. The agents immediately began rifling through her diary, papers, and homeschooling materials, and asked her about her views on jihad and why she had no posters on her walls. They focused on an essay she wrote discussing the positions taken on suicide by various religions, and another about the Department of Homeland Security, in which she stated that she felt that Muslims had been targeted and outcast by the government since 9/11. 3 weeks later, on the basis of a secret declaration, a dozen federal agents raided her home at dawn, citing the expiration of her mother's immigration papers as justification for taking Tashnuba into custody. Without providing her parents with any information as to her whereabouts for 2 weeks, federal agents transferred Tashnuba to a juvenile detention center in Pennsylvania where she was interrogated, without a parent or a lawyer present, by the members of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, and repeatedly questioned about her friends, young women she had met at mosques. She was released only upon her mother's agreement to a voluntary departure to Bangladesh. 114. The New York Times' Nina Bernstein later spoke to her from there and reported, Tashnuba says that she opposes suicide bombing, that her interest in the cleric was casual, and that the government treated her like a criminal simply for exercising the freedoms of speech and religion that America had taught her. FBI agents tried to twist mundane details of her life to fit the profile of a terrorist recruit, and when they could not make a case, covered their tracks by getting her out of the country. According to documents obtained by the Times, the FBI asserted that the girls presented an imminent threat to the security of the United States based upon evidence that they planned to be suicide bombers. The document cited no evidence. 115. Another 16-year-old Muslim girl, Adama Ba, was also detained as part of the investigation. Adama came to New York when she was 2 years old from Guinea with her mother to join her father. According to news reports, she was a popular high school student in Manhattan until one morning in March 2005 when FBI agents raided the family home, screaming, "We're going to deport you and your whole family." They took Adama to the same juvenile detention facility where Tashnuba was being held. There, Adama was isolated, subjected to strip searches, and interrogated for 6.5 weeks until an attorney was able to obtain her release. She was required to wear an ankle bracelet and observe a 10 p.m. curfew for 3 years until her claim for asylum was granted. After her father was deported as a result of the investigation, she dropped out of high school to work 3 jobs to support her family. Adama was never offered any explanation for what happened to her. Now married with 2 children and living in the Bronx, she told the New York Times, "I was definitely cheated of a future." 116. Adama Ba's case illustrates that black people, too, are targeted in the war on terror and subject to profiling as potential terrorists. This can be the case even if they are not Muslim. For instance, when Maya Hall, a black trans woman, made a wrong turn onto National Security Agency property, she wasn't seen as a motorist who had lost her way, like so many people before her have done at the same highway exit, but was immediately shot as a potential terrorist. 117 When Miriam Carey drove into a barrier near the Capitol in Washington, D.C., with her baby girl in the back seat of her car, she wasn't seen as a mother trying to get to safety, but as a potential terrorist. 118 And, of course, black organizers from Assata Shakur to Black Lives Matter have been framed as terrorists by law enforcement and the public alike, contributing to often brutal police violence. 119. Beyond direct targeting in terror investigations, women who wear the hijab or otherwise appear to be Muslim were routinely subject to discriminatory and abusive policing practices after September 11, from verbal abuse and discriminatory arrest to airport profiling and unwarranted searches violating religious precepts. 120 For instance, a South Asian woman who was a member of DESI's Rising Up and Moving, Drum, testified in 2003 at an Amnesty International hearing in New York City about being stopped by police officers as she was walking down the street, asked what religion she practiced, and given baseless tickets for jaywalking. Amira Habibi Brown of the Arab American Center testified at the same hearing, "We have certainly seen a lot of profiling for the women in terms of dress, and targeted and stopped and questioned and harassed, and just everything, on the street, in the schools, in the airports." 121 Non-Muslim Arab and Middle Eastern women were targeted too. For instance, on the day of the attacks, security officers stormed the classroom of an Arab woman teaching in a Chicago public school, ordered her out of the room, and searched her and her purse. She later discovered she was the only person at the school subjected to this treatment. 122. Heightened profiling of Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian women is now a fact of life. Chamtalai Huq, a Bangladeshi Muslim law professor, described her 2014 arrest, see photo insert. "Last summer, during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, I stood on the sidewalk in Times Square while my husband took my kids to use a restroom in a nearby restaurant. We had just left a rally for Palestinian children killed in Gaza. As I waited alone, a police officer monitoring the rally ordered me to move. I did, stepping back toward the restaurant wall. This was not good enough for him. In seconds, he flipped me, pushed me against the wall, pressed his body on mine, and while I was handcuffed, said I was resisting arrest." Photos later revealed his arms bulging with the ferocity of the arrest. "As a lawyer, I have done know your rights trainings on this very police tactic, bootstrapping charges to justify arrest. As I was being arrested, I began to repeat in a monotone voice, 'I am not resisting arrest,' to which the officer responded, 'Shut your mouth.' When I objected to him going through my purse and pulling out my photo ID, he said, 'I can do whatever I want, because you are my prisoner.' At that moment it was true. It didn't matter that I had been appointed in January 2014 as top counsel to New York City's public advocate, the first Bangladeshi American to reach that level of city government and one of few Muslim Americans in the newly elected administration. The command 'shut your mouth' stuck out for me, because it is symbolic of how our legal and political system views and expects people of color to behave, quietly." Sandra Bland asked why she was being arrested. Asserting her rights as a woman of color to a white male officer was seen as disruptive and met with an aggressive response. "Wearing my traditional South Asian tunic, visibly an immigrant, my mere presence was disruptive as well." 123. Chamtalai's experience also starkly illustrates the ways in which broken windows policing is used to target immigrant and Muslim women's bodies in public spaces. If you have ever been to Times Square, you know how many white tourists and theatergoers actually block the sidewalk, impeding other pedestrians' progress without ever getting arrested. Adding insult to injury, Chamtalai was later told at the police station when she gave a different last name than her husband's that in America, wives take the names of their husbands. 124. She sued and won a settlement from the NYPD, yet the city was unwilling to implement any policy or systemic change. A year later, on July 4, 2015, Idamid Angel Al-Muhtar, a young Saudi student, was transferring from one Chicago subway line to the next, anxious to get home to her family in time to break her daily fast during Ramadan. As she climbed the stairs to the second train platform, 4 Chicago police officers tackled her, slamming her down on the stair landing and ripping off her hijab and niqab. Once at the police station, she was forced to strip naked. 125 The police report indicated that the officers had profiled Idamid as a lone wolf terrorist based on her attire, her suspicious behavior, including walking at a brisk pace, in a determined manner, and the fact that she was carrying a backpack and had what they believed were incendiary devices around her ankles, which turned out to be weights. They asked me why I put my food inside my bag, why I'm Muslim, why I'm fasting, why I'm wearing these clothes, why I cover my body, Idamid later reported. Although they found no evidence of wrongdoing, they still charged her with reckless misconduct and resisting arrest. She was acquitted at trial, and filed a lawsuit challenging the officers' violations of her rights. 126. Police treatment of Tashnuba, Adama, Chamtalai, and Idamid reflects the narrative of the mad Muslim terrorist who threatens the white social order, and therefore must be incarcerated, eliminated, or banned from entry into the United States. 127 Arab women have been constructed and demonized alternately as violent agents of terror. The nameless veiled woman, an anonymous figure envisioned crying and screaming, being out of control, or passively accepting her oppression. 128. Obvious parallels exist among the profiling associated with the war on drugs, broken windows and gang policing, and the fear-mongering and targeting of people who are perceived to embody disorder, immigration enforcement and its focus on excluding and removing an imagined threatening other, and the war on terror. 129 Marcus Harris Dawson, an activist in South Central Los Angeles, observes, "What they're doing to Arabs and Muslims, it's like how they do us out here in South Central. And it's about who you know and who you hang around with." 130. As Michelle Alexander put it in 2001, when she worked at the ACLU on racial profiling, the war rhetoric is giving license to law enforcement to engage in racial profiling, just as it did in the war on drugs. Both wars create a by any means necessary attitude that encourages law enforcement to target people based on race. 131 When concurs. The profiling and policing within suspect communities done in the name of the war on terror is remarkably similar to that which has been done to African American communities in the name of the war on drugs. For non-citizens, the entry points into the security, policing system are numerous: a routine traffic stop, a domestic violence incident, a neighbor's tip to the FBI, chewing of a traditional stimulant called khat, urinating in public. 132. As Ananya Bhattacharjee cautioned in Whose Safety? Law enforcement is increasingly a seamless web, in which authorities may move without hindrance between a traffic stop and deportation, or a hospital visit and a prison, or the airport and a maximum security cell. The logic of such policies is similar, whether the specific language refers to quality of life policing, drug interdiction, counterterrorism or national security. The major difference is that some such measures purport to protect the national borders of the United States, while others seek to defend the interior borders based on institutionalized racism and economic privilege. 133. Ultimately, whether a woman of color is read as a drug user, courier, or distributor, a disorderly person, an undesirable immigrant, a security threat, or some combination of these, the war on drugs, broken windows, and gang policing, immigration enforcement, and the war on terror weave a web of criminalization that ensnares women in devastating ways. Jails are local facilities run by cities or counties where individuals are held pre-trial or to serve sentences of a year or less. Prisons are state or federally run facilities where individuals are incarcerated for a year or more. Chapter 3. Policing Girls. In the months following the 2014 Ferguson uprising, two stories, both illustrative of current trends, brought national attention to policing of black girls in communities and in schools. In May 2015, Dajaria Becton was assaulted by a Texas police officer responding to a complaint about black youth attending a private pool party in a predominantly white suburb. His violent response was both reminiscent of the Jim Crow era and characteristic of broken windows policing. 6 months later, a young black woman was assaulted in her own classroom by an officer stationed at South Carolina's Spring Valley High School, dramatically illustrating the perils of zero-tolerance policing. 19-year-old Tatiana Rhodes and her family were hosting a graduation cookout for her school friends at a community pool in their neighborhood, the majority-white Craig Ranch subdivision in McKinney, a suburb of Dallas. A dispute arose about the number of young people in the pool. White residents approached Tatiana and other black youth at the party, called them black fuckers, and told them to go back to Section 8 housing where you belong and get out of my neighborhood. When the youth protested that these comments were racist and wildly inappropriate, a white woman slapped Tatiana in the face, prompting 2 young black women to come to her defense. A scuffle broke out. Someone called the police to complain about youth in the area who refused to leave, claiming that they neither lived in the area nor had permission to be there, although, in fact, the young people either lived in the neighborhood or were there at the invitation of people who did. 2. A dozen armed police officers responded. By the time they arrived, the scuffle had already been broken up by a security guard. While a bystander's video shows some officers attempting to calmly engage those present, others, including Officer Eric Case Bolt, can be seen on video randomly chasing and grabbing black youth. A white youth described the scene to a reporter: "Everyone being put to the ground was black, Mexican, Arabic. The cop didn't even look at me. It was like I was invisible. All youth handcuffed were people of color, the one exception a white woman who attempted to explain to Officer Case Bolt what had transpired." Case Bolt is then seen yanking 14-year-old Dajaria Becton by the back of the head and shoving her violently toward the ground. When 2 teens approached to reassure the distraught young woman, telling her they would call her mother, Case Bolt unholstered his weapon, pointed it at them, and began chasing them until his fellow officers stopped him. Dajaria screamed for her mother as the officer turned back to her, gun still out, holstering it only to grab her arm and throw her to the ground, yelling, "On your face." He then knelt on top of her, putting his full weight on both his knees as she lay face down, sobbing. 4 weeks after the assault, Dajaria had trouble sleeping and eating and rarely left her aunt's house. 3 The white women who initiated the fight over the presence of black youth in a pool in a white neighborhood left without consequence. 4 Jim Crow policing is alive and well, order was restored. 5 The sight of a 200-pound, armed white police officer kneeling on top of a sobbing, slight young black woman in a bikini shocked the nation as video of the incident went viral. MSNBC host Chris Hayes exclaimed to Tara Dowdle, a black woman correspondent on his show, "If you did that in a park to your own kid, you would have DCFS Department of Children and Family Services called on you faster than anyone could snap a finger. And if there was video like that, good luck keeping your kid. If you did that to a dog." Dowdle responded wryly, and went on to emphasize the importance of the case in drawing attention to police violence against black women. 6 Their conversation highlighted a contradiction further explored in Chapter 8 of this book: aggressive police treatment of black children is condoned, while black parents are harshly criminalized for any actual or perceived harm to their children. Black women were quick to vehemently criticize the incident as a sexualized assault by a police officer on a young black girl. 7 Protests erupted in McKinney, bringing together Black Lives Matter activists, new Black Panther Party members, and parishioners of local black churches. 8 Case Bolt resigned after the local chief of police launched an investigation, later calling the officers' conduct indefensible and out of control. 9 When a grand jury refused to indict, Becton's family, represented by my Howard University School of Law classmate Kim T. Cole, filed a civil suit in June 2016. 10. 6 months after the McKinney incident, on October 26, 2015, Shakira, a 16-year-old black girl recently placed in foster care after her mother's death, briefly pulled out her phone in a classroom at Spring Valley High School in Columbia, South Carolina. When she didn't put it away fast enough for the teacher's liking, the teacher told her to leave the classroom. Shakira refused, believing it to be unfair punishment for such a minor offense. The teacher called an administrator, who in turn called Ben Fields, an armed officer of the Richland County Sheriff's Department stationed in the school as a school resource officer. What happened next, caught on video taken by a student, like the McKinney incident, shocked the nation. Fields walked over to where Shakira can clearly be seen calmly sitting at her desk, and told her to leave. When she didn't, he suddenly grabbed her by the neck in an attempt to pull her out of her desk. When that failed, he flipped the desk upside down with the girl still in it, slamming her head to the ground. Fields then dragged both girl and desk toward the door, causing injuries to Shakira's neck, shoulders, and arm, and leaving a carpet burn on her forehead, then placed her under arrest. Another young black woman, 18-year-old Nia Kenny, protested the brutal treatment of her classmate, only to be placed under arrest herself. Both girls were charged with disturbing school, an offense carrying a $1,000 fine and the possibility of spending 90 days in jail. 11. The student who filmed the Spring Valley High incident later tweeted that the officer came in because she wouldn't leave the class when the teacher told her to. I still don't know what she did to be asked to leave. In the next tweet he added, just to be clear, before the video, she was sitting quietly at her desk. Did nothing to provoke the officer. He also said that she was apologetic when ordered to leave the classroom. 12. Both Fields and the sheriff claimed Shakira was resisting arrest. Nia later described her arrest on national news, I was crying, literally screaming, crying like a baby. I was in disbelief. I know this girl don't got nobody, and I couldn't believe this was happening. I've never seen nothing like that in my life, a man use that much force on a little girl. A big man, like 300 pounds of full muscle? I was like, no way, no way. You can't do that to no little girl. I'm talking about, she's like 5'6". 13. Again, outrage erupted on social media, and organizations from the NAACP to the Black Parents Association issued statements condemning the violent assault. 14. In July 2016, Kenny, Girls Rock Charleston, and the ACLU filed suit to strike down the offenses of disturbing the schools and disorderly conduct, on the grounds that both are unconstitutionally vague, inappropriately used to handle minor issues previously addressed by school administrators, and discriminatorily used against black students. 15. The sheriff fired Fields and asked the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI to investigate the incident. 16. Charges against Nia and Shakira were ultimately dropped, but none were brought against the officer. 17. These two cases are representative of decades-long trends in policing black girls and girls of color across the country, in and out of school. The violence directed at Dejaria Becton and her friends illustrates how broken windows policing is driven by notions that youth of color don't belong in particular neighborhoods, their presence signifying disorder which must be eliminated, by force if necessary. Fields' attack on Shakira in her classroom exemplifies how zero-tolerance policies, the school-based counterparts of broken windows policing, place disagreements between students and teachers, regulation of classroom behavior, and enforcement of school rules in the hands of armed police officers stationed in public schools, creating opportunities for violation and criminalization of young black women. I had been documenting police violence against adult women of color for almost a decade when I learned about the case of Jaisha Akins, in 2005. Jaisha, a 5-year-old black girl, was handcuffed and arrested at her St. Petersburg, Florida, school for essentially throwing a temper tantrum, as every 5-year-old has done at some point. The school's administrators and some media commentators justified putting a 5-year-old in handcuffs on the grounds that she punched the school's vice principal, as if the little girl had hauled back and clocked her, rather than flailing at her with tiny hands while in the throes of a tantrum, with the force of a child. It was clear from video taken of the incident that the vice principal was not hurt and that Jaisha eventually calmed down. In fact, like Shakira, Jaisha was sitting calmly in a chair when police arrived in response to the vice principal's call to arrest an unruly student. Even after discovering the student was a kindergartner, 3 white-armed officers nevertheless proceeded to pull the little girl's hands behind her back to put them in handcuffs as she cried and begged them not to. Jaisha was taken to the police station in a patrol car, but released to her mother's custody when prosecutors refused to file charges against her. 18. Jaisha's story illustrates just how deeply entrenched controlling narratives of black women and girls are, no matter how young and small they are. The video of the incident was also one of the first depicting police violence against a black girl to be widely broadcast and generate outrage across the country. In her groundbreaking book Push Out, The Criminalization of Black Girls in Schools, Monique Morris tells the stories of several other black girls as young as 6 and 7 arrested in school in similar incidents over subsequent years, some as recently as 2013. In some cases, the little girls were held in police cars and stations for extended periods of time after arrest. 19. Policing of girls extends beyond instances where officers are summoned by school administrators. As evidenced by Shakira's arrest, police are increasingly stationed inside schools, leading to increased police contact with girls, and increased police violence as officers enforce school rules. For instance, the New York Civil Liberties Union, NYCLU, reported several cases where young women of color were slammed against the wall, thrown to the floor, and arrested by officers stationed in their schools for leaving class a few minutes late, roaming the hallways, asking for return of a confiscated cell phone, threatening an officer, or cursing in the hallway. Disorderly conduct. 20. As on the streets, police in schools don't just apply the rules, they make them up as they go along and often enforce them in deeply racialized ways. 21. In the Insight Organizer's Toolkit on Law Enforcement Violence, we tell the story of Ritchie Mervin, a 16-year-old girl slammed onto a table by a school safety officer stationed at her Palmdale, California, high school, when she failed to pick up pieces of spilled cake from the cafeteria floor to his satisfaction. As he held her down, the officer yelled, "Hold still, nappyhead." 22. What happens behind school doors often mirrors what happens on the streets in the context of broken windows and gang policing in the community. In 2010, I represented 3 young black women pulled off a New York City subway train by officers who believed they had gotten on without paying, a classic broken windows offense that was the #1 arrest charge in New York City in 2015. 23. In fact, as part of an after-school program, they had entered as a group with the station master's permission. The officers also acted on the assumption that the young women were involved in a purportedly gang-related fight on a completely different platform. One officer yelled at one 17-year-old girl to get the fuck off the train, bitch. Even though she was complying, he grabbed her by the neck and slammed her down onto a bench, choking her. As her twin approached, alarmed, she too was thrown down and hit her head and face on the floor as an officer began striking her. Officers slammed the third young woman, the twin's friend, to the ground and pepper sprayed her in the face before handcuffing her. Afterward, they left her in a cell for 30 minutes with no means of removing the burning spray from her eyes, despite her desperate pleas for relief. Throughout the violent encounter, the officers referred to the young women as bitch and shaniqua, making explicit the racially gendered perceptions driving their violent behavior within the broader framework of broken windows and gang policing. Over the past several decades, since the myth of the young black superpredator took hold in the 1990s, broken windows policing, gang policing, and the growing presence of police in schools have dramatically increased the criminalization of youth. Although much has been written about each of these phenomena, there has been little examination of the experiences of young black women and girls, indigenous youth, and women and girls of color in these contexts. In 1995, 10 years before Jaisha's arrest, the Gun-Free Schools Act was passed as a response to more than 50 school shootings across the country, imposing dramatic penalties for possession of a firearm on school property. By 1997, 94% of public schools had implemented zero-tolerance policies banning guns in schools, and many had adopted harsh school safety policies. 24 Despite the fact that incidents prompting these policies primarily took place in majority white, wealthy suburban high schools, the most punitive measures were adopted in urban schools attended by low-income youth of color. Over time, schools were outfitted with metal detectors and surveillance cameras, and were subjected to an influx of armed police officers empowered to enforce school discipline codes by means of summons and arrests. Taken together, the measures have created what has become known as the school-to-prison pipeline. 25 As Shibaremi Karbunda and I wrote in Education Not Deportation. Under the broken windows theory, zero-tolerance policies quickly extended beyond firearms possession on school premises to minor infractions of school disciplinary policies such as tardiness and truancy, schoolyard scuffles and even verbal disagreements and cursing in school, contributing to dramatic increases in the frequency and level of school discipline imposed for what is essentially routine youth, behavior. 26. In this context, according to Morris, Black girls have become the fastest growing population to experience school suspensions and expulsions, establishing them as clear targets of punitive school discipline. 27. The presence of law enforcement officers in schools has driven increased student referrals to police and arrests in schools. 28 Often for actions that would not otherwise be viewed as criminal, such as refusing to present identification, using profanity with a school administrator, or misbehaving. 29 One study found that the rate at which students are referred for lower-level offenses more than doubles when a school has regular contact with a school resource officer. 30 The result is a net widening effect, expanding surveillance of youth of color and infusing policing and prison culture into schools across the country, with predictable effects. 31 Kathleen Nolan, a former New York public school teacher, describes considerable subjectivity in determining whether a behavior was actually a violation of the law, and notes that everyday items, box cutters used for after-school jobs, razors used to style hair, mace or pepper spray carried by young women for protection, were met with zero tolerance in a school populated by youth of color. 32. Indeed, a 2005 report issued by the Advancement Project the same month Jaisha was arrested concluded, across the board, the data shows that Black and Latino students are more likely than their white peers to be arrested in school. Despite the lack of evidence that Black and Latino students misbehave more than their white peers, Black students are punished more severely for less seriously and more subjectively defined infractions such as disturbing school or disorderly conduct. 33 A 2011 Texas study found that, after controlling for 80 other variables, race remained a reliable predictor of discipline for subjective violations like disruption. 34 In South Carolina, Black students like Naya and Shakira are nearly 4 times as likely to be charged with disturbing school as white students. 35. Today Black girls make up approximately 33% of girls referred to law enforcement or arrested on school grounds, but only 16% of the female student population. 36 Yet the discourse around the policing of youth and the school-to-prison pipeline continues to focus nearly exclusively on boys and young men. Behind the facts and figures, schools represent a site in which Black femininity is deeply regulated and severely punished. Monique Morris theorizes the polarized frames that set up Black girls as nonconforming. Historic representations of Black femininity coupled with contemporary memes about loud Black girls who talk back to teachers, ghetto Black girls who fight in school hallways, and ratchet Black girls who chew dental dams like bubblegum in classrooms have rendered Black girls subject to a public scrutiny that affects their ability to be properly situated in the racial justice and school-to-confinement narrative. They are rendered invisible or cast as deserving of mistreatment because of who they are misperceived to be. 37. These perceptions translate to tickets and arrests for being insubordinate, disrespectful, or uncontrollable, or for engaging in willful or oppositional defiance, a vague discretionary offense that can mean anything from having a verbal altercation with a teacher to refusing to remove a hat in school or complete an assignment, even if the behaviors pose no threat whatsoever to the safety of anyone at the school. 38 Building on Bell Hook's concept of the oppositional gaze, Morris effectively reframes the behavior punished in schools as black girls' critical response to erasure, invisibility, unfair treatment, and systemic oppression within and beyond schools. 39 Often black girls are policed, punished, and pushed out for having the audacity to demand being treated with dignity, Morris concludes. 40 She also points out the dynamic of age compression, an inability on the part of adults, including law enforcement, to see black girls like Jaisha Akins as children, and their propensity to treat them as they would black adults. 41 Much of the discussion of the school-to-prison pipeline has focused on black youth, yet Native youth also suffer significant disparities in referrals and arrests. Nationally, in 2011, Native students were 3 times as likely as white students to be referred to law enforcement. 42 In Utah, Native students from kindergarten to 6th grade were referred to law enforcement more frequently than any other group. They were also 4 times as likely as other students of color to be arrested at school and 6 times as likely as white students. 43 Native young women are nearly 5 times more likely than white girls to be detained in juvenile facilities, largely the result of arrests for minor and family offenses. 44 The statistics clearly reflect ongoing perceptions of Native people as inherently disorderly and subject to removal. In South Dakota, members of the Rosebud Sioux Nation filed a successful lawsuit challenging school arrest practices affecting Native girls, such as Mindy, a 13-year-old who struck a white girl at her school who had scratched and cursed at her Native friend. The principal had the 2 Native girls arrested, but not the white girl who had committed the initial assault. Police took Mindy to jail, where she was charged with disturbing school and disorderly conduct. The principal had her arrested 2 more times, each time making her write an affidavit used against her in court without allowing access to a parent, guardian, or lawyer, even though he knew Mindy had cognitive disabilities requiring accommodations throughout her school life. 15-year-old Josie Traversy was similarly arrested when defending herself against students who pushed and spit on her, as well as for cutting class. She was placed on probation for 12 months and eventually was held in a juvenile detention center. 45 Latinx youth are also subject to presumptions of violence and disorder that are rooted in prevailing stereotypes that they are hot-tempered and volatile. In March 2016, a police officer stationed at 12-year-old Jenisa Valdez's San Antonio school assumed she was approaching another girl to start a fight. Instead of calmly intervening, he immediately grabbed Jenisa from behind, pinned her arms behind her back, and threw her to the floor from chest height, causing her to land on her face with an audible crack and momentarily lose consciousness. The officer responsible in this case was later fired. Nevertheless, such extreme forms of violence in response to actual or perceived infractions, which should never occur in the first place, are all too commonplace. 46 Alarmingly, among the violent policing tactics that have migrated from the streets to schools is indiscriminate use of tasers, which are used to subdue people by firing barbs into them that deliver a jolt of electricity. While researching a 2006 report on the U.S. government's failure to comply with the UN Convention Against Torture, I discovered a 2004 case in which a Miami-Dade police officer used a taser against a 12-year-old girl, shocking her with 50,000 volts of electricity for skipping school. 47 Between late 2003 and early 2005, at least 24 Central Florida students, some as young as 12, were shocked with tasers by police officers in public schools. A typical scenario involved officers wading in through a crowd to break up a fight and using tasers to get them to move. 48 As of 2005, 32% of police departments interviewed by the weapons manufacturer, Taser International, had used tasers in schools. 49 In August 2016, Huffington Post investigation uncovered at least 84 incidents of taser use against students since 2011. 50 Beyond the discriminatory arrests and excessive force, police sexual harassment and violence also takes place inside the schoolhouse gate. Inappropriate commentary about young women's bodies and appearance by police officers stationed in or near schools is commonplace. At one New York City school, school safety agents would degrade students with comments like "that girl has no ass." 51 I witness similar harassment on a daily basis as young women travel back and forth on my Brooklyn street to attend one of 3 schools on my block. Daily pat-downs and mandatory passage through metal detectors before entering schools are also experienced by young women as violative and degrading, especially when conducted by male officers. Jacques Bolds, a Syracuse, New York, high school student, testified to a UN committee in 2008, "It is more uncomfortable for girls because sometimes they check you around your most private areas." 52 The New York Civil Liberties Union reports that in New York City schools in the 2000s, after being pushed against the wall for frisking, many girls were ordered to squat for intrusive searches with handheld metal detectors. After forcing one child to squat, a male officer repeatedly traced his handheld metal detector up her inner thigh until it beeped on the button of her jeans. "Is there something in your pants?" he asked repeatedly. The frightened girl repeated that there was not, but the officer kept at it, making her fear a cavity search, until he finally let her go. 53. The girl's fears were not baseless. Routine frisks and scans can quickly escalate to strip searches. Girls whose underwire bras set off metal detectors have been forced to lift up their shirts or unbuckle or unzip their pants to prove that they are not concealing weapons or cell phones. 54 One 14-year-old Chinese girl who was interviewed in New York City stated, "The security guard accused me of having a knife. They took me to a room and made me take off my shirt and pants to check my bra. They didn't call my parents or let me talk to a teacher I know. I didn't have a knife just like I told them." 55 Maksuda, a 17-year-old South Asian high school student, stated, "School safety agents pick on those they perceive to be religious, particularly those who wear scarves and hijab." 56 A Muslim youth, 16-year-old Fariha, explains in a video made by grassroots group Girls for Gender Equity, "For some of us it's about you're not covered up enough, for us it's like you're covered up too much." 57 The searches these girls were subjected to appear to have been motivated at least in part by controlling narratives framing Asian women as knife-wielding assassins, Latinx and black girls as drug mules, and Muslim women as potential terrorists. They also often produce racially gendered humiliation, as officers rifling through young women's belongings find tampons, birth control pills, and condoms. Schools, like streets subject to broken windows policing, are also sites of explicit and implicit policing of sexual and gender nonconformity by law enforcement agents. For instance, an advocate working with youth at 3 Los Angeles high schools predominantly attended by youth of color described harassment and differential treatment of LGBTQ students by school police on the basis of sexual orientation. Some officers would seek to discipline students who were displaying affection toward other students of the same gender, while the same behavior among students of different genders went unpunished. Trans students also face discriminating policing in schools. Julius Gutierrez, a trans teen, was arrested after a fight prompted by bullying by classmates at a Hercules, California, school. Yet, police only charged Gutierrez. Thankfully, the charges were ultimately dropped, and the youth were referred to a restorative justice program. 58 Many other trans, queer, and gender nonconforming teens suffer similar harassment and criminalization across the country. The presence of law enforcement agents in schools can also have unique impacts for immigrant students. In 2006, Shibaremi Karbunda and I, working as RFR researchers, had the privilege of joining with the Youth Power Project of Drum to explore the impacts of police presence in schools on South Asian youth. Overall, over half of South Asian students surveyed by their peers in Queens, New York, had experienced or seen harassment by school police and authorities. 85% believed the harassment was based on actual or perceived race, ethnicity, religion, or immigration status. Young South Asian women reported gender-based and sexual harassment by police and school safety agents, who made lewd or inappropriate comments during security checks or when stopping them in the halls. Almost half had been asked about their immigration status by police or school authorities. Undocumented immigrant students described their fear that if the police ask for their identification and find out they don't have papers, or if they get picked up by cops for any reason at all, including being late, being in the hallway, or just looking suspicious, they could ultimately be detained in immigration detention and deported. Sadia, a 17-year-old Pakistani woman who described her school as filled with school safety agents, told us, "I am in constant fear that my immigration status will be revealed." 59. Black girls and young women of color emphasize that as they move between school, streets, and home, they experience similar forms of policing. For instance, 15-year-old Monique Tillman and her brother Eric Branch were having a typical teen afternoon in May 2014, taking some clothes to a consignment shop, eating a hamburger and fries, and then biking home through a mall parking lot in Tacoma, Washington, when a police car pulled up behind Monique's bike, lights flashing, air horn blaring. When she asked the officer why he was following her, he told her he was going to write her up for trespassing on mall property. She repeatedly asked him what they had done wrong, arguing that they had just come from the mall and often took the same shortcut to get home. As she began to ride away, the officer grabbed her, yanked her off her bike, threw her against a nearby car, and began choking her, pushing his arm against her chest. As she struggled to breathe, he pulled her off the car, grabbed her hair, and repeatedly body slammed her on the pavement like a rag doll before shoving her to the ground, holding her by the neck, using a taser on her, and putting her in handcuffs. Monique later said, "I feel like I was targeted because I am a person of color. It was frustrating because I knew I didn't do anything wrong, but I couldn't stop them." 60. Adding insult to injury, Monique was charged with resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. Both charges were later dismissed at her criminal trial based on video evidence from a security camera. 61. In addition to illustrating the police violence young black women face in their communities, Monique's case highlights the blurring between public police officers and private security. Although the officer involved worked for the Tacoma Police Department, was in full uniform, and was using his department-issued vehicle, taser, and handcuffs on Monique, he was actually off-duty, working as a private security officer for the mall at the time of the incident. Monique has since filed a civil lawsuit against the officer and the mall that employs him. Monique's and Shaker's cases exemplify the reality that, in school or out, the slightest question or perceived challenge to an officer can easily lead to punitive and outrageous uses of force against black girls, much as they do for adult black women. And, as with adult women, when it comes to policing of girls, few studies have considered how gender intersects with race and neighborhood context in determining how police behaviors are experienced. 62. As a result, the theoretical models used to explain discriminatory patterns of policing display a presumption of gender neutrality or an uncritical focus on men. In one 1999 study examining young women's experiences of street policing, criminologists Rod Brunson and Jody Miller surveyed and interviewed 12 to 19-year-old black youth in St. Louis, Missouri 15 years before and just a few miles from where Michael Brown was killed. Researchers found that young men reported experiences of mistreatment by police more often than young women. One young woman, Destiny, said, "It's little stuff they be saying to us girls, but like with the dudes, they'll try to lock them up and try to take them to jail." While police stopped young men at all times of the day, police stopped young women most frequently at night, asking questions about what they were doing and where they were going, on the pretext of enforcing truancy or curfew violation status offenses, which are crimes only for people under 18. Although young women reported that overall they experience police violence at lower rates and lower intensity than young men, the types of incidents they reported were similar. One told of being thrown to the ground during an arrest for a curfew violation, another of being thrown onto a car and having her arm wrenched behind her because she was not sufficiently deferential, a third of being told to assume the position, because she fit a description. A young woman named Janelle notes, "The police harass the guys a little bit more than the girls, but there's always certain females that they'll pick to harass." Sexual and gender nonconformity play significant roles in determining which young women the police target. In a 2011 national long-term study, non-heterosexual girls were found to experience disproportionate punishment by police, school, and other law enforcement authorities. 63 One of the most severe instances of police violence reported in the Brunson and Miller study involved a young woman, described by her cousin as a tomboy, who was sitting on her grandmother's porch when officers pulled up. They ordered her to put her hands up, then threw her against the wall to search her. Finding nothing, they threw her to the ground, kicked her, and put a gun in her mouth, telling her that if she told anybody, they would blow her black brains out or would take her away and rape her, and she won't be found. Police harassment of young women in their communities continues to take place in the shadows of larger conversations around policing. For instance, a number of young women came forward to testify during 2012 citywide hearings on New York City's stop and frisk practices, widely described as exclusively targeting young black and brown men. Shanara, a 17-year-old member of Black Women's Blueprint, testified, "I have been stopped and frisked by the police at least 6 times. I organize with at least 20 other young women who have been sexually harassed by the police and felt they were touched inappropriately, plus the one who was beaten by 6 officers, slammed to the ground after that." Mani Yusuf, a 14-year-old Bangladeshi youth leader at Drum, testified about being stopped and frisked on her way home from school. She believed she was singled out from a group of friends because she had the darkest skin. On another occasion, an officer called her over to his car to ask her for her number. She asked city council members, "How do you think it feels to be stopped and searched by an officer when all you are doing is going home from school?" Another 14-year-old girl described being stopped with a cousin and 2 friends and frisked because officers thought they had weed on them, which is not sufficient legal justification for a frisk, and certainly not for a male officer to frisk a 14-year-old girl. 64. Resistance. When challenging the school-to-prison pipeline and policing of youth in our communities, how can we better center the experiences of young women and girls of color? At the most basic level, we can show up to advocate for girls as protesters did in McKinney and Columbia, incorporate their stories and their analysis of their experiences into research and advocacy around the presence of police in schools and communities, and most importantly, support and lift up their leadership. 65. In the days following what was known on social media as #assault at Spring Valley High, Vivian Anderson of New York City could not rest. She wrote, "After days of outrage, no sleep, and an overwhelming sense of sadness for these girls, I could no longer sit. I traveled to South Carolina to offer assistance in ensuring both girls were receiving emotional support for the trauma they had experienced." 66. Before Vivian left, Black Lives Matter New York City chapter co-founder Nakisha Lewis coined #EveryBlackGirl in response to the incident and drafted a letter from the leaders of Black Lives Matter to Shakira and Nia Kenny. Together, they secured more than 15,000 signatures. The letter emphasized that black girls in schools like yours all over the country are criminalized, suspended unfairly, and are introduced to the system for the most minor of infractions. The letter went on to affirm in no uncertain terms that Black Lives Matter is for girls like Nia and Shakira, committing to combating the long legacy of violence against black girls, and to lifting up the black girl magic and resilience of black girls throughout the centuries. 67. When Vivian arrived in North Carolina, she presented Nia with the letter at the official launch of #EveryBlackGirl alongside Effie Nwangeza, a longtime civil rights and human rights activist and former organizer for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. The Every Black Girl campaign not only focuses on securing justice for Shakira and Nia and on removing police from schools, but it also works to identify what black girls do, and don't, need in order to be successful and safe at school and in all aspects of their lives, and organizes to ensure that these needs are met. 68. In October 2016, a year after the assault on Shakira and Nia, Every Black Girl hosted a national conference, The State of Black Girls, to envision a future with safety. 69. We are the forgotten voices. Listen, I got a story to tell, are the opening lines of the Sadie Nash Leadership Project video revealing women's voices under a police state, which challenged the erasure of young women in the debate about New York City's stop and frisk practices. Point 70. The video highlights the pervasive sexualization of young women of color during police stops, sexual intimidation, and extortion of sexual favors in exchange for their freedom. A young black woman describes her experience, walking down the street being catcalled. He was New York's finest, police badge, blue suit. Vivian, a young woman involved with CAF, organizing Asian communities, talks about frisks conducted to assign gender to gender nonconforming women, as well as profiling of women, particularly women who are trans and gender nonconforming, as being involved in prostitution. You thought I was a prostitute. You stripped me of my dignity, a 17-year-old girl named Sada says in the video. You have judged me because of the accent in my throat. You have assumed that because my hips are a little wider, and my curls are a little tighter, that I am promiscuous. Officer, I'm just trying to get to church, she protests. With this video, young women broke important silences in an ongoing conversation around racial profiling and discriminatory stops and arrests of young people. In 2016, the New York City Council Young Women's Initiative, co-chaired by Girls for Gender Equity, the YWCA, and the New York Women's Foundation, outlined a blueprint for action to improve the lives of young women through a participatory process bringing together hundreds of young women, organizers, service providers, and policymakers. We called for policies regulating stops, frisks, and searches of women and explicitly prohibiting police sexual harassment and assault, as well as an audit of policies governing police interactions with trans women and gender nonconforming people. But we didn't stop there. We also asked ourselves what brings young women into contact with police in the first place, whether it is police presence in schools, broken windows policing, or police responses to violence. Like the community organizing hundreds of miles south in Columbus, South Carolina, we asked ourselves what young women need to be safer, and allowed our imaginations to roam free. The answers ranged from removing police from schools and decriminalizing the offenses young women were most frequently arrested for, to closing Rikers Island, New York City's notorious jail, and funding youth-designed safe spaces to support young women who experience violence. Ultimately, young women of color experience every form and context of police violence discussed in this book, and their stories and examples of their leadership are found throughout. And, there are unique settings, such as schools, offenses, such as status offenses, and paradigms, such as broken windows policing, that are particularly used as tools to police young women and girls of color. It is our responsibility to create spaces in which girls and young women's experiences of policing can be seen and heard, and to support their leadership and their demands to get police out of schools, stop the use of status offenses and low-level offenses to criminalize young women of color, end broken windows policing, and promote conditions under which young women of color can be safe and thrive. Chapter 4. Policing, Disability. One of the first stories of police violence against a black woman in the United States that I became aware of was that of Eleanor Bumpurs. I was taking a course on black feminism at the Toronto Women's Bookstore taught by my dear sister friend and mentor Beverly Bain in the mid-1990s, in which we read an essay by Angela Y. Davis entitled Violence Against Women and the Ongoing Challenge to Racism. Writing in 1985, Davis called on activists challenging violence against women to incorporate police violence into their agendas and defend, for example, the memory of Eleanor Bumpurs, the 67-year-old black woman from the Bronx who was murdered in 1984 by New York Housing Authority policemen because she dared resist an attempted eviction. 7 years before the national uprising sparked by Rodney King's beating, Eleanor, a black grandmother who had arthritis and diabetes, fell behind on her rent of less than $100 a month for her public housing unit. Eventually, the New York City Housing Authority sent police armed with a shotgun to evict her. As they slammed her door with a battering ram, Eleanor, who had been diagnosed as psychotic and was described as standing naked in her kitchen, reached behind her for something to defend herself with and came up with a knife. The officers charging her used a Y-shaped stick to push her back, and then an officer pumped 2 shotgun blasts into her. The first hit the hand that held the knife, the second, her chest, killing her instantly. 1. The case prompted marches in New York City, editorials, and demands for improved police responses to people in mental health crisis. The officers were indicted but eventually acquitted. Over time the case receded from New Yorkers' memories and was rarely, if ever, mentioned in mainstream writings, protests, and debates about racial profiling and police brutality in the 1990s. When speaking publicly, I often speculate that if Eleanor Bumpers's case had become iconic in the same ways as Rodney King's, perhaps, in addition to talking about driving while black, we'd also be talking about living while elderly, disabled, black, female, and poor too, and the role that controlling narratives of deranged black women of inhuman or superhuman strength played in Eleanor's senseless killing would be central to our understanding of racial profiling and police violence. 2.5 decades after the 1991 beating of Rodney King was broadcast on TV, another bystander captured video of a different beating by the side of a Los Angeles freeway, featuring another black grandmother. See photo insert. Marlene Pinnock, diagnosed as bipolar, had been homeless off and on for several years. She was walking along Interstate 10 in Los Angeles, headed to a location where she felt safe to sleep that was only accessible by freeway. A California Highway Patrol officer stopped her, eventually tackled and threw her to the ground, and proceeded to punch her in the head 10 times as he straddled her body on the side of the freeway. Marlene later said, "He grabbed me, he threw me down, he started beating me. I felt like he was trying to kill me, beat me to death." Adding insult to injury, during the assault Marlene's skirt began to ride up. When she attempted to pull it down, the officer ripped her dress, displaying her naked buttocks to surrounding traffic. She was subsequently hospitalized for several weeks for injuries to her head, which left her with slurred speech, and experienced ongoing nightmares about the incident. The officer also claimed that Marlene was mentally unstable, causing the hospital to hold her longer, against her will, for observation. The officer later claimed that he stopped Marlene because she was walking barefoot on a highway talking to herself, presenting a danger to herself and motorists, and that she told him she wanted to walk home and called him the devil. He also claimed that she was resisting arrest. The man who captured the beating on video told Reverend Al Sharpton that after the officer first approached her, Marlene walked away, off the highway. The officer re-engaged her and escalated the situation. The witness observed no resistance whatsoever. Once the video went viral, civil rights leaders began to speak out about Marlene's beating, using the video to counter the officer's justifications for the violence. "Without the video my word may have not meant anything," Marlene said. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office investigated the incident and concluded that the officer's use of force was legal and necessary. 3. The report quotes officers describing Marlene as strong, again invoking racially gendered narratives of black women with superhuman strength, immune to pain. The officer admitted that he donned gloves before taking her down because she was homeless, and that he was fucking wailing sick away on her. 4. Highlighting the role of public perceptions of black women in fueling police violence, the report also documented statements by individuals who reported Marlene's presence on the freeway to police based on assumptions that Marlene might have a gun or pose a threat, and which describe her as looking psycho. A civil suit resulted in a $1.5 million settlement, and the officer responsible agreed to resign from the force. 5. On October 18, 2016, things came back full circle when, 32 years after the killing of Eleanor Bumpers, history repeated itself. NYPD officers, responding to a call about an emotionally disturbed person, shot to death 66-year-old Deborah Danner, who had been diagnosed as schizophrenic, in her Bronx apartment. Police claimed that Danner had advanced on them with a baseball bat. 6. The connection to the Bumpers case was quickly made by protesters and media and, most strikingly, by Danner herself, who wrote about deadly police responses to people labeled with mental illness 4 years before she was killed, We are all aware of the all too frequent news stories of the mentally ill who come up against law enforcement instead of mental health professionals and end up dead. They used deadly force to subdue her bumpers because they were not trained sufficiently in how to engage the mentally ill in crisis. This was not an isolated incident. 7 city officials quickly admitted that, in Danner's case, responding officers had not followed NYPD policies governing responses to calls about people in mental health crisis, which had been changed following Bumpers' killing. 8. At least half a dozen cases of police shootings of black women documented in Say Her Name, the report I co-authored with Kimberly Crenshaw, arose from police interactions with women in actual or perceived mental health crisis. Cherise Francis, killed in New York City in March 2012, Miriam Carey, shot in Washington, D.C., in October 2013, Pearlie Golden, shot in Hearne, Texas, in May 2014, Tanisha Anderson, killed in Cleveland in November 2014. 9 Although no official statistics exist, based on my experience tracking cases over the years, it appears that police responses to mental health crises make up a significant proportion of black women and women of color's lethal encounters with police. As was the case for Eleanor and Deborah, these encounters often reflect police perceptions of black women as volatile and violent, portrayed, in the words of historian Sarah Haley, as daft, imbecilic, monstrous, deranged subjects, lacking essential traits of personhood and normative femininity, tend to be met with deadly force rather than compassion, no matter their condition or circumstance. Indeed, disability, both mental and physical, is socially constructed in ways comparable to, and mutually constitutive of, the construction of race and gender. 11 As disability justice and transformative justice activist Mia Mingus points out, women of color are already understood as mentally unstable, regardless of whether or not they are actually disabled. This kind of racialized ableism inherently informs how police, and society at large, interact with black and indigenous women, and women of color. 12 Actual or perceived disability, including mental illness, has thus served as a primary driver of surveillance, policing, and punishment for women and gender nonconforming people of color throughout U.S. history. Scientific racism has been fundamental to conceptions of mental health and disorder. 13 According to Vanessa Jackson, the first asylums for lunatic slaves were created in response to a case of a black woman found to be insane after she allegedly killed her child. Indeed, resistance to slavery was pathologized as mental illness inherent in African-descended people. 14 The same resistance equals insanity trope was projected onto indigenous people. In her pamphlet Wild Indians, Pemina Yellowbird, a member of the 3 affiliated tribes and psychiatric survivor activist, describes how, from 1899 to 1933, indigenous people who resisted reservation agents, refused kidnapping of their children to Indian residential schools, or violated laws that criminalized traditional spiritual practices were sent to the Hiawatha Asylum for Insane Indians in Canton, South Dakota. There, Indian defectives were incarcerated and subjected to torture and physical, cultural, and spiritual abuses. 15. Urban policing also evolved in part around a mandate to remove both gender-transgressing and disabled bodies from public spaces. According to Claire Sears, within 19th-century municipal code books, for example, cross-dressing, prostitute, and disabled bodies appeared alongside one another as legal equivalents in public space, through general orders that banned the public appearance of a person wearing a dress not belonging to his or her sex, in a state of nudity, or deformed so as to be an unsightly or disgusting object. 16 As a result, in the first half of the 20th century, disabled women as well as lesbian, bisexual, and transgender women labeled as having a psychiatric disability because of their sexual or gender nonconformity were forced into institutions, often following interactions with law enforcement. 17. Today police continue to target people who have, or who they perceive to have, psychiatric or cognitive disabilities for violence, arrest, and commitment in institutions of various kinds. National statistics indicate that the majority of people who experience police violence are labeled as mentally or physically disabled, One study estimates that roughly a third to a half of all people killed by police are disabled, and that the most common type of killing involves a person who is in a mental health crisis and is holding an item described as a weapon, from firearms to household implements or tools, when shot by law enforcement. 18 According to the Treatment Advocacy Center, the risk of being killed during a police incident is 16 times greater for individuals with untreated mental illness than for other civilians approached or stopped by officers. 19. The risk of deadly police encounters for people labeled mentally ill has increased significantly since the 1970s in the wake of deinstitutionalization. A severe shortage of community-based services has produced disproportionate levels of homelessness and unemployment among people with mental illness and other disabilities, resulting in increased police contact in the context of the criminalization of poverty in public spaces, housing, and services. 20 Additionally, in the absence of alternatives, the police tend to be the people called to assist people in the midst of a mental health crisis. In New York City, for example, the police department receives approximately 400 mental health-related calls a day. 21 Arrest rates among recipients of public mental health services are 4.5 times those in the general population. Most of these arrests are for public nuisance offenses. 22 Officers exercise significant discretion when determining whether to respond to calls involving people in mental health crisis with violence, arrest, involuntary commitment, or non-punitive responses. Arrests are more likely when individuals are perceived as disrespectful or use offensive language, especially in public situations. 23. Not surprisingly, race and gender continue to frame perceptions of disability and police responses. 24 Police are more likely to criminalize and use excessive force against people of color with psychiatric disabilities through a process that law professor Camille A. Nelson terms the disabling of race and the racing of disability. 25 Nelson described the case of Rosie Banks, a 13-year-old autistic junior high student who reacted to teasing by fellow students in an aggressive manner. When brought to the administrative office, an officer who, thanks to the increased presence of police in schools described in Chapter 3, just happened to be there, immediately confronted her. When she became more aggressive, he pepper-sprayed her in the face. In so doing, and in a subsequent incident in which he handcuffed Rosie, the officer immediately circumvented de-escalation options typically used with white students, even when they pose a greater objective threat. Nelson posits that race, gender, and disability all played mutually reinforcing roles in this exercise of discretion. 26 Rosie Banks's treatment was no doubt also informed by her failure to display the passivity expected of people with disabilities. The odds that black women and women of color who are or are perceived to be in mental health crisis will experience violence, arrest, or involuntary commitment are compounded by perceptions of mental instability based on gender nonconformity, and sexuality. Trans people and gender nonconforming people have long been treated by medical professionals and law enforcement as mentally unstable, leading police to respond based on presumptions of volatility and irrationality that must be subdued with force. 27. For Kayla Moore, all of these factors were at play. In 2013, Berkeley, California, police responded to a call from Kayla's roommate, who told police that Kayla, a black trans woman labeled as schizophrenic, had been drinking and using drugs and had locked him out of their apartment. According to her sister Maria Moore, Kayla was calm and cooking when the officers arrived, but they claimed that she was speaking incoherently. A subsequent investigation revealed that instead of asking her or her caregiver, who by then was also on the scene, what she needed, the officers misgendered Kayla, and told her there was a warrant out for her arrest. In fact, the warrant was for a person who was 20 years older than Kayla who bore the male name she had been assigned at birth. Confident that there was no warrant in her name, Kayla said she would call the FBI to prove it. The two officers forcefully took her down to the floor, where Kayla landed on her stomach. Eventually 8 officers piled on top of Kayla, putting 2 sets of handcuffs on her and wrapping her legs together. Minutes later they realized that she had stopped breathing, but refused to give her CPR because they didn't have a device that would keep their lips from touching hers. Her sister believes their actions were motivated by transphobia, noting that officers referred to Kayla as her body lay on the ground, partially uncovered. Kayla died at 32 years of age while on her way to the hospital. The cause of death was given as a combination of drugs and an enlarged heart, but in truth Kayla was a victim of police perceptions of black women, trans women, people labeled with mental illness, and drug users. 28. Kayla Moore's killing prompted protests in City Council and Police Review Commission meetings and on the streets of Berkeley. Organizing led by Kayla's sister has seamlessly lifted up the many identities and experiences that played a role in Kayla's deadly encounter with police as a black woman, a trans woman, and a person labeled mentally ill and characterized as having a physical disability. I first learned of Kayla's case from Andrea Pritchett, a long-standing Berkeley Cope Watch organizer who attended the first workshop on police violence against women and LGBTQ people of color I had conducted in 2004. In the fall of 2013, we were both at a National Cop Watch conference organized by People's Justice and the Justice Committee in New York City when she handed me a copy of Berkeley Cope Watch's independent report on Kayla's case. At one of the breaks in the conference, Andrea sang a song in Kayla's honor. Maria Moore continues to organize for justice for Kayla as part of the Say Her Name movement and with other families of people killed by police. 29. Ultimately, following Kayla's death, more officers in the Berkeley Police Department received crisis intervention training. A commission of inquiry unanimously found that officers had violated policies against keeping arrestees prone on their stomachs for prolonged periods of time. Additionally, the Berkeley Independent Police Review Commission found that officers failed to monitor Kayla's vital signs after piling on top of her as she lay face down and binding her hands and feet. Despite these findings, no officer was disciplined. 30. The family filed a civil suit, the bulk of which was dismissed in October 2016, on the grounds that the force used was not excessive and did not cause Kayla's death. 31. Berkeley Cope Watch made a series of policy recommendations, including increased funding for psychiatric treatment and the development of alternative, non-police responses to mental health crises. On August 14, 2014, just days after Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson, Missouri, Michelle Cussos was at home in Phoenix, Arizona, fixing her door when a police officer, Percy Dupre, came to execute a pickup order to bring her to a mental health treatment facility. 32. When officers arrived at her home, Michelle spoke with them through the door and refused to leave her home or consent to their entry. She said she did not trust them, and believed they would shoot her. Both Michelle and her mother told officers that she did not have a weapon in the house. According to the complaint filed in a civil suit brought by Michelle's mother, Fran Garrett, rather than give Michelle space and more response time, attempt to de-escalate the situation, engage in additional communication with Michelle in a calm manner in order to build trust or alleviate her fears, or seek the involvement of appropriately trained personnel, Dupre instructed an Officer Anderson to pick the exterior locked door of Michelle's residence. 33. When they entered, Officer Dupre saw Michelle standing near the door holding a hammer, interpreted it to be a weapon, and shot her. He later said that something about the look on her face, eyes wide open, mouth wide open. She had that anger in her face that she was going to hit someone with that hammer, caused him to fear for his safety. 34. Fran Garrett later questioned the officer's response. What did the police see when they pried open that door? A black woman? A lesbian? He said it was just a look on her face. What look would you have on your face if the police broke into your house? Could that have been the look of fear? I would have been in fear for my life too, especially if I already felt like they were going to kill me. Once again, perceptions of black women as deranged subjects prone to violence colored an officer's response to a black woman standing with a hammer, with deadly results. In the wake of Michelle's killing, her mother organized with community members, marching her casket to the U.S. Attorney's Office to demand an investigation into her death. In October 2014, in response to Michelle's shooting, the Phoenix Police Department announced the creation of a mental health advisory board to guide the department's policies. The department also instituted mobile crisis teams and crews of behavioral health specialists, and mandated a decreased focus on arrest in favor of providing needed services and increased supervision by trained officers when executing pickup orders like the one that brought officers to Michelle Cussoa's home. 35 Ultimately, the Phoenix Police Department found that Officer Duper violated departmental use of force policies, and he was subsequently demoted but not prosecuted or fired. 36 That was like a smack in the face to find someone responsible and put him back out in the community with no evaluation, no additional training, no other consequence for taking a life, Fran Garrett said. As in Kayla's and Michelle's cases, police violence against people in mental health crisis often occurs in homes and facilities away from public view and cop-watching cameras. One winter day in 2012, one such incident took place in a Rosemead, California, community mental health clinic, where Jasmine Ha-Eng, a 40-year-old Asian woman who was a regular patient, was waiting in the lobby of Pacific Clinic's Asian Pacific Family Center, when she was shot to death by Los Angeles County sheriffs. Clinic staff had called 911 to get someone to take Jasmine in on an involuntary psychiatric hold. The deputies claimed that Jasmine, who was 4 feet 9 inches and weighed 93 pounds, had waved a hammer over her head and charged at them. Yet clinic staff had described her in the 911 call as sitting calmly, patiently waiting for hours. While it is unclear what exactly transpired, no doubt historic perceptions of Asian women who do not fit the China doll image as masculinized and dehumanized others played a role in transforming Jasmine, in the officer's eyes, from a tiny woman sitting quietly, in need of help, into a raging threat that must be met with lethal force. They no doubt also played a role in the district attorney's office ruling that the shooting was lawful. Nevertheless, Jasmine's family's litigation seeking review of police responses to people in mental health crisis resulted in a $1.8 million settlement, and investigation of the shooting resulted in administrative action against 2 deputies involved. 37 Controlling narratives often frame non-submissive Asian women as being out of control and deranged, even where no disability exists. In April 2016, Ok Jin-jun, a 62-year-old Korean woman, was followed into her church parking lot by LAPD officers after she honked at them to move their SUV, which was blocking the entrance. As she exited the car, they demanded to see her registration. Because she speaks little English, she called 911 for a translator. The officers responded by calling for backup, summoning 2 additional cars to the scene. Surveillance video shows them charging at the woman, pushing her up against her car, and slamming her to the ground. Then, 3 officers piled on top of her before handcuffing her, leaving bruises and scrapes on her face. 38 The officer's response not only punished Jin-jun for seeking language assistance but also reflected rage at perceived failure to display the deference expected of an Asian woman, transforming an elder on her way to pray who had committed no offense whatsoever into a threat that must be met with force. The police department later claimed a mental health issue may have prompted the response, projecting disability onto Jin-jun where none existed and responding with violence. As is the case in school settings, children are unfortunately not immune from police projections of deranged threat. Even a 70-pound, 8-year-old Lakota girl in distress in her own home. In October 2014, officers responded to a call for help from a babysitter because the girl was threatening to hurt herself with a knife. Upon the officers' arrival, the girl pointed the knife at her own chest except for a brief moment when it was pointed at one of the officers. They responded by using a taser on her. The weapon's 50,000 volts of electricity lifted the little girl's body and threw it against the wall, causing her physical and emotional injuries. Subsequently, the South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigation found no wrongdoing by the officers. 39 Her attorneys protested, "These are trained professional law enforcement officers and there were 4 of them. Not one of them thought to reach out and grab her, or talk her down. They came in there and dealt with her like she was a 30-year-old. Drop the knife or else." 40. Controlling narratives framing Indigenous women as violently insane if they resist authority in any way, as well as expendable and to be eradicated, also contributed to the death of L'Oreal Tsinjan, a 27-year-old Navajo mother who had been prescribed medication for psychosis. In March 2016, an officer responding to a call about a disturbance in a store killed L'Oreal within 30 seconds of approaching her on the street. The officer forcefully took her to the ground, spilling the contents of her purse, which included a pair of scissors friends say she used to cut split ends from her hair. L'Oreal got up immediately. The officer's body camera video shows L'Oreal walking toward him, holding the scissors pointed to the ground, with the officer's partner behind L'Oreal, ready to assist in taking her into custody. 41 Instead of working with his partner to physically restrain her, the first officer shot L'Oreal 5 times, killing her instantly. It later came to light that the officer had incurred 30 violations during his training, including falsifying evidence and being too quick to go to his gun, leading training officers to recommend against his hiring. He also had a history of violence toward women. He had been found to have made vulgar comments to a 15-year-old girl and had used a taser on another 15-year-old girl with her back to him. 42 The DOJ opened an investigation and the officer eventually resigned. 43 L'Oreal's aunt, Floranda Dempsey, mourned the young woman at her funeral, saying, "Even with a broken heart that never recovered from devastation, she showed us what love should be about. We will miss her tight hugs and beautiful smile and love." 44. As Dara Baldwin of the National Disability Rights Network emphasizes, it is not only people with mental disabilities who are at increased risk of physical and lethal violence by police. Women of color with physical disabilities are also subject to police brutality, including police sexual violence and sometimes deadly force. Lisa Hayes, a black school counselor living in Rehoboth, Delaware, who is quadriplegic and has a speech impediment caused by cerebral palsy, is one of them. A tactical team trained to combat domestic terrorism conducted a drug raid at her mother's house. They drove up in an armored personnel carrier, armed with assault rifles, and burst into the family home at 6 a.m. Lisa's husband, Ruther, a disabled veteran, was giving her a sponge bath, and tried to cover her with a sheet because she was naked from the waist down when the officers broke down the door. The officers threw Ruther to the ground and pointed their assault rifles at Lisa as she lay half naked on the bed, screaming at her to get the fuck up, which she was physically unable to do. The officers were clearly on notice of this fact. Her wheelchair was next to the bed. Officers had stormed up a wheelchair ramp before breaking down the door, and Lisa, as well as Lisa's mother and son, repeatedly told the officers that she couldn't move. After being held at gunpoint for an extended period of time while officers beat and tasered her husband, Lisa told the officers she was experiencing chest pain and believed she was having a heart attack. The officers stopped beating her husband and called for medical assistance. Instead of dressing her and taking her out of the house in her wheelchair, the officers wrapped the top half of Lisa's body in a sheet, leaving the bottom exposed, and carried her out by the arms and legs, half naked in front of her neighbors. After the incident, Lisa said, "I feel not only degraded, humiliated, I feel like they didn't treat me as a human being. I relieved that day when they came in on me and them yelling at me to get up when they knew that I couldn't get up." 45 She continues to suffer flashbacks of the raid, depression, panic attacks, and chest pain. The ACLU filed a lawsuit on the couple's behalf. 46. Police interactions with deaf people are notoriously dangerous because in the absence of interpretation, deaf people are perceived to be non-compliant. LaShawn White, a black deaf woman, called 911 to report that she was being abused by another woman in her home, and repeatedly pleaded for help. Throughout the call, she emphasized that she required a sign language interpreter in order to communicate with hearing people. After she followed the dispatcher's instructions to go out her front door to meet police, LaShawn was immediately tasered in the ribs and stomach by the officers, causing injuries to her cheek, chin, ribs, neck, and arms and leaving her bloody. She later said, "All I'm doing is waving my hands in the air, and the next thing I know, I'm on the ground and then handcuffed. It was almost like I blacked out. I was so dizzy and disoriented." Hearing LaShawn screaming in pain, her neighbor yelled down to officers that the woman was deaf and couldn't speak and criticized them for not signaling her to stop using hand signals instead of verbal commands. One officer later said he thought that Lashon, who was running toward him for help as instructed, was charging at him, and describing her as making a loud grunting noise, having a piercing stare in her eyes and a clenched right fist in the air. Police also claimed that they mistakenly believed she was the assailant, despite having been given a detailed description, which did not match what Lashon was wearing. As with Michelle Cussos, all it took was a look to transform Lashon from a person desperate for police intervention into a dangerous threat in the eyes of officers. Officers charged Lashon with assault and obstruction of justice, invoking images of her as animalistic, deranged and grunting to justify their actions. Lashon was taken to jail and held for 60 hours without medical treatment or an interpreter, in violation of state law, until the prosecutor dropped the charges. 47 While a jury in a civil case brought by Lashon believed that her rights had been violated during the arrest, they awarded her only $1 in damages, making clear how much value they placed on her black deaf life. 48 Resistance. The editors of the anthology Disability Incarcerated point out, disability, situated alongside other key lines of stratification such as race, class, nationality, and gender, is central to understanding the complex, varied and interlocking ways in which incarceration occurs. 49A March 2016 White Paper on Disability and Police Violence calls for increasing visibility of disability in police encounters, pointing out that many of the cases of police brutality that have been the subject of resistance since 2014, Eric Garner, Tanisha Anderson, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland, have involved people with disabilities, a reality too often erased from media coverage. Garner, Anderson, Gray, and Bland had asthma, bipolar disorder, lead poisoning, and epilepsy, respectively. 50 The paper posits that Bland's disability may have played a role in her death, noting that deprivation of the anti-epileptic drug Bland was prescribed can lead to suicidally. 51 It also highlights the ableist terms used by media to describe people with disabilities, and the ways in which the media paints white disabled victims of police violence in sympathetic terms but depicts black disabled victims as deranged and dangerous. 52 Although a significant number of women killed by police were in mental health crisis at the time, discourse around police responses to people with disabilities have focused on the experiences of men. This is exemplified by a June 2015 Washington Post expose entitled "Distraught People, Deadly Results," which fails to mention any of the 42 cases of women with mental illness killed by police in 2015. 53 Also invisible is organizing around police violence by women of color with disabilities. Dara Baldwin describes loose networks of disability activists who regularly listen to police scanners, and when they hear of a person with a disability in police custody, quickly dispatch an advocate to the station. 54 In New York City, RIPT, Rights for Imprisoned People with Psychiatric Disabilities, a group of psychiatric survivors with histories of contact with the criminal legal system, along with their friends and family members, have long led advocacy around police responses to mental health crises. Led by Lisa Ortega, a Latinx single mom targeted by police on many occasions, the group emphasizes that the police mindset subdue, control and contain fuels police violence against people in mental health crisis. 55 Ortega and RIPT call for alternative responses involving peer counselors, mental health professionals, and diversion programs, and emphasize the importance of involving people with psychiatric disabilities in developing them. 56 In the wake of Deborah Danner's killing, there was a renewed chorus of calls to eliminate police involvement in responses to people in mental health crisis. Anti-police brutality activists aren't the only ones calling for change. The Treatment Advocacy Center has posited that reducing encounters between on-duty law enforcement and individuals with the most severe psychiatric diseases may represent the single most immediate, practical strategy for reducing fatal police shootings in the United States. 57 Given how mental health crises and diagnoses intersect with racially gendered controlling narratives framing women of color as inherently mentally unstable threats with superhuman strength, there is no doubt that such a move would improve the life chances of women of color with and without disabilities in police encounters. As Candace Baird describes, the town of Eugene, Oregon, has been experimenting with non-police responses to mental health crises since 1989.58. The city's CAHOOTS, Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets, program enables dispatch of a mobile crisis unit consisting of a nurse or EMT and a crisis worker in response to non-emergency police calls related to drug use, poverty, and mental health with no police officers. 59. However, the program still runs through the police department, and the decision about whether to involve police remains with the police dispatcher. 60. Nevertheless, CAHOOTS now responds to 9,000 calls a year, providing counseling instead of cops in 64% of calls, and is expanding to a nearby town. It could potentially serve as an intermediate model in cities across the country, although advocates caution that a program developed in a small, predominantly white community may not operate in the same way in larger urban departments policing communities of color. 61. In the end, nothing short of completely uncoupling police from mental health crisis responses will achieve safety for people with disabilities. Mia Mingus also cautions that medically based alternatives must be evaluated in light of the long history of violence, abuse, and incarceration of people who have been labeled as mentally or physically disabled by medical authorities. 62. In this context and others, eliminating police doesn't necessarily eliminate policing or violence. The challenge of finding solutions that genuinely promote the safety, security, and self-determination of people with disabilities is great, but one that we must rise to meet. Chapter 5. Police Sexual Violence. What is the first image that comes to mind when I say police brutality? It's a question I started asking in 2004 when I began facilitating workshops on the policing of women and LGBTQ people of color, which I developed with Shibaremi Karbunda, a South Asian artist, activist, and former colleague at Amnesty International. Years later, I still ask that question and, years later, the answer continues to be something along the lines of a white cop beating a black man, almost always imagined as heterosexual and cisgender, with a baton. Rarely has sexual violence been the first response. If it does come up, the image of the person targeted is Abner Luoma, a Haitian man who was sodomized by NYPD officers in 1997. It is not the daily sexual harassment, assault, and violation experienced at the hands of police by women of color across the United States. Yet once it is named as a form of police brutality, invariably, at least one person at my workshops shares a story of sexual violence by a police officer, often one that they have never told a soul about. At the 2004 National Coalition on Police Accountability Conference, a man who identified himself as a former member of the Black Panther Party approached me at the end of the workshop. He said that his sister had been raped by a police officer back in the day, but he had never understood what happened to her as police brutality until he had heard it framed that way in the workshop. I asked him how he and his sister had described her experience. He answered, somewhat bewildered, that it was just something bad that happened. He then thanked me for opening his eyes as to how his sister's experience fit into the work he had been doing all his life to challenge state violence against black people. At my next workshop, a day-long gathering in post-Katrina New Orleans, when the issue of police sexual violence was raised, a middle-aged black woman stood up and told the group that she had been raped by a cop when she was 14 years old, but before that very moment had never spoken to anyone about it. Everyone sat stunned, unsure how to respond. There were no resources to point her to, no campaign she could join, and, frankly, none of us even knew how to comfort her in that moment of remembering her raw pain, violation, and betrayal by an armed agent of the state, and of breaking a silence held too long. When I asked her afterward why she had chosen that moment to disclose her assault, she simply said it was the first opportunity that had presented itself. She had never before been in any space where the story fit into the conversation. She had never heard anyone talk about sexual violence as part of the fabric of police violence, or about police as perpetrators of sexual violence. Similarly, As we were conducting research for the 2005 Amnesty International report Stonewalled, Police Abuse and Misconduct Against LGBT People in the United States, many of the trans, lesbian, and queer survivors who courageously came forward to share stories of sexual violence at the hands of police had never reported their violations to the authorities out of shame or fear that they would not be believed, fear of exposure of their sexual orientation or gender identity, of retaliation, of deportation, or of being charged with a crime because they were engaged in sex work or the use of controlled substances. Almost a decade later, Oklahoma City police officer Daniel Holtzclaw's rape and sexual assault of at least 13 black women and girls came to light. I first learned of the case from two grassroots organizations, Black Women's Blueprint, BWBP, and Women's All Points Bulletin, WAPB, which, in September 2014, a month after Holtzclaw was indicted, drafted a shadow report to the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination that highlighted the case as a compelling example of ongoing state-sponsored sexual violence against black women in the United States. 1. The submission argued, as did submissions I and others made to the UN in 2006 and 2008, that sexual violence by state actors such as Holtzclaw amounts to torture. 2. Early on, bloggers such as Kirsten West Savala placed the Holtzclaw case in the larger context of mounting protest over police killings of Mike Brown and Eric Garner. 3. As word of Holtzclaw's assaults spread, outrage grew among local activists, Twitter users, and bloggers, first at the news that Holtzclaw had been released on bond and that a Facebook page in support of him had been set up, and later at mainstream media. Local and national anti-police brutality groups and anti-violence organizations for not paying more attention to the case. 4. Holtzclaw's trial and conviction eventually garnered national coverage when an all-white jury was selected to hear his case. Many asked whether Holtzclaw wouldn't more quickly have become a household name had he assaulted 13 white women. Holtzclaw's pattern of sexual violence came to light when Jani Ligens, a 57-year-old black grandmother who runs a daycare center in Oklahoma City, was driving home from a late-night domino game at a friend's house through the East Side, a low-income black neighborhood. Holtzclaw pulled her over and ordered her to step out of her car, put her hands on the hood of his car while he patted her all over, and then sit in the back seat of his patrol car. Eventually, he forced to lift her shirt and expose her breasts, and later her genitals, then perform oral sex on him. Jani described the scene, "I was out there alone and helpless, didn't know what to do." 5. She later said, "I was looking at that gun in his holster and I'm saying to myself, he's going to shoot me in the head. I was really afraid." 6. But, as Jani told Democracy Now! Listeners, he just picked the wrong lady to stop that night. 7. After Holtzclaw left her at her daughter's house, she immediately went to a police station to report what had happened to her. This kicked off an investigation in which Detective Kim Davis of the Sexual Assault Squad tracked down women Holtzclaw had been in contact with, and used the GPS tracking device on his car to corroborate their stories of sexual violence. 13 black women eventually came forward to participate in his prosecution. 8. Most women Holtzclaw targeted said he stopped them as they were walking down the street and questioned them about what they were doing and where they were going. He often forced them to expose their bodies to show that they weren't hiding drugs in their bras or pants, much as Audrey Smith was ordered to on a Toronto street corner. Often Holtzclaw would go further, opening his fly and demanding oral sex, sometimes taking the women home or to deserted areas to rape them in his patrol car, on their front porch, or in their bed. In some cases, like that of his first victim, Sharday Hill, whom he first assaulted while she was handcuffed to a hospital bed, he would show up at their houses again and again. Sometimes he targeted working girls, people he believed to be engaged in the sex trades. He often used the fact that women had outstanding tickets or warrants to pressure them. Even if they didn't have any, the threat that he could charge them was enough. One victim, TM, testified, "I felt like even though I didn't have no warrants that he might make up something on me and send me into jail anyway." He clearly targeted women he thought would never come forward and accuse him. TM said later, I didn't think nobody was going to believe me anyway. I'm a drug addict. Another victim, CJ, asked who are they going to believe? It's my word against his because I'm a woman and, you know, like I said, he's a police officer. Holtzclaw was tried and convicted in December 2015. His defense consisted of denying the abuse and claiming that his accusers were lying, untrustworthy, inconsistent, high, and women with an agenda based on past criminal histories. 9 Ultimately, the jury found Holtzclaw guilty of 18 of 36 charges involving 8 of the 13 women who came forward, and he was sentenced to 263 years in prison. 10. The case prompted the Associated Press to conduct a year-long investigation, which revealed that 1,000 officers nationwide lost their licenses between 2009 and 2014 as a result of their sexual violence. 11 Two earlier studies of revocations of law enforcement licenses in Missouri and Florida found that sexual misconduct was the basis for revocations in almost 25% of cases. 12 And those are only the officers who were caught and held accountable. Law enforcement officials and advocates alike will tell you these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. Holtzclaw's case and his targets were unusual only in that he was caught, convicted, and sentenced to 263 years. Sadly, the experiences of the black women who had the courage to come forward to testify against Holtzclaw are all too similar to those I have heard over the past 2 decades in countless workshops, know your rights trainings, and public forum stories that rarely see the light of day, let alone command national headlines or animate our organizing. Daniel Holtzclaw is far from the first police officer to have used the power of the badge to violate those he is sworn to serve and protect. And unfortunately, he won't be the last. In fact, Holtzclaw's predatory ways are eerily reminiscent of those of Eugene, Oregon, police officer Roger Magana, convicted in 2004 of sexual assault and rape of a dozen women over an 8-year period. Like Holtzclaw, he preyed on women criminalized through the war on drugs, broken windows policing, and the policing of prostitution, as well as survivors of violence and women labeled as mentally ill. Magana would threaten arrest and then trade leniency for sexual acts. In some cases, Magana used the pretext of conducting welfare checks, unscheduled visits where officers gain entry into private homes by simply stating that they believe a person's well-being is at risk. In other instances, he conducted invasive and abusive searches of women on the side of the road. Magana also threatened to retaliate against women if they reported him. One woman described Magana putting his service weapon against her genitals and saying he would blow her insides out if she told anyone. This intimidation, along with indifference to the problem in the police department, allowed Magana to engage in this conduct with impunity for almost a decade before his assaults came to light. Like the Holtzclaw survivors, many of the women who eventually came forward said they initially did not report the assaults because they feared they would not be believed. And their fears proved to be founded. Police files indicate that at least half a dozen officers and supervisors heard complaints about Magana's sexual violence over the years but dismissed them as the grumblings of junkies and prostitutes. 13. Echoes of the Magana case resonated again in 2016 when the DOJ investigation of the Baltimore Police Department revealed a number of instances in which officers had extorted sex from women in the sex trades in exchange for leniency, and that the department had conducted shoddy and incomplete investigations that had led to no consequences for the officers involved. 14 In the intervening decade, researchers have consistently documented patterns of inadequate investigations of police sexual violence. 15. The widespread, systemic, and almost routine nature of police sexual violence remains largely invisible to the public eye, though it chronically festers on the streets and in alleys, squad cars, and police lockups. A 2015 investigative report by the Buffalo News cataloging more than 700 cases concluded, in the past decade, a law enforcement official was caught in a case of sexual abuse or misconduct at least every 5 days. 16 A national study of officer arrests for sexual misconduct between 2005 and 2011 found that 1/2 of the cases involved on-duty sexual offenses, 1/5 forcible rape, and almost 1/4 forcible fondling, and that almost one-half targeted minors. 17 The study further notes that distinctions between on and off-duty police crime are often difficult to make, and that off-duty sexual offenses are often facilitated by the power of the badge or the presence of an official service weapon. 18 According to the Cato Institute, sexual misconduct is the second most frequently reported form of police misconduct, after use of excessive force. Yet it is clearly not the second most frequently talked about. 19 The reasons for the seemingly impenetrable veil shrouding sexual abuse by officers are many and complex. One is a lack of data. As of 2016, there are no official statistics regarding the number of rapes and sexual assaults committed by police officers in the United States. To the extent that sexual assault by state actors has been documented at all, it has been in detention facilities such as jails and prisons. 20 The limited data gathered by federal and state governments on the use of excessive force by law enforcement officers do not include information on the number of allegations, complaints, or incidents of rape, sexual assault, or coerced sexual acts. Similarly, data gathered by the federal government on overall prevalence of rape and sexual assault do not include information concerning the number of perpetrators who are police officers and other law enforcement agents. In the absence of official data, law enforcement authorities can continue to sweep the issue under the rug and, when it does come to light, claim that it is dealt with swiftly and decisively through discipline and criminal prosecution. 21 Likewise, government can continue to act as though the issue doesn't exist. When I testified before the Prison Rape Elimination Commission, one of the commissioners told me it was hard to take action against police sexual violence without concrete data. Thus, sexual violence by police remains what former Seattle Police Chief Norm Stamper dubs a nasty little secret. 22 Invisibility is also perpetuated in part because, in the absence of official data, our understanding of police violence is shaped by research studies based on complaints and media reports. It is estimated that only 1/3 of rapes and sexual assaults are ever reported. 23 This rate is no doubt far lower among women who are raped by the very law enforcement agents they would have to report to. 24 As Penny Harrington, former Portland Chief of Police, points out, the women are terrified. Who are they going to call? It's the police who are abusing them. 25 Many survivors like the woman I met in New Orleans, like the Holtzclaw survivors, like me and many others who have told me their stories over the years don't report incidents out of shame or fear that they will not be believed. Some survivors fear exposure of their sexual orientation or gender identity, retaliation by police officers, or criminal charges or deportation because they are undocumented, are involved in sex work, or are using controlled substances. Some may fear coming forward in isolation, in the absence of support from anti-police brutality or anti-violence advocates. Or, as Ju Hyun Kang, director of Communities United for Police Reform, once suggested to me, maybe sexual violence by the police just becomes part of a seamless web of sexual harassment, assault, and violence that begins for women of color in the morning when they take the garbage out and are whistled at by their neighbor, continues with endemic sexual harassment at work or school, and ends when they are propositioned or groped during a stop by a cop on the way home. Simultaneously ordinary and out of the ordinary. Even when a woman takes the risk to lodge a complaint, there is the question of whether it will be recorded, taken seriously, and covered by the media, particularly given that officers are known to target individuals whose credibility will be challenged. By its very nature, sexual violence is hidden away from public view, witnesses, and cop-watching cameras, making it more likely that complaints will be deemed unsubstantiated. Because officers can often rely on threats of force or arrest, there are often no injuries requiring immediate medical attention and therefore no evidence beyond a woman's word. 26. As a result, researchers almost universally caution that because of these limitations, documented cases may represent only the tip of the iceberg. 27 Yet, even in the absence of official data and the limitations of other sources, sexual violence by law enforcement is one of the areas in which the greatest amount of social science research on women's experiences of policing exists. A structural problem. Following a rash of reports in 2009 and 2010 of cases of sexual assault by police, in 2011 the International Association of Chiefs of Police, IACP, issued guidance defining the problem of police sexual misconduct for local law enforcement agencies. 28 According to the IACP, the term is intended to encompass a broad spectrum of activity. Sexual behavior while on duty, including voyeuristic actions. 29. Unnecessary contacts or actions taken by officers for personal or sexually motivated reasons such as unwarranted callbacks to crime victims or making a traffic stop to get a closer look at the driver for non-professional reasons. Inappropriate touching during stops, searches, and detention. Sexual shakedowns, extortion of sexual favors in exchange for not ticketing or arresting someone. Forcible or coercive sexual conduct, including rape. 30. Others have included within the definition of police sexual misconduct the following: pressuring individuals to provide their phone number or other contact information in order to contact them for non-law enforcement purposes. Inappropriate or sexual comments made to passers-by, during traffic or street stops, in the context of searches, including strip searches, or while an individual is in police custody. Inappropriate questions or conversation about individual sexual orientation. Researchers emphasize the importance of viewing police sexual violence as a continuum in order to counter the tendency to view the more extreme forms of sexual violence as aberrations, which severs them from their common structural and cultural bases. 31. It is important to include sexual harassment on this continuum, because police officers have the state-sanctioned power to detain, arrest and use physical force, and can invoke operational necessity, sometimes with institutional support, to engage in a range of potentially abusive behaviors, most significantly the legitimate use of violence. 32. And police sexual harassment can be a precursor to more serious forms of violence. Researchers also emphasize that police sexual violence is a structural issue, facilitated by the nature of police work. Much like other professions in which sexual misconduct is particularly prevalent, officers work alone or in pairs, often late at night or in private locations, often in situations with little or no direct accountability, with considerable access to women and young people. 33. A review of the Eugene, Oregon, Police Department conducted in the wake of the Magana case concluded that lack of direct supervision was a major problem. 34. According to Penny Harrington, there is this culture in law enforcement. You don't tell on your buddies. You get so bought into this police culture. You don't see anything wrong with it. It's like as a badge of honor, how many women in the community you can have sex with, and the younger the better. 35. Using media reports, arrest records, and civil and criminal court opinions, researchers have pulled together a more detailed picture of how police sexual violence happens, and to whom. The targets of reported police sexual violence are overwhelmingly women, and typically women of color who are or are perceived to be involved in the drug or sex trades, or using drugs or alcohol, as well as people with prior arrest records, immigrants, people with limited English proficiency, people with disabilities, and people who have previously been targeted for police sexual violence. 36. Some researchers theorize that women who are targeted for police sexual violence are considered police property and therefore fair game for sexual extortion or assault. 37. Additionally, young women are particularly at risk. In a 2003 study of young women in New York City, almost 2 in 5 young women described sexual harassment by police officers. 38% were black, 39% Latinx, and 13% Asian or Pacific Islander. As one young black woman put it, they say they are protecting us, but they only make us feel more at risk. 38. Sites of police sexual violence. Police sexual violence takes place in locations ranging from police cars to private homes, from the streets to police detention facilities, and in contexts including immigration enforcement, explorer programs designed to engage youth from the community, responses to calls for assistance, and the policing of prostitution and so-called lewd conduct. 39. Traffic stops, the war on drugs, stop and frisk practices, broken windows policing, and regulation of people on probation and parole, who live at the mercy of officers who can violate them on any or no pretext at any time. All serve as facilitators of police sexual violence. 40 According to the Buffalo News investigation, in more than 70% of the cases, officers wielded their authority over motorists, crime victims, informants, students, and young people in job shadowing programs. 41 Two studies conducted by Samuel Walker and Don Earlbeck found that 40% of cases of police sexual misconduct reported in the media involved teenagers, and 34% took place in the context of a traffic stop. 42. The pattern of officers targeting women during traffic stops is so prevalent that Walker and Earlbeck coined the term driving while female to describe the pattern, though they problematically represented it as parallel to, rather than a central feature of, racial profiling. 43 Their 2002 report documented over 400 cases of sexual harassment and abuse by law enforcement officers in the context of traffic stops across the United States, yet only a quarter resulted in any kind of sanction of the perpetrators. 44. A 2003 update to Driving While Female takes readers beyond the context of traffic stops, featuring page after page of incidents of police sexual violence that quickly overwhelm the reader, with stories from all over the country of officers raping, assaulting, and extorting sex from women and girls under a variety of circumstances. 45 From these cases, the authors identify a second pattern of police sexual violence, targeting young women in explorer programs. In one case, Diana Guerrero of Las Cruces, New Mexico, was a high school police intern when she was sexually assaulted during a ride along with an officer. She sued the city for violation of her constitutional rights, and in March 2016, by then 21, was awarded a $3 million settlement by the city. Diana reflected on her experience. It had never occurred to me that a person who had earned a badge would do this to me or anybody else. I lost my faith in everything, everyone, even in myself. She went on to say, I am most happy and satisfied that this lawsuit brought to light a cesspool of sexual violence and harassment that exists in police departments across this country. I'm living proof that you can speak out against sexual violence and win justice. 46. Another frequent site of sexual violence by law enforcement is the border between Mexico and the United States, where Latinx immigrants, both documented and undocumented, report routine rape by both local law enforcement and Border Patrol agents, sometimes working together. 47 In September 2010 the Los Angeles Times reported, in the last 18 months, 5 Border Patrol agents have been accused or convicted of sex crimes, including one agent who pleaded guilty in January to raping a woman while off duty, and another who is accused of sexually assaulting a migrant while her young children were nearby in a car. 48 More recently, in March 2014, Border Patrol agent Esteban Manzanares picked up a Honduran woman and her 2 girls near the Rio Grande, raped the woman and slashed her wrists, and sexually assaulted her 14-year-old daughter and then tried to break her neck until she lost consciousness. The mother and one daughter escaped. Manzanares took the other daughter back to his house, where he raped her. He killed himself when police summoned by her mother closed in. The woman and both daughters survived the incident. Juanita Valdez Cox of La Union del Pueblo Entero later said, while some may say it is an isolated case, there are too many of these isolated cases of abuse by Border Patrol agents, and Border Patrol has done too little to address the problem. 49 Accountability is rare, due to the isolated locations in which abuse by Border Patrol agents takes place, the immediate detention and deportation of survivors, and women's undocumented status, which deters them from coming forward. The issue of sexual violence in the context of immigration enforcement is not limited to the Border Patrol. Immigration agents have also extorted sex from women seeking legal status. According to a 2008 New York Times investigation, a New York agent demanded oral sex from a Colombian woman in exchange for overlooking an arrest that could have resulted in denial of her green card application. Across the country, in California, an immigration adjudicator was charged with extorting sexual favors from a Vietnamese woman in exchange for approving her citizenship application. One immigration official testified before Congress in 2006 that such corruption is rampant. 50. Additionally, local law enforcement officers target women they believe or know to be undocumented. For instance, in 2011 a Georgia deputy was found guilty of kidnapping, raping, and falsely imprisoning an undocumented Salvadoran woman, threatening to deport her, and using the power of his badge to force her to his nearby apartment, where he raped her at gunpoint. As officers often did during the Jim Crow era, he defended himself by claiming that the woman was a prostitute. 51. Similarly, in Anaheim, California, officer was charged with stopping an undocumented woman, asking if she had papers, and forcing her to perform oral sex. 52. A quarter of Latinx immigrant trans women surveyed by the Los Angeles organization Bienestar, the majority of whom were undocumented, reported sexual assault by law enforcement agents, primarily police officers and undercovers. 53. Ethne Louibhate argues that because their presence in the United States is framed as an illegal act, immigrant women are constructed as inherently criminal, imbued with negative qualities, and positioned outside the conventional boundaries of society, and rapeable. 54. She elaborates, initially in my research, I assumed that rape functioned as a form of crude, violent, border defense strategy. Like barbed wire and canine units, it kept women out. 55. While this remains true, she also notes that many women are not deported by the officers who assault them but rather released within the United States. As noted above, sometimes officers even solicit sex in exchange for assisting with immigration issues. The borders produced by such acts are thus not reducible to the nation's territorial borders. Instead they involve social, economic, political, psychological, and symbolic borders within the United States that connect to sexuality, gender, race, and class inequalities. Yet, at the same time, the reproduction of these internal borders articulates with practices for controlling the territorial border. Rape inscribes undocumented women within us-based hierarchies of gender, sexuality, race, and class. 56. Often when I speak about police sexual violence, people are most disturbed by its prevalence in the context of police responses to violence, discussed in detail in Chapter 9. Yet sexual assault in this context is simply another manifestation of power and opportunity. One North Carolina sheriff's domestic violence investigator bragged that finding dates working with victims of domestic violence is like shooting fish in a barrel. 57. Beyond targeting survivors of domestic violence, officers like Holtzclaw, Magana, and countless others target women seeking other forms of assistance or use their power of protection to gain access to women. A Syracuse, New York, police officer, Chester Thompson, was eventually charged with sexually assaulting Black, Latina, and Middle Eastern women he was supposed to help, or protect, over a 10-year period. Maeletra Montañez called 911 for help in February 2015 to report her daughters missing. She later testified that as soon as Thompson responded to the call, he immediately told her she was pretty, her butt was big, and that her lips looked like it can hold a penis. 58. The next thing she knew, Thompson forced her to perform oral sex on him, and then turned her around to face her newborn son as he raped her. 59. When she heard about Montañez's case, Kim Fletcher, a 35-year-old mother of 5, came forward to report that when she called police for assistance with her daughter in June 2013, Thompson, who responded to the call, assaulted her, and then continued to call her and show up at her house. She later described feeling powerless. He's a cop. They're not going to believe me, so I'll just deal with it until he decides to go away. 60. Shakina Thompson read about the case and remembered that she had called 911 during a dispute with her girlfriend 10 years earlier, only to have Chester Thompson tell her that he would file aggravated assault charges against her girlfriend if Shakina had sex with him. Shakina later told reporters, "I didn't know what to do. I felt violated. He came back on at least 2 more occasions and assaulted her again each time. She, too, had not come forward because she didn't think she would be believed. 61 6 years before Thompson assaulted Shekinah, he approached 18-year-old Liz El Bayati at an outdoor concert where she had been drinking. She later said, "I remember him making a comment about him being an officer and me being drunk and underage, then he forcibly bent me over the porta potty and raped me." Liz came forward when others did, she said, "Because I want to stitch my story next to theirs because very little has changed in this patriarchal society." 62 Thompson was fired and pled guilty to official misconduct, a misdemeanor, and was given probation, prompting protests outside the courthouse at his sentencing. 63 Police holding facilities are also prevalent sites of sexual violence by police. In 2006 I testified before the Prison Rape Elimination Commission about sexual violence in police lockups, sharing the story of Denise Almodovar, Sarah Adams, Candice Ramirez, Becky Taylor, and Lindsay Valsamaki. In November 2002, the group was picked up, allegedly for public intoxication, by officers Duane Guidry and Rolando Trevino of the Balcones Heights, Texas, Police Department, taken to the police station, booked, and placed in a holding cell. The officers then removed the 5 women from the cell and brought them into the patrol workroom where there is no video surveillance and ordered them to dance to music. They then sexually assaulted the 5 women, forcibly kissing them, forcing their hands down the women's pants, and exposing their penises and masturbating in front of the women. One of the women later testified that she felt unable to resist or run away because he had his gun and I was singled out. "I was by myself. I didn't know what door led out. I couldn't go anywhere." 64. Sexual violence as a tool of enforcing gender norms. Within and beyond these specific sites of police sexual violence, researchers note that officers often target women who are perceived to be deviating from norms of feminine sexuality and their proper place by being out late at night, as opposed to home with their boyfriends, or who may have been drinking. 65 For example, in March 2013, Kim Nguyen, a 27-year-old graduate student, had been out drinking with friends in Los Angeles' Koreatown, and was standing in a parking lot, waiting for a ride home when officers David Shin and Jin Oh pulled up and began questioning them. Eventually they arrested Kim but neither of her companions for public intoxication, handcuffed her, and put her in the patrol car. One officer stayed in the back seat with her and began forcefully groping her, pulling up her skirt, forcing her legs apart, and grabbing her chest. Then, suddenly, the door behind her opened as the officers sped through a green light. Nguyen was thrown to the pavement, and can be seen on video captured by a nearby surveillance camera lying on the street with the top of her dress pulled down, her skirt hiked up, and severe injuries to her head. She filed a lawsuit that settled on the eve of trial. 66. Consistent with the notion that police use sexual violence to enforce gender norms, as further explored in Chapter 7, women working in the sex trades report rampant sexual abuse by law enforcement officers. 67 Both studies by Walker and Earlbeck reported a number of instances in which police extorted sex from people in the sex trades by threatening arrest. 68 Also consistent with use of sexual violence as a weapon of gender policing, as discussed in greater detail in the next chapter, trans and queer people report high levels of sexual violence at the hands of police. For instance, according to a 2014 study by New Orleans Breakout, a grassroots organization working to end criminalization of LGBTQ youth, 59% of transgender respondents were asked for a sexual favor by police, compared with 12% of cisgender respondents, and 43% of respondents of color had been asked for a sexual favor by police, compared with 11% of white respondents. 69 One respondent described feelings of powerlessness in the face of such demands. "Would he be angry if I rejected him? He could easily have forced me to have sex with him, and who would have believed me if I told anyone?" A transgender woman of color in New Orleans. "I continue to feel less and less protected by the police, but now, not only do I feel unprotected, I feel threatened. I can walk in an area with cops on every corner, and rather than feeling safe, I am in fear of losing my life, my dignity, or my freedom. 70. In October 2012 in El Monte, California, just outside of Los Angeles, Jane Roe, a Mexican trans woman, was crossing the street on the way home from a friend's house when an officer pulled up in a patrol car and asked what she was doing. The officer then groped her breasts and asked her if she was a nasty she-male. She responded that she was transsexual. He then ordered her through an alley into a deserted parking lot where he forced her to perform oral sex and raped her over the trunk of his car. He threw away the condom he used and told her to leave. Jane later went back to get it and turned it over to police as evidence, prompting an investigation which led to the officer being placed on unpaid administrative leave. 71. Jane's case is strikingly similar to the case of a Navajo trans woman that I documented in Los Angeles more than a decade earlier and which is described in greater detail in Chapter 8. Both are part of a continuing epidemic of police sexual violence against trans women. Police also enforce gender norms by using sexual violence against lesbians, who report being forced to describe or engage in sexual acts with other women while in police custody, and threatened with rape by other detainees or law enforcement officers to cure or punish their sexual orientation. 72. For instance, in Stonewalled we documented the case of a black lesbian raped by a Georgia officer who said the world needed one less dyke. 73. In some cases, the sexual violence is more subtle, but still traumatic. In a 2017 study, Tiffany, a young black woman in her 20s, describes an arrest in her New York City public housing project in which a group of officers, guns drawn, screamed at her and a friend to put their hands up as they walked down a staircase from the roof. When Tiffany told them she did not consent to a search, one officer responded by saying, "Oh, so you think you're smart, girl," and proceeded to grope her breasts for an extended period of time as Tiffany told him to stop and eventually began screaming and crying, while other officers looked on but did nothing. When Tiffany later tried to report the officer's assault at the precinct, the officer mocked her and told her he knew where she lived, placing her in fear of further sexual assault in police custody and beyond. Tiffany describes being targeted by police often based on gender nonconformity and presumptions about her sexual orientation, saying, "Y'all think that like I wanna be a man. Like those stereotypes are, like those things that people say about gay women who dress tomboyish." Sadly, she is not alone. 74. Lack of accountability. Much of the information about police sexual violence is based on cases in which criminal charges were brought, creating the false impression that police sexual violence is effectively handled by the criminal legal system. Yet in most cases, even officers who are eventually indicted operate with impunity for years. Ernest Marsalis was ultimately terminated from the Chicago Police Department for kidnapping and raping a 19-year-old black woman he arrested. Before the case came to light, he had been accused of violent or threatening behavior, in most cases against women, in more than 20 cases, without any consequence. 75. A decade-long study of newspaper reports of police sexual violence in the Midwest confirms he is not an anomaly. 41.5% of cases involved a repeat offender, who had targeted 4 people on average, and had between 2 and 21 prior allegations of police sexual violence. 76. In an investigation of civilian complaints against the Chicago Police Department, AIDS Hina Emanuel, an Ida B. Wells Fellow at the nation's investigative fund, found a number of poorly investigated and incorrectly catalogued cases of police sexual violence. In several cases, police union contracts and state law precluded a full investigation. Unlike incidents of excessive force, where there may be witnesses and, if the survivor is lucky, video footage, often, because of the private nature of sexual violence, it's entirely a woman's word against an officer's. Accountability is rare, and officers are frequently able to resign without consequence, and move on to another jurisdiction in what researchers call the police officer shuffle, enabling them to continue patterns of abuse. 77. Searches as sexual assault. Beyond rape and sexual assaults as conventionally understood, police can engage legally in many behaviors that would be considered criminal if performed in a different context. 78 Strip and cavity searches are normalized policing practices, permitted by law under certain circumstances, such as when there is reasonable suspicion to believe that a person is concealing a weapon, or probable cause to believe they are concealing evidence or contraband. Yet even a federal appeals court has described them as demeaning, dehumanizing, undignified, humiliating, terrifying, unpleasant, embarrassing, repulsive, signifying degradation and submission. 79 Women often experience such searches as rape and sexual assault, regardless of legal justification. In other words, they constitute state-sanctioned sexual assault, 80 rendering sexual violence an inherent part of policing. 81 Searches conducted to assign gender on the basis of anatomy, although not permitted by law, are also experienced as sexual assaults and are often accompanied by racialized sexual commentary, homophobia, and transphobia. Of course, race, gender, and other factors shape how these legal standards are applied and violated. In the context of the war on drugs, cavity searches are often justified on the basis of a deeply racialized, sexist, culturally based belief that women are capable of carrying drugs and weapons inside their body cavities, and do so regularly. 82 Such notions harken back to the theories of scientific racism positing that black women's deviant sexual organs made us more prone to criminal or deviant acts. In 2015, a series of roadside body cavity searches conducted by officers who claimed to believe that women were concealing marijuana came to light in Texas. Charnesia Corley, a 21-year-old black woman, was subjected to a strip search and visual cavity search at a gas station in full view of passers-by. 2 other black women, Brandy Hamilton and Alexandria Randall, were subjected to a roadside cavity search by officers during a traffic stop as they drove home from the beach. 83. Similar perceptions of indigenous and Latinx women's bodies produce similar results. In 2006, the American Friends Service Committee and members of the Passamaquoddy tribe in Maine reported that Native women were routinely subjected to visual body cavity searches by local sheriffs as a matter of policy, whereas similarly situated white women were not, and that women were required to remove one article of clothing at a time in a way that simulated a striptease. If searching officers were not satisfied, they would order the woman to start over. 84 Researchers describe a case in which officers showed up at Shirley Rodriguez's home late at night, forced the door open, and, finding her sleeping in bed with her husband, told her that they had a warrant to search her vagina for drugs and insisted that she reach in and take out the stuff. When she refused, police took her to a local hospital and forced the physician on duty to forcefully conduct an invasive search of Shirley's vagina, during which no drugs were found. 85 Her civil case was dismissed on the grounds the officers were acting pursuant to a lawful warrant, but the basis for issuing a warrant to search a woman's vagina was never questioned. At other times, strip and cavity searches are simply deployed as another tool of police violence. In a case described in detail in Beth Ritchie's Arrested Justice, Black Women, Violence, and America's Prison Nation, Diane Bond, a 50-year-old black woman, was forced into her apartment at gunpoint by Chicago police officers who then ordered her to undress, bend over, expose her genitalia to the male officers, and reach inside her own vagina under threat of having her teeth removed with needle nose pliers unless she complied. Although she successfully sued them, none of the officers have been disciplined or prosecuted for their torture and terrorization of Diane. 86. Resistance. What can and should we be doing to prevent police sexual violence? At a minimum, we need to collectively commit to challenging its continuing and seemingly intractable invisibility, even in moments of heightened awareness and discussion of police violence. As Ahmed Green Hayes, who works with Black Lives Matter NYC and Black Women's Blueprint, put it in an article by Darnell Moore critiquing the movement's unilateral focus on police shootings to the exclusion of sexual violence, safety, in light of police brutality, means organizing against racial sexual violence. Police officers can be killers, but they can also be rapists. 87 Experience and research demonstrate that naming the issue increases the likelihood that survivors feel safe, R, in coming out of the shadows. 88. As an initial step, we need to create space for survivors to come forward that do not require them to turn to the very institution that perpetrated sexual violence against them. In the vast majority of jurisdictions, survivors of police sexual violence are pointed in a single direction for redress: the police. Even where civilian oversight mechanisms exist, the vast majority are neither equipped nor empowered to receive complaints of police sexual violence. Instead, they refer cases to local prosecutors, who in turn refer them to the police. In October 2016, while finishing this manuscript, I testified before the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board, urging the entity, one of the first and largest civilian oversight bodies in the country, to set an example and play a leadership role by launching a public awareness campaign and creating an infrastructure, complete with supports for survivors, that would enable them to collect, analyze, and publish data about complaints of police sexual violence. Doing so could inform prevention efforts, as well as promote accountability without requiring women to go to the police. 89. In light of the many obstacles survivors face to come forward, particularly high for populations targeted for police sexual violence, we also need to move away from strategies reliant on receiving and adjudicating individual complaints, whether in criminal, civil, or administrative venues, and move toward proactive and systemic approaches. 90. The most effective measure is to reduce opportunities for law enforcement officers to engage and hold power over women of color. This would mean, for instance, ending the war on drugs and broken windows policing, decriminalizing prostitution and poverty-related offenses, developing alternate responses to domestic violence and mental health crises, and creating community supports and safety mechanisms. Law enforcement officers particularly leverage their power to demand sexual acts in exchange for avoiding charges carrying long sentences and multiple collateral consequences, including the possibility of losing housing or custody of children if convicted of a drug or prostitution-related offense. 91. Until we are able to take police out of the equation altogether, we need harm reduction strategies. Researchers emphasize that comprehensive written policies setting forth clear accountability processes are essential to preventing and addressing police sexual violence. 92. Of course, policies alone are never enough. Prevention, implementation, independent oversight, and accountability are essential. Once caught, officers shouldn't be able to simply move from one jurisdiction to the next. 93. Yet, as a Soros Justice Fellow, I found that more than half of 36 police departments among the top 50 in the U.S. had no policy whatsoever explicitly prohibiting police sexual violence against members of the public. 94. A 2016 Al Jazeera investigation found that only 3 in 20 police departments had any policy explicitly prohibiting police sexual misconduct. 95. The International Association of Chiefs of Police has no information on how many departments have followed its 2011 guidance. 96. Departments clearly aren't taking action on their own. But, the IACP notes, we don't see a groundswell from people who are protesting their police departments for this kind of activity. 97. It's clearly time that they did. We need to fully integrate the issue of police sexual violence into our policy advocacy agendas. In 2014, bolstered by more than 75 anti-violence, racial justice, and police accountability organizations and advocates who signed on to my submission on police violence against women to the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, convened by President Obama in 2014 in the wake of outrage and resistance in the streets of Ferguson and across the country, I called for national action on police sexual violence. In response, the task force recommended that the DOJ develop and disseminate a model policy for law enforcement agencies, and that the federal government collect data on the issue. 98. It's now up to us to reduce the harms of policing by integrating demands relating to police sexual violence into police reform agendas. Anti-violence advocates must also take up the charge. As far as I know, I was also the only person to speak on the issue of police sexual violence at the United State of Women, a day-long White House summit covering a broad range of violence and structural issues affecting women, held in June 2016. While waiting in line to enter, I was asked what I would be speaking about, When I answered, I was met with blank stares from mainstream anti-violence advocates. After a 3-year process, the DOJ issued a guidance on gender bias in policing in 2016 that makes reference to police sexual violence, giving anti-violence advocates ammunition to call on local police departments to take action on the issue. As I said when concluding my remarks at the summit, no survivor of rape or sexual assault should be left out in the cold, out of the conversation, or out of the solution just because her rapist or perpetrator was a police officer. Beyond policy advocacy, what does it look like to stand with survivors of police sexual violence? Oklahoma City Artists for Justice was founded by Grace Franklin and Candace Liger in response to the arrest of Daniel Holtzclaw. 99 Franklin described the reasons for the group's founding: "We are black women. It could have been us. We had to speak up." 100 The two founders frequently tell the story of how they reached out to the local YWCA for support when the case first broke, only to be told that the nonprofit's relationship with law enforcement precluded it from taking a stand. OKC Artists for Justice forged ahead without them, becoming a regular presence outside the courthouse at each hearing and in discussions across the country, challenging Holtzclaw's sexual violence, his efforts to discredit the women he targeted, and the institutions that lined up to support him. See insert for protest photo. As the case gained national attention, OKC Artists for Justice were joined by BWBP, which organized a caravan to travel to Oklahoma City to stand with the survivors during trial and sentencing, and by Barbara Arnwine of the Transformative Justice Coalition and Kimberly Crenshaw of the African American Policy Forum in an effort to bring national media attention to the case. Although local and national women's groups called for Holtzclaw to be held without bond and subjected to the heaviest possible sentence upon conviction to 63 years, BWBP highlighted the limitations of criminal legal responses to police sexual violence after Holtzclaw's conviction and sentence, issuing a call for sustainable justice strategies and a call to envision justice for ourselves, survivors, and future generations, a visioning of justice beyond what the prison system and criminal justice system offers. One conviction does not end rape. Historically, the criminal justice system has seldom represented a safe space or answer for black women. Beyond reactionary prison system responses that fail to prevent rape from happening in the first place and don't stop it from happening again, we ask your response to this question: what would justice really look like to black women survivors of sexual assault? 101. That is the question we are called to answer. Chapter 6. Policing Gender Lines. Although the role of law enforcement in policing lines of race and class is generally recognized, until more recently their role in constructing and enforcing racialized borders of gender has been less visible. When gender has been addressed in the context of policing, discussion has largely focused on the targeting of men of color by law enforcement and the role of women in law enforcement. 1 Yet, throughout U.S. history, police have consistently targeted women and gender nonconforming people and used harassment, physical and sexual violence, arrest, lethal force, and denial of protection to produce, maintain, and refine racially constructed gender norms, even as the legal landscape of gender has shifted over time. Gender represents a central axis around which policing takes place, and gender policing is embedded in, operates in conjunction with, and furthers policing of race, class, and nation. The lines of gender are drawn most literally between a false gender binary that tolerates no deviation in appearance, behavior, or expression from characteristics associated with the gender assigned at birth, leading to suspicion and presumptions of instability, criminality, fraud, and violence in police interactions with transgender and gender nonconforming people, particularly of color. 2 Additionally, as feminists of color have taught us, the lines of gender are also drawn around idealized notions of white womanhood developed in service of white supremacy, which implicitly exclude and punish non-white women. This is often accomplished through deployment of controlling narratives constructing women of color in opposition to characteristics imputed to pure and innocent white women: chastity, motherhood, domesticity, piety, and meekness. These narratives, and the structural relations of power they serve, inform daily police interactions and exercises of discretion. Finally, throughout U.S. history, women who departed from chaste and domestic gender roles, for instance, by traveling unaccompanied on the streets at night, being drunken and disorderly, or engaging in lewd and lascivious behavior, have been criminalized. Point 3. This chapter focuses primarily on the policing of the gender binary, while other forms of racialized gender policing are explored throughout the book. Clothing. Although the terms trans, transgender, and gender nonconforming evolved relatively recently, individuals and societies whose expressions of gender transcend rigid binary constructions have long existed. As described in Chapter 1, imposition of a binary gender system was essential to the project of colonization, justifying violence against indigenous peoples framed as existing beyond European-imposed understandings of gender. Point 4. Gary Bowen, a trans man of Native descent, author and organizer, emphasizes that Native people have been murdered, burned, beaten, hanged, imprisoned, flogged, stripped, humiliated, and otherwise forced into compliance with dominant standards of gender and sexuality, or exterminated when they resisted. 5. Coercive enforcement of binary and hierarchical notions of gender has continued throughout U.S. history through punishment of individuals who fail to meet racialized ideals of gender. Enforcement of sumptuary laws, laws designed to regulate habits on moral or religious grounds, is one of the more recognized forms of gender policing. Point 6. Law professor I. Bennett Capers explains that such laws supplemented and replaced laws prohibiting enslaved people and people of lower classes from wearing clothing associated with ruling classes. Between 1850 and 1870, just as the abolitionist movement, then the Civil War, and then Reconstruction were disrupting the subordinate/superordinate balance between blacks and whites, just as middle-class women were demanding social and economic equality, agitating for the right to vote, and quite literally their right to wear pants, and just as lesbian and gay subcultures were emerging in large cities, jurisdictions began passing sumptuary legislation which had the effect of refeeing sex and gender distinctions. Point 7. Historian Claire Sears describes the passage of laws prohibiting cross-dressing in San Francisco as a formalized expression of state interest in defining and policing normative gender as part of the work of governance. Pushing previously tolerated cross-dressing and commercial sex practices to the margins, as acts that no longer belonged in everyday public life. 8. Enforcement focused on feminist dress reformers, fast young women who dressed as men for a night on the town, female impersonators, and people whose gender identifications did not match their anatomy in legally accepted ways. Police drew lines not only between men and women but also around gender-appropriate behaviors, attempting to neutralize threats to male dominance posed by dress reform feminists who defied women's confinement in the private sphere, threats to sexual morality posed by cross-dressing degenerates who caroused in bars, and threats to the cultural imperative of gender legibility posed by people with a gender identity that diverged from their legal sex. Enforcement required police to scrutinize bodies in the public sphere for any ostensible disjuncture of gendered clothing and sexed body. San Francisco officers used the size of a suspect's hands and feet, the presence or absence of facial hair, the way he or she walked as markers of gender in the 19th century. These means of enforcement have not changed much over the past century and a half. Present-day police officers have listed these exact characteristics when I've deposed them around how they interpret gender for purposes of arrest processing in litigation challenging unlawful searches of trans and gender nonconforming people. Point 9. Gender searches, whether through the removal of a wig or veil or jailhouse medical examination, were endemic to enforcement of cross-dressing laws in 19th century San Francisco, and remain pervasive today. Point 10. When enforcing cross-dressing laws, police both produced and reinforced white normative gender. Point 11. In the 19th century, the majority of reported arrests under cross-dressing laws in San Francisco involved white women, presumably because women of color, already excluded from the bounds of womanhood, could not transgress them by cross-dressing. Normative gender was thus inscribed as the exclusive property of whites. 12. Nevertheless, people of color, particularly immigrants, were occasionally targeted for the enforcement of sumptuary laws. Geraldine Portica, a light-skinned Mexican who had been raised and lived as a woman all her life, was arrested in 1917 for wearing women's clothing on a body the police classed as male. A police officer inscribed a photograph of her with the caption, "This is not a girl, but a boy," in so doing reinscribing maleness on her body, writes Sears. 13 Portico was deported to Mexico. 14 In 1908 a Chinese youth named So Githua was arrested on the belief that, despite a feminine gender expression, So Githua was male. Newspapers claimed that So Githua was part of a larger criminal enterprise and framed the Chinese cross-dressing criminal as indicative of an undifferentiated, all-consuming threat. 15 Across the country, in mid-19th century New York City, Mary Jones, also known as Peter Suolli, a black person, was repeatedly arrested for perambulating the streets in woman's attire. 16 Lawrence Jackson, described as a brazen-faced darky, was arrested in Chicago for promenading on Clark Avenue, wearing female attire in 1881.17. Such arrests were not confined to urban environments. Babe Bean, a gender non-conforming Latinx person described as a passing woman, was arrested in Stockton, California, in 1897 for cross-dressing. 18. Immigration authorities and the public both projected gender nonconformity wholesale onto Chinese migrants within the broader context of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882.19. Proponents of Chinese exclusion deployed cross-dressing imagery in their constructions of national belonging, linking Chinese immigrants in particular to gender deviance and deceit. 20 In this context, according to Sears, masculinizing accounts of Chinese women joined feminizing accounts of Chinese men to produce an image of Chinese gender as utterly illegible, a kind of foreign and pathological formation, deployed to produce and police the racialized borders of the nation-state, justifying exclusion and informing policing of Asian women both as presumed prostitutes and as masculinized threats. 21. For much of the 20th century, police used sumptuary laws to punish gender nonconformity among drag queens, transgender women, and butch lesbians of color. 22 Piri, a self-described black stud, a term used by lesbians of color on the masculine end of the gender spectrum who experienced police brutality and arrest for wearing men's clothing in the 1940s and 1950s, said, at the time, when they pick you up, if you didn't have two garments that belong to a woman, you could go to jail. And the same thing with a man. They call it male impersonation or female impersonation and they'd take you downtown. It would give them the opportunity to whack the shit out of you. 23 Poet and activist Audre Lorde similarly wrote that there were always rumors of plainclothes women circulating among us, looking for gay girls with fewer than 3 pieces of female attire. 24 Trans women and self-identified drag queens of color were often rounded up and arrested on the basis of cross-dressing laws. 25 Sylvia Rivera, a Puerto Rican revolutionary and veteran of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City in 1969, remembers, "When I was growing up, if you walked down 42nd Street and even looked like a faggot, you were going to jail. I went to jail a lot of times." 26 At times, perceived violations of cross-dressing laws proved fatal. In 1970, police shot a young black person in Chicago in the back 8 times after seeing the person on the street wearing women's clothes. The person had previously been arrested and charged with impersonating the opposite sex. 27. While enforcement continued through the 20th century, courts began striking down sumptuary laws in the 1970s. Yet formal changes in the law have not translated into an end to policing of perceived violations of gender norms in clothing, particularly for women and trans people of color. For instance, in 2002, a black lesbian reported that Washington, D.C., police officers unbuttoned her trousers during a street search, asking her, "Why are you wearing boys' underwear? Are you a dyke? Do you eat pussy?" 28 Latinx lesbians report increased police harassment when they are dressed like a guy. Feminine attire worn by transgender women is pervasively cited by police as grounds for suspicion that they are engaged in prostitution or lewd conduct. Viviana Hernandez of the Los Angeles LGBT Center told me as I was researching Stonewalled, they used to arrest us for wearing women's clothing. Now they arrest us for loitering with intent to solicit. 29. The ease with which one charge is substituted for another should come as no surprise. According to Claire Sears, the emergence of cross-dressing law was intimately bound up with the regulation of prostitution, as both offenses were prohibited within a broader set of regulations governing what Sears terms problem bodies 30. Enforced in the United States until as recently as the 1980s, sumptuary laws left a powerful legacy of presumptions that people whose appearance is deemed gender non-conforming are inherently fraudulent and mentally unstable. 31. For instance, in the 1950s, a native person was convicted for defrauding the government for living life as a woman, marrying a soldier, and collecting associated entitlements, and was ordered to undergo psychiatric treatment to bring out masculine qualities. 32. Half a century later, Megan Taylor, a black trans woman, checked into a hotel in Des Moines, Iowa, with a friend on their way to a funeral. The hotel keeper called the police when the gender marker on Megan's ID didn't match her gender expression, assuming on this basis that she was engaged in prostitution. Once police arrived, Megan says they were very forceful and disrespectful. They tried to make it seem like we were doing something other than we were. They made my friend take out the stuffing in her bra. Finding no evidence of prostitution, the police nevertheless arrested Megan and charged her with using a fraudulent ID and for carrying medication without a prescription, something many of us do on a regular basis, yet in her case it was seen as another crime of fraud. She and her friends spent 8 days in jail because they couldn't post bail and missed the funeral they were traveling to attend. Megan filed a complaint against the hotel before the Iowa Civil Rights Commission, and the case was settled to her satisfaction. Megan later wrote, "When this all happened, I knew exactly what it was: the racial profiling, the transgender profiling, the harassment, the solitary confinement. I knew why it was happening, and I knew it wasn't right. I knew something had to change. To experience so many levels of discrimination makes you feel like less of a person. I want to stand up for myself and other black and transgender people. And so I did." 33. A perception of fraud also led to criminal charges for 17-year-old Bianca Feliciano, a Latinx trans woman. She was with a black trans friend in the town of Cicero, just outside of Chicago, when they were stopped for walking while trans. According to police, they were in an area known for a high concentration for prostitution. There was no evidence that they were there to trade sex. When Bianca produced identification reflecting her legal name and a female gender marker, the officer told her she was not female because she had a dick in between her legs. When she protested, he threatened her with physical violence and a fraud charge for misrepresenting her gender on her state ID. The officers then searched Bianca's purse and found a pack of menthol cigarettes and a sock with a rock in it, not of crack, but a stone for self-defense, presumably against transphobic attacks. Bianca was charged with possession of tobacco as a minor and a phony weapons-related offense. At the precinct, officers referred to her as male both to her face and in reports, mocked her titties, and forced her to reveal the male name she was given at birth. To top it off, the police refused to give Bianca back her state ID upon her release. Represented by My Queer, in Justice co-author Joey Mogul, Bianca successfully sued the city of Cicero and secured an agreement that they would adopt a policy on police interactions with trans people. According to law professor Gabriel Arkels, cross-dressing continues to be used as evidence in criminal cases and commitment proceedings. 34. For instance, in 2006, NYPD officers stopped a person wearing a women's sweater, eyeliner, an earring, and a ponytail as the person was standing on the street with two friends from a homeless shelter and looking for something in a purse. Claiming the individual was a man with a purse, the officers questioned and then arrested the person for theft of the purse. The trial court found no lawful basis for the stop, noting that the person in question was unquestionably of transgender appearance, and concluded that under the circumstances merely carrying a purse was not enough to justify the stop. However, the appellate court reversed the decision, determining that the person could not possibly be transgender because when arrested the person's face had stubble and the person was wearing a dark jacket over a red shirt and jeans. having, with a stroke of the pen, determined that transgender people do not wear jackets and slash or allow facial hair to show, even if homeless and recently arrested, the court ruled police could stop someone they perceived to be an unshaven male rifling through a woman's purse, thereby explicitly condoning police presumptions of criminality based on arbitrary and unwritten rules of appropriate gender presentation and expression. 35. Bathroom policing. Even in the absence of laws explicitly regulating their use, bathrooms and other sex-segregated facilities become intense sites of enforcement of the gender binary, with particularly severe consequences for transgender people of color and women of color perceived to defy gender norms. 36. For instance, Mandy Carter, a founder of Southerners on New Ground, reported that following Hurricane Katrina, Charlie Arpalovics, a black trans woman from New Orleans, was arrested and held for 6 days for using the women's shower at a Texas evacuation center. 37. Such arrests regularly take place nationwide, even though, with the exception of recently adopted North Carolina Public Facilities Privacy and Security Act, known as House Bill 2, and copycat legislation in other jurisdictions, there are generally no laws requiring individuals to have any particular set of characteristics in order to use a bathroom labeled men or women. 38. Nevertheless, police can make arrests on the basis of offenses such as disorderly conduct, indecent exposure, or trespassing laws if a property owner or manager complains. Though transgender people bear the brunt of police abuse in connection with use of gender-segregated bathrooms, non-transgender women of color who do not conform to racialized notions of feminine appearance are also caught in the web of gender policing. For instance, in Arab American feminisms, Huda Jadallah, a gender non-conforming Palestinian lesbian, describes being mistaken for a man and being perceived as violent and dangerous when she enters a women's restroom. 39. Similarly, when I was researching Stonewalled, an activist told me about a non-trans black woman who plays on a women's football team and was violently arrested after using the women's bathroom in a restaurant in the Washington, D.C. area. 40. Classification anxiety. Beyond directly policing the lines of gender by enforcing compliance with norms of attire and bathroom use, police enforce racialized gender conformity in myriad ways on a daily basis, in virtually every interaction with women and gender non-conforming people of color. This includes demanding identification as proof of gender authenticity and imposing genders on individuals taken into police custody, often based on violative and unlawful searches. When officers experience classification anxiety in routine daily police interactions, they treat transgender and gender non-conforming people as threatening because they place in question identities previously conceived as stable, unchallengeable, grounded and known, which serve as critical tools of heterosexist culture. 41. As a result, failure to meet individual police officers' subjective expectations of gender-appropriate behavior is read as embodying disorder, giving rise at a minimum to intensified scrutiny that often escalates to verbal and sexual harassment, detention, and citation or arrest. 42. Ultimately, law enforcement officers imagine and enforce highly racialized and deeply classed social constructions and relations of gender in daily interactions with women and gender non-conforming people of color. They project narratives rooted in white supremacist heteropatriarchy onto our racially gendered bodies, then act on and enforce them through surveillance and suspicion, violence, and violation. 43. By providing officers with a plethora of both vague and specific laws and almost unlimited discretion in enforcing them, broken windows policing facilitates the process of racialized gender policing. Take the case of Alan Galbraith, a black gender non-conforming former ballet dancer who one day in July of 2010 went to a park in Oklahoma City to perform morning exercises wearing high heels, carrying a red purse and a cane, and wearing lipstick. After receiving a 911 call describing Alan, a police officer accosted, questioned, and arrested Alan for disorderly conduct, despite the absence of any evidence that Alan was disturbing anyone's peace. Alan vigorously protested the stop and arrest as motivated by race and by gender nonconformity. 44. The criminal charges were dismissed, and Alan filed a civil lawsuit challenging the officer's actions as unconstitutional. Unfortunately, Allen's claims were ultimately dismissed after a jury trial endorsing officers' use of vague quality of life offenses to police gender expression in public spaces. 45. In the context of broken windows policing, responses to police demands for identification during stops motivated by racial and other forms of profiling become sites of gender policing, such as when officers demand to see individuals' real IDs or know their real names when the gender markers on ID don't match the gender individuals are expressing, or what an officer thinks they should be expressing. Trans people face significant barriers to accessing IDs that accurately reflect their gender, facing a web of complex and often conflicting rules that vary widely from jurisdiction to jurisdiction and agency to agency. 46. This is further complicated by increasingly restrictive rules for obtaining any identification, primarily motivated by anti-immigrant sentiment and post-9/11 fear-mongering. Consequently, many trans people have IDs that inaccurately list their gender, or have different gender markers on different pieces of ID. As in Bianca's case, an officer's request for identification can quickly escalate to verbal abuse, physical violence, and arrest. 47. Additionally, failure to produce ID can, in and of itself, serve as a basis for arrest, regardless of whether an individual has committed a crime. 48. Even in states that do not require individuals to produce identification on demand, other offenses, such as disorderly conduct, are deployed to the same end. Trans people also face criminalization for carrying syringes to administer hormones, whether prescribed or obtained by other means. 49. This can lead to arrest on the presumption that the presence of syringes signals intravenous drug use, and to physical violence based on perceptions that syringes endanger officers during searches. Additionally, lack of coverage for gender-affirming healthcare in many states leaves many trans people without healthcare options. As a result, some trans people have formed informal networks of support, which can include giving, taking, buying, selling, and sharing information about hormones, silicone, and other forms of treatment without the intervention of medical authorities. This renders them more vulnerable to criminalization, harassment, and physical and sexual violence. Police often respond to gender nonconformity with street justice, administered through verbal harassment and abuse, including slurs such as faggot, dyke, tranny, he/she, freak, and bitch, and often accompanied by physical violence. 50. Black lesbians frequently report being punched in the chest by officers saying something like, "You want to act like a man, I'll treat you like a man." 51. One woman filed a complaint with the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board because an officer grabbed her as she was arguing with her girlfriend. When she protested, the officer replied, "I don't give a fuck if you're female, you gay bitch. I will arrest you right now if you think you're a man." 52. More than half of transgender participants in the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey who interacted with officers who knew the participants were transgender reported some form of violence or abuse by police. Native trans women were most likely to report police violence, followed by Black trans women and multiracial trans women. 53. Organizations around the country have documented high levels of harassment and violence against trans women by police. 54. In studies conducted in New York and Los Angeles, more than half to two-thirds of respondents reported verbal or physical abuse. 55. Studies consistently find that Black, Native, and Latinx trans people are at greatest risk of harassment, physical assault, and sexual violence. 56. The community-based organization Make the Road New York reports Elena's experience. The cops stopped her and asked her what she was doing. She replied she was getting coffee. The cops proceeded to take the coffee from her, throw it on the ground and on her feet and told her to get on your knees, "You fucking faggot." She was kept on her knees for over 30 minutes until she was finally put in a police van and taken to the local precinct. 57. Another trans woman told Human Rights Watch, "They pad frisk you, they ask if you have fake boobs, take them off right there, if you have a wig, take it off. It's humiliating." 58. Such acts of violence are part of the daily policing of gender taking place in communities across the country. Often acts of police violence are informed by racialized and gendered narratives framing women of color and transgender people of color as inherently devious, mercurially violent, superhumanly strong, and, most of all, deserving of annihilation or disappearance, to be literally stamped out or locked away. Searches. Law enforcement agents frequently conduct gender checks, searches aimed solely or primarily at determining an individual's physical characteristics for the purposes of assigning a gender, to punish and humiliate trans people, to satisfy their curiosity, or for sexual gratification. From police officers calling out to transgender women on the street saying, "Show me your tits," to groping chests and groins during routine searches, police gender checks are a daily reality for gender non-conforming women and transgender people of color nationwide. 59. One trans client of mine was ordered to drop her pants and bend over to expose her genital area in a New York City precinct so that an officer could determine her gender. Once brought to a booking facility, although she had already been held with women without incident, an officer groped her genitals during a pat search and placed her with men. When she questioned the searching officer about why she was being subjected to a search no other women transported with her experienced, the officer told her that another officer said she was a guy. Hers is just one in a series of cases I have litigated or become aware of over the past decade. While there are variations on this theme from demands that people raise their shirts or drop their pants to often painful and assaultive groping, to invasive and completely unnecessary and unauthorized questioning about anatomical features, surgeries, and medical treatment, to strip searches and visual cavity searches and other forms of discriminatory treatment in police custody, experiences such as this are as common as they are unconstitutional. 60. Resistance. Resistance to gender policing takes many forms, both individual and collective. The Welfare Warriors Research Collaborative of Queers for Economic Justice emphasized in a fabulous attitude, low-income LGBTQGNC people surviving and thriving on love and shelter. As we negotiate social spaces, government agencies, and our identities on a daily basis, we witness how all people are gendered both institutionally and relationally. In particular, we experience and know how. We must navigate and resist criminalizing forms of gendering while we powerfully self-determine our own genders. Gender is a socio-political side of both violence and resistance. 61. One of the first cases of resistance to police violence against trans people framed in the context of broader struggles against police brutality that I became aware of involved Jaeli Lamotte. Jaeli was a Puerto Rican trans woman whose case was brought to light by the ALPS Working Group on Police and State Violence, WGPV, formed in 1997 in response to a rash of street violence, repressive state violence tactics, an increase of police harassment and brutality, and the quality of life policies of the Giuliani administration. 62 WGPV was a member of the Coalition Against Police Brutality in New York City. 63 When Jaeli's mother couldn't awaken her after she had taken cold medication, she called the police for assistance. By the time they arrived, Jaeli was awake, and responding officers began to sexually harass her. Upon discovering that she was transgender, they referred to her using slurs such as trans testicle and beat and pepper sprayed her and her family. Then they took Jaeli to hospital for involuntary psychiatric observation, where she was held for 72 hours on the pretense that she was suicidal. Officers also arrested her mother and brother for coming to her defense. Jaeli firmly believed that the treatment she and her family received was informed by officers feeling tricked by her gender expression and embarrassed by their sexual attraction to her. 64. Jaeli's case not only reflects the punishment meted out by officers enforcing the gender binary and against women who resist their sexual advances, it also illustrates the deep roots of collaboration between law enforcement and psychiatric authorities to police and punish trans and gender non-conforming individuals. As Claire Sears notes, a cross-dressing arrest could trigger an insanity hearing with devastating results, including incarceration in asylums and, for immigrants, deportation. 65 In many instances, police violence against women and gender non-conforming people of color is premised on perceptions that gender non-conformity is linked to mental illness, and that mentally ill people are threats who must be punished, confined, and cured. Consequently, law enforcement agents have systematically channeled transgender and gender nonconforming individuals into psychiatric institutions. The ALP worked with the National Congress of Puerto Rican Rights Justice Committee and other members of the Coalition Against Police Brutality to call attention to JLE's case, successfully generating outrage among non-queer communities. Together they organized to get the charges against JLE and her family dropped, holding protests, press conferences, and strategy sessions while supporting family members in their quest for accountability. Deo Gore, a member of the WGPV, later said of the organization's work on the case that it has allowed us to both go beyond the gay ghetto in our understanding of police violence, have homophobic violence taken seriously by mainstream police brutality activists, and also to raise the level of understanding and commitment to police violence issues within LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, two-spirit, and trans communities at large in New York City. 66. Organizers have also fought for systemic changes to how police interact with trans and gender nonconforming people. For instance, transgender and allied activists in San Francisco, working in concert with communities of color and police accountability groups, were among the first to successfully organize for police policies that protect the rights of trans people in police interactions. 67 Among other provisions, the standing orders require police officers to refer to trans people by their preferred names, pronouns, and gendered titles, and establishes a right of trans people to public space, stating that neither a person's gender identity nor expression, age, or disheveled or impoverished appearance justifies requests for identification or detention. 68 Several years later, in 2005, the Washington, D.C., Police Department also yielded to community pressure by trans activists to create policies for interacting with trans people. In addition to provisions similar to San Francisco's, DC's policies mandated that officers should not assume that gender identity or expression is evidence of prostitution and strictly prohibited gender searches. 69 In 2014, a lawsuit filed by Patty Hammond Shaw, a black trans woman, changed the way that individuals' gender would be recorded in police databases, and in January 2015, DC's policy was updated to address organizers' concerns about police response to intimate partner violence against trans people, policing of sex work, and criminalization of youth. 70. In 2005, I filed my first lawsuit in New York City, on behalf of a white transgender woman I met while providing legal support to protesters during the 2004 Republican National Convention. When she told me about the violative search she endured while in police custody, we decided to initiate litigation to challenge the long-standing pattern of gender searches identified by local organizations such as SRLP, Fierce, and ALP for decades. 71 At least 4 other transgender women, several of whom I also represented, subsequently sued the NYPD on the same grounds. Ultimately, in the face of litigation and public pressure, the NYPD expressed a willingness to change its policies. A group of advocates researched policies in DC and San Francisco, consulted with trans community members, including incarcerated transgender people and organizers from other cities, and developed a comprehensive set of policy proposals. After 18 months of negotiations, we reached an agreement with the NYPD, and new policies were adopted and announced in June 2012. Despite being the most progressive policies in place at the time, they continue to be violated on a regular basis. As a result, many of the groups involved in securing the changes have continued to call for an independent audit of the policy's implementation. 72. In 2010, the DOJ responded to long-standing community pressure, intensified after egregious police violence following Hurricane Katrina, to conduct an investigation of the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD. That fall, the New Orleans-based organization Breakout organized hearings with other community organizations during which LGBTQ youth, particularly black transgender young women, reported pervasive profiling, verbal and sexual harassment by police officers, accusations of falsely identifying themselves when they presenting their IDs, and arrests of queer youth after they had called for help. LGBTQ youth reported that they had been called names and verbally harassed, approached for sex or sexually assaulted by NOPD officers, or had their rights abused in other ways. Ultimately, the DOJ specifically named discriminatory policing practices against LGBTQ youth and transgender women as an area of top concern. Anchored by the Louisiana Justice Institute, community activists and organizations drafted a People's Consent Decree outlining changes that they wanted to see mandated by the DOJ, including policies related to the policing of LGBTQ people collectively developed by Breakout members. In July 2012, thanks to these efforts, the DOJ and NOPD adopted a consent decree that included unprecedented language prohibiting police profiling and harassment based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and requiring the department to develop a policy governing interactions with LGBTQ people. Breakout members engaged in a collective process to develop a proposed policy, sifting through policies from San Francisco, Washington, D.C., New York, and Portland, and relying on the experiences of its members as the experts on reforms that were needed. The organization mounted a campaign highlighting the common interests of LGBTQTS, youth, racial justice, and immigrant rights groups in fighting discriminatory policing and police profiling, culminating in a rally at the steps of the NOPD headquarters in support of the proposed policy. Ultimately, the NOPD adopted policies including many of the provisions proposed by Breakout Youth, although it has been slow to implement them. Breakout continues to work toward ending criminalization of trans and queer youth of color, recognizing that policy change is not enough to protect its members from abusive policing. 73. Indeed, the state's interest in establishing and maintaining clear and immutable racialized gender categorizations as a means of distributing and regulating power and access to social benefits persists, even as laws explicitly regulating public expressions of gender are struck down. Justice is achieved in individual cases, and police policies evolve. 74. It is therefore essential that we attend to and challenge the ways in which police enforce the borders of the gender binary and regulate and criminalize racialized gender nonconformity in daily interactions within broader analyses of profiling and criminalization. This chapter is based in part on a draft co-authored with Z. Gabriel Arkels in 2010. Chapter 7. Policing Sex. Policing sex, often inextricably intertwined with the racialized policing of gender, is one of the cornerstones of policing of women of color. 1. As stated in Queer, in Justice, the role of policing in upholding systems of gendered power relations, conventional notions of morality, and sexual conformity cannot be overlooked. Gender and sex policing are not only important weapons of policing race and class, but also critical independent functions of law enforcement. 2. For women of color, policing of sex and sexuality takes place primarily through enforcement of laws against prostitution, but also through police violence toward, and responses to, lesbian, bisexual, queer, and trans women. Policing of prostitution. 3. Is a principal site of criminalization of women of color, fueled by controlling narratives deeply rooted in colonial logics and relations of power that frame Black, Indigenous, and Asian women as inherently and pathologically sexually deviant, prone to promiscuity, and ultimately interchangeable with the social category of prostitute, a term generally intended and experienced as a slur, reducing the person described to a profoundly stigmatized act and set of assumptions about people who engage in sexual exchange. As introduced in Chapter 1, as a result of colonial land theft and genocide, indigenous women were often forced, expected, chose, or had no choice but to trade sex for their own survival and that of their families and communities. This reality, on which images of sexually degenerate native peoples propagated by colonizers were superimposed, produced persistent perceptions of indigenous women as inherently inclined to prostitution and therefore undeserving of protection from sexual and other forms of violence. Similarly, controlling narratives of the licentious Jezebel projected onto enslaved African women as cover and justification for systemic rape during chattel slavery engraved the intractable label of prostitute onto black women's bodies. 4 Perceptions of Asian women as prostitutes, and vector S of disease drove the introduction of the 1875-page Act to exclude Chinese women from the United States. 5 Although not as enshrined in law, immigration enforcement and policing practices also cast similar aspersions on the morality of South Asian women. 6 Latinx, historically stereotyped as passionate and hot-blooded, are also framed as prone to prostitution. For instance, in mid-19th century San Francisco, Latinx women who lived in the Little Chile neighborhood were described as immodest and impure to a shocking degree. By night, they were only prostitutes. 7 Finally, gender nonconformity in appearance or behavior across racial groups has historically been perceived as a sign of sexual deviance and depravity by police, leading to pervasive profiling and verbal and physical abuse of transgender and gender nonconforming women as sex workers, and of gender nonconforming lesbians as pimps, or promoters, of their more feminine partners. 8 Together, these narratives serve as the backdrop for policing of prostitution then and now. While the policing of prostitution has at times been justified as protection or rehabilitation of wayward, white, women, police have consistently perceived women of color's bodies as a sexualized threat in public spaces and have punished them through profiling, criminalization, and violence. Evolution of enforcement of anti-prostitution laws. As historian Claire Sears elaborates, in the second half of the 19th century, emerging urban police forces took on the regulation of gender and sexual mores through street policing and vice operations. 9 From its inception, the enforcement of prostitution laws evoked spatial governmentality, requiring the removal from public spaces of individuals branded as signs of disorder similar to today's broken windows policing. These problem bodies, as Sears describes them, included Chinese immigrants, prostitutes, and those deemed diseased or maimed, who were treated as urban blight and subject to spatial control through exclusion, confinement, concealment, and removal. 10 In addition to selective enforcement of prostitution laws against Chinese women, in 1865, the San Francisco government also issued an order to remove Chinese women of ill fame from certain limits of the city. 11 The following year, 137 women, virtually all Chinese, were arrested as common prostitutes, and the chief of police boasted that he had used the law to expel 300 Chinese women. 12 Enforcement of prostitution laws has also always been highly discretionary and selective. According to Sears, early attempts to police prostitution targeted Chinese and Mexican women, overlooking similar acts by European Americans. Sears points to an 1855 cartoon as evidence depicting two policemen forcefully arresting fully clothed Chinese women while ignoring the blatant sexual display of a semi-naked European American woman who beckoned a man into a brothel. 13 Racial disparities in enforcement were justified by framing Spanish and Chinese women engaged in prostitution as subhuman, vile characters who infested the city and deserved to be treated with little mercy. 14 In Chicago's Levee District, similar principles were applied to clear public spaces and neighborhoods of black women of bad character, who were subjected to fines up to 20 times those imposed on white women. 15 Brothel raids were also a daily occurrence in which portraits of unsafe and disorderly black women and their places of work were vividly juxtaposed against descriptions of gentility and the grandeur of the Levee's white parlor houses and their white employees. The presence of the sex trade in the Levee was attributed to the neighborhood's unclean and reprobate immigrants and lodgers of African extraction. Racist tropes were projected onto the bodies of black women who worked in the area, who were depicted as dark forms lurking in alleyways and doors eager for prey, dusky female characters of whom the police have a wholesome dread, and of such marvelous strength that no officer on the force would undertake to arrest her single-handed. One black woman, dubbed the Bengal Tigress, was described as having the explosive violence of a predatory animal, and always was ready to battle with the police when her place was raided. According to Blair, a composite sketch of the black prostitute pulls together a strange bundle of excesses. Extraordinarily large in height and girth and possessing brutish strength and cunning, she was prone to violent rages and harbored an insatiable appetite for criminal activity. In sheer strength and violence of character, she was larger than life. Such imagery firmly removed black women from the realm of femininity. As a result, prostitution arrests in turn-of-the-century Chicago evidenced significant racial disparities as they continue to do today. In 1922, black women made up less than 5% of the city's population, yet black women accounted for 1/3 of all women arrested as inmates in houses of prostitution in Chicago. By 1924, black women consistently composed more than half. At the outset of the Great Depression, black women's proportion of all such arrests had increased to an astounding 78%. The same pattern held for women arrested as keepers of houses of prostitution. In 1922, 28% were African American, but in 1930, 70% of all women arrested for running a house of prostitution were black. Eventually, Chicago city officials seeking to expand business districts deployed police with orders to push the sex trade into the black belt of the city's south side, which in turn became an increasingly criminalized neighborhood, leading to continuing police harassment and arrests of black women in the sex trade. Similar forces resulted in the closure of San Francisco's Barbary Coast, pushing prostitution into Chinatown and the Tenderloin and Mission districts, all predominantly populated by people of color, who continued to make up a disproportionate number of arrests. In 1919, the federal government promoted model legislation known as the Standard Vice Repression Act, which ultimately led every state, and most municipalities, to enact local laws that prohibited acts of sexual solicitation and negotiation, banned the performance of sexual acts for commercial gain, and created a stigmatized status called common night walkers, which referred to individuals with a prior history of prostitution. While common night walker provisions have since been struck down on constitutional grounds, their legacy lives on in the daily policing of prostitution, where in many jurisdictions simply being or being perceived to be a known prostitute is an element or evidence of prostitution-related offenses. 16. In the early 20th century, vagrancy laws now retooled into offenses like loitering for the purposes of prostitution were used to target people believed to be engaged in prostitution, including transgender people. 17. In the 1940s and 1950s, police in San Francisco and other cities waged a war on vice, which targeted homosexuals, prostitutes, and women in bars. 18. Raids of queer bars, although primarily framed as attacks on white gay men, also captured women of color, such as Ethel Whitaker, a butch black woman arrested in the infamous 1961 raid of the Tabush Inn. 19. Lesbians often conflated with prostitutes in the public imagination and sometimes engaged in the sex trades were targeted for arrest for vice-related offenses, including frequenting a house of ill repute. 20. Present-day enforcement of anti-prostitution laws. Policing of prostitution now takes place through a combination of street-based enforcement of loitering for the purposes of prostitution statutes in the context of broken windows policing, buy-bust operations in which undercover officers lure targets into making agreements to trade sex for money in person or online, vice raids of locations in which prostitution is believed to be taking place, federal anti-trafficking raids, and civil nuisance enforcement designed to shutter places of ill repute. The presumed association between sex work, the drug trade, and violent crime is frequently used to justify sweeps of areas where prostitution is believed to take place. Additionally, vague quality of life regulations such as loitering for the purposes of prostitution or disorderly conduct allow police officers considerable discretion when determining who is disorderly or what constitutes evidence of intent to prostitute. Both are clearly very much in the eye of the beholder, whose perceptions are deeply informed by the operation and reinforcement of controlling narratives framing women of color, including trans women of color, as inherently and always engaged in sexually deviant activity. 21. Associations between gender nonconformity and involvement in the sex trade are so prevalent that pervasive profiling of trans women has been dubbed walking while trans. Gigi Thomas, formerly an outreach worker with Helping Individual Prostitutes Survive, HIPS, in Washington, D.C., reports that police arrest all transgender women in certain areas on suspicion of their engagement in prostitution. 20–30% of Black trans women, 25% of Latinx trans women, 23% of Native trans women, and 20% of Asian trans women who participated in the 2015 National Transgender Survey and reported interactions with police who knew they were transgender, described being profiled as being engaged in prostitution. 23 Bambi Salcido, one of the founders of the Trans Latina Coalition in Los Angeles, told Human Rights Watch, "We've done protests in front of the police department about the continuous harassment to the community members. They have to go to the store, they have to take a bus, and just because they are walking they get stopped and harassed and sometimes arrested just because of where they are and how they are." 63% of young women and trans men who participated in a study of LGBTQ youth in the sex trades in New York City had been stopped by the police. Over half believed racial, gender, and sexual orientation-based profiling was the reason. 25 Kate Mogulescu, an attorney at New York City's Legal Aid Society who runs a program representing people charged with prostitution-related offenses in criminal cases, explained, "There is no other law that I can think of that gives the police that much power and discretion. What you see is simply identity-based policing." 26. Racially gendered profiling and a focus on street-based prostitution combine to produce continuing racial disparities in prostitution arrests. 27 According to one ACLU study, in the 1970s it was 7 times more likely that prostitution arrests will involve Black women than women of other races. 28 A more recent study of prostitution arrests in 3 North Carolina cities between 1993 and 2000 found that law enforcement's focus on outdoor prostitution appears to result in Black females being arrested for prostitution at higher rates than their white counterparts and at rates disproportionate to their presence in online advertisements for indoor prostitution. 29 A 2016 lawsuit filed by the Legal Aid Society of New York noted that 85% of people charged for loitering for purposes of prostitution in New York City between 2012 and 2015 were Black and Latinx, groups that together make up only 54% of the city's population. Half of Black transgender respondents to the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey who were or were perceived to be involved in the sex trades were arrested, reporting higher arrest rates than non-Black respondents. 30 Black women are also more likely to be charged with more serious prostitution-related offenses. For instance, Gloria Lockett, a Black woman who would later go on to co-direct the sex workers' rights organization Coyote, Call Off Your Old Tired Ethics, was once arrested for felony pimping because she was holding another woman's money for her. According to Lockett, racism meant that she was accused of felony pimping while police charged the white women with simple misdemeanor prostitution. 31. The Legal Aid Society litigation also highlights the ways in which anti-prostitution enforcement facilitates racialized gender policing and punishes women of color for dressing provocatively, thus reinforcing historic controlling narratives. Police complaints cited women's tight black leggings, many dress with bra strap showing, tight jeans and tank top showing cleavage as evidence of intent to engage in prostitution. 32 Drive by the clubs on the city's Lower East Side on any given night and you'll see plenty of white women similarly attired, but arrest stats clearly demonstrate that they are not being policed in the same ways. As Sylvia Rivera pointed out decades ago, feminine clothing on trans women is particularly likely to result in arrest. Where my client, a Black trans woman, was concerned, the officer simply told her, "We know what you trannies are doing out here," before issuing her a ticket for loitering for the purposes of prostitution as she stood outside a convenience store where she had just bought a snack with a group of friends. When she went into the local precinct to complain, she was violently tackled to the ground by 4 officers, arrested, handcuffed to a railing for 8 hours, subjected to transphobic slurs, and taken for a psychiatric examination to the bewilderment of the examining doctor, who told the police there was absolutely nothing wrong with Rihanna that they themselves hadn't inflicted. As Tiffany Grissom, a black trans woman and one of the plaintiffs in the legal aid lawsuit, put it, whether you are hoing or not hoing. Even if you look like you might be trans, you are going to jail. It is a stigma that comes with being trans. You are automatically a sexual object or a sex worker. You are no longer just a normal person. 33. Another night, the same client was walking down the street when officers accosted her, claiming that she had 9 condoms in her purse and that these were evidence of intent to engage in prostitution. In fact, she was walking to a McDonald's to grab a bite after a night at the club, as many of us have been known to do. In the context of prostitution enforcement, the presence or possession of condoms commonly serves as a tool of gendered racial profiling. Biani Garcia, a leader at Make the Road New York, has frequently recounted similar treatment. One night in 2010 she was walking home hand in hand from a club with her boyfriend when 8 undercover officers stopped them, threw them both up against a wall to frisk them, and emptied Biani's purse onto the sidewalk. She was carrying 3 condoms, which the officers then cited as evidence to justify her arrest for engaging in prostitution. 44% of respondents to the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey said the police considered condoms to be evidence of prostitution. 35 The study of LGBTQ youth in the sex trades in New York City found that 15% reported having condoms confiscated by police, leaving many confused and angry. 36 Although many people I talk to about the use of condoms to criminalize react with shock, the practice has been going on for some time. As we were researching Stonewalled in 2003 and 2004, organizations across the country reported that police were seizing condoms found on or near women and citing them as evidence of prostitution. The practice was so pervasive that many believed that there was a 3-condom rule. Anyone caught with 3 or more condoms would be charged with prostitution. A decade later, Human Rights Watch found similar perceptions. 37 In reality, there is no magic number. I have seen criminal complaints listing a single condom as evidence of intent to engage in prostitution-related offenses. 38 There is in fact no legal limit on the number of condoms anyone can carry, but the lived reality is that police officers, by exercising their discretion to confiscate and cite them as evidence of wrongdoing, enact and enforce an unwritten rule that places people's health and safety at risk. In 2008, the Sex Workers Project at the Urban Justice Center, SWP, which provides legal services to people involved in the sex trades, learned about a state bill that would ban the confiscation and citation of condoms as evidence, introduced by Senator Velmanette Montgomery, a black woman representing sections of Queens, New York, where women and service providers reported this practice. In 2009, soon after I joined SWP as director, we began organizing a campaign for passage of the legislation, building a broad-based coalition of advocates for civil rights, police accountability, sex workers' rights, harm reduction, HIV prevention, immigrant rights, women's rights, reproductive rights, LGBT rights, and anti-trafficking groups. These groups and others directly impacted by condom-based racial profiling called on the police commissioner, district attorneys, and legislators to put an end to the practice because it placed their health, safety, and reproductive rights at risk. When policymakers demanded evidence of the practice's effects, we gathered copies of criminal complaints and surveyed our constituencies, publishing the findings in a 2012 report, Public Health Crisis: The Impact of Using Condoms as Evidence of Prostitution in New York City. Almost half the people we surveyed, the vast majority Black and Latinx women, reported that at some point they had not carried condoms for fear of police harassment or arrest. 39 Over half reported that their condoms been taken by police officers. 41 Black Puerto Rican gender nonconforming respondent asked, "Why do they take our condoms? Do they want us to die?" A Latinx reported an officer telling her as he took her condoms, "If you don't have this, you won't have sex." 41 The Red Umbrella Project commissioned artwork illustrating quotes gathered from people surveyed, and turned them into postcards to legislators. Survey results were also incorporated into Criminalizing Condoms, a report tracking the practice in 7 countries including the United States and presented at the 2012 World AIDS Conference in Washington, DC.42. Around the same time, Human Rights Watch partnered with community organizations in 5 cities, including New York City, to document the practice, and launched a year-long advocacy campaign to support and amplify local efforts to fight it. 43. Ultimately, our efforts over a 3-year period secured partial policy and legislative changes by police, prosecutors, and, eventually, New York State lawmakers. Thanks to counter-organizing by a small minority of anti-trafficking advocates who collaborated with prosecutors, condoms can still be used as evidence of trafficking, promoting, and other prostitution-related offenses. Trafficking survivors and the vast majority of organizations who serve them argued that continuing to use condoms as evidence of trafficking and promoting harms the very people that this group of misguided advocates purport to protect by creating strong disincentives to traffickers to make condoms fully and safely available to the people they exploit. 44. It also creates strong disincentives for businesses to have condoms available on the premises and causes some to store them in ways that decrease their effectiveness. 45. This reduces access for the entire community, and for people who may in fact be trafficked. It also perpetuates the disincentive to carry and distribute condoms for fear of police harassment and prosecution. One trans Latinx testified to legislators that she was arrested with a friend while walking down the street. Her friend was charged with loitering for the purposes of prostitution, and she was charged with promoting her friend because she was carrying condoms. Finally, given that any prostitution involving a person under the age of 18 is legally deemed human trafficking, young people distributing condoms to peers continue to bear the risk of prosecution for the serious offense of trafficking. Activists in DC and San Francisco have similarly achieved partial policy changes and continue to advocate for a full ban on the use of condoms as evidence, as do New Yorkers. In 2016, the New York City Council Young Women's Initiative recommended a full ban on the confiscation or citation of condoms as evidence of intent to engage in any prostitution-related offense, in all circumstances, without exception. 46. Additionally, at the national level, the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing recommended that police departments follow the recommendation of the President's Advisory Council on HIV/AIDS and stop using condoms as evidence. 47. Advocates have also used these campaigns to spotlight the racially discriminatory gender profiling inherent in the policing of prostitution, to argue for striking down statutes that facilitate it, such as loitering for purposes of prostitution, and to deprioritize anti-prostitution enforcement as part of a broader decriminalization agenda. In this way, campaigns to stop the use of condoms as evidence represent important examples of listening for the ways in which women and trans folks experience policing differently, and eliminating mechanisms police use to engage in racially gendered profiling. In addition to racial profiling and discriminatory arrests, women of color who are or are perceived to be engaged in prostitution continue to be subjected to verbal harassment and abuse and police violence. 48. Nearly 9 out of 10 respondents to the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey who reported involvement in the sex trades also reported police harassment, assault, or mistreatment. 49. Analysis of data from 3 studies of street-based prostitution in a Midwestern city spanning the years 1998 to 2004. Found that 26% of women had experienced some form of police violence including slapping, kicking, choking, stalking, or robbery in the past year. 50. In 2 New York City studies, 30% of street-based sex workers and 14% of indoor sex workers reported physical violence by police officers, including kicking and beating. 51. Behind the numbers are individual stories of police violence. When I was researching Stonewalled, advocates on Chicago's West Side told us about a group of black women officers who would beat black women in the sex trade, then take their shoes from them, forcing them to walk in the snow in bare feet. 52. In Queer, in Justice, my co-authors and I described in detail the case of Duana Johnson, a black trans woman living in Memphis who was profiled and arrested for prostitution in the absence of any evidence other than being black, trans, and walking down the street late at night. She was then held down by one officer and beaten about the head and pepper sprayed in the face by another one, who had methodically wrapped metal handcuffs around his knuckles. She later said, "My eyes were burning, my skin was burning. I was scared to death. I didn't feel like I was a human being." 53 In 2012, I represented a Latinx immigrant trans woman whose head was repeatedly slammed to the ground by arresting officers during an indoor sting operation, breaking her tooth and bones in her face. When her skirt rode up during the assault, exposing her genitals, an officer grabbed them and sadistically twisted them while all the officers involved taunted her as a faggot. These are but a few of myriad instances of daily physical abuse by police officers of women of color in the sex trades. Police violence extends to people police believe to be trading sex, no matter how flimsy the evidence. 1 August 2008 evening in Galveston, Texas, the mother of Diamond Milburn, a 12-year-old honor student, sent the girl outside around 8 o'clock to flip a circuit breaker that had tripped as she was getting the children ready for school the next day. Soon after, 3 plainclothes police officers jumped out of a van and grabbed Diamond, saying, "You're a prostitute, come with me." Diamond tried to get away, began screaming for her father, and grabbed onto a tree, reasonably fearing she was being abducted from her front yard by strangers. One of the officers covered her mouth while the other beat her about the face and throat. It turns out the officers were responding to a call about 3 white women believed to be engaged in prostitution in the area, but picked up the unmistakably black girl on the grounds that she was wearing tight shorts, although Diamond maintains she wasn't. Diamond was ultimately hospitalized with a bloody nose, black eyes, sprained wrist, and injuries to her ear and throat. She continues to suffer from nightmares that police will kidnap her, rape her, and cut off her fingers. It would have been bad enough if the case had ended there, but several weeks later police showed up at Diamond's school to arrest her for assault on a police officer, an offense she was twice tried for. The first trial ended in a mistrial, the second, in a hung jury in which a single juror voted to convict her. 54 Piling injury upon injury, her civil suit against the officers was dismissed in 2010 on the grounds that, while they may not have had reason to stop her, the fact that Diamond ran away from 3 strangers she believed were trying to kidnap her gave rise to the requisite suspicion such that she was not entitled to resist the arrest. 55 In the end, the message is clear: black women and girls, no matter how young or how innocuous their behavior, will be perniciously profiled as being involved in prostitution and then policed, violated, punished, and denied justice on the assumption that they are prostitutes who are so monstrous and imbued with superhuman physical strength that they must be subdued with tremendous force. As detailed in Chapter 4, the policing of prostitution is also a primary site of extortion of sex and sexual violence by police officers. According to a 2008 participatory research study conducted by the Chicago-based Young Women's Empowerment Project, YWEP, many girls said that police sexual misconduct happens frequently while they are being arrested or questioned. 56 One participant told researchers, "He told me he would let me go if I gave him some, but then he still took me down to the station." A subsequent study showed that police represent the largest slice of a pie chart depicting sources of violence reported by young women in the sex trades, while violence by individuals, clients, pimps, and others, make up much smaller slivers. 11% of all incidents of violence reported by young people in the sex trades involved police sexual violence, and police sexual violence made up 15% of all complaints of police violence. 57 LGBTQ youth in the sex trades in New York City similarly reported being propositioned or extorted for sex by police officers. 58 Rates of sexual assault increased for homeless transgender people. In Washington, D.C., a survey by the community organization Different Avenues found that 1 in 5 sex workers approached by police had been asked for sex. 59 For instance, Tony Collins, co-founder of DC's Transgender Health Empowerment, reports that countless officers would tell her, "You do it with me, or I'm going to arrest you for prostitution." 60 A DC police sergeant admitted, "Everybody messes over the prostitutes." 61 Earlier studies by SWP found that up to 17% of indoor and outdoor sex workers reported sexual harassment or violence by police officers. 62 In the analysis of 3 studies of a Midwestern city, 15.4% of women reported being forced to have sex with a police officer, almost half, 45.5%, had engaged in paid sex with police, and 18% reported being extorted for free sex. 63 nationally, more than 25% of respondents to the 2015 U.S. transgender survey who were or were perceived to be involved in the sex trades were sexually assaulted by police. And an additional 14% reported extortion of sex in order to avoid arrest. 64 Despite these realities, police are often where the greatest investment is made to reduce violence against women in the sex trades. One of the many stories behind these numbers is one that has stayed with me for over a decade, that of a Navajo trans woman I met in 2003 at a street outreach van in Los Angeles when researching Stonewalled. She told me she had been raped by 2 police officers who initially said they were taking her to jail for prostitution, but instead took her to a secluded location to brutally violate her. They did not use condoms. The words yelled at her by police officers on this and other occasions made clear that the officers felt entitled to her body because she is Native, a fucking whore, and a fucking faggot. When she called for help, paramedics laughed at her, leading her to believe nobody gives a shit about me. 65 When I asked about her on my next trip to Los Angeles, I was told she had returned home to Arizona in an effort to escape constant police and community violence. Violence and criminalization of people in the sex trades also takes place in the context of anti-trafficking enforcement. In Kicking Down the Door, the use of raids to fight trafficking in persons, published in 2009, researcher Melissa Ditmore reports that Latinx, Asian, and European trafficking survivors were repeatedly arrested in police raids on brothels and other sex work venues, sometimes up to 10 times convicted of prostitution, and sent to jail without ever being identified as having been trafficked. Reflecting broader policing trends in the United States, Latinx and Asian women were more likely to have been arrested for prostitution than Eastern European women. 66 The study found that trafficking raids were also accompanied by physical and sexual violence. One Asian woman who had been trafficked reported that during a raid a police officer struck me in the back of the head with the back of a gun and I fell to the floor and I passed out. I was struck in the head really hard. A female officer opened up my skirt and revealed my undergarments in front of everyone to see if I was hiding anything on me. I was scared. She later reflected, a better way to leave my situation would be anything that didn't involve the police. Another service provider said, what ICE Immigration and Customs Enforcement calls a rescue is barging into someone's apartment at 6 a.m. and terrorizing them. Social service providers also described sexual harassment and other police misconduct in the context of raids and their aftermath. One service provider working with people who have been trafficked said of the local vice squad, the typical stuff that I hear is that they are having sex with women who have been trafficked, they are getting blowjobs or hand jobs, then they turn around and arrest people. They are not letting them use the bathrooms afterward, and girls have pissed themselves. Then they steal from them. I have heard that from a lot of people. Others described post-raid questioning of trafficking survivors without an attorney present, in which women were subjected to intimidation and abusive interrogation tactics designed to break them into admitting they are trafficking victims. I once heard an FBI officer describe with pride her approach to young women she rescued from the sex trade. I tell them, if they run, I will hunt them down. It was hard to distinguish the statement from those I have heard countless times from abusers of all kinds. In other words, unfortunately, anti-trafficking raids, like anti-prostitution raids, indeed, they are often one and the same, are often accompanied by violations of the rights of the very people they are purported to protect. Policing of sexuality. Much of the discussion of sexuality-based policing of LGBTQ people has focused on gay men, rendering invisible queer women's experiences of policing, including in the context of prostitution enforcement. Yet, policing of sexuality takes place on a spectrum that includes lesbian, bisexual, and queer women of all gender identities, who are also punished for their very deviance from heterosexual, monogamous norms in order to render the public sphere safe from non-normative sexuality. 67. In the 1980s, Joan Nessel described police attacks on black lesbians in New York City's Washington Square Park 68. Sadly, such violence is not a relic of a distant past. In 2009, I filed suit on behalf of two women, Jeanette Gray and Tiffany Jimenez, who had been beaten outside a Brooklyn club on Ladies' Night by police officers who called them dyke-ass bitches. Jeanette is black and gender non-conforming, Tiffany, a petite Latinx femme who was wearing a white party dress and heels. Both were described as aggressive, more a product of the fact that they were assumed to be queer than their behavior, and both were thrown to the ground by multiple officers, beaten, and arrested for disorderly conduct. Jeanette's tooth was broken when an officer slammed her face against the hood of the police car. The next morning, Jeanette sent out an email calling for video footage and community support. The Audre Lorde Project, ALP, and Make the Road New York immediately mounted a campaign calling for charges against the two women to be dropped, held a rally opposite the police station where they had been taken, and organized a march from the station to the club where they had been violated. As we marched through the community, residents came out to chant familiar refrains like "No justice, no peace, no racist police." Some onlookers were startled to see that the focus of the march was two young women, and to see rainbow flags. But then many picked up the chants again, demonstrating the power of organizing around common experiences to build bridges across gender and sexuality within communities of color. Further examples of police violence against lesbians and gender non-conforming women of color, and of resistance to it, can be found throughout this book. Resistance. At times, resistance to police violence has explicitly focused on the experiences of women of color in the sex trades. In 1967, Reverend Cecil Williams in San Francisco, a leader in the fight against police brutality, organized around a case of 3 black prostitutes who were brutally beaten by police. He formed an organizing committee, demanded investigations, and filed lawsuits. According to historian Mindy Chateauvert, Williams understood from this experience that decriminalizing prostitution was both a women's issue and a race issue. Police got away with brutalizing street-based sex workers because so many were women of color. Race discrimination by plush hotels that refused entry to black prostitutes led to a racially skewed pattern of arrests and sentencing. The biggest danger to women of color was the police, not the pimps, not the customers. 69. This theme was picked up almost 50 years later by Atlanta Solutions Not Punishment Coalition, SNAPCO, which in 2016 issued The Most Dangerous Thing Out Here Is the Police, a report based on surveys of trans people that concluded trans and gender non-conforming people, and especially trans women of color, are currently being profiled, sexually abused, and physically and emotionally endangered by the actions and attitudes of Atlanta Police Department officers. Instead of protecting the lives of trans people, our police department is actively contributing to making life unsafe for us and our families. 70. 86% of trans people surveyed had been approached by the Atlanta Police Department in the preceding year. Almost half were targeted for prostitution-related offenses. Nearly 1 in 12 trans women surveyed had been forced to engage in sexual activity with, or had experienced unwanted sexual contact by, an Atlanta police officer within the previous year. SNAPCO advocates for systemic changes to address the trends highlighted by the survey, calling for municipal authorities to thoroughly investigate police misconduct against trans people, to release and stop arresting trans people until policies are in place that will increase safety and dignity in police custody, and to address and repair harm to individuals and the community. Recognizing that police will use any law vague enough to police gender and punish gender nonconformity among low-income and homeless trans people of color, it is also calling for passage of an ordinance to decriminalize not just prostitution-related offenses but all so-called quality-of-life ordinances used to target, harass, and sexually assault trans people. These include idling and loitering, pedestrian walking in a roadway or obstructing traffic, prohibited conduct in a park, disorderly conduct, obstructing a sidewalk, and breach of the peace. SNAPCO also demands investment in job training and placement programs specific to trans and gender nonconforming people, expanded funding to community-based, gender-affirming services including harm reduction-based drug treatment, safe and affirming housing, physical and mental health care, social services and education, and accessibility and accountability of services, facilities, and programs for survivors of violence including police violence to trans survivors. Police profiling and discriminatory enforcement of anti-prostitution laws carry devastating consequences. Conviction of prostitution-related offenses renders immigrants immediately deportable, and in many jurisdictions operates as a complete bar to public housing and certain professions, regardless of immigration status. It can also interfere with access to private housing and child custody. After Hurricane Katrina, discriminatory enforcement of prostitution laws in Louisiana brought harsh collateral consequences of prostitution convictions into particularly sharp relief. For 2 centuries, racialized policing of sexualities deemed deviant was facilitated by the existence of a crime against nature law that penalized non-procreative sex acts such as sodomy. 71 In 1982, Louisiana added a crime against nature by solicitation, CANS, law that singled out solicitation of oral or anal sex for harsher punishment, including mandatory registration as a sex offender for 15 years to life. 72 Predictably, a law rooted in condemnation of sexual acts traditionally associated with homosexuality, enforced in a context in which black women's sexualities have historically and continue to be framed as deviant, was discriminatorily applied to low-income black women, including transgender women. Consequently, until 2013, when the registration requirement was struck down, 97% of women in Orleans Parish on the sex offender registry were there because of a CANS conviction, an overwhelming majority were black. 73. Police and prosecutors enjoyed unfettered discretion about when and who to charge with CANS, creating conditions ripe for rampant profiling and targeting of black low-income women. That decision could literally change the entire course of a person's life by determining whether they could be convicted of a misdemeanor under the prostitution statute or a felony under the CANS law, which would result in mandatory registration as a sex offender. 74 Additionally, by increasing penalties and consequences, the threat of a CANS conviction also gave police greater leverage to extort sex. 75. The CANS law first came to my attention in 2009. While working as the director of the Sex Workers Project, I was contacted by Laura McTighe, a board member at Women with a Vision in New Orleans. WWAV was founded by and for black women in 1991 to respond to the spread of HIV/AIDS by engaging in harm reduction and policy advocacy that challenges the criminalization of women of color. 76 McTighe was working with WWAV's executive director, Dion Haywood, to raise national awareness of heightened enforcement of CANS following Hurricane Katrina. According to Haywood, this issue first came to our attention in 2007 when a woman came into our office and showed us her driver's license with a big orange sex offender marking on it. Since then we've heard dozens of stories from women who are on the registry because of this charge. They are grandmothers and mothers. They have struggled with poverty and many have struggled with addiction. They did what they had to do to survive, to put food on the table. Not only are many of the women we are talking about survivors of rape and domestic violence, they are also survivors of police violence, including sexual harassment, physical abuse, improper strip searches and rape by law enforcement officers. Many of the domestic violence shelters here won't take them, the drug treatment programs won't take them, neither will the homeless shelters. They have served their time, but now they have to serve an additional sentence, often a life sentence. 77. After initial legal research into the viability of several constitutional claims, I approached the legendary Louisiana lawyer and law professor Bill Quigley, then the legal director of the Center for Constitutional Rights, CCR. In collaboration with WWAV, we convened a meeting of women's health and reproductive justice organizers, policy advocates working on criminal legal reform, and HIV/AIDS activists to map out a campaign to eliminate the CANS sex offender registration requirement. Litigation, in addition to legislative advocacy, would be one tool to advance the overall goals of the campaign. We filed suit in February 2011.78. The experiences of Hirokto, one of the anonymous plaintiffs in the case, was representative of those of many transgender women of color whose gender identity and sexuality were routinely policed through the CANS law. As a teenager just coming out as transgender, Hirok would meet men on the street who would express interest in her. Assuming she was soliciting them for money, police arrested and charged her with CANS. Like many transgender women, she elected to plead guilty in exchange for immediate release, rather than risk being jailed pre-trial with men in the Orleans Parish Prison. 79 Hirok's experiences differed from that of transgender women across the country only in that she was shocked to learn, upon meeting with her probation officer, that the offense she had pled to was a felony and required sex offender registration. 80. Ongoing discrimination and marginalization faced by black women was compounded by CANS registration requirements. As one woman said, "People won't hire you if you're black, gay, trans, and then now you got this on your license too." 81 Already denied access to services, black women forced to register as sex offenders faced insurmountable obstacles. Think of all the places you have to show ID: at the bank, at the bar, enrolling your children in school. Now imagine doing that with sex offender on it. One woman described the registration requirement as a modern-day scarlet letter, saying, "I am trying to put that in my past, but it's not gonna be in my past because it's in my present, and it's going to be my future for the next 13 years. 82. One of the many strengths of the litigation, advocacy, and organizing campaign we mounted is that it linked all populations whose sexuality is framed as deviant and whose struggles to survive are criminalized. As one of our clients put it, they only charge poor black women, trans women, and gay men with this charge. We're all queer out here. 83 Following this lead, we challenged the criminalization of all sexualities deemed deviant and the use of policing and punishment of sexual and gender nonconformity to further the gentrification and ethnic cleansing of New Orleans. In the end, these efforts not only resulted in the elimination of the CANS sex offender registration requirement in Louisiana in 2012 but eventually in the removal of more than 800 people who were on the sex offender registry as a result of CANS. Although the consequences of CANS charges in Louisiana lessened as a result of our campaign, racially discriminatory enforcement of prostitution statutes continues. The moral of the story is that notwithstanding the success of short-term efforts to strike down unfair laws and eliminate the practices that facilitate profiling and punish women of color under the guise of prostitution enforcement, which are helpful harm reduction strategies, the most frequent recommendation to end police violence from people in the sex trades is the decriminalization of prostitution. Some claim that decriminalizing prostitution would promote the violation and exploitation of women of color in the sex trades. But the reality is that for many, police, not pimps, are the primary source of violation and vulnerability to exploitation. Our task, then, is to address the root causes of violence against people in the sex trades by listening to and empowering them. The demand driving involvement in the sex trades is not one that can be policed and punished away. It is the need for housing, food, shelter, gender-affirming healthcare, and living wages. Moreover, both history and present-day enforcement clearly show us that decriminalizing prostitution is not enough if more general offenses are left in place that can and will be used to achieve the same ends. Chapter 8. Policing Motherhood. Malika Brooks, 33 years old and 7 months pregnant, was driving her 11-year-old son to school in Seattle one November morning in 2004 when she was pulled over for speeding. She gave the officers her driver's license. They gave her a ticket. She refused to sign it, believing that doing so would amount to admitting guilt. The officers threatened to arrest her in front of her son and ordered her out of her car. When she refused, they tasered her pregnant body 3 times within a minute, hitting her in the thigh, arm, and neck, causing permanent burn marks. She fell out of the car. Officers then dragged her face down on the street, handcuffed her, and charged her with refusing to sign the ticket and resisting arrest. She had told the officers she was pregnant when they first took out the taser. Their only response was to avoid shocking her directly in the stomach. I first learned about Malika in 2006 while working with Tanya McClary of the American Friends Service Committee on In the Shadows of the War on Terror, Persistent Police Brutality and Abuse in the United States, a shadow report to the UN Committee Against Torture on the U.S. government's failure to comply with the UN Convention Against Torture. As we were building the case that police use of tasers, electroshock devices that deliver 50,000 volts of electricity, causing what many describe as excruciating pain along with temporary immobilization, violated international law, I came across the story of Malika's traffic stop, which had turned into torture. Although I had already read about many horrific instances of taser use, Malika's story and the officer's callous infliction of pain over a minor infraction, with complete indifference to the fact that she was pregnant, immediately reminded me of historic accounts of brutal plantation justice administered to pregnant enslaved women. Today, I can't help but think of the parallels between Malika's and Sandra Bland's traffic stops. Like Sandra, when Malika asked legitimate questions about whether she was required to do what the officer told her to, she was immediately deemed defiant and was threatened with electric shock to secure immediate compliance. In Sandra's case, Officer Insignia threatened to light her up with a taser if she didn't get out of the car. In Malika's case, despite her visible pregnancy, the officers followed through on the threat. In both cases, the officers later tried to argue that both black women, both seated in their cars, unarmed, posed a threat to their safety. In both cases, black women were punished for failure to engage in the level of obedience and obeisance expected of them, despite the minor nature of the offenses they were stopped for. In both cases, it is hard to imagine officers treating a white woman in the same way under the same circumstances. At her trial, Malika described the incident as probably the worst thing that ever happened to me. She testified, as police officers, they could have hurt me seriously. They could have hurt my unborn fetus. All because of a traffic ticket. Is this what it's come down to? Thankfully, her baby girl was born healthy several months later. Ultimately, Malika was convicted of refusing to sign the ticket, a misdemeanor, but charges of resisting arrest were dismissed. 1 She sued the officers who shocked her, and in the end, the case settled in her favor. 2 Malika's story is a powerful illustration of the perils of tasers. They are promoted as a life-saving alternative to deadly force, but in reality they are a go-to weapon employed by officers in wildly inappropriate circumstances, like breaking up children fighting in a school hallway and on an elderly woman who refused to let an officer in her home, all too often with deadly results. Their use against pregnant women, children, elderly people, and people in mental health crises or under the influence of alcohol or drugs. 3 Has prompted activists to call for complete bans, strict regulation limiting their use to situations in which the only alternative is lethal force, or, at minimum, limitations of their use against populations most likely to suffer harm, including pregnant women. 4 At its core, Malika's story also shows how police enact and enforce deep devaluation of black motherhood. As Malika so clearly articulated, a signature on a traffic ticket was deemed more important than her health and safety, and more important than the life and well-being of the future black child she was carrying. A matrix of narratives rooted in slavery inform this reality: the stereotype of black women as promiscuous, which defined them as bad mothers, the devaluation of black motherhood used to justify ripping black children from their mothers' arms to sell them away for profit, and the devaluation of black children once they no longer represented property and members of an unpaid workforce. 5 As law professor Dorothy Roberts, who has written extensively on the criminalization of black mothers, emphasizes, from the moment they set foot in this country as slaves, black women have fallen outside the American ideal of womanhood, including idealized motherhood. 6 Additionally, as described in Chapter 1, pregnancy and motherhood served as a tool of punishment for black women. 7 Unlike white pregnant women, perceived to exemplify the highest standard of womanhood, black pregnant women were entitled to no protections except those required to protect slave owners' property in the form of future black children. After the abolition of slavery, the value of black women's future children vanished, as exemplified by the 1908 lynching of Mary Turner when she was 8 months pregnant, during which the lynch mob cut her belly open and dashed the skull of the unborn child on the ground. Applying 50,000 volts of electricity to the body of a pregnant woman who won't sign a paper charging her with a traffic infraction only becomes understandable within a framework informed by narratives like these. In the 1980s, the image of the welfare queen and welfare mother was added to the perceptions of black women rooted in slavery, joining in a toxic combination in which black motherhood and black children represent a deviant and fraudulent burden on the state that must be punished through heightened surveillance, sterilization, regulation, and punishment by public officials. 8 The black welfare mother is posited to give birth solely to increase the size of her check, only to neglect and abuse her children while spending money on extravagances for herself, all the while engaging in criminalized acts such as welfare fraud. Latinx, Indigenous, Asian, Arab, and Middle Eastern women's pregnancy and motherhood are similarly devalued under a variety of logics. Immigrant women, and particularly Latinx, are posited to give birth for the sole purpose of creating anchor babies to establish immigration status, rendering their reproduction a threat. Simultaneously, the separation of immigrant women from their children through deportation and exclusion is justified and enacted by denying their value as mothers. Additionally, Asian women are demonized as uncaring mothers who would kill or abandon their own children under barbaric sex selection practices, while Arab and Middle Eastern women are framed as reproducing an army of suicide bombers and terrorists. 9 In the context of the war on drugs, immigration enforcement, and the war on terror, these images have created an open season on mothers of color. It is within these larger contexts that Malika's traffic stop, and the incidents that follow, unfolded. Police brutality against pregnant women. Malika's experience was far from unusual. Instead, it is representative of a gender-specific form of race-based police brutality. As author Victoria Law points out, both the criminalization of pregnancy and the arrests of pregnant women constitute their own forms of police violence, but are often overlooked by many of the larger organizing movements against police violence that have been sweeping the country since the deaths of Michael Brown, Eric Garner, and Tamir Rice. Yet they are no less torturous and brutal than the violence being protested on the streets nationwide. 10. Amnesty International's 2008 report on taser use in the United States cataloged several instances of taser use on pregnant women, and pointed to the paucity of data on the risks. 11 A number of cases have come to light more recently demonstrating the persistence of the problem. In June 2012, Tiffany Rand, a black woman who was 8 months pregnant, had just been issued a citation outside a pharmacy on Chicago's South Side for parking in a spot designated for people with disabilities. She tore up the citation and cursed at the officers before getting back in her car. Having already issued the citation, the officers could have just walked away. If she failed to appear in court or answer the citation, she would bear the consequences. Instead, the officers chose to write her another ticket, this time for littering. When she began to drive away, they claimed that she was attempting to escape. They proceeded to shock Tiffany with a taser, drag her out of her car, force her to the ground, and handcuff her in front of her 2 young children. Her sister later said, "How could you be so cruel to a human being? A pregnant human being." Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy was unapologetic, defending the officers' use of force with an offhand "You can't always tell if someone is pregnant." 12 Rent gave birth to a baby boy the following month, and received a $55,000 settlement from the city the following year. "I don't think that it should have went this far," she said. "It just makes me afraid of the Chicago Police Department because there's other women that may have went through this or that's going through this." 13. Some departments have developed policies regulating incidents such as these, although most have loopholes allowing use of tasers against pregnant women under some circumstances. 14 However, my research revealed that a significant number, 38% of 36 of the 50 largest police departments, have no policy whatsoever specifically governing use of force, including tasers, against pregnant women. 15. Yet police violence against pregnant women extends beyond the use of tasers and has been characterized as an epidemic. 16 blog cataloging a series of brutal incidents of physical force against pregnant women concluded that if pregnant black women can be routinely attacked, something we can't even imagine happening to white women and their growing babies treated as fair game, there is no sanctuary to be found. 17. There was certainly no sanctuary to be found for Nicola Robinson. Her crime? Laughing at a Chicago police officer who had failed to catch a person he was chasing on a spring day in 2015. Her punishment? The officer punched her hard in the right side of her stomach as she stood in front of her own home, despite the fact that, at 8 months, she was very visibly pregnant. The role of her race and gender in the officer's actions were plain as day when he shouted, "You black bitch, you better be glad I didn't hit you hard enough to make you lose your fucking baby." 18. Immediately following the incident, Nicola went into premature labor and was hospitalized. She was later released and gave birth to a healthy child. While her case may seem like an outlier, 15 years earlier another Chicago cop hit another pregnant black woman while his partner told her, "We don't like black pregnant women." 19. Each of these cases began as an interaction in the context of enforcement of a minor offense, or no offense whatsoever. All the women were either obviously pregnant, or told the officers they were. Yet, consistent with controlling narratives tolerating nothing but subservience from black women and the devaluing of black mothers and their fetuses, officers took swift and brutal action, causing harm to women who posed no threat to them. Physical violence by police has produced miscarriages. 20. In Harvey, Illinois, in 2011, Quamsha Sharp lost her pregnancy when a police officer, Richard M. Jones, slammed her to the ground and pressed his knee into her abdomen for an extended period of time, saying he didn't care that she was pregnant. 21. She later said, "It felt like I lost myself. Never knew what my child would have been." 4 years later, the same officer extorted sex from another pregnant woman after a traffic stop. The officer was not held accountable for either incident, although the city of Harvey settled Quamsha's civil claim for $500,000.22. Narratives devaluing Latinx mothers, framing them as drug users and sex workers, and their fetuses as immigration threats, produce similar outcomes. Destiny Rios was walking home one evening in July 2012 to her grandmother's in San Antonio, Texas, when an officer stopped her, telling her he had been instructed to stop anyone in the neighborhood. Rios provided her ID and allowed the officer to search her purse. Although the officer told her she was free to leave when no prior criminal history or illicit drugs were found, when she walked away the officer grabbed her by the back of the neck, threw her to the ground, placed his knee and then his foot in her back, handcuffed her, and arrested her, allegedly for an outstanding warrant for prostitution. Along with 3 other officers, he repeatedly struck the 126-pound woman in the head, face, and body as she lay handcuffed and pinned to the asphalt, screaming that she was pregnant. The officers initially denied her pleas for medical help, taking her to the jail instead as she complained of cramping, pain, bleeding, and leakage of amniotic fluid. She was later taken to the hospital, where she suffered a miscarriage. A suit was brought against the San Antonio Police Department. The police chief vehemently defended the use of force, insinuating, in response to the suit, that it was not the beating but Rios's drug use the previous day that had caused the miscarriage. 23. His response is not uncommon. Miscarriages resulting from police brutality are often treated with indifference at best, and at worst are framed as deserved, appropriate, or the mother's own fault. Immigration enforcement has also led to loss of pregnancy. In one 2006 case, a Chinese woman miscarried her twins after she appeared for a routine interview with immigration officials that subsequently turned into a violent deportation attempt. According to the woman and her family, the authorities decided to deport her when they learned she was pregnant, to prevent her from giving birth to another United States citizen. 24. In another case, a woman in Nogales, Arizona, miscarried in 1997 after an immigration raid of her house during which agents terrorized her and her children. 25. Even when law enforcement officials do not use direct force against pregnant women, their actions, inaction, or denial of necessary medical attention often cause harm to pregnant women and their children. Officers of the Kansas City Police stopped Sophia Salva, a Sudanese immigrant, for a traffic infraction in 2007. Sophia repeatedly told officers that she was trying to get to the hospital because she was 3 months pregnant, bleeding, and concerned that she might be miscarrying. The officers repeatedly ignored her requests for help, characterizing them as a line of excuses. They later told her she could take care of her medical condition when we get done with you, as they searched her car, purse, and groceries. They scolded her, saying that, while she may be bleeding, she had a lot more problems as a result of unpaid traffic tickets and outstanding city warrants. Sophia miscarried after being held overnight in jail. 26 The officers' clear disregard for Sophia's pregnancy, health, and well-being reflects the simultaneous devaluation of Black and immigrant motherhood. In each of these cases, no officers were held accountable while, as discussed in greater detail below, Black women and women of color are routinely held accountable for any adverse outcomes to their pregnancy, regardless of fault or intent. The war on drugs and the criminalization of Black mothers and mothers of color. Just hours after giving birth in a public hospital serving a predominantly low-income Black community in Charleston, South Carolina, a Black mother is hauled away by police in handcuffs and shackles attached to a belt around her belly, still bleeding. She is charged with delivering drugs to a minor, the baby she just delivered, on the grounds that traces of drugs were found in the blood of the umbilical cord. She is held in the county jail without follow-up care, separated from her newborn until she goes to trial, and is convicted of child abuse for delivering drugs to a minor. 27. This was a scene that played out multiple times in 1989 at the now infamous Charleston Public Hospital, whose practice of testing of umbilical cord blood for drugs without maternal consent well into the 1990s was ultimately successfully challenged in the U.S. Supreme Court. Nearly all pregnant women and new mothers arrested under circumstances like these were Black. The exception was a white woman listed on medical documents as living with a Negro boyfriend. 28. Dorothy Roberts points out that these scenes strongly evoke images of the brutality and degradation Black mothers were subjected to under slavery, and they are informed by the slavery-era mythology conjured to justify this treatment: Black women as animalistic, promiscuous, uncaring, indulgent, incompetent, and infanticidal mothers. 29 Roberts further theorizes that, in this context, Black reproduction is treated as a form of degeneracy. They damage their babies in the womb through their bad habits during pregnancy. Then they impart a deviant lifestyle to their children through their example. 30 Within this framework, the logics underlying singling out Black women for drug testing during pregnancy and delivery become clearer. Delivery room arrests represent a gender-specific front of the war on drugs that could easily be characterized as giving birth while Black, presumed to be a bad mother, giving birth in a public hospital, subject to the presumptions that you are entitled to no privacy the medical establishment or government is bound to respect, and being a familiar target for arresting officers. They were further fueled by now soundly debunked junk science raising monstrous specters of Black crack mothers and crack babies destined to become super predators. Much has been written about the impacts of prosecutions of pregnant Black women and new mothers, the contortions of child abuse and drug laws used to charge and convict them, and courts and the public's distorted perceptions of Black mothers and their right to parent. However, the role played by police in the arrests of pregnant and new mothers accused of drug use has largely escaped scrutiny by broader police accountability movements. Far from simply executing the wishes of misguided healthcare officials or ambitious prosecutors, law enforcement played a leadership role in the South Carolina program. The police department was involved in developing procedures to preserve chain of custody for specimens taken without mothers' consent and protocols for arresting women who tested positive, and in the day-to-day administration of the policy. 31 Police officers executed orders to take women from recovery rooms in shackles and toss them into cells. In other cases, a police team, using information obtained from healthcare providers, tracked down expectant mothers in the city's poorest neighborhoods. 32 In one case, an officer placed a woman in a chokehold to detain her. Another woman, arrested before giving birth, was transported to and from the hospital in handcuffs and shackles for prenatal appointments, and was forced to give birth chained to a hospital bed. 33. Ultimately, the U.S. Supreme Court declared the South Carolina program unconstitutional precisely because of the inextricable involvement of law enforcement. 34 Such police, service provider collaborations disproportionately affect low-income black women and women of color, who have no choice but to use public health facilities and are therefore denied the privacy afforded those who can afford private health care. Simply put, increased scrutiny in public health care settings increases the likelihood that low-income mothers of color will be criminalized. 35 The result. Despite similar rates of drug use among pregnant black and white women, black women are more likely to be reported to police than white women. In Florida, 10 times as likely. 36. Ananya Bhattacharjee argues that treatment of pregnant women and mothers of color reveals an important fissure in the facade of police protection, making it a site of obvious dissonance in the ways the state relates to black women and their children. Police do not hesitate to punish black women for alleged harm to their fetus or child, and simultaneously routinely subject pregnant women to violence that places mother and child at risk. 37 Historian Sarah Haley describes the same phenomenon in the Jim Crow South. Black life, the life of the child, becomes legible when it is deployed by white authorities in order to enact violence, imprisonment, but is illegible when deployed by black subjects to defend against violence, motherhood as a ground for pardon. Georgia's legal system disproportionately imprisoned black women, thereby destroying their ability to care for their children, but also arrested them when they allegedly caused the deaths of their children. 38. In other words, the safety of black children is only of concern to the state when it serves larger interests of criminalization and control over black women, much as black women's childbearing was only valued because it increased the pool of enslaved labor. 39 In the end, as in slavery, black motherhood and children are simply deployed as another tool of punishment and control, wielded with impunity, in whichever way will bolster further criminalization. As Roberts puts it, when a nation has always closed its eyes to the circumstances of pregnant black women, its current interest in the health of unborn black children must be viewed with distrust. 40 She concludes that there is in fact no contradiction in police practices toward black women because black women are not being punished for harming their fetuses, they are being punished for having babies. 41 The state criminalizes black women to punish them for reproducing in the first place, by placing them and their babies at risk via physical attacks, denial of medical attention, or post-delivery arrests and harassment. The state, Roberts emphasizes, is saying not so much I care about your baby as you don't deserve to be a mother if you are a black woman, and especially if you use drugs. 42. The state has the same message for indigenous women, albeit under different logics. The disappearance of native peoples is a precondition to taking their land and resources, rendering continued existence and reproduction by native women a site of continued policing and punishment. Martina Graywind, a native woman, was arrested in Fargo, North Dakota, in 1992 when 12 weeks pregnant and was held for 2 weeks in jail on a charge of reckless endangerment, premised on the notion that inhaling paint fumes was a danger to the fetus she was carrying. 43 On the Pine Ridge Reservation, pregnant Native American women with drinking problems are put in jail. 44 Arresting pregnant women exposes the state's concern for the children of indigenous women and women of color as an empty pretext, as incarceration of pregnant women increases rather than decreases the likelihood of adverse outcomes. For example, 1/3 of pregnant women in prison miscarry, in large part due to inadequate health and prenatal care. 45. Law enforcement often subjects pregnant women, particularly women of color, to punishments that contradict the state's expressed intent to protect women and children, reflecting the actual underlying devaluation of both their motherhood and children. In Wisconsin, Alicia Beltran was arrested in 2014 under what became known as the Cocaine Mom Law. Since its passage in 1998, the state has been permitted to arrest and incarcerate pregnant women if they are merely accused of using alcohol or drugs and to force them into treatment. In Alicia's case, the contradictions are painfully apparent. Arresting Alicia for alleged and potential harm to her fetus, officers placed her at risk of actual harm by forcing her to kneel on the floor as they cuffed and shackled her, holding her without food or water, and then ordering her into treatment for 75 days where no prenatal care was provided. Victoria Law points out, had anyone other than a government official inflicted these kinds of scenarios, including physically restraining, denying medical care and failing to provide food or water, they would risk criminal charges. In 38 states, violence against women that results in pregnancy loss is called fetal homicide. But, as Sarah Ainsworth, NAPW Director of Legal Advocacy, notes, some pregnant women are viewed as deserving of this kind of violence. Whether you want to call it police violence or medical violence or both. 46. A study of more than 400 U.S. arrests of pregnant and parenting women between 1973 and 2005 concluded that law enforcement overwhelmingly targeted low-income women, and disproportionately targeted women of color. In 2/3 of the cases, there was no evidence whatsoever of harm to the fetus or child. In addition to alleged drug use during pregnancy and allegations relating to mental health issues, arrests were also made on the basis of a woman and her doctor electing a cesarean section instead of a vaginal birth, and for failure to seek prenatal care. Further evidence of the extreme extent of reproductive control in the lives of women of color. 47 In many cases, mothers were subjected to bedside interrogations shortly after giving birth to or losing a child. The study's authors conclude that harsh treatment imposed on the pregnant women in our study, including being taken straight from their hospital beds and arrested shortly after delivery, being taken in handcuffs, sometimes shackled around the waist, and at least one woman being shackled during labor, is consistent with a long and disturbing history of devaluing African American mothers. 48. Enforcement of child welfare laws. Another contradiction evident in the policing of mothers of color is the reality that women of color, both immigrant and US-born, are prevented from caring adequately for their children while they are simultaneously accused of child abuse and neglect. 49 In the majority of child welfare cases, Roberts argues, what is labeled as neglect is really defined by poverty. 50 Additionally, when black mothers and mothers of color turn to public institutions for support for themselves and their families, their parenting is subject to additional scrutiny by agency staff who are likely to report perceived deviations from white middle-class parenting standards to child welfare authorities or police. 51 This lack of privacy for low-income women and mothers of color operates in dangerous combination with stereotypes of black mothers and mothers of color. 52 As David Love theorizes, women of color are more likely than white women to be monitored and supervised by the state, and more likely to experience state control over their bodies and their children. Call it a holdover from slavery, when black women had no right to privacy, were violated at will, and could not make decisions regarding themselves, their bodies or their families. 53. How a mother's actions are perceived is very much linked to how good a mother she is perceived to be. As Roberts puts it, black women are burdened with myths about their unfitness as mothers, which distort the public's view of their maternal failures. 54 The myths in question are variations on now familiar themes. Black women were framed as unable to care for their own children on the basis of high infant mortality rates during slavery, which in fact are easily attributable to the hard physical labor, punishment, and deprivation suffered by mothers during pregnancy and forced separation of children from their mothers at an early age. Separation from their own children to serve as mammy to white children was turned into a stereotype of black mothers as being more interested in pursuing their own interests, whether drugs, material goods, or sex, than in caring for their own children. 55 Against this backdrop, argues Dorothy Roberts, authorities often seem less concerned with protecting children from abuse than with imposing an idealized and racialized standard of selfless motherhood. 56. Police officers play a largely invisible role in the enforcement of child welfare, yet this serves as another side of enforcement of racialized gender norms. The police are often called to respond to complaints or to enforce caseworkers' orders to remove children, yet the way they do so is indicative of the way they perceive the mothers and the children involved. For instance, in 2012 in Los Angeles, a white female officer brutalized and beat Elijah Thomas after she was dispatched to Elijah's home to arrest her for abandoning her children at a police station because she could no longer care for them. The officer repeatedly kicked Elijah in the groin, abdomen, and thigh, and jabbed her in the throat while she was handcuffed and shackled in the back seat of a police patrol car. Elijah can be heard on the car's dashcam video telling the officer she can't breathe and can be seen struggling to stay conscious before passing out. In complete disregard for Elijah's well-being, the officer smoked a cigarette and waited 30 minutes before calling for help. Elijah was later pronounced dead at the hospital. 57 Following a rare criminal prosecution for assault, not murder, the officer was sentenced to 36 months in jail, with the last 20 suspended. 58 The family was awarded $2.5 million in a settlement. In July 2014, Denise Stewart, an asthmatic 47-year-old grandmother in New York City, answered her door when police knocked. Responding to a complaint that a child was being harmed, they had come to the wrong apartment. Denise informed them that they had the wrong location and that she had just come out of the shower. Refusing to believe her, police officers dragged Denise, half naked, out of her towel and into a hallway as she begged for her inhaler and later collapsed. Her neighbors protested and videotaped the officers, to no avail. Minutes passed as an officer held Stewart naked in the hallway of her apartment building in utter disregard for her rights and dignity, while a group of officers ultimately proceeded to the correct apartment. Police also dragged her 4 children into the hall and handcuffed them. Eventually, an officer threw a towel over Denise. Mariam Kaba, founder of Project Nia, pointed out in a blog post about the incident that Denise is ungendered to the cops and as a black person she is unhuman to them. Later that year, Michelle Seguenza Anderson was subject to a violent arrest in her driveway in Salt Lake City, Utah, by officers responding to a child welfare call. After Michelle cursed and spat at one of the officers, he responded by punching her and taking her to the ground while calling her a bitch and telling her she deserved to have her ass kicked, as her 9-year-old daughter cried, witnessing the assault on her mother. Prosecuting attorneys were shocked to see the incident on dashcam video and later called for an investigation. 59. Beyond responding to calls, police are now also independently taking up child welfare enforcement, including in minor cases that would previously have been handled administratively. For instance, according to Roberts, misdemeanor child welfare arrests tripled in New York City in the 1990s as part of quality of life policing under Mayor Giuliani, under the theory that arresting mothers on minor neglect charges will prevent more serious cases of abuse. Officers were charged with making arrests to protect children in dangerous situations, defined, as always, more by officers' racialized perceptions than objective realities, which in turn are more often a result of poverty and a lack of child care options than instances of actual harm. These realities are addressed through arrest rather than support to the mother to address conditions of concern. Roberts reports that, in one case, Laura Venegas was arrested when police found her 2 sons playing alone outside their aunt's East Harlem apartment. 60 In another, police arrested 34-year-old Sauret Alwish, a Haitian immigrant who was led away in handcuffs when police found her living with her 5-year-old son in a foreclosed building without electricity or running water, rather than working to find housing for the mother and child. In a third, Sidelina Zuniga, a 39-year-old Mexican immigrant, came home from grocery shopping to discover the police had taken her boys, ages 10 and 4, because she left them alone for an hour and a half. No child care options were explored for her and her children. Many parents leave their children in the care of babysitters not much older than Sidelina's oldest son. Certainly no one came to take away the parents of the white suburban children I babysat for at the age of 11 or 12. Yet handcuffs appear to be the default response where black mothers and mothers of color are concerned. The situation was even more preposterous for Geraldine Jeffers. She was arrested and later convicted for child endangerment for leaving her 4 younger children in the care of their 15-year-old sister when she had to go to the hospital due to complications with her pregnancy and wound up being admitted overnight. 61. Roberts points out, when a mother leaves her child locked in the house, playing in the park or sitting in the car while she goes to work, she alone is arrested and vilified in the media. 62. Shanesha Taylor, a homeless black mother, was arrested for leaving her 2 sons in an SUV while she attended a job interview in an effort to better support them financially. Her child care had fallen through that day, and Shanesha had to make an impossible choice in the name of breaking out of the cycle she found herself in, as low-income mothers are repeatedly told to do by public officials. Shanesha was sentenced to 18 years of supervised probation. Meanwhile, a man who left his child in a parked car at a train station for 30 minutes just days before Shanesha's court appearance faced no charges whatsoever. 63. Laura Browder had just gotten a call for a last-minute job interview after moving to Houston. Having no child care, she brought her children with her and asked them to wait in the food court while she attended the interview. She was arrested after accepting the job. After the arrest, she said, "I had an interview with a very great company with lots of career growth. I am a college student and mother of 2. My children weren't even 30 yards away from me. I fed them and sat there with them until it was time to meet with my interviewer." Both Laura and Shanesha were eventually reunited with their children, but they carry the scars of the arrests and punishment they suffered for making tough choices under difficult circumstances. 64. Meanwhile, in her book Shattered Bonds, The Color of Child Welfare, Roberts describes a white woman who dropped her child off 30 minutes early every morning at a school across from Roberts's house in an affluent neighborhood, where she left him to play alone in the school playground until staff and other children began to arrive. She escaped police attention altogether. 65. As Ananya Bhattacharjee put it, the state disrupts caregivers' ability to fulfill their responsibilities, while at the same time, the legal apparatus of the state is used to accuse women of irresponsibility and abuse, with charges sometimes directly stemming from the harm caused by law enforcement or public agencies. 66. A series of cases in which black mothers have been arrested for taking steps to improve their children's education also highlights the no-win situation black mothers often find themselves in. 67. How might the experiences of black mothers and mothers of color targeted for police violence and arrest change our organizing strategies and demands? It might be as simple as organizing around cases involving pregnant women, as Newark residents did for Danette Daniels in 1997. In violation of police policy, officers shot the 31-year-old black pregnant woman in the head after arresting her for what they believed was a drug transaction, as she tried to drive a police car away. The community rose up in protest, holding weekly demonstrations in which they called for indictment of the officer responsible for shooting Danette. In the end, no criminal charges were brought, but the officer was suspended without pay for 92 days for not taking measures required by policy to prevent Danette's death, and some changes were made to departmental policies. 68. Beyond organizing on behalf of black mothers and mothers of color, if we center their experiences, we begin to ask new questions, including how use of force policies should address experiences of pregnant women. One approach might be to advocate for policies that effectively prevent and address police violence against pregnant women, including the use of tasers and chemical weapons, front and rear handcuffing, takedowns, and use of physical force to the abdomen. Another strategy might be developing and enforcing protocols to govern the provision of medical care to pregnant women in police and immigration custody, or, better yet, advocating that they not be locked up at all. Ultimately, mothers' experiences of policing require us to look beyond traffic and pedestrian stops and police encounters visible in the streets, and pull back the curtain on hidden experiences of racial profiling and violent arrests in homes, hospitals, and other private spaces. They also require us to expose collusion and collaboration between police and helping institutions, such as hospitals and child welfare enforcement agencies, to end the war on drugs, and to adopt a public health rather than a punitive approach to drug use by pregnant and parenting women. They require us to re-envision our approach to child welfare from a punitive one to a community-based support network. 69 Most of all, they require a commitment to shifting perceptions of black mothers and mothers of color, and of their right to become parents and care for their children. It also requires changing the conditions under which black women and women of color often parent, including prioritizing meaningful access to housing, education, and living wage employment. Police violence against and the criminalization of pregnant women and mothers of color brings policing squarely within the frame of movements for reproductive justice. One of the first marches I ever attended was the 1989 March for Women's Lives on the Washington Mall. Throughout college I was active in the movement for reproductive rights, circulating petitions arguing for state coverage of abortions and the repeal of the Hyde Amendment, and learning to perform abortions in the event that they were once again banned, a skill I hope I am never called on to use. Never once did it occur to me, then or later, to link struggles for the right to choose when and how to parent to movements against police violence. Not until I read Bhattacharjee's paper Whose Safety? Women of Color and the Violence of Law Enforcement, in which she squarely places multiple forms of violence, neglect, manipulation, and punishment of mothers of color within a conversation about law enforcement violence, did I understand that, for women of color, pregnancy and motherhood are additional sites and weapons of police violence that demand a response from both police accountability movements and movements for reproductive justice. 70. Beyond demanding that all women be given the chance to raise their children and benefit from their love, companionship, and care through old age without fear that they will be gunned down in the street or left to die in a cell, movements for reproductive justice can take up the ways in which the state directly interferes with our right to parent through police fists and tasers, deliberate indifference to the welfare of pregnant women and their children, ripping mothers from children at the moment of birth, arresting us for decisions we make about our bodies, and criminalizing us for making impossible decisions under impossible conditions. Chapter 9. Police Responses to Violence. I was sitting in the audience at the Black Feminism 2000 conference in March 2000, when UCLA professor Robin D.G. Kelley, a black man, told a story about a woman named Cherie Williams. Cherie was 37, black, and living in the Bronx when she was beaten by her boyfriend. When she called the police for help, she was then beaten within an inch of her life by NYPD officers. Though 1999 had been a year of protesting police brutality after NYPD officers shot Amadou Diallo 14 times in the doorway of his own home, Kelley noted the lack of national attention to Cherie's case, as well as to police killings of Tyisha Miller in Riverside, California, and LaTonya Haggerty in Chicago that same year. Citing this invisibility as evidence of an absence of gender analysis in the anti-police brutality movement, Kelley emphasized that black feminism demands action around black women's experiences of police violence. On the same panel, black feminist foremother Barbara Smith, who had been actively organizing around Diallo's murder, echoed Kelley's points and expanded on his call to action to include police violence against black LGBTQ people. 1. I immediately set out to learn everything I could about Cherie's experience. On September 28, 1999, she called 911 during a domestic violence incident. 2. When the police arrived, the two white police officers refused even to get out of their patrol car to take her complaint. When Cherie asked for their names and badge numbers, they responded by putting her in handcuffs, shoving her into their patrol car, and driving her to a deserted parking lot. 3. Terrified, she managed to get one hand out of the cuffs while in the car, only to be pepper sprayed in the face by the officers. When they arrived at the lot, the officers pulled her out of the car by her hair, repeatedly shook her, and struck her head against the car. They then beat her so badly they broke her nose, burst her spleen, and fractured her jaw, which later had to be wired shut. 4. Cherie testified shortly after the incident before a New York City Council hearing on police responses to domestic violence. They beat me until I was bloody. They left me there dazed and with a warning. They told me if they saw me on the street, that they would kill me. I called the police to prevent a serious incident, and they brutalized me. 5. For a long time, I opened every presentation with Cherie's story, consistently drawing gasps of horror to amplify the voice she raised in protest at that city council hearing and to point to her experience as a quintessential example of black women's vulnerability to both interpersonal and state violence. A month after the Black Feminism panel, Angela Y. Davis, who has consistently spoken out about her own and other women's experiences of police violence throughout her activist life, opened a historic founding conference of insight at the University of California, Santa Cruz, with the following story. Many years ago, when I was a student in San Diego, I was driving down the freeway with a friend when we encountered a black woman wandering along the shoulder. Her story was extremely disturbing. Despite her uncontrollable weeping, we could surmise that she had been raped and dumped along the side of the road. After a while, she was able to wave down a police car, thinking that they would help her. However, when the white policeman picked her up, he did not comfort her, but rather seized upon the opportunity to rape her once more. I relate this story not for its sensational value, but for its metaphorical power. Given the racist and patriarchal patterns of the state, it is difficult to envision the state as the holder of solutions to the problem of violence against women of color. However, as the anti-violence movement has been institutionalized and professionalized, the state plays an increasingly dominant role in how we conceptualize and create strategies to minimize violence against women. One of the major tasks of this conference, and of the anti-violence movement as a whole, is to address this contradiction, especially as it presents itself to poor communities of color. 6. For me, these two stories posed as challenges to both the anti-police brutality movement and the anti-violence movement were foundational. They resonated with my own experiences of police violence when I sought protection, as well as the consistent findings of my research over the past 25 years. Police violence against women of color takes place disproportionately, and with alarming frequency, in the context of responses to domestic and sexual violence. Similarly, our research for Amnesty International's 2005 report Stonewalled: Police Abuse and Misconduct Against LGBT People in the United States, and for the book Queer in Justice made it clear that responses to family, interpersonal, and homophobic and transphobic violence are frequent sites of police violence against LGBTQ people. At a keynote presentation at the 2006 National Coalition Against Domestic Violence (NCADV) conference, I told Cherie's story as a cautionary tale about the consequences of relying on police as the primary, if not exclusive, response to violence against women, notwithstanding challenges raised for decades by women of color to this approach. I concluded a litany of stories and studies by saying, as a general rule, law and order agendas have never been about protecting us, and, in fact, have led to increased violence against women of color in the home, in the community, and at the hands of law enforcement. I talked about the call issued by the 2002 Insight, Critical Resistance Statement on Gender Violence and the Prison Industrial Complex, and urged the audience to take up its challenge to envision, develop, and pursue responses to violence that do not rely on or produce police violence. My co-presenter, representing Manevi, an organization working with South Asian survivors of violence, issued a similar call for non-law enforcement, community-based responses to violence. She drew attention to the fact that for Manevi's constituency, law enforcement responses were potentially dangerous on many levels, ranging from potential immigration consequences and failure to protect based on assumptions about South Asian culture to arrest of or additional violence against survivors. After our presentation, the room slowly began to empty, a trickle becoming a flood. No one thanked us for our presentation or approached us to engage with us or the content of our talks. We instinctively moved closer and closer together until we were hugging, alone in a conference room full of people who had no desire to hear the message we were delivering. Since then, there has been some progress. Dozens of anti-violence coalitions and activists signed on to a submission to the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing focused on women of color's experiences of policing, and there is growing recognition among anti-violence advocates that police responses to violence including mandatory arrest policies need to be revisited. Point 7 Nevertheless, much of the mainstream anti-violence movement remains conspicuously silent on the issue of police violence against women of color. Pulling back the veil reveals that police violence in the context of responses to domestic, sexual, family, homophobic, and transphobic violence takes many forms: verbal abuse, physical violence, and refusal to respond, as in Cherie's case. Respondents to a 2015 survey of more than 900 anti-violence advocates, survivors, and other stakeholders from almost all 50 states undertaken by law professor Julie Goldsheed and her colleagues found that police were sometimes or often demeaning or disrespectful to survivors, did not believe them, or did not take domestic violence or sexual assault seriously. Point 8 Almost a third of respondents said that police sometimes or often used inappropriate force against survivors. They also reported that officers threatened to arrest survivors, particularly if they were called multiple times. Police violence in the context of responses to violence can also include sexual harassment, assault, and abuse, profiling of survivors as perpetrators of violence, arrest or referral to immigration authorities, outing of LGBTQ survivors, and loss of housing and children. In all too many cases, police responses to violence prove deadly to survivors, including many whose stories we don't yet know. Point 9 For instance, Melissa Ventura, a Latinx mother of 3 described by her sister as the heart and soul of her family and by a neighbor as happy about the recent arrival of her 2-month-old baby, was killed by police officers responding to a domestic violence call at her home in Yuma, Arizona, in July 2016. Police officers were the only witnesses to the killing, and none have been held accountable. Point 10 On February 18, 2015, Genisha Fonville and her girlfriend, Cornisha Banks, both black women living in a Charlotte, North Carolina, housing project, had been fighting. Eventually, Banks asked her sister to call the police and left the house. When police responded, she went back to the house with them, where they found Genisha lying on the couch. As Genisha rose from the couch in protest of the police officer's arrival, one of the officers shot her in the chest, claiming she was lunging at them with a knife. Cornisha says Genisha was empty-handed, and that there was no threat to the officers from the 100-pound woman. Family and friends described Genisha as loving and funny, and as someone who struggled with mental health issues and was trying to manage them. Point 11 They can also prove to be deadly to bystanders such as Yvette Smith or Betty Jones, women who were killed by officers responding to calls involving other members of their households or neighbors. Point 12 Once brought out of the shadows, these stories require us to shift and expand our responses to violence in all its forms, including police violence. Police violence against survivors of violence often takes place away from public view, cameras, and cop watchers. Survivors of violence are less likely to be able to speak out, because they need the police to remain willing to respond to future calls for assistance, or because of shame, silence, and fear of retaliation. As a result, racial profiling and police brutality in the context of responses to violence remains, quite literally, invisible. Even when women do come forward, their stories too often go unnoticed by anti-violence and police accountability groups alike. Cases like Cherie's are often hidden in plain sight, the subject of public testimony or news coverage that meets with little response from anti-police brutality activists because it is perceived as a domestic violence-related problem and thus a women's issue, not a problem of racial profiling or police violence, a men's issue. The same year Cherie testified before the New York City Council, a black woman testified at an Amnesty International hearing on police brutality in Los Angeles to tell her story that officers responding to a family quarrel had beaten her in her home until she fainted, while her children were locked outside, powerless to answer their mother's cries for help. The officers then gagged her and dragged her across her yard to their police car. 13 It is telling that neither case became a rallying cry for either anti-violence or anti-police brutality movements. In addition to engaging in physical violence against survivors, as detailed in Chapter 5, Officers like Daniel Holtzclaw and Roger Magana take advantage of their position to prey on survivors when responding to calls for help or when entering private premises without a warrant on the pretense that they believe someone is in danger. 14 In a 2006 series on police sexual violence, the Philadelphia Inquirer reported, a Glenolden, Delaware County officer was convicted of raping a woman in 2002. After he answered a domestic dispute call. He had his police uniform on, his gun, his nightstick, the woman said. I did exactly what he asked me to do. 15 A Pennsylvania state trooper who had been convicted of multiple sexual assaults in 2000 explained the underlying dynamics. I would see women that were vulnerable where I could appear as a knight in shining armor. I'm going to help this woman who's being abused by her boyfriend, and then I'll ask for sexual favors. 16. In one particularly infuriating case in Chicago in 2010, Tywanda Moore called police during a dispute with her boyfriend. As he was trained to do, an officer took her into a private room to take her statement. But instead of doing so, he fondled her breasts, groped her buttocks, and left his number with the suggestion that they hook up. She called his supervisor to report him, and met with a lieutenant and internal affairs officer. According to her attorney, Robert Johnson, when she tried to report the assault, Internal Affairs gave her the runaround. 17 She demanded that the officer be fired. They prevented her from leaving the room while discouraging her from filing a complaint, among other things referring to the fact that she was a stripper. She began recording the conversation on her BlackBerry. They charged her with 2 counts of felony wiretapping, under an Illinois law that says you need the consent of both parties to record a conversation. She spent 2 weeks in jail and over a year fighting the charges, until she was finally acquitted in 2012. 18 The officer who assaulted her was never charged or disciplined. Her experience confirmed the reality for so many survivors of police sexual violence: if you come forward, you are the one who will be put on trial, not the officer responsible. That same year, Tywanda filed a civil suit against the officer who assaulted her and the city and county officials who let him get away with it. As in other contexts, sexual violence during domestic violence calls may take the form of strip searches. For instance, in 2005, a police officer working in a Chicago suburb was charged with official misconduct for making women strip naked when he responded to domestic violence calls. For trans women, such searches may be the pernicious gender check. While litigating Tican v. City of New York in the 2000s, a case alleging a pattern and practice within the NYPD of conducting unconstitutional searches to assign gender based on anatomy, a fellow attorney sent me a notice of claim filed against the City of New York in 1999 by Anutai Hansen Singthong, a Thai transgender woman who called police for protection from her abusive partner. Instead of being protected, she was arrested and strip searched at the precinct after her abuser told officers she was trans. While I was never able to locate additional information about her case, it always struck me as yet another invisible instance of police violence against a woman of color that came to my attention only by happenstance and never would otherwise have seen the light of day. Denial of protection is also a form of police violence, and increases vulnerability to other forms of violence by signaling to abusers and bystanders that violence against women of color is acceptable. Explicit or implicit punishment for deviation from, or the inability to meet, racialized gender norms often underlies the denial of police protection. Racial profiling informs not only officers' perceptions of who is committing violence but also of who is a victim. Black women, indigenous women, and other women of color are defined as inherently existing outside the bounds of womanhood, rendering the status of good victim unattainable. This reality is exacerbated and compounded for women of color who are perceived to further deviate from racialized gender norms: transgender and gender nonconforming women of color, women who use alcohol or controlled substances, and women who are criminalized, such as sex workers. These deviations mark them as unworthy of protection and deserving of arrest in the eyes of law enforcement officers responding to violence. 19. More than half the respondents in the service provider study cited earlier reported anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, and anti-LGBTQ perceptions among police officers. They also noted police failure to take seriously violence against young survivors, survivors with mental health issues, drug users, and homeless and low-income survivors, an attitude rooted in perceptions that violence is simply part of an impoverished or ghetto lifestyle. Again and again, study participants noted the ways in which controlling narratives informed police responses to women of color. Police are much more interested in helping light-skinned victims. I think this ties into their inherent racial bias and ideas about who is a good, deserving victim and who is a troublemaker who brought this violence on. I think that there are especially dangerous stereotypes about assertive black women that the police buy into and keep them from helping black women who are victims of abuse. My African American clients seem to be treated worse by police. Police are more likely to suspect them of contributing to the violence or in some other way being at fault for what has happened. They also seem to take claims of black victims less seriously. The police often assume that if the victim is Native American that she/he has been drinking, thus causing the problem. Victims of Hispanic/Latina descent are assumed to be lying about the crime to qualify for immigration remedies, even if the victim is a U.S. citizen. The assumption is that Muslim women, South Asian/Arab/Middle Eastern women, aren't deserving of responses because of the problematic assumptions that equate Muslim women with being oppressed due to their inherent religious identity. People who don't speak English are discriminated against. Because they are hard to communicate with, police don't investigate their cases as thoroughly. They also ignore important protocols, such as separating family members to interview them, because it's less convenient. Police are also less likely to inform undocumented immigrants of their legal rights. 21. Transgender people of color are relentlessly and ruthlessly denied protection by police and often blamed for violence they experience. When researching Stonewalled, we learned of an instance when Los Angeles police responded to a violent assault on an undocumented Latinx transgender street vendor by saying, "If they kill her, call us." 22. We also heard about an incident in which an Asian Pacific transgender woman reported a hate crime to police, who refused to photograph her injuries, telling her, "You're not a victim of violence. If you didn't tell people you're a transsexual, people would leave you alone." 23. Advocates also told us that, where domestic violence against transgender women is concerned, officers often laugh, or say, "You're a man, too. You can handle yourself," or "Oh, guys, forget it, this is a man." 24. One young black trans woman living in Los Angeles repeatedly called police for assistance when her boyfriend was abusive. Each time, despite the visible bruises on her body, officers said that there was nothing they could do. Instead, 2 undercover officers knocked on her door one morning and told her she was under arrest on an old warrant for a solicitation charge. 25. Indeed, trans people are often criminalized rather than protected by police. In one case that prompted a national organizing campaign, Cece McDonald, a black transgender woman, was arrested and imprisoned for defending herself against a neo-Nazi who pursued her as she tried to leave after his friend smashed a broken glass into Cece's face, lacerating her cheek and a salivary gland. Instead of celebrating her survival, police and prosecutors punished her for it. The moral of the story is that transgender women are treated by police as if they have the right to neither protection nor self-defense. Lesbians, deemed gender non-conforming by virtue of their existence outside the heteropatriarchy, are also ignored and punished. One survivor interviewed by the Family Violence Project in New York City said that the police show up and are like, "Dykes, damn it. God, they deserve this." In 2015, the National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs, NCAP, reported that 12% of the 33% of LGBTQ survivors who reported intimate partner violence to law enforcement said that the police were hostile. 26. Among survivors of homophobic or transphobic violence who reported to the police, 39% said police were hostile, 33% experienced verbal abuse, and 16% experienced physical abuse. 27 In 2013, 5% of LGBTQ survivors of intimate partner violence reported physical violence by police. 28 Often, such violence is a manifestation of racialized gender policing. For instance, advocates and survivors alike report that once a transgender woman's gender identity is discovered by officers responding to a domestic violence call or is disclosed to them by an abuser, she is treated as if she has deceived the police and punished with violence. Gender nonconformity in behavior also produces both police violence and exclusion from protection. In one study, survivors of violence who were arrested tended to be using drugs or alcohol, thus deviating from gender role prescriptions of appropriate female behavior. 29 Women survivors of violence arrested in Boulder, Colorado, also reported that they believed that use of alcohol was among the top 3 reasons they had been arrested. 30 Similarly, women who are or are perceived to be involved in the sex trades are denied protection. Cindy Clay, executive director of HIPS, a sex workers' organization in Washington, D.C., has stated that women perceived to be departing from gendered norms of acceptable behavior by engaging in sex work are almost universally subject to dual arrest, in which both parties to a dispute are arrested when police respond to domestic violence against them. Similar perceptions govern police response to sexual assault, particularly for black women who are believed to be engaged in the sex trade. 31 Despite the constant pathologizing of women who don't fight back against rape and other forms of violence, women who defend themselves are also denied protection by police because their behavior is perceived as a deviation from a gender-normative, defenseless response. In Florida, Marissa Alexander was arrested for firing a warning shot in the air to stop an assault by her abusive husband. As a black woman, she was already at a disadvantage, more likely to be perceived as violent than as victimized. When, instead of performing victimhood in expected ways, cowering, crying in a corner, she stood her ground, Marissa was punished with arrest and was charged with a felony offense carrying a 20-year prison sentence, even though no one was harmed or even in danger of being harmed by her actions. Black women who are queer are also more likely to be framed by police as perpetrators rather than victims when they defend themselves. This was glaringly apparent in one case that gained national attention through local organizing, depicted in the award-winning documentary Out in the Night and described in Beth Ritchie's Arrested Justice and in Queer, in Justice. 7 black lesbians who became known as the New Jersey Seven were out in New York City one hot summer's night when a man made a lewd comment to one of them. When they responded that they weren't interested because they were gay, his tone quickly turned violent as he followed them down the street, shouting, "Dyke bitches, lesbian bitches, I'll fuck you straight, sweetheart." Then he spat on one of the women, threw a lit cigarette at the group, and climbed on top of another, pulling her hair out at the roots. One of the women, Renata Hill, said that, with him approaching me in the manner that he was approaching, and saying the things he was saying, basically you're saying that you're going to rape me. The women defended themselves and were walking away when police stopped and arrested them, guns drawn. Initial police radio reports described the incident as minor, involving minimal injuries, not gang activity. Yet eventually, based largely on perceptions rooted in the women's sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, things changed. 32 As Insight and Fierce later wrote about the incident. Police characterized the incident as one of gang violence by a group of black lesbians, rather than as one of homophobic and misogynist sexual and physical violence by a straight man against a group of women. Based in large part on the police version of the events, the media constructed and reinforced identities of killer lesbians forming a seething sapphic septet, and a lesbian wolf pack, before the courts and prison industrial complex took over their enforcement and punishment. How police responded to and investigated this case drove its ultimate outcome. 33 The women were tried, charged, pled guilty or were convicted, and sentenced to periods of up to 11 years in prison. Though eventually all were released on appeal, with the support of a bicoastal campaign to win their freedom, their lives were forever changed. Each had lost years of their freedom, missed the funeral of a loved one, and time with their children and families. These are only a few instances in which black women perceived as gender nonconforming on the basis of race, sexual orientation, gender identity, behavior, or appearance, or some combination thereof were denied victim status and were criminalized for defending themselves. No Selves to Defend, an exhibit mounted by Mariam Kaba and Rachel Kader, catalogs many more. 34 and the National Coalition #SurvivedAndPunished organizes around active cases of survivors of violence penalized for self-defense. 35. For these reasons and more, for many women of color, calling on law enforcement for protection is simply not an option. Historical and current realities fuel perceptions of law enforcement agents and the criminal legal system as further threats to women of color's own safety and that of their families and communities, rather than as sources of protection from violence in the home. More than 80% of respondents to the 2015 Service Provider Survey believed that police relations with communities of color influenced their clients' willingness to call the police for help. 36 Criminalized survivors are particularly reluctant to contact police. Service providers report, many of our clients were committing crimes, using illegal substances, participating in sex work, had a taser in their possession, etc., while they were being abused. Clients are afraid of being prosecuted for those crimes while their abusers go free. 37. Historic and current state violence against Native women renders many Native women reluctant to call on law enforcement for assistance when facing violence in their communities. Even when Native women do seek assistance from police, they are often disbelieved based on stereotypes focused on actual or perceived alcohol use. Vulnerability to violence is further compounded for Native women living on reservations who remain almost completely unprotected due to restrictions that prevent tribal law enforcement from exercising jurisdiction over felony cases or cases involving non-natives. This leaves pursuit of abusers to federal law enforcement agencies, who frequently fail to adequately investigate and prosecute crimes against Native women. 38. For undocumented women, reliance on the state for protection can have devastating consequences. This is especially true in border states such as California, Texas, and Arizona, where Border Patrol agents often ride with local law enforcement agents, as well as in the increasing number of jurisdictions where local law enforcement agents have been deputized to enforce federal immigration laws. According to one 2003 study of Vietnamese immigrants living in Houston, survivors of violence call the police at 1/5 the rate of other ethnic groups, regardless of immigration status, due to fear of problems with immigration authorities and racial or ethnic discrimination by law enforcement. 39. And given high levels of police violence and denial of protection to transgender people, it is not surprising that more than half of respondents to the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey said they would feel uncomfortable asking the police for help if they needed it. Middle Eastern, Black, and multiracial respondents, as well as people living with disabilities and people living in poverty, were most likely to feel uncomfortable seeking assistance from police. 40. Mandatory and pro-arrest policies. Mandatory and pro-arrest policies all too often contribute to the criminalization of women's efforts to prevent and avoid violence, and to defend themselves and their children and families. Far from eliminating the effects of police discretion in responding to domestic violence, such policies simply mandate an arrest, leaving police with the discretion to determine who to arrest, with predictable results. 41 Of particular concern has been the growing numbers of arrests of survivors of violence under such policies. 42 Joan Zorza, a longtime advocate for survivors of violence, concludes that, at their worst, mandatory arrest policies may be utilized as a weapon to exploit and further victimize battered women. 43. In 1995, following the adoption of mandatory arrest policies, 14.3% of domestic violence arrests in Los Angeles were of women, double the rate of the previous 5 years. Overall arrests for domestic violence increased under mandatory arrest policies between 1987 and 1995, but 3 times as many women were arrested in 1995 as in 1987, compared to less than twice as many men. 44 In Maryland, the number of women arrested for domestic violence tripled between 1992 and 1996, and in Sacramento the number of women arrested for domestic violence increased 91% between 1991 and 1996.45 in 2001. Feminist researcher Susan Miller reported that in some cities, over 20% of those arrested following domestic violence complaints were women. She concluded, an arrest policy intended to protect battered women as victims is being misapplied and used against them. Battered women have become female offenders. 46 in 2000, a study of domestic violence survivors under New York State's mandatory arrest policies found that, over a 2.5-year period, survivors of domestic violence had been arrested in 27% of cases received through a domestic violence hotline. 85% of survivors who were arrested had a prior documented record of being subjected to domestic violence, and 85% were injured during the incident that led to their arrest. 48 arrests of survivors are particularly common in police responses to incidents of violence involving two people perceived to be of the same gender. According to a 2010 GAP report, incidents of misarrest of LGBTQ people increased 144% from 2008 to 2009.49 in 2015. Misarrests of survivors increased to 31%, from the 17% reported in 2014.50. There are several scenarios in which survivors are revictimized by mandatory arrest policies. Sometimes, responding officers are unable to or don't try to, or simply can't be bothered to, discern which party is the primary aggressor and opt to arrest both parties to a domestic dispute. Other times, notwithstanding often lengthy histories of being subjected to violence, survivors are deemed by arresting officers to be the aggressor because they acted in self-defense. And still other times, the survivor ends up in handcuffs because the abuser, familiar with and able to manipulate the legal system, called the police first. One Los Angeles case is typical. A Middle Eastern woman who endured her husband's abuse for over a decade and finally bit him during a struggle was arrested by officers called by neighbors. 51 in another, Darila, a Honduran immigrant, was arrested when her abusive partner, Maria, called the police. Darila later said, "But that is how the law is. She is American, and I did not speak English, and I am an immigrant, things went bad for me." Chicana Studies professor Martha Escobar concluded that for Darila, her undocumented status, inability to speak English, and sexuality were all factors constructed as deviant. 52. Thus, profiling doesn't stop when the police shift from enforcers to protectors. Who is perceived as a legitimate victim and who is perceived as violent is deeply racially gendered. Police officers' responses to calls for help are informed by controlling narratives of women and gender nonconforming people of color as violent, threatening, and incapable of being raped or abused and complicit in the violence perpetrated against them. Officers implementing mandatory arrest policies thus engage in racialized gender profiling by arresting the person who is of color, is more gender nonconforming, is an immigrant, or speaks limited English. Consequently, it is not surprising that the impacts of survivor arrests appear to fall disproportionately on low-income women of color. A significant majority, 66%, of survivors of violence in the New York City study who had been arrested along with their abusers, dual arrest, or arrested as a result of a complaint lodged by their abuser, retaliatory arrest, were African American or Latinx. 43% were living below the poverty line, and 19% were receiving public assistance at the time. 54 As noted earlier, studies have also found that survivors of violence are also more likely to be arrested if they were under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances at the time of police response, fought back against their abuse, were engaged or perceived to be engaged in sex work, or are transgender or gender nonconforming in appearance. Arrest of survivors under mandatory arrest policies subjects people who have already been targets of violence in their families, homes, and communities to further violence, this time at the hands of the state. The re-traumatization experienced when survivors of violence are arrested when police respond to a domestic violence call is predictable. One survivor who was subject to a mandatory arrest said she got arrested like 2 times. That's traumatizing. The police officer. He pushed me inside the car. He pushed me inside, tell that to the judge. He sees me crying and trembling and stuff. He just pushed me. Shut up back there. And I was crying. I said, it's not fair. Shut up. He pulled me out of the car. He pushed me against a desk. 55. Such arrests also have devastating collateral consequences in terms of immigration status, losing children, access to employment, denial of benefits, being pushed further into criminalized survival economies, and increased vulnerability to violence. For immigrant women, the consequences of mandatory arrest policies can be doubly devastating in the context of ever-increasing collaboration between immigration enforcement and local law enforcement authorities, described in Chapter 2. Many undocumented women have reported cases of sexual and domestic violence only to find themselves deported after being arrested under mandatory arrest policies or subject to inquiries into their immigration status by law enforcement officers. 56. Changing the narrative, changing the vision. The Ann Arbor Alliance for Black Lives initially arose out of a solidarity march with Ferguson in the wake of the murder of Mike Brown in August 2014. Since then it has largely focused on demanding accountability for the killing of Ora Rain Rosser, an artist and mother of 3 killed by Ann Arbor police 3 months later. Officers David Wright and Mark Ropp responded to a domestic violence call at Ora's house. 57 claiming that Ora caused them to fear for their safety as she walked toward them from 15 feet away holding a 4-inch knife. Officers made no effort to de-escalate the situation or give her an opportunity to drop the knife. Instead, 5 to 10 seconds after arriving, they shot her. The officers and city officials retroactively justified the shooting by saying that Ora opened her eyes very wide, appeared to be in a deranged state, and had a blank stare, echoing the justifications offered by the officers who killed Michelle Cussos months earlier, and drawing on historic depictions of black women as congenitally deranged, superhuman, and posing an inherent threat. A people's retort to the prosecutor's report in the case draws parallels between justifications offered for Ora's shooting with Darren Wilson's characterization of Mike Brown as a demon, using racist tropes to transform Ora into a mortal threat rather than a woman in the midst of an angry dispute with her ex-boyfriend. 58 Local organizer and scholar activist Austin McCoy notes the multiple dynamics at play in both Ora's death and the state's response. The crucial difference is that Rosser is black and female. Being black and female in America today means that black women not only die at the hands of the state like men, their suffering is obscured while making their physicality and their psychological state hypervisible. Black women's suffering is unseen by authorities, but the state tries to highlight how they are aggressive and hysterical. 59. The organizing around Ora's case highlights a welcome expansion in the movement for police accountability compared to the relative silence around Cherie Williams's case 15 years earlier. Rosser's image is one of many circulating in cyberspace under the Black Lives Matter hashtag. Her death is the motivation for marches drawing thousands. Her name is invoked alongside Brown's at rallies, demonstrations, and vigils across the country. When longtime anti-violence activist Mariame Kaba first read a New York Times article about Taiwanda Moore, she was shocked that she hadn't known earlier about her case, which took place in Chicago, where Kaba was living. Kaba immediately mobilized the Chicago Task Force on Women and Girls to raise awareness about Taiwanda on social media, to campaign for since-deposed prosecutor Anita Alvarez to drop the charges, and to pack the courtroom with supporters throughout Taiwanda's trial. Kaba never forgot the case, later playing a leadership role in the campaign to remove Alvarez as district attorney during the 2016 election under the hashtag #BuyAnita. Kaba's organizing around Taiwanda's case was consistent with Angela Davis's call 15 years earlier at the 2000 Insight Conference, to recognize and organize from a place that makes visible survivors' vulnerability to both state and interpersonal violence. Survived and Punished, co-founded by Kaba, is among the organizations that have taken up the case of K.Y. Peterson, a black trans man raped as he walked home from a convenience store in Americus, Georgia, in 2011. KY defended himself, killing his attacker. Based on prior experiences, he didn't think he would be believed by police, so he concealed the body and hoped for the best. His instincts were right when police eventually did get involved. They didn't see KY as a victim, despite evidence from a rape kit that supported his version of events. Instead, police pursued theories involving consensual sex and robbery that ultimately forced KY to enter a guilty plea in an effort to avoid a lifetime of imprisonment. He was sentenced to 20 years. Chase Strangio of the ACLU concludes, "What this case highlights is how difficult it is for trans people of color to claim the status of victim 60. Beyond organizing around individual cases, these realities require us to acknowledge that racial profiling and police violence take place not just in street and traffic stops, but also when police respond to complaints of violence. Community efforts by anti-police brutality and anti-violence groups to document and redress violence should therefore explicitly include police violence that takes place in the context of responses to violence. Additionally, cop watch groups need to support domestic violence survivors in safely documenting their own experiences of policing and exposing police violence in these contexts. Perhaps most importantly, Black women's and women of color's experiences of police responses to violence demand that we radically rethink our visions of safety, including by ending mandatory arrest policies and developing responses to violence that don't involve the police. Some in the mainstream anti-violence movement have already started down this road. In March 2016, I found myself, to my great surprise, at a gathering convened by the Federal Office of Juvenile Justice, Detention, and Prevention to discuss ending mandatory arrest policies in the context of responses to family violence involving girls, which are among the primary drivers of girls' arrest and incarceration. 61 Perhaps if this had been achieved in Kentucky, Gina McMillan, who died in custody after being arrested following a dispute with her mother, would still be with us today. In June 2016, the New York City Council Young Women's Initiative recommended the establishment of a task force to consider the repeal of mandatory arrest policies in one of the first cities that adopted them. The initiative also advocated for programs that would empower women to prevent, avoid, and leave violence, including increased access to housing, employment, and health care, and legalizing their immigration status. By investing in the needs of communities and survivors, the goal is to reduce police responses to violence and support alternative approaches to advancing safety of young women and girls. 62. Some organizations have been laying the groundwork for community-based responses to violence. Communities Against Rape and Abuse and Sista to Sista both wrote powerful pieces in Color of Violence, The Insight anthology detailing their experiments. Creative Interventions, Gen 5, Harm-Free Zones, and the Audre Lorde Project Safe Outside the System project have all piloted, practiced, and reflected on how we respond to violence without police. Many of the lessons learned are highlighted in the Creative Interventions Toolkit, a practical guide to stop interpersonal violence, inspiring newer formations, like the Dream Defenders, and others to follow in their footsteps. 63 Ultimately, the experiences described in this chapter, along with countless others, counsel strongly in favor of a critical examination of current approaches to violence against women, and the development and support of alternative, community-based accountability strategies that prioritize safety for survivors, community responsibility for creating, enabling, and eliminating the climates that allow violence to happen, and the transformation of private and public relations of power. The Critical Resistance, Insight statement calls on movements concerned with ending police violence and violence against women to develop community-based responses to violence that do not rely on the criminal legal system and which have mechanisms that ensure safety and accountability for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. 64 Such responses are essential if we are to move away from reliance on law enforcement-based approaches to violence, achieve true safety for survivors of domestic violence, and, ultimately, end violence against women of color in all its forms. This chapter is based in part on a draft chapter written with Ritchie in 2010. Chapter 10. Resistance. We do this for Marissa. We do this for Rikia. We do this for Tanisha. We do this for Ilan. We do this for Ayana. We do this for Maya. We do this for Melissa. We do this till we free us. These words are riff on the famous Ferguson chant, "Turn up. Don't turn down." We do this for Mike Brown. Were our chant as we marched through the streets of New York City on May 21, 2015. We were marking the first National Day of Action to End State Violence Against Black Women and Girls, called by Black Youth Project 100, BYP 100, Black Lives Matter, BLM, and Ferguson Action. We had just left a beautiful and moving ceremony led by members of Harriet's Apothecary, a collective of black women and queer and trans healers, and organized by the New York City chapters of BYP 100 and BLM at the African Burial Ground Monument in Lower Manhattan. There we had commemorated the lives of black women lost to state violence. Now we were marching towards City Hall to join a rally to protest the addition of 1,000 police officers to the nation's biggest police force and one of its deadliest. At the ceremony preceding the march, one participant told the story of Cherise Francis, a former daycare worker who was warm, outgoing, and beloved by her community and church. On March 15, 2012, concerned family members called for an ambulance when Cherise went into an emotional crisis after she stopped taking medication prescribed for schizophrenia. The police responded first. 4 NYPD officers chased Cherise through her home and piled on top of her, one of them punching her. They handcuffed her as she lay face down on a bed and suffocated her, much like police across the country would do to Kayla Moore a year later. 1. Another participant told the story of Ilan Nettles, a 21-year-old black trans woman who worked at a fashion company, who was beaten to death across the street from a Harlem police station. Ilan had been walking with a group of friends when a man tried to flirt with her. When his friends made fun of him, he took his rage out on Ilan, killing her. 2 Ilan's murder sparked protests by trans community members and allies, who called attention to her death as emblematic of endemic and often fatal community violence against trans people, and of pervasive police indifference to black trans lives. 3. After the ceremony, we marched out the other side of the monument, through a representation of the Door of No Return, carrying a coffin bearing the name of Chantel Davis, a 23-year-old black woman, a loving sister, niece, daughter, auntie, and friend, with a warm and contagious smile, strength of character, and generosity. Chantel was killed by New York Police Detective Philip Akins in June 2012 as she sat in a car, unarmed, in Brooklyn. 4. We made our way, chanting, solemn, and determined, to City Hall. There, activist Carmen Dixon had just testified on behalf of BLM, in the name of black women targeted for police violence and black mothers who have lost children to police violence, against the proposal to add 1,000 more officers to the force. She concluded by saying, "When I close my eyes, and think about what makes me feel safest, I think of all my needs being met and the presence of people I love and respect. I do not think of 1,000 additional police officers. That is why Black Lives Matter NYC and the Safety Beyond Policing Coalition call on the NYC Council to redirect more than $200 million that would be spent over the next 3 years on additional police instead to adequately fund NYCA, the New York City Housing Authority, jobs for youth, transportation and mental health services, preventive services to keep children out of foster care, doula programs, food cooperatives, a fund for victims of police violence, and other urgent community needs. 5. That afternoon, BYP 100 and BLM members fanned out through Flatbush, a predominantly black, immigrant, working-class neighborhood, to talk about state violence against black women and girls. We ended the day at a monthly rally organized by Anita Neal, mother of Kyam Livingston, a 37-year-old, loving black mother who worked as a security guard and died in a Brooklyn police lockup after being denied medical attention. 6 Throughout the day, I watched as news of events held in more than 20 cities across the country marking the National Day of Action unfolded: marches, rallies, vigils, and direct actions, from Chicago to Charlotte, New York to New Orleans, Ann Arbor to Austin, Seattle to San Francisco. Point 7. The night before, I had attended a vigil in Union Square honoring families of black women killed by police, the first of its kind organized by the African American Policy Forum, AAPF, see insert for vigil photo. I stood next to Kayla Moore's sister Maria, along with family members of Tanisha Anderson, Rekia Boyd, Miriam Carey, Michelle Cussos, Chantel Davis, Shelley Fry, and Alberta Spruill, as we remembered not only how their daughters, sisters, or aunts had been killed but also who they were. And we envisioned what justice for them would look like. It was the first anti-police brutality event I had ever been to where I hadn't left feeling frustrated, angry, or saddened at the erasure of black women's experiences and voices as targets of police violence and leaders in struggles against it. Instead, I felt whole in resistance. 1 year later, at an event marking the second National Day of Action to End State Violence Against Black Women, Girls, and Femmes, I stood behind a person wearing a BYP 100 hoodie, proudly proclaiming through a black queer feminist lens. Tears came to my eyes. I never imagined I would be able to be a part of a broad-based movement that embraces a politic that has, until now, been limited to much smaller formations, relegated to the margins of feminist movements and movements for racial justice, never in the leadership of a national movement fighting police violence. After 2 decades of meetings, rallies, marches, conferences, and conversations on racial profiling and police brutality exclusively focused on black and brown men, and never indigenous men, where I was a lone voice, never the only one, but often the only one in the room calling for attention to black women and women of color's experiences of policing, asking people to at least say black and brown men and women, feeling like I was constantly talking underwater, I suddenly felt like I had popped above the surface. The tears returned many times that day, as once again I watched actions unfold across the country, from a banner drop at a Chicago White Sox game, to an MTV News video, to Black Lives Matter's tribute to women lost to state and interpersonal violence and to women whose leadership inspires, which originated as a high school art project, to a projection of the names of black women killed by police onto the walls of the U.S. Department of Justice. 8 Later came tears of rage and sorrow as I learned that on that very day, San Francisco police had shot Jessica Nelson Williams, a mother of 5, described by her family as a loving, caring, strong, and talented woman. 9 While Jessica's killing prompted the resignation of the San Francisco police chief, it rammed home the reality that even on a National Day of Action to End State Violence Against Black Women, Girls, and Femmes, no black woman is safe from police violence. There is no question that the shroud of invisibility around black women's and women of color's experiences of police violence has been irrevocably lifted in the post-Ferguson moment and movement. It has been forcefully pushed aside by young women on the front lines in Ferguson and by bloggers and organizers across the country who were speaking out in the days and months following Mike Brown's killing, who were outraged at Dajaria Becton's assault in McKinney, who rose up in widespread protest following Sandra Bland's death in police custody, and who unapologetically demanded attention and action around #assault at Spring Valley High and the rape of 13 black women by Oklahoma City police officer Daniel Holtzclaw, and who demanded justice for Rekia Boyd. In the past I had to hunt down and unearth women's experiences of policing from archives, reports, transcripts of testimony, listservs, interviews, and one-on-one conversations. Now social media makes it possible to share these stories in unprecedented and unfiltered ways, coupled with insistence that we organize around them with as much fervor and indignation as we do for cases involving men. Now I have access to so many women's stories that I can't keep track of them all, and struggled with decisions about which to include in this book. Now it is much rarer to see an event, rally, or public statement around police brutality that doesn't mention at least one woman. It seems that we will never go back to the time when black women and women of color were expected to organize and lead marches protesting police violence against men, but to remain silent about our own experiences and those of our sisters and trans and two-spirit siblings. Our experiences and realities can no longer be ignored. But we still have a long way to go. Organizers of events for the National Day of Action described resistance to placards featuring women's names, with men insisting that all victims of police violence be represented, which was ironic, given that women's identical demands were so consistently ignored in the past. Some have hurled homophobic and transphobic abuse at black queer women leading or speaking at rallies, marches, and direct actions, sometimes while these very same women made sure that the men attacking them wouldn't be attacked by the police. An early 2015 New York City rally for Ritchie, a young black woman killed by an off-duty Chicago police officer, drew fewer than 100 people, while rallies for Mike Brown and Eric Garner had drawn thousands night after night just a few months before. In many arenas, women of color's experiences of policing continue to be shrouded in invisibility, or token visibility, in conversations around racial profiling, police violence, and mass incarceration. Sandra Bland's mother is often the only mother of a woman killed by police invited to speak on police brutality, and no family members, chosen or original, of trans people killed by police are ever lifted up by mainstream civil rights leaders or in mainstream media to speak out on the issue. Numerous books and studies focused exclusively on black men's experiences of policing continue to be published. Analyses of the issues continue to presume men of color as the primary and sole targets of racial profiling and police brutality. Nevertheless, we are at an unprecedented moment of awareness of black women and women of color as subjects of police violence. This represents a culmination of decades of labor and resistance within movements against violence and for police accountability, LGBTQ liberation, and reproductive justice, which has produced an analysis of policing that inextricably incorporates race, gender identity, and sexuality. As Angela Y. Davis points out in Freedom is a Constant Struggle, the evolution of this intersectional analysis has been a long and collective process, grounded not in the halls of academia but in movement formations and lived realities of activists on the ground. 10 Throughout the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, Davis herself led the way in articulating a gendered analysis of police violence and criminalization of women of color, which profoundly inspired and shaped my, and many others, evolving understanding. 11 In Resisting State Violence, published in 1996, Joy James calls out the lack of such an analysis among advocates for women's rights and racial justice. She also points readers to Black Women Under Siege by New York City Police, a 1987 report compiled by the Center for Law and Social Justice at Medgar Evers College, decrying the framing of police attacks on black women like Eleanor Bumpurs as isolated incidents, instead naming them as part of an historical and recently increased trend. 12 The Audre Lorde Project's long history of fighting police violence against women and queer and trans people of color and producing razor-sharp intersectional analysis has also deeply informed this work. In 2000, Alp wrote of Broken Windows Policing in New York City, the presence and actions of women and trans people of color, and particularly youth, sex workers, and homeless people, are always likely to be deemed disorderly, causing quality of life policing to curb our freedom of movement and legitimize and even facilitate police violence towards us. 13 Beth Ritchie, one of the founders in SITE, in the early 2000s urged us to take as a starting point the need to interrogate the ways that gender, sexuality, race, and class collide with harsh penal policy and aggressive law enforcement. 14 The Insight. Critical Resistance Statement, Gender Violence and the Prison Industrial Complex, drafted in 2001 by women of color working within movements challenging violence against women and prison and police violence, highlighted the invisibility of women of color targeted for police violence. The statement called on movements to develop strategies to address how entire communities of all genders are affected in multiple ways by both state violence and interpersonal gender violence, and to center stories of state violence committed against women of color in our organizing efforts. 15 In 2002, Ananya Bhattacharjee answered the call, in whose safety Women of Color and the Violence of Law Enforcement, a publication of the Committee on Women, Population, and the Environment and the American Friends Service Committee, which documented stories and patterns and provided an analysis of police violence against women of color that still resonates more than a decade later. 16. This analysis extended beyond local policing. In the wake of 9/11, ALP partnered with the American Friends Service Committee to convene grassroots LGBTQ organizations from across the United States for discussions about the impacts of the war on terror on LGBTQ people of color and on our communities. In 2003, we drafted a statement describing the increased violence against all marginalized communities fostered by a climate of white supremacy, militarization, and rampant racial profiling. 17. In 2006, as enforcement of immigration laws intensified, ALP issued another statement that emphasized, when it comes to enforcement, visibly LGBT STGNC lesbian, gay, bisexual, two-spirit, trans, and gender non-conforming immigrants of color, undocumented folks, low-wage workers, women, youth, and elders who are LGBT STGNC POC people of color are exceptionally vulnerable to all facets of the detention and the prison industrial complex. ALP opposed all provisions to build more walls, fund more border enforcement units. 18. These statements, too, carry similar resonance today. This intersectional analysis of law enforcement violence, collectively elaborated by Black feminists, feminists of color, and grassroots organizations led by women and LGBTQ people of color over decades, remained largely invisible within larger movements for racial justice and police accountability. Thankfully, Black queer feminists who founded Black Lives Matter and BYP 100, along with the organizations that came together to articulate a vision for Black lives, as well as groups like AAPF and the Transforming Justice Coalition, have seized upon the post-Ferguson moment to advance a more comprehensive understanding of police violence, one that uncompromisingly centers the experiences of women and queer and trans people of color. While the current level of discourse around women's experiences of policing is unprecedented in volume, it is not unprecedented in fact. Even more invisible than police violence and criminalization of women of color has been resistance to these phenomena throughout history. The names of Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color harmed by police may not have not rolled off the president's tongue or popped up in the pages of People magazine. But we have said them, repeated them to each other, blogged about them, testified about them, insisted their names be read at rallies, and demanded that their stories, and countless others like them, be at the center of our movements. And in so doing, we have followed in the footsteps of a long line of women who have pushed back against the notion that state violence and racial justice are exclusively the purview of Black men and men of color, with race women typecast in the role of supporting actors and sorrowing family members. Here, I endeavor to render visible our long-standing resistance to state violence against women. Though I am most familiar with specific acts of resistance within the Black community, I recognize and honor that Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian women, throughout history, have also vigorously resisted police and state violence. Indigenous women and gender non-conforming people resisted and continue to resist colonialism at every stage. As Angela Davis points out, women resisted and advocated challenges to slavery at every turn, in ways often more subtle than revolts, escapes, and sabotage. 19. Likewise, immigrant women consistently challenged violence and exclusion at the nation's borders. A few of their names have come down through the historical record: Pine Leaf Woman, Lawson, Buffalo Calf Road Woman, Moving Robe, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, but countless others, and their means of resistance, remain buried in history. According to Danielle McGuire, during the Civil Rights Movement, in order to reclaim their bodies and their humanity, African American women called on a tradition of testimony and truth-telling that stretched back to slavery, a tradition kept alive by Ida B. Wells Barnett's documentation of women's experiences of lynching, alongside those of men. In the Red Record. 20. We also know, thanks to McGuire, that much of the organizing preceding struggles around school segregation in Little Rock and the Montgomery bus boycott focused on police violence against Black women. For instance, in the 1940s, Daisy Bates, an NAACP leader and advisor to the Little Rock Nine, a group of students who integrated a high school in Little Rock, Arkansas, in the face of violent state and community resistance, called on white and black leaders to address police brutality and abuse of black women. In 1942, the newspaper Bates ran, the state press, published photographs of two officers who raped Rosa Lee Cherry, a 19-year-old student at Little Rock's Dunbar High School, prompting the officers' indictment. 21 In 1946, the inaugural meeting of the Montgomery Women's Political Council, called by Mary Fair Burks, started with her own testimony about being beaten by a white police officer, and nearly every woman at the meeting chimed in with similar stories of brutalization. Later, led by Joanne Robinson, an unsung leader of the boycott, the organization repeatedly confronted the city commissioners with complaints about police brutality. In 1949, a group of organizations including the NAACP and the Negro Improvement League came together to form the Citizens Committee for Gertrude Perkins, a 25-year-old black woman raped by two Montgomery police officers as she walked home late one night. The group resisted efforts to frame Gertrude as a common street woman or to justify the assault on her on that basis. McGuire's research also reveals that at the height of the civil rights movement, in 1963, Dorothy Height, president of the National Council of Negro Women, and Jean Noble, president of the black sorority Delta Sigma Theta, published a report documenting an investigation, conducted by 24 women's groups, of the treatment of women civil rights activists by police and jailers in the South. The report documented instances of rape, sexual assault, strip searches in front of male prisoners and officers, and violent, degrading, and unsanitary cavity searches. Height followed up by convening a meeting of women's organizations in Atlanta in 1964 at which an interracial coalition was formed to address the issue. Yet, writes McGuire, stories of sexual violence against women civil rights activists garnered neither the media coverage nor the organizational support necessary to stop them from happening. A decade later, women's and racial justice groups once again came together in a campaign focused on sexual violence in Southern jails when Joan Little was charged with the murder of a police officer, Clarence Alligood, who attempted to rape her in a Beaufort County, North Carolina, jail. According to McGuire, in 1974 Joan Little became the symbol of a campaign to defend black womanhood and to call attention to the sexualized racial violence that still existed 10 years after Congress passed the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The Free Joan Little campaign brought disparate activists and organizations, each with their own resources and agendas, into a loose but powerful coalition. Feminists and women's liberation organizations spoke out against sexual violence and advocated a woman's right to self-defense. Civil rights and black power groups saw the Little case as another example of police brutality and Southern injustice. Opponents of the death penalty and prison reformers hoped the case would draw attention to their emerging campaigns. Predictably, Joan's prosecution focused on old familiar tropes, framing her alternately as a prostitute, a madam, diseased, and lesbian, and always as a conniving seductress who had lured Alligood into her cell to kill him and escape, rather than recognizing him as a sexual predator supported by the full weight of white supremacist patriarchy and unfettered access to black women's bodies. Local grassroots groups rallied around the case as Concerned Women for Justice, joined by regional and national organizations including the National Organization of Women, the Women's Legal Defense Fund, the National Black Feminist Organization, the Black Panther Party, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Southern Poverty Law Center. Angela Y. Davis published an article in Ms. Magazine that placed Joan's case in historical context. Rosa Parks helped found a Detroit chapter of the Joan Little Legal Defense Committee. Bernice Johnson Reagon, founder of Freedom Singers' Sweet Honey in the Rock, wrote a song that became the anthem for the Free Joan Little movement. At her July 1975 trial in Wake County, North Carolina, Joan's defense raised the long history of sexual violence against black women, and Alligood's long history of sexual violence against black women in the Beaufort County Jail. Joan testified in her own defense, recounting how Ali Good told her no one would believe her over a police officer if she reported his assault, much as Daniel Holtzclaw told his victims 4 decades later. Ultimately, the jury acquitted Joan of Ali Good's murder. 22. 5 years later, women's groups and racial justice organizations would come together again around police and sexual violence, this time, the failure to investigate it. In 1979, members of the Combahee River Collective, founded in 1974, organized with white feminists and black organizers to demand police accountability in the investigation, or lack thereof, of the murders of 12 black women in Boston. The group published a pamphlet highlighting the fact that the police handled the situation as if there was no reason for concern, telling one mother who reported her 15-year-old daughter missing that she had probably gone off with a pimp. 23. Since then, however, for the most part the mainstream women's movements has largely failed, beyond isolated moments of engagement, to take up Angela Y. Davis's 1985 call to become fearless fighters against police violence and to stand in passionate solidarity with the racially and nationally oppressed people who are its main targets, including and especially black women, indigenous women, and women of color. 24. This glaring and frustrating abandonment of women targeted for police violence has mirrored and is the product of the anti-violence movement's growing investment in law enforcement based approaches to domestic violence and sexual assault, as brilliantly documented in Beth Ritchie's Arrested Justice, Mimi Kim's Dancing the Carceral Creep, and Color of Violence, The Incite Anthology, among others. 25. The same has been true, until recently, of the mainstream LGBT movement, even though it is commonly understood to have its roots in resistance to policing of queer and trans communities. Decades before the 1969 Stonewall Uprising, during a 1943 raid of a gay bar in San Francisco's Chinatown, 2 lesbians fought back, leading to a small riot during which dozens were arrested. 26. In May 1959, fed up with daily demands for identification and arrests for prostitution, vagrancy, and loitering, and sparked by another nightly roundup of patrons, black and Latinx transgender women, street youth, and gay men rose up against police harassment at Cooper's Donuts, a popular gathering place in Los Angeles. 27. Between 1965 and 1970, a group of homeless gay and trans youth in San Francisco, many of whom traded sex, came together as Vanguard, an organization of, by, and for the kids on the streets, to fight police harassment and abuse through organizing, publications, and direct action. 28. Vanguard played an instrumental role in sparking the 1966 Compton's cafeteria riot, where drag queens fought back when police tried to arrest them for doing nothing more than being out. 3 years later, on a hot June evening in 1969 at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, police attempted to arrest trans women and butch lesbians under anti-cross-dressing laws. Trans women of color and street youth led the revolt against police harassment and abuse. The following year, as documented by Regina Kunzel and publicized by transgender activist and filmmaker Raina Gossett, 29, a march held to commemorate the first anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising ended at the Women's House of Detention, where members of the Black Panther Party were being held, with chants of "Free our sisters! Free ourselves!" 30. Stonewall leaders Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson, later organized as Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, to fight the criminalization of and support the survival of transgender street-based youth. A decade later, a violent and homophobic 1982 raid on Blues, a black working-class gay and lesbian bar in New York City, coming at a time of increased police attacks on black lesbians in Washington Square Park and renewed arrests of men wearing women's clothing on Long Island, prompted activists to organize once again. They framed police violence against LGBTQ people as part of increasing right-wing violence and police abuse directed at Black, Latin, Asian and Native peoples, women, unionists, undocumented workers, and political activists, emphasizing that your race, class, sex, and sexual identification all affect how police treat you. 31. Yet in the 4 decades following Stonewall, mainstream LGBTQ organizations increasingly focused on securing the right to marry and on collaborating with law enforcement to increase penalties for homophobic and transphobic violence, hate crimes, but remained largely silent about ongoing policing and criminalization of LGBTQ people, primarily LGBTQ people of color. This left under-resourced grassroots organizations led largely by people of color and low-income LGBTQ people to continue to document ongoing police violence against LGBTQ people of color and advocate for systemic change. 32. Nevertheless, protest occasionally erupted around individual cases of police violence against women of color. In the 1970s, police harassment and violence against women in black liberation movements often prompted public outcry. The campaign in support of Assata Shakur highlighted the fact that she had been shot by a New Jersey state trooper while she held her hands raised in the air in surrender, and that she was further brutalized by New Jersey police officers as she lay shackled and partially paralyzed in a hospital bed. In 1979, the fatal shooting of Yulia Love by Los Angeles police officers summoned to resolve a dispute about her gas bill led to widespread criticism. Similarly, New Yorkers vociferously protested the 1984 killing of Eleanor Bumpurs during an eviction. In 1994, New Orleans exploded in outrage when police officer Len Davis put a hit out on Kim Groves, a black mother of 3, and had her killed after she filed a complaint against him for pistol whipping a young man in her neighborhood. Chicagoans took to the streets of the city's South Side in 1999, chanting, "It's a cell phone, not a gun." Police Training 101, after LaTonya Haggerty was shot in 1999, the same year Amadou Diallo was killed. In LaTonya's case, officers claimed to have mistaken her cell phone for a gun, whereas in Diallo's, they claimed to have mistaken his wallet for a gun. Also in 1999, residents of Riverside, California, held weekly protests at City Hall and the district attorney's office after Tyisha Miller, a 19-year-old black woman, was shot 22 times by officers who had been called for help because she was found unconscious and having a seizure. In 2003, New Yorkers once again protested when Alberta Spruill, a 57-year-old black woman described as a devout churchgoer and hard-working city employee, died of a heart attack after police threw a concussion grenade into her apartment during a drug raid conducted at the wrong address. 33 The same year, hundreds of members of the Vietnamese community and immigrant rights activists held protests and vigils after Bich Ca Thi Tran, a Vietnamese mother of 2 who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, was shot and killed by San Jose, California, police as she was pointing a vegetable peeler at the door to a locked bedroom. See photo insert for image of poster demanding justice. They formed the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, which originally advocated for less lethal responses such as tasers, but re-evaluated its position after taser use was shown not to decrease the number of fatal shootings but in fact increased the number of incidents in which people were tasered in non-lethal situations. 34. As time went on, more general campaigns were launched beyond individual cases. Throughout the 2000s, Muslim advocacy groups challenged religious profiling and inappropriate searches of Muslim women wearing hijab, particularly at airports, while immigrant rights groups such as the National Network of Immigrant and Refugee Rights, Coalition de Derechos Humanos in Tucson, Arizona, and Human Rights Watch documented sexual violence against immigrant women at the Mexican border and during raids in the U.S. interior. In 2002, grassroots organization Sista Tu Sista began documenting police sexual harassment of young black and Latinx women in a Brooklyn neighborhood, screening a video and performing skits on the subject at a street fair across from the local precinct. At the same time, groups like the Audre Lorde Project, Fierce, Community United Against Violence and more were documenting police violence against queer and trans women of color. In 2005, Insight launched a national campaign to fight law enforcement violence against women of color at its Third Color of Violence conference, held in the Treem Quarter of New Orleans. The campaign culminated in the creation of the Insight Organizers Toolkit on Law Enforcement Violence. The first of its kind, The 120-page booklet features fact sheets on different forms and contexts of police violence against women and trans people of color, tools for documentation, and ideas for resistance centering women and trans people of color's experiences drawn from organizations across the country. It was launched in 2008 at a day-long pre-conference institute at the Critical Resistance 10-year anniversary conference, and since then has been widely distributed at activist gatherings across the country. In 2006, Washington, D.C., passed legislation allowing for the declaration of prostitution-free zones, PFZ, areas in which people whom police ordered to move along were subject to arrest if they failed to do so, as were any group of 2 or more people congregating for the purpose of prostitution. As activists pointed out, the legislation merely codified existing policing practices but placed greater numbers of women of color, trans and not trans, profiled as or engaged in prostitution at risk of arrest and police abuse. Different Avenues, a DC-based harm reduction organization, conducted a participatory action research project documenting the impacts of PFZs as part of a broader campaign to strike down the legislation, led by the Alliance for a Safe and Diverse DC. Activists including Sharmis Outlaw, a black trans woman and outreach worker for Different Avenues, testified to the harmful impacts of PFZs during DC Council hearings on the legislation, describing profiling and targeting of queer and trans people of color in public spaces and removal of the sex trade to more isolated and dangerous parts of the city where transgender sex workers in particular were exposed to greater violence. Activist Che Gossett describes how, as part of the campaign, members of the Alliance sought to address residents' concerns about condoms, lubricants, and other litter in neighborhoods designated as PFZs through cleanup days conducted under the slogan "Throw out litter, not people." Eventually, efforts of DC organizers and threats of legal challenges to the legislation led to the repeal of PFZ legislation in 2014.35. A year before, in May 2013, an Arizona State University social work student named Monica Jones, a black trans woman, was walking down the street when she was arrested for manifesting an intent to prostitute. Members of the sex workers organizing project in Phoenix packed the courtroom the day her case was heard to support her challenge to the constitutionality of the statute she was arrested under. See the photo insert for image of "We Stand with Monica Jones" poster. When the challenge was rejected, Monica vowed to fight on. She proclaimed, "It's time that we end the stigma and the criminalization of sex work, the profiling of trans women of color, and the racist policing system that harms so many of us." She appealed her conviction and led a national and international campaign to call attention to the discriminatory impact of laws like manifesting an intent to prostitute on women of color, and trans women of color in particular. Ultimately, Monica's appeal was successful, because the word of the arresting officer had been given undue weight in the trial, and the case against her was dismissed. 36 Monica continues to organize for sex workers' rights and to highlight police violence against black women of all gender identities. Despite these efforts, women's experiences, as well as a gendered analysis of racial profiling and mass incarceration, continued to prove elusive in the growing discussion of the impacts of racialized criminalization prompted by the 2010 release of Michelle Alexander's groundbreaking book The New Jim Crow. On a plenary on the subject at the July 2010 NAACP convention, I argued that it was no longer tenable to approach issues of racial profiling, police violence, and mass incarceration without taking gender into account. I asserted that in order to effectively tackle these issues, we need to have a complete picture, one that reflects the full extent of the problem as it affects all members of our communities and that reflects how policing of gender and sexuality are used as tools in policing of race and class. The NAACP took up this charge with the release of the 2014 report Born Suspect, Stop and Frisk Abuses and the Continuing Fight to End Racial Profiling in America, which documents young women's and LGBTQ people's experiences of policing, and calls for comprehensive profiling bans that would provide protection on as many fronts as communities of color are policed. Meanwhile, individual cases of police violence continued. In October 2011, I joined a group gathered in a park near the New Providence shelter in New York City for a vigil, organized by Queers for Economic Justice, to commemorate and protest the police shooting right outside the shelter of Yvonne McNeil, a black lesbian in her mid-50s, and member of a QEJ support group. The year before, QEJ had released a groundbreaking research report documenting police violence against low-income LGBTQ New Yorkers, including significant rates of sexual harassment against low-income queer and trans women, and high levels of ticketing, arrest, and physical violence. 37. That same year, after 2 NYPD officers were acquitted of raping a woman they had picked up for being intoxicated, I wrote an op-ed to the New York Times calling for increased attention to systemic police sexual violence, as I had on several other occasions when stories of police rape surfaced. As usual, the Times didn't publish it. However, People's Justice for Community Control and Police Accountability, a citywide coalition that grew out of the 1990s Coalition Against Police Brutality, rekindled following the 2006 killing of Sean Bell, and Black Women's Blueprint, an organization formed in 2008 to create a blueprint for change centering Black women's experiences of state and interpersonal violence, joined forces to circulate my op-ed as a call to action on police sexual violence. In so doing, they emphasized the need to incorporate women's experiences into discussions of police violence and develop systemic approaches to sexual abuse by the police. Unfortunately, none of these grassroots efforts was successful in permanently integrating women of color's experiences into the national conversation around racial profiling and police violence. Until now. In the days and months after Eric Garner and Michael Brown were killed in 2014, as the conversation turned once again to the ways in which police violence targets Black men, I struggled to find time to once again write a piece highlighting the fact that it's not just Black men who are targeted. I quickly found I didn't need to. Almost immediately, blog posts began to appear with increasing frequency calling for attention to Black women killed by police. Tanisha Anderson, killed by Cleveland police just months after Mike Brown was killed by Darren Wilson. Miriam Carey, a 37-year-old dental hygienist whose family had been calling for truth and justice in her case since she was shot in October of 2013 by Secret Service and Capitol Hill police with her 13-month-old child. In the back seat of her car, Yvette Smith, a 47-year-old caretaker killed by police responding to her 911 call about a disturbance in her home in February 2014, Terica Wilson, mother of 5, shot with her infant child in her arms during a SWAT drug raid, prompting weekly marches in her hometown of Lima, Ohio. Ayanna Stanley Jones, a 7-year-old Black girl killed by Detroit police as she slept during a police raid, to name just a few of the most frequently raised cases. 38. In November 2014, AAPF held a day-long forum entitled In Plain Sight, Toward Engendering the Fight for Racial Justice in the 21st Century, during which I had the honor of speaking on a panel on police violence with activists Ashley Yates and Janetta Elzy, fresh from the front lines of Ferguson. We were 2 generations of Black women meeting in a conversation affirming that we could not be a part of a struggle to end police violence as anything less than our full selves Black women, some of us queer, and insisting on a voice and recognition that we were not only in the streets for Black men but also for ourselves. I left inspired. Several months later, at a Reclaim Milk March in New York City, Rachel Gilmer, then Associate Director of the AAPF, and I talked about reports we were both planning around Black women's experiences of policing and decided to join forces. That winter, AAPF founder Kimberly Crenshaw Gilmer and current AAPF Associate Director Julia Sharp-Levine coined #SayHerName in response to the absence of Black women's names and stories of police violence in protests and on social media. In May 2015, AAPF released a report I co-authored with Kimberly Crenshaw, entitled Say Her Name, Resisting Police Brutality Against Black Women, updating it in July 2015 to include Sandra Bland's story. Since then, AAPF has hosted town halls, webinars, and activist camps aimed at lifting up the experiences of Black women in conversations around police brutality and for racial justice. Meanwhile, organizing around cases involving black women and trans and gender nonconforming people gained traction. In October 2014, Juan Evans, a black trans man, was arrested by the East Point, Georgia, Police Department during a routine traffic stop. Because he had left his wallet at the office, he provided his birth name and social security number. The officer accused him of lying about his identity. When Juan explained that he was transgender, the officer said he would force him to submit to a gender search on the side of the road. Juan refused, saying, "You don't have the right to search my genitals." Laughing in Juan's face, the officer responded, "I have the right to search your mother's genitals to find out who you are." He handcuffed Juan and took him to the precinct, where he was once again threatened a forcible gender search. Throughout the encounter, police officers referred to Juan as an it and thing, and repeatedly asked him about his genitals. Like so many trans and gender nonconforming people, this was not the first time Juan experienced disrespect, ignorance, and abuse at the hands of the police. Juan turned his violation into victory. In a video about the incident, he fiercely said, "East Point Police Department, I will not give you my courage, I will not give you my dignity, I will not live in fear of you. And I will not let you shame and humiliate me into submission. I will unapologetically tell you who I am. And you don't have the right to arrest me for being trans." All that was said, and all that was done, I still stand with my dignity intact. 39. A week after the incident, Juan returned to the police precinct with 100 community residents and members of the Atlanta-based Solutions Not Punishment Coalition, SNAP-CO, a trans-led coalition that works to build the power of people most likely to be victims of violence and most likely to be arrested and harassed by police, including trans and gender nonconforming people of color, current and former street-level sex workers, and formerly incarcerated people. See Stop Police Profiling in Photo insert. They supported Juan's demand for an investigation, an apology, and, most importantly, a change in East Point police policies and practices. Later, Juan asked reporters, "I just wonder how many other people have been humiliated like this at the hands of the East Point police. How many others were outed in their jail cell in front of other inmates?" 40. The action won immediate and public apologies from the mayor, city council, and chief of police. But the coalition demanded more, new policies and in-depth training for all officers. 6 months later, in April 2015, SNAP-CO secured what they had demanded, the most progressive policies for police interactions with transgender people to be enacted by a U.S. police department. Juan, sitting at the head of the table throughout the final negotiations, described the outcome as a huge victory for everyone in my community. The coalition also worked with the city of Atlanta to urge its administration to adopt similarly comprehensive and progressive policies. D.D. Chambly of Law Gender, Inc., an anchoring organization of SNAP-CO, declared, "Trans and gender nonconforming people suffer at the hands of law enforcement every day and the community has finally said enough." 41. Tragically, Juan Evans passed away July 14, 2015, leaving behind a community in mourning and committed to continuing to fight on in his name. October 2014 also marked the time when OKC Artists for Justice, founded by Grace Franklin and Candace Liger, began tirelessly organizing around Daniel Holtzclaw's sexual assaults of 13 black women and girls, calling attention to the case, holding protests in the courtroom, and supporting survivors, as described in greater detail in Chapter 5. Although the group met with resistance from both white feminists and black men to their message that black women matter, they were nevertheless successful in piercing the bubble of silence around the case and challenging anti-violence and Black Lives Matter advocates to speak out and take action. Most importantly, as Liger put it in a Facebook video, "We do it to make sure these victims know that they're not alone, and quite frankly, they hear us." In January 2015, Jessie Hernandez, a 17-year-old Latinx queer person, was shot by Denver police as she sat in a car with friends in an alley. Police dragged her out of the car, slammed her to the ground, handcuffed her while unconscious, and searched her as she lay limp and motionless. Buried Seeds of Resistance, B-Seeds, a local group organizing with queer and trans youth of color, immediately went into action, reaching out to the family to offer support. They silk-screened hundreds of t-shirts and bandanas with images of Jessie for the funeral, set up a memorial in the alley where Jessie was killed, and held healing circles for youth and members of her community. B-Seeds and Jessie's family challenged the criminalization of her memory under the slogan Jessie Vive, ensuring that Jessie was remembered as a friend, an older sister, a lover, and a pillar of her community. 42 6 months later, in June 2015, in Jessie's name the organization shut down the Denver Pride March after local prosecutors announced that no charges would be brought against the officers responsible for her death. B-Seeds has continued to call for accountability, as the B-Seeds organizer Mimi Madrid evoked the original spirit of Pride. Pride began as a revolutionary uprising to defend our bodies, to defend our identities, and to defend our spirits. We're tired of the police just taking us out, picking us off. So this is about bringing back that sacredness, those roots of uprising back into Pride. 43 Meanwhile, Jessie's family continues to mourn her loss. Her sister Jo Hernandez said after the killing, "It was cruel how they ended you, they took half my heart and it will never be repaired. I see you watching me from up above. You'll never be forgotten, my angel." See insert for image of Rest in Power Jessica Hernandez poster. On April 9, 2015, the city of Chicago was preparing for the criminal trial of Dante Servin, a police officer who killed a young black woman named Ritchie Boyd in March 2012. Ritchie had been standing with friends in a park, doing what young people do, talking loud, laughing, enjoying life, full of black girl magic. Servin, an off-duty officer, approached the group and told them to quiet down. They had some words and turned to leave. As they did, one of the group pulled out a cell phone. Servin claims he thought it was a gun, and shot at the group, using his service weapon. He hit Ritchie in the back of the head, killing her instantly. Servin's trial on charges of involuntary manslaughter finally began after a 3-year struggle by Ritchie's family, supported by Women's All Points Bulletin, WAPB. 3 weeks later, on April 20, all charges against Servin were dismissed. The judge ruled that Servin could not be convicted of involuntary manslaughter because his actions had clearly been intentional, a failure of what had already been a half-hearted prosecution. Family members, including Ritchie's brother Martinez Sutton, who has been a tireless voice demanding accountability for her death, and activists, although demoralized, came together to plan the next steps in the campaign to get justice for Ritchie. BYP 100 began to work alongside Black Lives Matter and Ferguson Action toward a national day of action to end state violence against black women, girls, and femmes on May 21, 2015, timed to coincide with the Chicago Police Board hearing on Ritchie's case. The Chicago chapters of BYP 100, Black Lives Matter, WAPB, and We Charge Genocide mobilized for the hearing. The campaign to fire Servin was on. As documented by Project Nia's powerful video We Are Ritchie's Haven, Ritchie's family, members of BYP 100, and allied organizations powerfully took over and shut down Chicago Police Board meetings month after month, demanding justice for Ritchie and calling for Servin's termination. See insert for photo of BYP 100 members. Point 44 In November 2015, the board finally recommended that Servin be fired. The recommendation was adopted by Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy days before he himself was fired in connection with the cover-up of the October 2014 shooting of Laquan McDonald. While focused on a single officer, Chicago-based organizing under the hashtag Say Her Name banner inspired grassroots organizing across the country. Project Nia director Mariami Kaba blogged, "The hashtag Fire Servin campaign has not simply been about holding one officer accountable. It's also been about making visible the neglected forms of violence experienced by black women and girls across this country and beyond. By calling for CPD to hashtag Fire Servin, organizers in Chicago have centered the state violence experienced by all black women and girls. 45. Almost a year after the campaign began, just days before the second National Day of Action on May 19, 2016, which was timed to coincide with the Chicago Police Board hearing that would act on the recommendation to fire Servin, he resigned so that he could keep his city pension. Not missing a beat, local activists turned up the heat on a #Don'tPayDante campaign, launched the month before by groups including Black Lives Matter Chicago, Acida's Daughters, and Fearless, leading by the youth. They demanded that Servin's pension be cut and funds redirected to Chicago State University, the only predominantly black university in Illinois, and Ritchie's brother's alma mater, where budget cuts threatened to close the doors. 46. Meanwhile, the second National Day of Action unfolded in response to a call to acknowledge the forms of violence experienced by our women, girls, and femmes. We must fight against the criminalization of black victims of sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and abuse. We must resist the policing of black gender expression, sexuality, and bodies. We must condemn the passage and defense of gender discriminatory legislation. We must break down the narrow standards of respectable black womanhood and femininity deemed acceptable. We must #say her name. 47. Among the organizing efforts that took root in response to the call was a campaign to demand justice for Alexia Christian, a black woman shot to death while handcuffed in the back of an Atlanta Police Department patrol car. Alexia's family, as well as activists from Women on the Rise and the Racial Justice Action Center, demanded an investigation and release of videotape documenting exactly what led up to the moment when Alexia was shot 10 times by the officers who arrested her, dogging Atlanta's police chief and testifying before the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. 48. Another, led by the Dream Defenders, a group that came together in the wake of the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's killer, focused on the deaths of Ashanti Butler, Dominique Battle, and Lani Miller, 3 young black girls who drowned as officers stood by after the car they were driving went into a pond following a police chase. 49. Still another, led by Kat Brooks and the Anti-Police Terror Project in Oakland, demanded justice for Yvette Henderson, a woman shot by a security guard after being accused of shoplifting at a Home Depot. 50. In June 2016, activists across the country organized around the case of Jasmine Abdullah, the founder of Black Lives Matter Pasadena, a 29-year-old black lesbian organizer who had been arrested, charged, and convicted by an all-white jury of felony lynching, an offense involving taking a person out of police custody, generally speaking, with a mob with the intention of killing them. The law had been enacted, ironically, to protect members of the black community. Before her arrest, Jasmine was one of many who traveled to Ferguson in outrage and solidarity after seeing police tear gas black girls as young as 7 and describes herself as activist, freedom fighter, organizer. In an infuriating move believed by many to be retaliation for her activism, Jasmine was charged with felony lynching after police accused her of trying to unarrest a black woman whom police were pursuing after a dispute with a restaurant owner. Jasmine and other activists had just come from an August 2015 peace march commemorating the police shooting of a 19-year-old unarmed black youth by Pasadena police. Jasmine was the first black woman to be convicted under the statute, which had also been used to charge a black woman member of Black Lives Matter Sacramento. Although sentenced to 90 days in prison, Jasmine was released after 3 weeks under the tremendous public pressure of a nationwide #FreeJasmine campaign. 51. The following month, in July 2016, BLM Los Angeles began an occupation of City Hall that would last over 50 days when the Los Angeles Police Commission ruled that the August 2015 shooting of Redell Jones did not violate the department's use of force policy. Jones, described by her husband as kind and caring, a self-taught computer whiz and student of holistic healthcare, was killed by police who were looking for a woman suspected of robbing a pharmacy. They claimed that Redell ran away from them and then charged at them with a knife when they approached her. Eyewitnesses say that she was not approaching the officers but moving away from them when she was shot. Activists chanted her name monthly at police commission hearings in the year between her shooting and the decision not to hold her killers accountable. 52. Nationally coordinated actions continued. After police killed Corinne Gaines, on August 1, 2016, and after the murder of Sky Maccabee, the 17th trans woman to be killed in 2016, Black Feminist Futures issued a national call to join the Defend Black Womanhood campaign by building community altars to express outrage at police killings of black women by the state and indifference to the loss of black women's lives, to mourn and grieve collectively and publicly, to amplify the names of who we have lost. 53 groups in more than 20 cities responded by creating living memorials. See photo insert for image of one altar. 54. Though the most visible organizing around women's experiences of policing since 2014 has focused on black women and girls, indigenous communities in Arizona and Washington have come together to protest the police killings of L'Oreal St. Discussed in Chapter 4, Jacqueline Saliers, a member of the Puyallup tribe and mother of 3 shot by Tacoma, Washington, police, and Renee Davis, a mother of 3 shot by King County, Washington, sheriffs on the Muckleshoot Reservation. In Washington state, Puyallup tribe members' Justice for Jackie campaign has contributed to efforts to change the law concerning police accountability in use of force cases. See the insert for a photo of a Justice for Jackie rally. 55. Groups like the National Queer Asian Pacific Islander Alliance have challenged multiple forms of police profiling while seeking to redefine security. As organizer Sasha Wijayaratne put it, our communities will redefine security for themselves, without law enforcement agencies that routinely profile and harass South Asians and Muslims as terrorists, Southeast Asians as gang members, and LGBTQAPI people as targets for harassment. As LGBTQAPIs, we are in solidarity with all black and brown people experiencing profiling from police, from ICE, and from all state agencies. 56 Asians for Black Lives have consistently staged actions in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, and Black Lives Matter activists came out in support of Teresa Sheehan, a Japanese woman shot by police seeking to remove her from her room on the grounds that she required assistance due to mental health issues. 57. At the same time, groups like Southerners on New Ground, Song, and Miyent have steadily been organizing campaigns focused on violations of the rights of immigrant women, both at the border and in the interior of the country. Immigrant women-led organizations such as Mujeres Unidas y Activas have played a key role in coalitions such as the San Francisco Immigrants' Rights Coalition, which has successfully challenged police-immigration collaboration since 2011. And, beginning in January 2015, communities across the South came together through Song to ask what would it look like if LGBTQ people, black folks, brown folks, immigrants, women, working class, and poor people could live free from fear in the variety of places we call home. In response, the multiracial organization has mounted a series of campaigns in cities across the South to win protections from profiling, immigration enforcement, and police violence. 58 Cross-community collaborations in challenging police violence are growing across the country, whether in the form of solidarity between black and indigenous communities. 59 or between black and immigrant communities. 60. It is not as though women of color have been completely absent from the narrative of police brutality until now. But more often than not, up until recently, they have been typecast solely as grieving mothers and family members. The power of women of color who have all too often been thrust into that role cannot be overstated. Mothers of children whose lives were stolen by law enforcement, including Iris Baez, Kadadu Diallo, Mesha Irizarry, Harriet Walden, Margarita Rosario, Hawa Ba, and, more recently, Gwen Carr, Leslie McSpadden, and countless others have moved mountains and led movements in the name of justice for their children and family members. In Chicago, mothers came together to demand attention and organize around the plight of survivors of torture at the hands of Chicago Police Commander John Burge, contributing to a successful movement for his prosecution and for reparations to his victims. Over 50 family members came together as Families United for Justice, successfully organizing for the appointment of a special prosecutor in cases of police killings in New York State. 61 Mothers Against Police Brutality groups exist across the country. Siblings and other relatives too have organized to obtain justice. Sisters, such as Maria Moore, who has ensured that Kayla Moore's dignity and the full complexity of who she was is respected in the struggle for justice in her case. Brothers, such as Martinez Sutton, Rekia Boyd's brother, who is one of the few black men who has tirelessly organized around a case involving a black woman, the powerhouse Cynthia Howell, the niece of Alberta Spruill and founder of Families United for Justice, and daughters, such as Erica Garner, who has consistently spoken truth to power in her father's name, have been fierce and dedicated leaders in movements for police accountability. Chosen family, too, have come together to honor the memories of trans community members like Maya Hall. Women who have lost partners to police violence, such as Nicole Palter Bell, whose fiancé, Sean Bell, was killed in a hail of 50 bullets by the NYPD on their wedding day, have also been powerful advocates. As I was finishing this book, I was haunted by the story of Diamond Lavish Reynolds and her 4-year-old daughter, who were in the car when an officer killed Philando Castile during a traffic stop, as Diamond recorded the interaction on video. Mother and daughter had both so deeply internalized the need to remain preternaturally calm, even the child, at 4 years old, to survive the incident. Diamond, like so many others before her, went straight from the precinct where she was held for hours after the killing to a protest demanding justice for Philando. And, like so many others before her, she had to pick up the pieces after her loved one's death without many resources or support. 62. I am constantly reminded of the strength and fierceness of family members who fight for justice and for the memories of their loved ones in the face of criminalizing and dehumanizing narratives deployed to cover up the killing. The words of Cassandra Johnson, Tanisha Anderson's mother, echo those of many. I will not stop, as all of the rest of the mothers have said, until I get some answers. 63. Yet we often overlook the violence that family members face as they struggle for answers and accountability. For instance, many of the black women who were lynched, such as Laura Nelson, were tortured and killed for challenging the unjust treatment of family members. Few may recall that the incident that sparked the 1965 Watts uprising in Los Angeles involved not only the beating and arrest of a black man, Marquette Frye, following a traffic stop, but also the police assault and arrest of his mother, Rena Price, who came to his defense and long suffered the consequences of that experience. 64 New York City's Justice Committee, which has worked tirelessly on behalf of families who have lost loved ones to police violence for more than 2 decades, continues to highlight police abuse of Ramarley Graham's mother and grandmother. In 2012, Graham's grandmother, Patricia Hartley, witnessed police officers kill her grandson in front of her in their home. When she cried out, Officer Richard Haste pushed her into a vase, telling her to get the FK away before I have to shoot you. 265 Patricia was immediately taken to the police station and interrogated there for 7 hours without an attorney present. When Ramarley's mother, Constance Malcolm, went to the station to demand answers and secure her mother's release, she was tackled to the floor and assaulted by police officers. She later said, "There's nobody standing up for us mothers. We standing here, we have to fight for justice." Sometimes, women who seek to simply bear witness to police abuse of members of their communities are targeted. For instance, in 2013, protests erupted in my Brooklyn neighborhood in the wake of the police killing of 16-year-old Kamani Gray. Late one night, I found myself in the local precinct trying to negotiate the release of several cop watchers who had been arrested while trying to document and deter police violence at the demonstrations. One of them was Thanjawi McHarris, now of the organization Blackbird, who was violently thrown to the ground by police as she tried to document an arrest. A year earlier, in 2012, Makia Smith was stuck in traffic when she saw cops surrounding a boy on the ground and began filming. She later said, "I was hoping that if they saw me, then maybe they would stop doing what they were doing." An officer ran toward her screaming, "You want to film something, bitch? Film this." Makia tried to get back into her car, but the officer grabbed her phone, threw it to the ground, dragged her by her hair, and threw her on the hood of her car as her 2-year-old screamed in the back seat. As they arrested her, police threatened to turn Makia's child over to Child Protective Services, prompting her to ask a young woman by the side of the road, a complete stranger, to take her until the child's grandmother could pick her up. 66. Yet even these experiences have historically been relegated to the margins, and mothers and family members' leadership taken for granted. How did the experiences of black women and women of color become more visible in the wake of Ferguson? What made this historical moment different? Though similar challenges to the erasure of women's experiences of state violence had been made before, in many cases they were made by women whose leadership in civil rights movements had been all but erased. Later, individual women of color activists, academics, and small groups of grassroots organizers worked to interject women's experiences of police violence into the discourse around racial profiling, police brutality, and violence against women. Yet we faced an uphill battle, pushing back against the overwhelming weight of a narrative centered around straight, cisgender black and brown men, attempting to raise women's experiences with virtually no resources or airtime. This time, no doubt a combination of factors played a role in increasing visibility, foremost among them the emergence of a new generation of black women leaders on the front lines and in the leadership of the post-Ferguson movement who forcefully pushed back against male-dominated groups and narratives, proudly proclaiming, in the words of Ferguson activist T.E.F. Poe, "This ain't your grandparents' civil rights movement." 67 For these young women, intersectionality is a given in organizing in ways it was not in the 1990s or even in 2009, when Oscar Grant was killed. The advent of social media played a key role. Previously, when women came forward and spoke at rallies, public hearings, investigations, and community meetings, their stories went unheard, filtered out of the conversation by mainstream media and racial justice organizations. Now we can post our stories and organizing messages directly, no longer dependent on intermediaries to lift them up. Whatever the factors contributing to the opening, now that we have seized the moment, the challenge is to continue to push past resistance, continuing invisibility and silences to firmly seat gendered experiences of racial profiling and police violence at the center of our analysis. It is also time to push past the challenge of visibility to analysis and action. How does centering the experiences of Black and Indigenous women, women of color, immigrant women, and Muslim women change the conversation? What does a holistic resistance to police violence look like? How do our experiences shape our organizing strategies, our policy demands, our litigation and legislative advocacy? I penned an article in Color Lines in honor of the Second National Day of Action to End State Violence Against Black Women, Girls, and Femmes, in which I outlined 7 starting points for shifting and expanding policy agendas to incorporate the realities of women's experiences of policing. These include focusing on racially gendered sites of profiling, such as anti-prostitution enforcement, as well as on gendered forms of police brutality such as police sexual violence and the use of force against pregnant women. However, I concluded with a caution: of course, changing police policies is not a panacea to police violence against Black girls, women, and gender non-conforming people. To strike at the root of the issue, we need to transform our responses to poverty, violence, and mental health crises in ways that center the safety and humanity of Black women and our communities. 68. That is what the Vision for Black Lives, the policy platform collectively developed in 2015 and 2016 by dozens of organizations that make up the movement for Black Lives, begins to do. It calls for an end to racialized gender policing and police abuses of trans and gender non-conforming people, accountability for and prevention of police sexual violence, and an end to the fees, fines, and bail that keep women in police custody, there to be assaulted or die of racially motivated neglect. It urges decriminalization of drug and prostitution offenses, 2 of the top pathways to policing, criminalization, and prison for black women and women of color, and demands reparations for those who have been targets of the war on drugs and the enforcement of anti-prostitution laws. Point 69. Perhaps most importantly, the platform calls for investments in black communities, determined by black communities, and divestment from exploitative forces including prisons, fossil fuels, police, surveillance and exploitative corporations. It sets forth a bold vision for black liberation and the liberation of all peoples that can be further developed and guide us as we step into treacherous times ahead. Conclusion. We know police brutality is scarring and killing people of color. We know mass incarceration is hurting us. But I want to know how oppression happens. Show me how. Then maybe I will know how to disrupt it in the most effective ways. Ana Muniz, Police, Power, and the Production of Racial Boundaries. I read this passage as I sat on the dock at the Blue Mountain Center in upstate New York, having returned to this book some 5 years after I had put it aside when South End Press, its original home, closed its doors. As I finished the manuscript, I repeatedly returned to Muniz's question, because it pressed me to do more than simply catalog police violence against black women, indigenous women, and women of color and demand that it be given the attention it is due. It pushes us to try to understand it, to examine it from all angles, look where we haven't before, and mobilize what we learn to deepen our analyses of racial profiling, police brutality, and mass incarceration, and expand them along the axes of gender, gender identity, and sexuality alongside race, ethnicity, religion, class, nation, immigration status, and disability. Muniz's question prompts us to ask more: what do the stories and statistics in these pages tell us about anti-black racism, colonialism, white supremacy, and the ways they manifest? What do they show us about gender and gender-based violence? What gaps do they expose in our thinking and actions? And, most importantly, what can they teach us about how to disrupt police violence? What do they reveal to us about the world we want to build? While Invisible No More cannot offer answers to all these questions, I am hopeful that it will push new conversations forward. For a long time, I would struggle with people, including friends, comrades, and colleagues, who would say, but the numbers of women killed / stopped / arrested / incarcerated / deported are just objectively much smaller, a fraction of the numbers of men. So it's natural to focus the conversation on where there is the greatest volume, to say that stop and frisk, or police violence, or mass incarceration target black and brown men, because it is, in fact, true. While it is in fact the case that fewer women are killed, brutalized by police, or incarcerated, a focus on police killings and more egregious uses of physical force elides women's more frequent experiences of less lethal violations, like sexual harassment and assault, which go undocumented. Additionally, stops of women are likely underreported because police make contacts with women in contexts where there is no record if no arrest is made, or at least not one that is reported in stop data, such as prostitution enforcement, welfare checks, responses to calls about domestic violence, sexual assault, or hate crimes, mental health crises, or child welfare enforcement. Having also internalized narratives of what a stop and its target look like, police likely underreport stops of women because they may not think of encounters with women as stops in the same way as they do stops of men. Police may also have disincentives to record stops where they are sexually harassing, assaulting, or extorting women. Police contact with women also tends to take place in locations away from public view and cameras, such as homes, clinics, and public hospitals, welfare offices, public housing. The combination of these factors and more makes police interactions with women less visible, not only in the numbers but also in the public eye. These realities require, at a minimum, that we collect and analyze data in ways that will make women's experiences more visible. Forms of police violence uniquely or disproportionately experienced by women, and contexts in which women come into contact with police more frequently, need to be subject to greater scrutiny. We also need to change the way information about police interactions is reported. Research on policing and mass incarceration continues to focus on racial disparities for men, to the exclusion of women. At best, data analysis compares the experiences of blacks to whites, without further disaggregating by gender and race, much less by immigration status, disability, among other races and ethnicities, or in ways that render indigenous experiences and dramatic disparities in rates of police killings and incarceration of Native women visible. We need to find ways to make visible and understand police interactions with women of color, and to challenge what Angela Y. Davis terms the tyranny of the universal, in which, in the words of Barbara Smith, all the women are white, all the blacks are men, and some of us are brave one. In the end, beyond the numbers, the stories and patterns described in this book matter because the lives and experiences of black women, Native women, and women of color matter. It is not a distraction to raise them. They merit equal time and have much to teach us about gendered manifestations of racism. In 1998, Davis wrote, "The relatively small number of African American women drawn into the system should not relieve us of the responsibility of understanding the encounter of gender and race in arrest and incarceration practices too, since then the numbers have only grown, as have the numbers of Latinx and Native women in prison. Today, women of color represent the fastest growing jail and prison populations. This reality only increases our responsibility to better understand the processes that contribute to it, because, as Davis wrote in 2013, when we look at the experiences of women, including trans women, in the prison industrial complex, despite the relatively small numbers, we learn so much more about the system as a whole than we would learn if we look exclusively at men. About the nature of punishment writ large. 3. When we focus on women's experiences in the places we are already looking and expand our frames to incorporate different forms and contexts of police contact, more women come into view, as do more forms of violence and more impacts on communities of color. For instance, expanding our focus to police sexual violence enables us to see greater numbers of women of color affected by police violence and to recognize the use of sexual violence by police against women, gender nonconforming people, and men of color to establish and enforce relations of power. Attending to police violence against women of color, in all its forms, thus opens possibilities for genuine and deeper solidarity among men and women, among cisgender and transgender and gender nonconforming people, among women of color, among movements against police and gender-based violence, and for reproductive justice and immigrant rights. It also offers fertile ground for building alliances between global North and South by framing human rights violations against women not as horribles that happen elsewhere, fueling anti-Muslim/anti-black/Orientalist logics justifying a never-ending machinery of war, but as tools of subjugation used against communities of color within the United States and around the world. Additionally, as Davis also pointed out, the criminalization of women takes place in ways that are more complicated than for men, and has had more to do with marking certain groups of women as undomesticated and hypersexual, beyond the bounds of womanhood. For this gendered process of dehumanization drives police violence against unarmed women and girls who simply question police actions, express frustration with their treatment by police, or engage in a dispute with a white person. In these interactions, criminalizing narratives eliminate the possibility that a black woman, indigenous woman, or woman of color can be entitled to protection, demand to be treated with dignity, stand up for a family member, or just be angry or have a bad day. Instead, controlling narratives developed in service of colonialism and white supremacy transform women of color into a caricature, an implicit threat justifying violent responses. If our behavior does not line up with that of a compliant mammy, a noble and submissive Indian princess, or a China doll, if we are instead read as Sapphire, a savage squaw, a dragon lady, a hot-tempered and volatile Latinx, or a terrorist, then we must be subjugated with brutal force, regardless of what we are actually doing. As Alexis Peggs, who served as a research assistant for this book, pointed out during one of our discussions, White supremacy demands such complete control of black women and women of color that it takes very little to perceive us as out of control, particularly in combination with gendered perceptions that women are always out of control. Consequently, the minute a black woman or woman of color questions or doesn't obey commands, police respond as if they have been physically threatened. These narratives also inform the sexualized profiling of women of color as prostitutes, presumed subjects of sexual access and violence, arrest, and punishment. Given these realities, no matter how much implicit bias training police receive or how many police reforms we achieve, these perceptions will continue to inform police interactions with women of color because they are proliferated and reinforced daily to perpetuate existing systemic relations of power. We therefore have a responsibility to understand and challenge them in order to dismantle the systems of power that produce them. Expanding our focus to center women of color also forces us to move beyond false dichotomies of good and bad victims of police violence, armed and unarmed. The uncomfortable reality is that, in many cases, women killed by the police were armed rarely with a gun but often with a knife, scissors, or household objects like a hammer. A focus on police killings of unarmed people therefore excludes many women and the racialized narratives that led to their deaths. Even when armed, even when resisting police, controlling narratives frame women of color as a much greater threat than white women under identical circumstances, and place a much lower value on black, native, Muslim, Latinx, and immigrant women's lives, thus giving officers license to use much greater and more brutal and lethal force. In a welcome departure from previous movements for police accountability, the movement for Black Lives has challenged us to resist the instinct to organize only around those who are innocent and to move away from a politics of respectability. It has pushed us to ask ourselves what forces brought police into contact with women in the first place, what drives differential responses to both armed and unarmed individuals, and what visions and demands are necessary to truly value all black lives. This expanded frame allows us to ask what brought Baltimore police to Corinne Gaines's door to serve a warrant for her arrest for failure to pay a traffic ticket, and what alternative approaches would have preserved Corinne's life and not left her child motherless. 5. It also pushes us to ask why we rely on police to respond to people in mental health crisis situations in which people are not at their best and may be armed, or at least disoriented or frightened. Centering the experiences of women of color also challenges us to ask how and why police whose default response seems to be violence continue to represent our primary response to interpersonal violence. Police responses to calls for help illustrate how narrowly conceptions of womanhood, motherhood, childhood, disability, and victim are drawn, and how many of us are excluded from the protection of the state. Much of the growth of law enforcement over the past 4 decades has been predicated, at least pretextually, on protecting women, LGBTQ people, and children as victims of violence. These pages make it clear what this reality has looked like for many women, LGBTQ people, and children of color, exposing the flaws of strategies that call for more law enforcement, policing, and punishment. What does it tell us when a black woman can be charged with lynching, a mother charged with child endangerment because a police officer or her partner beat her, or a domestic violence survivor can be beaten or killed by police after calling for help? Among other things, it exposes the fallacies of police serving as protectors for women, girls, and gender nonconforming people of color. Centering the experiences of women of color also requires that we expand our definition of police violence to include failure to respond to violence as a form of violence. Such failures not only operate as a figurative slap in the face but also make survivors more vulnerable to violation on all fronts in a society that offers no alternatives to police as protection, and they send a clear message that violence against certain bodies continues to be acceptable. The violence of failure to protect also cannot be solved by advocating for greater, more responsive police intervention, given the considerable violation and criminalization of women of color that accompanies heightened police responses to violence. Instead, it requires us to do the incredibly hard work of envisioning and enacting alternatives to the police that will genuinely produce safety for survivors and targets of interpersonal and community violence. The high levels of violence faced by trans women of color place these mandates into sharp focus. Much of the recent organizing by Black trans women under the banner of #BlackTransLivesMatter has focused less on police violence and more on the ever-mounting death toll among Black trans women, as well as Indigenous trans women and Two-Spirit people, and trans women of color killed by community members. These deaths must be laid not only at the door of the police, who make it clear that they will not protect trans women, but at all our doors. We have failed Black trans women by failing to take up with urgency the charge to create the conditions under which they can live without fear of becoming one of the dozens of trans women killed every year, and instead thrive and flourish. And we have failed all our sisters who are unable to call police or who do so only to be denied help, protection, safety, and freedom. In the end, the real challenge posed by women of color's experiences of police profiling and violence is to our collective conceptions of violence and safety, the role of police in our society, and to our ability and willingness to make building and nurturing values, visions, and practices that will produce genuine safety and security for all members of our communities a central task of movements against police violence. Attending to women of color's experiences of police violence also opens the way to more comprehensive and effective resistance. If we fail to take women's experiences into account, we cannot confront the full measure of police violence, or articulate visions of justice that fully reflect the needs and experiences of all members of our communities. Police violence doesn't always look the same for women as for men, and therefore the solutions we pursue with only heterosexual cisgender men of color in mind are necessarily incomplete, and may even be potentially harmful when examined from a different perspective. For instance, what opportunities for action do we miss when the standard of police violence is a fatal shooting of a man of color? Do body cameras do more harm than good when worn by officers responding to domestic violence calls or conducting vice raids? Does unrestricted availability of police data and complaint files place at risk survivors of domestic violence, sexual violence, and stalking, LGBTQ people, or people who are or are perceived to be involved in the sex trades? Do complaint-based mechanisms such as civilian oversight create conditions that make it possible for women of color survivors of police violence to come forward and obtain justice? Ultimately, the stories and statistics in Invisible No More tell us that police violence against Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color is systemic, not isolated, inherent to policing as an institution. As Keeanga Yamada Taylor puts it, in From #Black Lives Matter to Black Liberation, the police reflect and reinforce the dominant ideology of the state that employs them, which explains why they are resistant to substantive reform. 6. Given this reality, even reforms are, at best, harm reduction. Our goal, as Rachel Herzing so compellingly argues in her essay Big Dreams and Bold Steps Toward a Police-Free Future, should not be to improve how policing functions but to reduce its role in our lives. 7. That said, as we pursue incremental changes that lead toward the erosion of policing power rather than reinforcing it, we need to ensure that such changes are gender-specific and inclusive, and address the contexts in which Black women, Indigenous women, and women of color encounter police. Their experiences can also begin to inform our responses to the question of what is necessary to achieve genuine and sustainable safety for women of color as we resist increased policing, surveillance, militarization, criminalization, detention, deportation and incarceration. For instance, beyond eliminating all collaboration between immigration enforcement and local law enforcement, without exception, and establishing safe spaces for undocumented immigrants, these stories tell us that true safety for women of color requires an end to the war on drugs, broken windows policing, and the war on terror, the elimination of gender as a marker of access to public space, public benefits and protections, the removal of police from schools, hospitals, public housing, and healthcare settings, and the repeal of mandatory arrest and other policies that facilitate the criminalization of survivors of violence, and support rather than violence and criminalization for pregnant people and mothers of color. Ultimately, the stats and stories in this book expose the reality of policing in America, and the interests in racially gendered and classed power relations it is structured to protect. These truths are especially relevant as the nation's political climate swings toward increased fear-mongering and even more blatant and virulent racism, which will in turn lead to greater surveillance, control, criminalization, exclusion, and mass incarceration of women of color. We can no longer be complicit in the notion that we can achieve safety through policing, particularly in this climate. Thus, instead of asking, how can we reform policing to keep women safe, we should ask, what do women need to be safe? How can the billions spent on policing go instead to resources such as safe and affordable housing, health care, education, living wage employment, child care, and mental health treatment? Our charge is to envision and build a world without police, and without the values that produce policing and punishment hate. It is a world premised on what Angela Y. Davis terms abolition feminism, a world based on radical freedom, mutual accountability, and passionate reciprocity. In this society, safety and security will not be premised on violence or the threat of violence, it will be based on a collective commitment to guaranteeing the survival and care of all peoples. 9. Unfortunately, there is no 10-point plan to get there, but each of us can contribute to the conversation, dreams, and visions we need to find the way. Let's get free. Afterward. Like the author, my understanding of the conditions of black women and girls in society is an evolving story. My story begins in the Chicago Osteopathic Hospital, where I was born in 1985 to two young parents who could only afford a home in the back of the Yards neighborhood on Chicago's South Side. Beyond the constant smell of the infamous stockyards that once existed there, I had no understanding of the historical significance of the neighborhood I lived in and the role it played in the evolution of community organizing. Organizer and movement theorist Saul Alinsky, and the institutions he organized with and built in the back of the Yards in the 1930s, had long moved on. What I knew was that my family was the only black family on my block and that my safety was not guaranteed. My visibility in the classroom as a student labeled gifted and in the home as the oldest of three signaled various possibilities in a sea of people with limited options. However, that label meant nothing outside of my home, and only went so far to my advantage in the classroom. That label meant nothing to the police. I did not have the words to explain why I feared the police and security guards until I became an activist and organizer in black liberation spaces. I did not have the words to explain the enduring angst I held about the survival and well-being of the socially and economically depressed communities I moved in between as a child and now an adult. I told myself early on that I was no different from my family members who did not graduate from high school or had spent time in jails or prisons. I was only one in-school suspension for sass or having attitude, or one ringing metal detector away from going down the same pipeline. I drilled the saying that I was no special snowflake into my head. Despite an exterior air of confidence and certainty, I held on to a sense of insecurity beneath my armor as if it were the only way to stay alive in a city where my girlhood wasn't valued or guaranteed. The high school security guards, administrative disciplinarians, metal detectors, and police surveillance reminded me of this reality every day. Unlike the boys and young men around me, my parents didn't have the talk about police with me. And yet, my earliest experiences with policing told me that while their motto was to serve and protect, they and their intermediaries had the power to dictate my daily existence, or non-existence. I worked to solve the puzzle of my constant anxiety and fear about the world around me through organizing on the ground in communities across the United States and in places around the globe. Invisible no more does the critical work needed to help explain just where that anxiety comes from for countless black women and girls in this country. And it has done so in a more holistic way than most texts focusing on the impact of policing in the United States. Today, I understand policing as inherently violent and beyond any state of repair. The reality of policing in the United States is much bigger than a few rotten apples. Just as the historical roots of the institution are rotten, so is the fruit that it bears in the United States and across the globe. Police are, and always have been, intermediaries and tools for wealthy elites, serving the interests of property owners over those of marginalized people. These realities are what produce images of our brutalized bodies and traumatized spirits on the internet, and stories of police violence from rape to murder splattered across social media and in the press. We have become hypervisible, and yet remain invisible at the same time. Even in this invisibility, there are those who see us. I bristle at suggestions that no one cares in the aftermath of a killing, rape, or other form of violence. In reality, someone does care. It is often likely the person is not someone in power or seen as a valued source. For example, the Black, trans and gender nonconforming community, including some LGBTQ folks, but not nearly enough, expresses outrage each time a Black trans woman is murdered. One crucial part of the problem is that they, and the stories they amplify, are not heard or valued as much as they should be valued. They are rendered invisible. Our stories are powerful fuel for our collective resistance. There is simply not enough political will to build the power we need to end the state-sanctioned violence that Black women and girls experience via the police or other sites of violent power. Invisible no more does the important work our movement needs by telling more complete stories and valuing the resistance of those most directly impacted. These stories should make us all uncomfortable. We should shift in our seats. We should cry. And we must organize. We must all commit to taking action to build the necessary political will to create a society where freedom isn't a constant struggle. Ella Baker teaches us that through collective organizing, we can develop the strong people, not just single leaders. To the Black women, girls, and trans and gender nonconforming folks who read this book, I know that you have stories that are untold. These are stories that must be heard, valued, and centered throughout our movements. Without them, our collective story is incomplete. I want to hear and learn more. The charge of Invisible No More is to not only shed light or increase awareness, it is to agitate us all into deeper political commitments to ending policing and abolishing all punitive institutions in the United States, while developing alternatives to dealing with conflict and harm based in restorative and transformative justice models. None of this has been or will be easy. Taking up a political commitment to abolish punitive institutions tests the core of our humanity. Frederick Douglass is known for saying that power concedes nothing without a demand. I further that argument and say that power concedes nothing without an organized demand. The powers working against ending all forms of oppression are as old as efforts to resist them. Our people have always organized and imagined different possibilities. From the slave rebellions and lunch counter sit-ins, to the Compton's cafeteria riot and the Combahee River Collective, there is much to learn from our legacies of collective resistance and imagination. Yes, our movement today has escalated the call to #SayHerName. But our work cannot stop there. BYP 100 is digging into deeper inquiry, outreach, and agitation to advance this work. These tumultuous times call for us to go big and ignite our collective imaginations. Our ancestors want more for and from us. Now is the time to build on the traditions of Black radical and revolutionary imaginations that beg the arguments for self-determination and self-love for the sake of our collective liberation. In doing so, we will move closer toward the edge where our struggles and triumph will be invisible no more in this lifetime. Charlene A. Carruthers, National Director, Black Youth Project 100, BYP 100.